I had just transformed into the egg of a ferocious ancient beast, only to be abandoned by the contractor. They even tried to kill me after I hatched, simply because I was just an ordinary little lizard. Just as I was on the brink of death, a girl with blue hair took pity on me and kindly took me in, and my bloodline gradually evolved, turning me into a dragon soaring through the sky. As my consciousness slowly awakened, I found myself surrounded by darkness. I could faintly hear people conversing. The girl speaking was actually a princess of the kingdom. She spent a lot of money to acquire a beast egg, and she fed tens of thousands of fire elemental crystals. It's common knowledge that higher bloodline beasts can eat more. There's also the fearless ordinary wild beasts that can eat a lot of eggs, so she was sure that there was a high-level monster inside the egg. Accompanied by a faint sound, echoed in this quiet hall. Shilin immediately held his breath, his gaze fixed firmly on the monster egg. A chubby claw poked out from the top of the eggshell, covered in fiery red scales. Then a big head emerged from the crack. I was dumbfounded when I saw clearly. The hall is filled with all kinds of fiery red crystals, giving off a beautiful vibe at first glance. There are two young girls staring at me. The girls look like European nobility, while the maid following behind them appears more ordinary in demeanor. So, am I participating in some kind of cosplay ghost through friendship? However, why is the maid glaring at me angrily? And why are the girls' eyes growing darker? When I tried to speak, a croaking sound came out. I looked down and saw red scales covering my belly and hands. My palms turned into lizard-like claws. Fear instantly struck my heart, and spread throughout. My right claw scratched at my left one, trying to peel off this layer of skin, but it wouldn't budge. This doesn't seem to be a skin layer. Sitting on the ground, looking at the drooping tail, he finally realized the truth at that moment. It seems like I have truly turned into a mutated giant lizard. Being a meter long, this size is ridiculously huge. Shilin looked at the deformed giant lizard that had rolled to his feet. Its head nearly matched its body, clearly indicating it was deformed. Different from their intelligence, when magical beasts break their shells, they are constantly watched by the planes, thus, condensing the gift circle corresponding to one's own bloodline. The more gift circles, the higher the bloodline position of this monster. And this big-headed lizard couldn't even condense a single circle. So the fact is clear, this guy has always been just an ordinary wild beast. Thinking about absorbing so many crystallized elements, but only hatching into a deformed big-headed lizard, my heart suddenly feels blocked. Damn, that auction house must have deceived me. Above my head, I felt a gaze that made me very uncomfortable. Raising my head, my gaze met directly with the girls. Looking at the girl's unhidden icy gaze, I instinctively shrunk my neck. She doesn't like me. I don't understand why this girl, who gave me a sense of familiarity, would look at me with such eyes. At that moment, my body unconsciously took 2 steps back, but it was still too late. Shilin's expression instantly turned into one of pain, and then blood overflowed from her mouth. A terrifying invisible force instantly pressed down on my body, as heavy and oppressive as a mountain. Along with the cracking of the floor, the creature was directly pressed into it, with blood foaming at its mouth. Clearly, it's already nearing the brink of death. Am I going to die? My consciousness is starting to blur. The magnificent skirts on the girl's body and my sight start to overlap. Is this the feeling of impending death? I don't like this feeling. Even if I turn into a monster, I don't want to die. If I can live, then I will live. Why did she attack me? Why does this version of myself, the girl who seemed very familiar at first sight, why would she treat me like this? But I clearly haven't harmed anyone, have I? I haven't done anything, isn't it? Soon, I lost consciousness. As Shilin regained his senses, the out-of-control magic around him gradually calmed down. Your Highness, he won't be crushed to death. Hearing Ina's concern, Shilin shook his head slightly. It's fine, I have it under control. He's not dead yet. Shilin's gaze was cold as he looked down at the big lizard lying on the floor, spitting out blood foam. Even if it's an ordinary beast, its bloodline has absorbed so many fire elemental crystals. This big-headed lizard has long obtained a physique surpassing that of a bronze magical beast, but no matter how strong the body is, it cannot change the fact that it is still an ordinary beast. The maid immediately asked how to deal with this lizard. Eyes gazed at the big-headed lizard lying unconscious on the ground. Throw it away. I don't want to see this big-headed lizard again. It's just a temporary contract. It will naturally be dissolved when he dies. Now he is somewhat relieved, realizing that the contract he signed with this big-headed lizard is only temporary. Many contracts are made to build good relationships with promising monster cubs. Usually, temporary contracts are signed. This is a bilateral contract, with no feedback or connection. It's just to make both parties look more pleasing to each other. There are also temporary contracts that can be terminated at any time with mutual agreement. Or if one party dies, and this death has no relation to the other party, there will be no backlash. Alternatively, it will automatically dissolve after 3 years have passed. Opening his eyes, the sky is gloomy, and he finds himself lying on the grass. In front of the grass is an iron gate. Behind is a luxurious mansion, and the iron gate ahead is the exit of the mansion. He is still alive, feeling a burning desire within him, a desire for life. His gaze fixed on the iron gate ahead, his claws starting to move forward. Just as he took a step with his claw, suddenly, a sharp pain as if being torn apart came from all over his body. Repeatedly echoing in his mind were these two words. His gaze fixed on the iron gate, his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred. In the rain, a fiery red giant-headed lizard crawled forward. Blood foam continuously overflowed from his mouth, only to be immediately washed away by the heavy rain. At this moment, the scales of the giant-headed lizard lit up with a faint red glow. Tiny fiery threads emerged from the scales. These fiery threads gradually condensed into intricate and ancient-looking magical patterns, wrapping around the body of the giant-headed lizard. The magical patterns quickly formed a ring, enveloping the body of the giant-headed lizard. As if it were an omen, a second ring appeared. The growth continued with the appearance of the third, fourth, and up to the 10th ring before coming to a halt. At this moment, in my mind, I recalled the girl with a disgusted expression just now. A sense of grievance suddenly surged in my heart. I couldn't understand why. The girl who seemed to evoke a sense of familiarity in me would do such a thing. Looking at the round black door ahead, determination gleamed in the lizard's eyes. Even if I die, I don't want to die in this woman's manner. As I crawled to the outside of the iron gate, the 10 rings surrounding my body, one of them began to flicker, then exploded like a firework, turning into red dots of light that penetrated his body. Soon, only the last red ring was flickering. If anyone could see it, they would immediately recognize it as the blessed soul possessed by a newly hatched little monster. Just then, a black carriage appeared in my blurred vision. The carriage door slowly opened, revealing a slender leg wrapped in black stockings. Cecilia walked up to the little lizard, crouched down, and looked at the blessing that flickered on its body. He already understood everything in his heart. As expected, this was another poor little creature abandoned by nobles due to its low potential as a contract mentor. He had seen this kind of thing many times before, but at this moment, he was a bit angry. If it was due to insufficient ability, there was no need to beat up this little guy like this. He also had some impression of this estate. It seemed to be the western palace of the kingdom, a peculiar estate. His brows furrowed slightly. It wasn't the time to be angry, he had to treat this little guy first. Leia picked up the little one, ran through the rain, and boarded the carriage. Inside the carriage, Leia took out a bottle of green potion from a spatial ring and offered it to the little one. After drinking the potion, the blessing ring that flickered on and off gradually stabilized. Seeing this scene, Cecilia's tightly furrowed brow finally relaxed. However, the internal organs of this little guy are shattered, so we must treat him quickly, or there may be some sequelae. Under the mad dash of the unicorn, they quickly arrived at Cecilia's small house. At the moment the door was pushed open, various types of magical beasts like kittens, squirrels, foxes, and wolves all rushed to the door. At this moment, a group of little guys also saw clearly the red big head that was held in Cecilia's arms. They quickly obediently made way. They were also brought back by Cecilia in this way. Seeing the little guys make way for her, Cecilia did not delay and walked straight into the room, the passage leading to the basement. The basement looked very neat, resembling a material warehouse, but in this warehouse, there was an alchemy platform in the middle. Placing the little guy on the ample space of the alchemy platform, he skillfully found the materials needed to heal the internal organs from a pile of small cabinets, and after about 2.5 minutes, he finished the preparation. Perhaps it was Cecilia who was sleeping too deeply. It was almost too easy to open the little guy's mouth. The little guy had no teeth in his mouth, which was the same as most droplet lizard magical beasts. He directly inserted the test tube into the little guy's mouth, and the dark green medicinal juice flowed down the test tube, quickly flowed into the little guy's mouth. Watching the little one finish all the medicine in one go, Leia placed her hand on the little one's round head, feeling smooth. This little one, who obediently drank the medicine, was the first she had encountered. He had taken care of many monster cubs, most of whom didn't like taking medicine. Even when asleep, they would instinctively spit out the medicine. Good job, little cutie. Now, have a good sleep. Walking back to the room, she laid the little one in her arms on the bed. Turning around, Leia opened her arms towards the group of little ones. The largest gray wolf, running the fastest, took a big stride and lay down beside Cecilia, becoming his support. The fox nestled into Cecilia's arms, its fluffy fire-red tail swaying gently against Leia. A faint white mist instantly rose, leaving Leia damp, her magic robe quickly evaporating the moisture. The fire squirrel spiraled directly above Leia's head, its claws swiftly combing through the wet, rain-soaked blue long hair. Under the fire squirrel's grooming, the blue strands quickly dried. The white cat leaped onto Cecilia's shoulder and sat obediently, each finding their familiar spot. Every time she returned home, she felt healed by these four obedient little ones. It was her most relaxing moment. Soon, it was the next day. Opening his eyes, the first thing he saw was a pink bedspread. His body was not in severe pain, but rather a dull soreness. This doesn't look like his room. As a single guy, his room was tidy, odorless, neither fragrant nor musty. Turning his gaze to the side, he saw a fair, delicate face looking towards him. His features were exquisitely crafted, with long, curly blue eyelashes and natural blue hair resembling the sky. It didn't look dyed, but rather naturally like that. The main issue now was how he ended up sleeping on such a beautiful girl's bed. In panic, he felt a rush of confusion, quickly retreating and falling off the bed onto the floor. The icy cold floor beneath him instantly helped clear his mind. Looking at his hands, or rather claws, he realized. His chubby claws were covered in fiery red scales. Indeed, he was no longer human, he had transformed into a lizard. Since he wasn't dead, he must have been picked up by this girl. A red-headed lizard over a meter long sat upright on the ground. Its two hind legs stretched out on the ground, staring blankly at him. Thinking of the black-haired girl he saw when he hatched, his heart felt incredibly complex. There is a sense of grievance, as well as a hint of resentment. Without a doubt, I must have been reincarnated. Moreover, this is not the original event. The room is very neat, with a desk, wardrobe, and a small low table on a round carpet. Several thick books are placed on the table. There is no modern equipment or elements in the room. Just then, a voice interrupted me. "Hey little one, what are you looking at?" On the bed, the girl's fair arms are propping up her cheeks like lotus roots. The strap of her nightgown has slipped off her left shoulder. Seeing this scene, I quickly lowered my head. "Do not gaze impolitely." Leia's eyes showed a smile, then she reached out and placed her hands on the little one's belly. He is still a shy little one. He was then embraced like a pillow in his arms. Smelling the girl's fragrant scent and feeling her soft skin, he couldn't resist. He couldn't take advantage of the girl so casually. Leia gently rested her chin on my round head. "I won't harm you." The girl's gentle voice seemed to soothe everything. Although he couldn't understand, he felt a sense of tranquility in her voice. He was comforting himself, slowly ceasing his struggle. "Can you tell me your name, little one?" Raising his head, with a pair of bright round eyes, he looked eagerly at the girl in front of him. Her voice was gentle, but I truly couldn't understand what this girl was saying. At that moment, Lilia remembered something. She raised her right hand, holding a staff that looked like a dry branch. It appeared directly in her hand amidst the radiance. This left me dumbfounded. I didn't expect it to be magic. Blue light gradually condensed into fine threads in the air, which then gathered to form a ring. Hearing the girl's chanting-like pronunciation, I raised my head and stared blankly at the girl hugging herself. After the girl finished her chant, on the blue ring, glowing, intricate, and unfamiliar symbols began to form. As the symbols filled the ring, it suddenly burst into a bright blue light. The dazzling blue light made me instinctively close my eyes. "Now you should be able to understand what I'm saying, right?" I heard the girl's voice by my ear, and slowly opened my eyes. It seems like I can understand this girl's words now. The girl's face slowly drew closer. Seeing this scene, I immediately shrunk my neck and shook my head from side to side. "All right, can you tell me your name now?" Upon hearing the girl's words, I began to recall. Everything is so clear, yet strangely, it's only the name that seems to be shielded by some force. It's only in the name that there's a blank space. I could only shake my head helplessly. "No name?" Lilia's eyes immediately showed a look of pity. This indicates that this poor little one was abandoned by the princess of the Duke of Shi immediately after hatching. "If you don't have a name, let me give you one. How about Seth? It's just like my first nature." I nodded immediately. A name is necessary, or else without this girl's savior, I would most likely die in the storm. Lilia pounced on me excitedly, being pinned down by the girl, especially at the head, completely falling into her embrace. Being in such close contact with the girl, I felt a bit uneasy, because this girl is still my life-saving benefactor. After Lilia fed me, I quickly fell asleep. In my dream, I saw a void, just when I was confused. A golden thread emitting a faint golden light floated in front of me. The golden thread emitting a golden light. It was the second conspicuous object in this dark space. Then the golden thread extended towards me. What a strange dream. Suddenly, the golden thread moved towards my mouth. Shortly after, I lost consciousness. When I woke up again, a row of teeth had grown in my mouth. But I clearly remembered not having any teeth. How did I wake up with teeth? Suddenly, I recalled the dream I just had. That didn't seem like a dream. It felt too real. If it was just a normal dream, I should have started to forget it upon waking up. But the memory in my mind was so clear. And that golden thread, just the thought of it. A golden thread suddenly appeared before my eyes. Compared to the several meters long golden thread in the dream, the golden thread that appeared in front of me now seemed very short. It was only about 10 centimeters long. The golden thread in front of me gave me a familiar feeling, and the moment my claw touched the golden thread, a faint golden light lit up. At the same time, a wave of unfamiliar information directly emerged in my mind. Bloodline innate talent golden thread. To satisfy oneself with the joyful golden thread obtained from emotions, one can strengthen oneself through the joyful golden thread. So this is the bloodline innate talent that turned me into the protagonist. Just by satisfying my own emotions, I could obtain that golden thread. And the golden thread could strengthen me. With an excited mood, I stood up and walked straight from the room to the balcony. With round, pitch-black eyes, gazing at the sky outside, revealing infinite longing. Even if I were just an ordinary big-headed lizard, I would be prepared to stay by Cecilia's side. Prepared to be a pet lizard for a lifetime. After all, it's all-inclusive. Not being humble seems to be the case now. Relying on this powerful bloodline talent, I can go even further. Stepping onto the balcony, SEK flipped over the railing and onto the roof. After pausing to glance back at Cecilia's room, he decisively leaped off the second-floor roof. He wanted to become stronger, even if it meant becoming a big-headed lizard. He wanted to be a powerful one, not just a cute one. His sturdy hind legs landed firmly on the courtyard balcony. SEK headed straight for the gate. There was no sign of Cecilia in the house. She must have gone out. But that was fine, it saved him from saying goodbye. Running out of the courtyard, a path leading from the courtyard to the main road appeared in SEK's sight. Beyond the road was a city with a fantastical western vibe, while in front, the path extended into the forest. Looking at the lush greenery of the forest, a sudden desire surged within him. This desire felt like a choice in his bloodline. Clearly, as a big-headed lizard, nature suited him better. CK, standing upright, took a step forward. With each step, he felt something new within his body. Upon careful sensing, he discovered it was golden threads. Although it had only grown a bit, it was indeed growth. Second step, more golden threads. Third step, fourth step. Gradually, SEK transformed into a quadruped. His speed increased, his paws swiftly treading on the grass. Closer, closer. As he approached the bushes ahead, SEK's excitement grew. Russell, upon entering the forest, the golden threads within him suddenly grew by a section, from 1 meter to about 1.5 meters. Standing in the forest, SEK halted his paws. Though excited, he remained clear-headed. This was about as far as he should go. SEK stopped his paws. The air in the forest was filled with the scent of decaying leaves, pleasant to the nose, surrounded by towering trees over 50 meters tall. Being still weak, he couldn't venture too deep into the forest. Since this was a different world, there were bound to be dangerous beasts. However, being close to the human city, there shouldn't be overly dangerous creatures. His next task was to find a place to settle nearby. After wandering around, SEK stopped by a small stream in the woods. The stream looked clear and clean, with visible small fish and shrimp swimming in it. Water source found. After scanning around, SEK's gaze settled on a large tree across the stream. Compared to others, this tree seemed average in height, around 40 meters, but its trunk was thick, over 10 meters in diameter. It looked suitable for dwelling, and making a home there would be simple, just needing to carve out a hole several meters wide in the trunk. For this large tree, a hole of that size was no issue. Standing tall, SEK descended into the shallow stream. The water was a bit cold but bearable. Walking on, he stopped in the middle of the 5 to 6 meter stream. He hadn't seen what he looked like yet, only knowing that he seemed to have turned into a big-headed lizard with a large head. Tilting his head, he gazed at the clear stream ahead. The stream reflected a red lizard about a meter tall, covered in red scales. The lizard's head was large, almost as big as its body, with shiny black eyes that looked cute despite the oversized head. Apart from the slightly large head, he didn't look bad at all. Looking at the reflection of himself on the water's surface, Sake felt very satisfied. In that moment, the golden threads inside his body grew abruptly by another segment, reaching a length of 2 meters. Sensing all of this, Sake halted his steps. The growth of the golden threads had always been slow, but at the moment he entered the forest, it surged rapidly, just like now. Vaguely, Sake felt like he had grasped something. Yes, satisfaction. By doing what he wanted in his heart and instantly gaining satisfaction, that moment of contentment transformed into a joyful golden thread. Sake, stepping onto the shore, raised his round head and looked at the ancient tree in front of him. The wrinkled bark and the huge trunk exuded a sense of security at first glance. Now, what he wanted to do was turn this tree into his home. Lowering his gaze to his tender little paws, they were indeed sharp claws, but they looked tender, with a pinkish hue, revealing the tender flesh inside. It was clearly impossible to dig into the trunk with just these paws. However, the golden threads had grown to 2 meters, so one more evolution should suffice. To evolve, he needed to sleep, and a safe place was necessary. His gaze shifted to the base of the tree in front of him. The thick tree roots intertwined, forming small spaces one after another. It seemed alright, but just alright. To evolve peacefully, it was necessary to dig a hole after all. Stepping forward, he squeezed his paw into the crisscrossing roots effortlessly, as they were not too crowded, allowing Sake to slip in between them easily. Perhaps because he was under the roots, the ground was slightly damp and soft. Hiss, a faint hissing sound emerged. Suddenly, a dark shadow shot up from the soft, wet soil in front of him. Instinctively, Sake blocked his paw in front of him. It seemed like some liquid sprayed on him, and the next moment, something clamped onto his paw. Removing the paw that covered his head, Sake looked at the thing tightly biting his paw. It was a snake as green as jade. The snake clung tightly to his paw, and Sake could even feel the fangs trying to pierce the scales on his paw. A feeling arose in his heart that this snake seemed not to pose a threat to him. Sake extended his right paw and pressed down on the snake's head, tightly biting his left paw. He grabbed the snake's head and pulled it off. Looking at his bitten left paw, some yellow liquid stained the scales, presumably venom. There were also faint scratches on the scales, indicating that if this creature continued to bite, the scales might be pierced. A slightly sweet and fishy smell wafted over, not too unpleasant. As time passed, the smell continued to intensify. If he didn't want to establish a temporary base under the tree roots, he would have fled far away by now. Instinctively wanting to rub his paw against the tree trunk to wipe off the venom, Sake hesitated. Since he found the venomous smell so repugnant, wouldn't other beasts in the forest feel the same? His gaze shifted to the snake coiled tightly around his right paw. Sake's eyes lit up slightly. This snake was a good thing. By spreading the snake's venom around, the safety of this place would undoubtedly increase significantly. Facing the snake's head in his paw, he lightly pressed down. The green snake's mouth immediately spewed out a stream of venom. The venom landed on the tree trunk and soil, making the air's sweet and fishy scent even stronger. Not unpleasant, and safety had also increased. This snake was really something. Here, there, and here again. Pressing the snake's head, he sprayed a dozen mouthfuls, covering all sides under the tree roots. Sake clearly felt the snake's body, which had been tightly coiled around his paw, starting to relax. One more spray here, and he would let you go. Aiming the snake's head at the just drilled position, which was the best entry point, so a little more venom would be good. Pressed twice in a row, but the snake showed no reaction. Instead, it seemed to be getting softer. Had it been squeezed dry? Sake looked at the snake in his claws, which had completely relaxed, now almost just hanging on his claw, looking completely drained. Thanks for your help, I'll let you go this time. Sake placed the snake on the ground. As soon as it touched the ground, the green snake slowly wriggled its way towards the trees, clearly not wanting to stay with the big lizard for a moment longer. Even if it was exhausted, it still struggled to crawl outside. Watching the green snake crawl out of the roots without looking back, Sake felt a sense of satisfaction. Very well, temporary shelter security +1. The golden threads inside his body grew another section. Pausing for a moment, Sake continued to look at the damp soil beneath him. It looked loose. After some hesitation, Sake decided to dig a hole, just to be safe. Even though he had venom, if a stubborn wild beast ran into the roots during his evolution, it wouldn't be fun, and he wasn't sure how long the snake's venom scent would linger. So, dig a hole, dig a hole. Dig a hole, bury some soil, count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sake hummed cheerfully as he dug. Of course, his throat could only produce some monotonous sounds at the moment. SSS under the roots, a dirty, muddy-headed lizard was digging a hole while making strange noises. Although it sounded odd, there was a sense of joy in those sounds. The damp soil was easy to dig, and in about half an hour, Sake had dug his temporary shelter, a small hole buried 5 meters underground. The tunnel was 5 meters long, with an additional 3 meters of movable space underground. Blocking the exit with his butt, Sake lay down on the ground, which was a bit damp, but he didn't mind, as he was now a big-headed lizard, no longer human, and his body was well adapted to this environment. Lying on the ground, Sake thought about the golden threads. The next moment, a 3-meter-long golden thread appeared in the air, emitting a faint golden glow that dispelled the darkness in the hole. This time, I will strengthen my front paws. With this thought repeating in his mind, the golden thread in front of him began to extend, reaching his paws. Sake lowered his round head and looked at his front paws. As the golden thread made contact with the scales of his right paw, it began to sink in. In just a few seconds, the 3-meter-long thread had completely entered his front paw. Watching the last segment of the golden thread also enter his front paw, Sake suddenly remembered a problem. How did it all go into his right paw? What about his left paw? Before he could think further, a wave of immense fatigue hit him. His eyelids became as heavy as mountains in an instant, and his thoughts began to blur. The big head slowly laid down on the ground. Sake quietly closed his eyes. Click, I'm back. Cecilia pushed open the door, finding 4 little ones sitting quietly at the doorstep. 3 of them immediately pounced on her. Facing the little ones pouncing on her, Cecilia caught each one, Ella on her head, Nora on her shoulder, and Mia in her arms. The largest one, Carl, didn't pounce. Instead, he rubbed against Cecilia's leg. After interacting with the 4 little ones for a while, Cecilia went upstairs. Sake, I'm BA. She didn't finish her sentence. Looking at the empty room and the open balcony door, everything had an answer already. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. She had picked up many young Warcraft creatures before. When these young Warcraft creatures woke up, they generally had 2 choices, stay or leave. Obviously, CK chose the latter. Did he leave? Setting down the bag of roasted meat in her hand, Cecilia walked onto the balcony. It was already night outside. The moon tonight was very round and bright. It was a bit chilly. A soft touch enveloped her body. Carl, it's you. Wrapping Cecilia in his body, Carl leaned against her quietly. Unlike his usual self, at this moment his wolf body had grown significantly larger. His gray fur had turned into silver white, emitting a faint silver glow under the moonlight. Handsome and noble. But his silver-white wolf eyes seemed particularly gentle. A mid-level breed, the moon wolf. This was his original bloodline. Carl's bloodline took a long time to recover after birth, and with his gray fur, he was abandoned by his contractor in the academy's garbage dump. Carl hadn't even opened his eyes at that time. It was in such circumstances that Cecilia picked him up. Although his eyes were closed, Carl's powerful bloodline allowed him to clearly sense everything happening around him. Carl gently rubbed Cecilia's cheek with his head. Enjoying Carl's affection, Cecilia lightly stroked Carl's head with her palm, her eyes flickering. It seemed like wolves had a good sense of smell. Carl, shall we go find him? The wolf head that had been rubbing against the girl's cheek paused instantly. Carl, look, that little guy has just hatched and doesn't know much about this world yet. I'm not planning to bring him back, just want to tell him not to run too far. You know, Carl, it's relatively safe around the forest because adventurers clean it regularly, so there are hardly any monsters, but that little guy doesn't know that. If he encounters... Seeing the anxiety and worry in Carl's azure pupils, he slowly raised his wolf body. Carl is the best. Cecilia decisively pounced forward and hugged Carl's neck, fluffy and as comfortable as ever. Rolling over onto Carl's back, there was still space even when she lay down as a bed on Carl's body. Let's go, Carl. With a low growl, Carl leaped directly from the second-floor balcony. Agile as the wind, he dashed towards the direction of the dark forest. The little guy's scent had not completely dissipated yet. Following the scent in the air, they ran for about 10 minutes before Carl stopped by a small stream. Carl, have we arrived? Carl responded with the figure on his back. Noticing Carl's gaze fixed on the big tree across the river, Cecilia suddenly understood something in her heart. A magic wand appeared in her hand. Magic power gathered into a blue spell circle at the top of the wand. Elemental vision, a blue light covered Cecilia's eyes. In her world, there were many colorful dots floating in the sky. No matter how many times Cecilia used this magic of elemental vision to see the world, she always found it beautiful. But she hadn't forgotten that she was here to find CK. Looking at the big tree on the opposite bank, there was nothing on the tree. Under the tree, there it was. Beneath the soil in her sight, a fiery red body was curled up quietly. Judging from its size, there was no doubt that it was CK, the chubby lizard. Phew, she breathed a sigh of relief. This little guy was not foolish, he knew not to run far. Carl, let's go back. Slowly lifting the eyelids covered with fine red scales, the pink eye membranes opened. Opening his eyes, what he saw was a pitch-black cave. Following his instincts, Sake began to retreat from the cave. Exiting the cave, it was already daytime outside. Hungry. Very hungry. The immense hunger made Sake run straight into the stream without any hesitation. He remembered clearly that there were many small fish and shrimp in the stream. Splash, he entered the shallow stream, stopped, and crouched down, focusing intently on the water. He raised his right paw in preparation. Soon, a small fish leisurely swam towards him, without hesitation. His right paw sliced through the air, leaving a red afterimage. Splash, water splashed high. Feeling the struggling fish in his paw, Seik joyfully stood up. His first hunt, a great success. No skills involved, just pure instinct. Standing up, Seik looked at his right paw. In his paw, a palm-sized white fish was pierced. The fish was still struggling, tail flapping, but its body was pierced too deeply by the sharp claws to escape. Seik grabbed the fish with his left paw, pulled it out from the claws, gutted it, removed the entrails, and opened his mouth. Ah! Seik, oh, the fish tasted mildly fishy, more of a delicious flavor, perhaps due to his lizard transformation altering his taste buds, but it didn't matter. Eating the first fish eased his hunger a bit. He looked at his two paws. Both were chubby, but unlike his left paw, the claws on his right paw were pitch black, sharp and gleaming under the sunlight. They looked very dangerous. In contrast, his left paw looked blunt, with a tender pinkish hue inside. After examining his paws, Seik continued his hunt. After hunting a dozen small fish and shrimp, his belly started to bulge slightly. Satisfied, Seik walked ashore. The golden thread inside him had grown to about half a meter. Whenever he did something that satisfied him, the golden thread would grow rapidly. Strength, sharpness, this was the enhanced right paw. Much stronger than the left paw. But no worries, once the golden thread accumulated enough, he would evolve his left paw too. He stopped in front of a large tree. Lifting his round head, he gazed at the thick trunk. For now, he needed to dig out his home. Although he could adapt to the underground environment, Seik didn't like the pitch-black feeling there. After all, he wasn't just a big-headed lizard. Climbing along the massive tree roots, he reached the trunk. Seik raised his right paw and tore off a piece of rough bark, revealing the smooth trunk inside. He continued to dig with his paw, feeling like he was digging into a half-hard bun, a bit tough but manageable. Since it worked, there was no need for further discussion. Let's get to work. From noon until nightfall, a 5-meter-wide tree hole was dug out. Lying in the tree hole he dug, looking at the top, a sense of contentment rose within him. From today, this would be his home. Though rudimentary, he believed he would gradually improve it. His paws were a bit sore from digging all afternoon. Now his stomach rumbled a bit. After all, he had worked all day. Checking his paws carefully, they were just a bit sore, and after resting for a while, most of the soreness had eased, so catching some small fish shouldn't be a problem. Getting up from the ground, he walked back to the stream. Although it was already night, the moon in this world was bright, and even in the nighttime, Seik could still see the fish in the river. After catching a few small fish to fill his stomach, Seik returned to the burrow under the tree roots. He would have to stay in this burrow for a while longer. It was just a hollowed-out living space, and without a proper door, Seik wasn't ready to move in. And, lying down in the pitch-black burrow, watching the 4 1-meter-long golden threads floating in the air in front of him, a tremendous sense of satisfaction surged uncontrollably in his heart. Evolve the left claw. Just like last time, as Seik willed it, 3 golden threads extended into his left claw. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of fatigue, Seik slowly closed his eyes following this weariness. Rustle, beneath the tangled roots, a chubby red lizard slowly emerged from the overturned soil. Emerging from underground once again, Seik headed straight for the stream. After devouring a dozen small fish, he glanced up at the sky. It was already noon. It seemed he needed to pick up the pace. Today's goal was already set in his mind: gather some small branches to make a door for his treehouse. Collecting small branches wasn't difficult, after all. The forest was abundant with shrubs and small trees. Seik even spotted many by the riverbank. Splash, stepping onto the bank, Seik ventured into the forest. After wandering around for a while, he stopped in front of a small thicket. This thicket was formed by some wrist-thick small trees, but what truly caught Seik's attention were the crisscrossing vines growing on them. Perhaps I can create a fish trap, so I won't have to spend time hunting in the future. The fish resources in the stream were plentiful, and unless something unexpected happened, Seik felt he would have to rely on the small fish and shrimp from the stream for a long time. So, setting up a fish trap was worth it. With his mind made up, Seik began collecting the vines. These vines were thick as a child's finger, making them perfect for crafting a fish trap. Now that both his claws had evolved, his work efficiency had increased. Soon, after collecting 2 large rolls of vines, Seik started cutting some small trees with his claws, removing the branches and bundling the trunks together with the vines. Looking at the bundle of branches on the ground, Seik swayed his chubby tail and approached, extending his left claw to grab the vines holding the bundle of branches, and started heading back towards the burrow. It took him 20 minutes, but Seik finally made it back home. As soon as he arrived, Seik collapsed onto the bundle of branches. His pink tongue protruded from his mouth as he panted heavily. It seemed he was still a bit lacking in physical strength. It looked like he needed to strengthen his stamina. Gurgle, at that moment, his stomach protested. Hearing his stomach's plea, Sake rolled over, lying belly up on the bundle of branches. He rubbed his slightly sunken belly with his left claw. It seemed he was getting hungry more easily. After resting for a while and feeling better, Sake got up and walked back to the stream. After catching a few fish to fill his stomach, Sake was about to start his work for the day when he suddenly felt a slight pain in his stomach. The next moment, Sake dashed back to the stream on all fours. After relieving himself, he climbed back onto the bank. Ah, that's better. Feeling refreshed, Sake walked over to the pile of raw materials he had brought back. Should he make the door first or the fish trap? His gaze shifted back and forth between the pile of small branches and the 2 rolls of vines before settling on the vines. Let's make the fish trap first, because once it's done, he can use it right away, and if he's lucky, he won't have to hunt at night. As for the door, no rush, he could work on it later tonight. Determined, Sake picked up the 2 rolls of vines, leaned against the bundle of branches, and began weaving. He had watched some wilderness survival shows making fish traps, which seemed simple enough. Almost anyone could do it. Even though he had no hands, he had nimble little claws. So, he was full of confidence. What went wrong again? Oh no, the entrance of the fish trap is too big. Sake, after struggling until the afternoon, a rudimentary but usable fish trap was finally woven. Looking at the fish trap he had woven, Sake felt a bit unsure. It seemed a bit deformed, but it should work. Oh well, let's give it a try, since it's already done. He casually picked some wild fruits by the shore to use as bait in the fish trap, placed it in the stream, secured it with stones on both sides to prevent it from being washed away by the current. After completing all this, Sake returned to the shore and started making a wooden door. Finally, it's done. Sake stood up and only then realized that it was already evening. The black night sky twinkled with stars, and a large full moon hung high in the center of the stars. Gore! He touched his belly with his claws. Alright, I'll feast after I put up the door. Thinking this, Sake glanced at the fish trap placed in the stream. He wondered if his woven fish trap had caught any fish. Probably, it should, maybe catch one? As long as it catches one, it's not a loss. Dragging the completed wooden door to a big tree, Sake stopped in his tracks as he looked at the tree roots. The roots leading to the tree hole entrance were a bit steep. Climbing up by himself would be easy, but dragging a heavy wooden door made it a bit difficult. However, this didn't deter him. He turned back to the pile of wood shavings used to make the door. He swept away the shavings with his claws, revealing the vines buried underneath. These vines were leftovers from making the fish trap, and now they could come in handy. Carrying the vines back to the tree, he tied them into 3 strands on the door, then connected all 3 to one. Holding the rope in his mouth, Sake swiftly ran up the tree roots into the tree hole. And then the pulling began. As he pulled bit by bit, the door started to rise. It went smoothly, and he managed to pull the door up in one go. After fitting the door into the hole at the top of the tree hole, he tried pushing it back and forth. Squeak! Hearing the door make a squeaky sound, Sake felt satisfied. He had a door now, his home was complete. Sake, oh, gur. Just as Sake was happily playing around, his stomach protested again. The claws pushing the wooden door stopped. He landed on all fours and descended directly down the tree roots. His gaze fell on the stream at the doorstep of his home. He hoped the fish trap in the river would work well, so he wouldn't have to catch fish himself. Praying in his heart, he waded into the water towards the fish trap. Splash! He lifted the fish trap and peered inside, where 5 or 6 small white fish mixed with some shrimps and crabs were jumping around due to the lack of water. Oh, success! Although the trap looked a bit ugly, its functionality was not bad. Sitting in the stream with the trap, he reached in and pulled out a fish to eat. After devouring all the fish and shrimps, Sake didn't discard the entrails but put them back in the trap. After setting the fish trap back in place, Sake returned to the treehouse and lay down. Let's call it a day. Inside the small house, Sake lay on the floor of the treehouse, gazing at the 4 golden threads that appeared in front of him. Just like yesterday, today 3 more golden threads were added. Strengthening the body, with that thought, the golden threads extended on their own. This time all 4 golden threads extended into his body together. Drowsiness swept over him. Following this drowsiness, I closed my eyes. The sunlight shone through the cracks in the trees, dispersing the darkness inside the tree hollow. Around, chubby red lizard lay quietly on the ground inside the tree hollow. The sunlight was dazzling. I groggily opened my eyes, not smelling the damp earthy scent but a faint woody fragrance surrounding my nose. Oh right, I already had this treehouse as my home. As the realization dawned on me, my foggy brain began to slowly clear up. I propped myself up, slowly sitting upright. I lowered my round chubby head to look at my body. In my line of sight, my belly covered in red scales had noticeably grown larger. Looking at my body, I suddenly thought of something. To confirm my suspicion, I pushed open the door and ran to the stream in a flash along the tree roots. In the stream, a red lizard was quietly reflected, round and looking somewhat cute. Watching the little lizard in the water, I couldn't contain my joy. My small tail behind me swayed in the calm water. Finally, I was no longer a big-headed lizard. Compared to yesterday, my body had grown significantly larger, and now it seemed to match my big head, no longer having a small body. Claws clenched. Not only that, I also felt a significant increase in my physical strength. I looked at the wooden door on the treehouse. Unlike yesterday when I needed a rope to pull it up, now I felt I could do it on my own. Should I give it a try? This thought was immediately dismissed. No need to waste time. Although I already had a home, like yesterday, there were still many things to do today. That is, cooking. I had been eating raw fish for 2 days, and if possible, I wanted to try grilled fish. Sitting down by the stream, I reached into the fish trap placed in the river, pulled out a fish after a couple of attempts, and started eating. While eating, I looked towards the depths of the forest. Since I had to survive here, it was necessary to familiarize myself with the terrain, to see if there were any neighbors nearby and whether they were dangerous. So today's goal was to collect firewood and get to know the surroundings. Russell, having eaten my fill, I stood up from the stream. The forest had 3 directions to go deeper: left, middle, and right. Without any hesitation, I chose the middle path. After walking for about 20 minutes, a loud roar echoed ahead. Hearing the sound, I silently increased my crawling speed. Following the direction of the sound, I saw a beast that looked like a lion fighting a gray giant wolf on a ground covered with fallen leaves below. Why say it looked like a lion? Because the lion below was huge, about 5 to 6 meters long, and its mane was burning like fire. The giant wolf fighting it was no less, matching the lion in size and moving as swiftly as the wind. Were they fighting? Realizing this, I quickly moved my 4 paws to a large tree and peeked my round lizard head out to observe the battlefield below. The 2 forest giants circled each other, looking for openings. Hiding behind the tree, I focused intently on the battle below. Roar! With a deep roar, the lion launched an attack, catching the wind wolf. Wait, something's not right. I stared in astonishment as the giant wolf's figure dissipated like the wind below. The next moment, the giant wolf's figure appeared behind the lion. A remnant? Or an illusion? The giant wolf that appeared behind the lion raised its paw without hesitation and struck at the lion's abdomen. But at that moment, flames suddenly burst out from the lion's body. The flames spread out like a ring from the lion's center. Sensing the danger, the giant wolf leaped quickly. The lion, with fiery red vertical pupils, coldly stared at the leaping wolf in the air, swiftly turned its robust lion paw, and ran directly towards where the giant wolf would land. If the wolf didn't engage in a direct confrontation, the lion wouldn't have much to do, but as long as the wolf initiated an attack, it would be an opportunity for the lion. As the lion reached the spot where the wolf would land, it pounced fiercely. Faced with the pouncing lion, the giant wolf's figure flickered like an illusion. The lion missed its target, but 2 splashes of blood appeared in the air simultaneously. A claw mark appeared on the lion's back, over a meter long. The giant wolf landed in the distance, with 2 intersecting claw marks on its side, the wounds deep enough to reveal white bones. Sake, hiding behind a tree trunk, felt a bit confused. What just happened? It seemed like the lion was about to pounce on the wolf, but at the last moment, the wolf's figure blurred again, and then 2 bloodstains inexplicably shot out in the air, both beasts injured. No, this must be the wolf's ability. The lion's ability is to manipulate flames, but this giant wolf should have an instant burst of speed ability. The 2 beasts clearly clashed just now, but the movements were too fast for Sake to see clearly. The injured lion didn't continue the pursuit but stood still, its lion head raised, gazing indifferently at the giant wolf. At that moment, the lion appeared like a king, a victorious king, while the giant wolf was a failed conspirator. After a moment of staring at each other, the giant wolf suddenly turned around and walked into the forest without looking back. He had lost this battle. As the loser in the territorial dispute, he naturally had no reason to stay in this forest any longer. Watching his opponent leave, the fire lion also turned to leave. Wait, why is this big cat coming towards me? Or is it just passing by the slope? Russell! The fire lion climbed straight up the slope. Just passing by? No way. This big cat was clearly walking towards me. What to do? What to do? A sense of panic rose in Sake's heart. Run? He glanced at his chubby paws. Running was out of the question. The big cat's 4 long claws could easily overpower him. His gaze shifted to the ground. Due to the towering giant trees, the forest floor was always damp from the dense foliage blocking out the sunlight. Sek brushed away the leaves with his reinforced paws and started digging right there. I dig. Passing by a large tree, the fire lion stopped in its tracks, casting a sidelong glance at the two small mounds of dirt next to the tree trunk, and the little tail that hadn't made it into the hole, sticking out. Sensing something, the exposed little tail was slowly pulled into the freshly dug hole. Is this the little lizard that I was asked to take care of? It seems a bit timid. Should I say hello? The raised paw paused in midair before continuing its descent, and the fire lion continued to stride forward. It abandoned the idea of greeting the little creature. The little one seemed very timid, and he felt that if he roared, the little one would surely continue digging underground in fear. There was no need to scare the little one. Also, the wound on his back, though not serious, was really painful. Right now, all he wanted was to hurry to the human city ahead and find a place to rest at an academy. As a golden species, there would naturally be many human contract masters vying to help him heal. Of course, lions just freeload, lions don't contract. Since the abyssal invasion 500 years ago, the monsters have stood on the front line with all intelligent species, cooperating to resist the invasion of the abyssal species into the surface world. The abyssal invasion was repelled with the joint efforts of monsters and all intelligent species, but it left behind dimensional coordinates in the world. These coordinates were sealed underground by a great wall, forming underground mazes. The underground palaces connect to the abyssal dimensional coordinates, so the monsters inside are endless. This opened up another era, the era of underground palaces. The abyss brought invasion but also resources. When monsters die, their bodies turn to ashes but leave behind corresponding attribute magic crystals, an indispensable material in the civilization of intelligent species. Moreover, various veins and magic plants, rare and common, can be found in the maze. The tacit cooperation between monsters and intelligent species continues to this day. As long as they do not harm intelligent species indiscriminately, powerful monsters are welcomed in any city of intelligent species. Some unscrupulous monsters even sell their eggs directly to intelligent species in exchange for resources from the intelligent species world. This intimate cooperative relationship gradually gave rise to the profession of contract masters among intelligent species. Contract masters assist monsters in battle. But that seems to be about it. Anyway, Fire Lion couldn't understand why those monsters voluntarily signed contracts with those seemingly foolish intelligent species. Walking into the familiar academy, Fire Lion lay down directly at the school gate. It's Fire Lion. It's injured. What a great opportunity. Lord Fire Lion, can I use a potion to heal you? Fire Lion nodded gently, tacitly agreeing to the request of the two-legged creature with long hair in front of him. Seeing Fire Lion's nod of approval, a blush appeared on the girl's face. Mr. Fire Lion, I have freshly grilled fish here, just cooked, still warm. Facing the request of the short-haired human species on her head, Fire Lion nodded gently in agreement. The grilled fish was handed over, and Fire Lion opened his mouth and took a bite. It smells good. Fire Lion. Of course, he still maintained his pride as a golden species on the surface. With the grilled fish down, the fiery red mane burning around Fire Lion's neck slowly dissipated, revealing a bright red mane like fire. This was a sign that Fire Lion had relaxed. Mr. Fire Lion, let me groom you. Lord Fire Lion, I'm better at grooming than him. You're talking nonsense. I'm not. They started arguing again. Humans are really foolish. Roar, Fire Lion let out a low growl towards the group of arguing individuals in front of him, then laid his head on the ground. The meaning was clear, come together. The contract masters, who were familiar with each other and never backed down from a challenge when it came to monsters, naturally understood Fire Lion's intention at a glance. They surrounded him, took out combs, and began grooming the fiery red mane. These human species really had some skills. Of course, lions just freeload, lions don't contract, and that won't change. Enjoying the services of these human species, Fire Lion slowly closed his eyes, deciding to take a nap first. After about an hour in the burrow. During this time, there was no movement outside the burrow. Assisi peeked out of the burrow, holding his tail and swaying it left and right. No attacks. That fiery big cat must have left. Thinking about it, compared to the size of that big cat, he was just a mouthful, not worth hunting for that big cat. He retracted his tail, slowly crawled out of the burrow. With a cautious movement, the round little head poked out of the burrow, scanning left and right. As expected, there was no sign of the big cat. Instead, there was a set of large paw prints extending forward on the ground. It must be the big cat's tracks. Feeling safe, Sek crawled out of the burrow and began his mission for the day. Following the same path back, he picked up some dry branches that had fallen from the trees. By the time he returned to the wooden hut, Sek had gathered enough firewood. After placing the firewood down, he set up a fish trap in the stream. By the afternoon, he had caught 7 palm-sized fish and a small shrimp. He tossed the shrimp into his mouth and strung the 7 fish together on a vine through their gills, carrying them ashore. Sitting in front of the pile of firewood, Sake found a dry piece of wood and started to create sparks by drilling it with another piece. Sha-sha, the wood friction produced a continuous rustling sound. After about 10 minutes, a wisp of smoke rose. Seeing this, Sake's pupils slightly dilated. Just then, a chilling sensation crept up his back, accompanied by an extremely foul smell, like that of rotten fish left out in the sun for days. His body instinctively rolled away. Kacha, the wood that had just produced smoke, was shattered. Rolling to avoid the surprise attack, Sake identified the assailant, a black bear standing over 2 meters tall on its hind legs. Its massive size exuded a daunting presence, with its large, fierce eyes. Feeling a sharp pain on his back, Sake noticed blood on the bear's claws and felt something ignite within him. He couldn't quite grasp what it was, but he knew he wanted to take down this bear that had attacked him. With all fours on the ground, he tensed his hind legs slightly. Seeing the lizard not fleeing, the bear grew angrier. It was one thing for this creature to catch fish in its territory, but to not run away upon seeing the bear was unacceptable. Initially intending to drive the lizard away, the bear now aimed to kill it. Roar! The bear roared and lunged at Sake. The fat bear surprisingly moved with speed that didn't match its bulky body. It almost instantly pounced on Sake. The bear's wide-open mouth revealed yellow fangs, and the stench of dead fish filled the air. In that moment, Sake seemed to understand what had ignited within him anger, just like the bear's. Being reincarnated into this world as a lizard was one thing, especially with special abilities, but almost dying at the start was something he couldn't accept. With his hind legs already primed, he leaped up to evade the bear's attack, simultaneously aiming his 2 sharp claws at the bear's eyes. Poochie! The sensation of piercing something came from his claws. The pained bear reacted with extreme speed, clamping down on one of Sake's claws and flinging it away. Bang! Like a cannonball, Sake flew through the air until crashing heavily into a tree trunk. Slowly getting up from the ground, his consciousness felt heavy. However, watching the blind bear wildly attacking ahead, he felt it was worth the blow. The frenzied bear continued its erratic assault, while Sake stood still, quietly observing the bear's frenzy. After a wild flurry of attacks, the bear exhausted a significant amount of energy. Realizing it was futile, the bear began to retreat slowly. Seeing the bear stop, Sake scooped up a stone with his claw and hurled it directly at the bear's head. The stone hit the bear's head accurately. Roar! The enraged black bear roared again, swiping its claws left and right before stopping. The frequency of the bear's claw swipes decreased significantly. However, it was still not enough. Sake picked up a stone and threw it at the bear once more. Roar! The bear roared, but this time it didn't swipe its claws. Instead, it charged straight at Sake. Sake stood still, watching the bear charge towards him. Just as the bear lunged close enough to pounce, Sake jumped to the left. The bear missed its target and crashed heavily into a tree trunk. Rustling sounds filled the air as the leaves shook slightly. The impact seemed to have dazed the bear, freezing it in place. Sake seized the opportunity he deliberately created. With a swift movement, Sake leaped onto the bear's back, driving his sharp claws into the bear's neck and tearing ferociously. His mouth, filled with sharp teeth, clamped down on the bear's neck. Roar! The bear howled in pain, thrashing its back against the tree trunk. Thud! Using the bear as a cushion, Sake held on tight, intensifying his tearing with his claws. 1 piece, 2 pieces. Soon, the ground was covered with blood and chunks of flesh. Gradually, the bear ceased its movements, slumping against the tree trunk, powerless. Sake did not miss this opportunity. No, it wasn't an opportunity, it was an effect he intentionally created. With a forceful kick, Sake pounced on the bear's back, driving his claws recklessly into the bear's neck, tearing wildly. With a mouth full of sharp teeth, he aimed for the bear's neck. Roar! The bear, in agony, let out a roar, then its back slammed into the tree trunk in a frenzy. Thud! Using the bear as a cushion, Sake showed no intention of letting go. Instead, he tore even more swiftly. 1 piece, 2 pieces. Soon, the ground was covered with blood and chunks of flesh. The bear gradually stopped moving, its body slumping against the tree trunk. Whimpering sounds could be heard as Sake glanced at the bear beneath him. Was it begging for mercy? With a forceful tug of his mouth clamped on the bear's neck, a large chunk of flesh was torn off, rendering the bear motionless and unable to whimper. Standing on the bear's back, Sake gazed at the now motionless bear. I won! He grinned. Before he could revel in his victory, his head suddenly felt heavy, and he collapsed to the ground. His consciousness faded almost instantly. What's that delicious smell? His eyes felt heavy, longing for more sleep. Fighting against the drowsiness, Sake slowly opened his eyes. As he did, he realized his head was resting on someone's legs. Awake? A gentle voice, somewhat familiar. It was her, Cecilia. Seek lifted his head to see who he was resting on. Cecilia appeared expressionless, almost angry. And how did she end up here? Cecilia, still a bit angry, looked at the lizard head resting obediently on her legs. A young monster that had just hatched a few days ago dared to fight a mature wild beast, risking its life. She raised her staff and tapped the round lizard head. Don't do this again next time. Eh? Seek weakly responded. Looking at the girl in front of him, he felt a warmth in his heart. Even in this unfamiliar world, there were people who cared for him. His body no longer ached much. Cecilia must have treated him. Glancing at the bear carcass lying not far away, its blood not yet dried, it seemed he hadn't slept for long. Seek propped himself up with his claws. Your wounds haven't fully healed. What do you plan to do? Hearing Cecilia's question, Seek pointed to the bear carcass under the big tree. Do you want to deal with this bear? Seek nodded, then walked to the bear's body, crouched down, and effortlessly sliced off its 2 paws with his sharp claws. After cutting off the paws, Seek skillfully peeled the meat from them by the stream. Finishing the task, Seek returned to Cecilia with the bare paws and raised them in his hand. Watching Sake's silly actions, Cecilia smiled. No, she couldn't easily forgive this guy, or else he might do something dangerous again next time. The smile on her face instantly disappeared. I don't eat raw meat. Hearing Cecilia's words, Sake placed the meat on a lotus leaf, then used his claws to gather a pile of collected firewood together. With the firewood arranged, Sake eagerly looked at Cecilia. Bright, shiny, round eyes. Adorably irresistible. How could one refuse that? Cecilia raised her staff, a blue magic circle quickly forming at the tip, and with a slight wave, a flame landed directly on the pile of firewood. The dry firewood instantly caught fire. Seeing the firewood burning, Sake sat down and skewered 2 bear paws on a wooden stick to start roasting them. Cecilia felt strange watching Sake roasting bear paws by the fire. At this moment, Sake didn't look like a lizard monster but more like an intelligent being. After all, proper lizards like to lie down. And Sake, judging by his posture, seemed like he had done this before. Sizzle, as time passed, the roasted bear paws turned golden brown, sizzling and oozing oil, filling the air with a delicious meaty aroma. At that moment, a fair hand passed over a small bottle. Sake looked at Cecilia, who handed him the bottle. It's seasoning. Seasoning? Sake's eyes lit up. Although the bear paws were already fragrant, adding seasoning would surely make them even more delicious. He took the seasoning and poured it over the bear paws one by one. The meaty aroma in the air instantly became richer. Alright, it's almost done, or it will burn. After a while, Cecilia, sitting beside him, suddenly spoke. Hearing Cecilia's words, Sake glanced at the 2 roasted bear paws. They seemed crispy on the outside and tender inside, as he had adjusted the cooking time earlier. Sake handed one of the bear paws to Cecilia. Is this for me? Sake nodded. With confirmation, Cecilia smiled and took the bear paw. 2 bear paws, 1 for each. Perhaps they were indeed delicious, as they were quickly devoured. Satisfied and content, Sake's gaze shifted to the delicate basket placed next to the young girl. Noticing what Sake was looking at, Cecilia explained, I came to the forest today to find some magical plants as I've run out of materials at home. Sake pointed at the basket and then at himself with his claw. Although he didn't speak, Cecilia seemed to understand him perfectly. Will Sake help me? Sake nodded. The girl in front of him had helped him so much, he had to repay her in some way. I see. Cecilia stood up from the ground and slung the basket over her back. Sake, come with me. Roar with a response, Sake followed Cecilia's steps ahead. After walking along the path for a few minutes, Cecilia stopped under a large tree. Under the tree grew a small cluster of lush green plants, with green roots hanging a single leaf that didn't match the rest. This is what I'm looking for. Hearing Cecilia's words, Sake looked at the plant in front of her. It looked unique and highly identifiable. Taking out a pair of scissors from the basket, Cecilia began to explain to Sake while dismantling the plant. Its name is forest essence, a branch born from these large trees in the forest. Its effect is healing, and it can exert certain medicinal effects even without alchemical refinement. Also, when harvesting, be careful to only cut from the middle of the root, so these trees can continue to grow branches. If pulled directly, these trees will not grow branches for a long time. Seek nodded, then crouched down and began to help with his 2 small claws. Yes, just cut from the middle like this. In response, Seek pointed to other trees, indicating several in a row. He was curious why, in a forest where all trees looked the same, only one large tree had this plant called forest essence growing beneath it. This one. Cecilia smiled gently and beautifully. Seek, you see, although the forest seems vast, there are actually no more than 10 trees in this forest. Ah, Seek was a bit puzzled. You know, Seek, when these forest essences grow up, they are actually these trees, but they just don't grow any bigger. Ah, because the growth of forest essences requires sunlight. After accompanying Cecilia for a walk in the forest, Seek watched her leave. Looking at Cecilia's departing figure, Seek turned his gaze to the book in his paw. It was left to him by Cecilia. It was a book on identifying magical plants in the forest, with illustrations that he could understand even if he couldn't read. The colors on the book's page borders represented the medicinal effects of the plants on the page. Watching Cecilia walk away, Seek felt that her appearance today was not a coincidence. Following Cecilia around, he quickly got an overview of this forest area because Cecilia kept talking nonstop along the way. She pointed out where dangerous magical beasts were and where they were not, showing him everything. It seemed like he owed her even more. Watching her disappear completely, Seek withdrew his gaze. After returning to the cabin and putting the book away, Seek walked over to the bear carcass at the base of the tree. The bear carcass had been sprinkled with a layer of spices just used for roasting meat, a scent so dominant that there was barely any hint of blood in the air. Only when close to the bear carcass could a faint smell of blood be detected. Alright, it was time to deal with this big guy. After skinning and cleaning the bear hide, he hung it up to dry and then proceeded to smoke all the meat pieces. By the time he finished all this, it was already late at night. Dragging his tired body, Seek climbed back up to the treehouse. Strength and body. 3 golden threads began to merge into his body, but Seek paid no attention, as the tiredness had already caused him to close his eyes. The next day, when he woke up, Seek peeked out of the treehouse, glancing at the smokehouse below, where a faint gray smoke was still rising, but it seemed to be dying out soon after burning all night. He crawled down along the tree roots, added some fresh wood to the smokehouse, and took a piece of smoked bear meat before returning to the cabin. With plenty of bear meat and the catch from the fish traps in the stream, he no longer had to worry about food for a long time. Since food was abundant, Seek decided to carefully study the magical plant identification book left by Cecilia. He aimed to memorize its contents, as the information in this book was crucial for him. Once he identified all the magical plants, he would know which ones in the forest could move and which could not. Back in the treehouse, he devoured the bear meat in 3 or 2 bites. Opening the cabin door, he hugged the book and lay down at the entrance, flipping open the first page. With his paw, he turned to the first page, where a snow-white flower with roots and petals appeared on the page. The border was green, indicating it was a healing-type magical plant. Yesterday, Cecilia had already explained to him that green was for healing, blue for restoring magic, purple was poisonous, and special types of elemental magic plants were determined by their color. And so, Seik stayed in the treehouse for a few days. His memory skills were not outstanding. It wasn't until the 3rd day that Seik finally flipped through the last page of the book. Alright, finally finished. As he looked at the completed book, a sense of accomplishment welled up in Seik's heart. At the same time, the golden threads inside him surged in an instant. Standing up from the ground, he picked up the book and placed it on the makeshift table in the treehouse. After 3 days in the treehouse, he had only gained 3 golden threads in total, which was quite slow. Pushing open the wooden door, Seik grinned slightly as he looked at the clear sky outside. Alright, let's go out today. The rapid increase of golden threads in his body gradually slowed down at this moment, returning to its slow growth pace. After silently feeling it, he found that he now had 6 additional golden threads, compared to the initial 3. He had vaguely grasped a rule regarding the growth of these golden threads. They grew slowly when he did nothing, but rapidly increased after completing a task that brought satisfaction. The extent of growth depended on the level of satisfaction. For example, after finishing the book he had been chewing on for 3 days, the satisfaction he felt was immense, and correspondingly, the golden threads in his body surged. The upright big-headed lizard extended its large claws and rubbed its belly. He was a bit hungry. Since he was hungry, it was time to eat. There was still plenty of smoked meat and fish left. Hey, Seik! Seik, who was halfway down a tree root, paused, then lifted his round head to look in the direction of the voice. On the opposite side of the stream at the doorstep, a girl in a blue dress was waving at him, her face beaming with a happy smile. Her lively appearance was quite adorable. It was Cecilia. She had come again. Ong raising his claw in response, Seik continued along the stone ditch towards the stream. He stopped in front of Cecilia. Her fair little hand gently rested on Seik's head. Seik, have you missed me in these 3 days? Missed her? Seik tilted his head slightly. He had been so engrossed in reading for the past 3 days that he hardly had any thoughts. Just as he was about to shake his head, Cecilia spoke again. Never mind, don't answer that question. Hearing Cecilia's sudden change of mind, Seik was a bit puzzled. Cecilia was so strange. She had asked a question, why did she suddenly not want an answer? Wait for me, I'll go up the stream. Looking at the stream in front of her, she wasn't feeling well today, so she didn't want to touch the slightly cold stream. Just as Cecilia was about to turn around, she felt her hand being held back. Turning around, she saw that Seik's large claw was holding her hand. What's wrong, Seik? Seik turned directly and pointed to his back. Seeing Seik's gesture, Cecilia instantly understood. Seik, do you want to carry me across? Seik turned his head slightly towards the girl in front of him. Looking at Seik in front of her, Cecilia realized that Seik had grown a bit without her noticing. The biggest change was in his body, which was now almost balanced with his head. Previously, it looked somewhat deformed, but now it just seemed like his head had grown slightly larger. Also, Seik's two front paws had noticeably become thicker, with muscle contours faintly visible. Unknowingly, this little guy had started to grow. Let me try, Seik. If you feel you can't carry me, just let me know, okay? Seik turned around. In less than 2 seconds, a weight was placed on his back, a bit heavy but manageable. After carrying the person to the other side, Seik returned to the center of the stream and lifted the fish trap with his claws. What's this? Cecilia squatted on the bank, curious about what Seik had retrieved from the stream. It looked like a fishing trap. Seik, seeing Cecilia's gentle blue eyes filled with curiosity, directly lifted the trap onto the bank. Upon emptying it, a bunch of small fish and shrimp spilled out. It was indeed a trap. Cecilia was somewhat surprised. She could sense that Seik, unlike ordinary young magical creatures, was intelligent, but she didn't expect him to be clever enough to know how to make such a trap. She gazed at the damp and rudimentary trap, which seemed reusable. This little guy was truly clever. Watching Seik in front of her, an idea popped into Cecilia's mind, but she didn't rush to say it. It's really a trap, Seik, you're so clever. Seik felt satisfied with the praise and returned the empty fish trap to the stream. After setting the trap back in place, Seik started a fire and grilled the fish. After a satisfying meal, Cecilia leaned on the ground and looked towards the treehouse ahead, knowing it was Seik's home. Can you take me to your house to have a look? Seik agreed without hesitation. There wasn't much to see, except for a rudimentary wooden table he had made in the treehouse. But since Cecilia asked, he didn't mind showing her around. Standing at the base of the tree, looking at the steep roots, Seik glanced back at Cecilia. With his claws, the steep roots were like a walk in the park for him, but it might not be the same for Cecilia, who didn't have claws. In fact, looking at the roots in front of her, Cecilia found it challenging. It was possible to climb up using magic, but the issue was her attire for the day, a blue dress. Using magic in this outfit wouldn't be very ladylike. Her dress hem was gently tugged. Seeing the figure in front of her slightly leaning forward, Cecilia was momentarily stunned, then smiled and climbed on, wrapping her arms around Seik's neck. Feeling the weight on his back, especially the pressure and touch, Seik felt his thoughts becoming a bit chaotic. This weight. Miss Cecilia may look petite, but no, this wasn't right. He shouldn't casually imagine things about a girl, especially Miss Cecilia. Trying to calm his thoughts, but thoughts were not easily controlled. Unlike before, this time Cecilia completely shifted her weight onto his back, her hands tightly around his neck. The sensation was remarkably clear. Additionally, the golden threads inside him were rapidly growing, with half a strand added in less than a moment. Seik understood where this satisfaction came from. Even though he had turned into a lizard, his aesthetic preferences remained unchanged. In his past life, he was a single office worker from birth, never having been in a relationship. Now, suddenly being approached so intimately by Cecilia, a beauty straight out of a two-dimensional world, caught him off guard. No, this wasn't right. He shouldn't be thinking like this. The image of Cecilia's gaze towards him flashed in his mind. It was a gentle look containing affection, but the kind of affection one would have for a younger brother. In that moment, his thoughts slowly cooled down. Yes, she was just taking care of herself as a little brother. A complex emotion rose in her heart, a bit of loss, and a bit of unwillingness. After climbing up the treehouse with Miss Cecilia on her back, Seik slightly swayed his body. Seik expanded the treehouse a bit during the 3 days of staying in it, and now the space in the treehouse was quite large. The small hand around his neck immediately loosened. Safely landing, Cecilia looked around the treehouse, a very simple one. But it wouldn't be simple here soon. This time she came prepared. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Cecilia's face as she turned her gaze to Seik beside her. Seik, close your eyes, I have a surprise for you. Ha! Just close your eyes. The girl slightly shook the claw of the upright lizard, as if coquettish. Watching Cecilia, who was holding her left claw and shaking it continuously, Seik silently closed his eyes. Bang! The sound of a heavy object landing came from the treehouse. Upon hearing the sound, Sek's first thought was to open his eyes, but Cecilia's voice came before that. Sek, don't open your eyes, or I won't come here for half a month, no, a week. The girl's voice carried an obvious threat, but honestly, Sek felt that Cecilia's gentle voice was not suitable for making threats. Although she was saying threatening words, it sounded soft to him. How he responded with an open mouth and continued to keep his eyes tightly closed. He wanted to see what surprise Cecilia was preparing for him. Bang! Another sound of an object landing, not as loud as the previous one. After waiting slowly for about 5 or 6 minutes, Cecilia's voice finally came to his ears. Okay, you can open your eyes now. Upon hearing this, Sek opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, Sek saw a large bed in his originally empty wooden house, or rather, it looked more like a circular hollow filled with some soft blue bedding. Not just a hollow, a cabinet also appeared in the room. The cabinet emitted a faint invisible fluctuation. Seeing this scene, Sek subconsciously stepped back. Fear rose in his heart. The last time he saw this phenomenon was on the woman who almost killed him. What's wrong, Sek? Cecilia noticed Sek's abnormality. In just a moment, Sek had already retreated to the entrance of the treehouse. Sek raised his claw and pointed to the cabinet. A cabinet? Cecilia was a bit puzzled. It was just a magical cabinet used to store some spices and simple ingredients for preservation. Why was little Sek so afraid? Suddenly she remembered something. Beasts are naturally able to see magic. But why would Sek, who saw the magical fluctuations emanating from the magical cabinet, be afraid? She recalled the scene of Sek covered in wounds lying at the entrance of the manor. Rushing forward, Cecilia reached out and embraced the round head of the upright lizard. Being held, smelling the fragrance on Cecilia, Sek felt the fear in his heart gradually dissipating. It's okay, the gentle voice was like a light piercing through dark clouds, warm. Relaxing, Sek quietly lay in Cecilia's arms, pointing to the cabinet not far away. This thing is very dangerous. Sensing the little one gradually tensing up again, Cecilia hurriedly continued to comfort the little one in her arms. It's okay. This is not a dangerous item. It's just a very ordinary magical cabinet. Little Sek, don't you like to eat cooked food? I have prepared many seasonings for you inside. With these seasonings, Sek will definitely be able to make many very, very delicious dishes. Magic cabinet? Sek carefully looked at the magic cabinet and immediately noticed that the distorted air around the magic cabinet was actually very calm, unlike the woman emitting a sense of destructive frenzy. Feeling the little one in his arms relax again, Cecilia held the little one's 2 big paws and let the little one stand up on its own. Do you want to take a look? There are many seasonings prepared inside. Yes, looking at Cecilia in front of him, Sek chose to agree. With a gentle smile on his face, Cecilia lifted the little one's paw and walked step by step towards the magic cabinet. As Sek walked closer to the magic cabinet, he felt very calm in his heart. He understood why. His gaze fell on Cecilia's hand holding his right paw. You see, there's nothing, right? Yes, click. Cecilia opened the drawer, revealing fine white sand inside. This is white salt. This is. Listening to Cecilia's gentle and soft voice introducing the taste of each seasoning, Sek felt the last trace of fear engraved in his heart gradually being smoothed out. Slowly, he stood beside her, listening attentively to Cecilia's explanations of each seasoning. Boom! Just then, a thunderous sound echoed through the sky. Upon hearing the thunder, Sek and Cecilia almost simultaneously looked outside the treehouse door. The sky outside had turned dark and gloomy at some point, with purple lightning occasionally streaking across the sky, accompanied by continuous thunder. Pitter-patter, whoosh, the scattered light rain quickly turned into a downpour. It was raining, but the sky outside was already dark. How would Miss Cecilia go back? Thinking of this, Sek turned his head to look at Miss Cecilia beside him. At that moment, Cecilia also looked at Sek. Their eyes met, and seeing Sek's dumbfounded expression, Cecilia's face showed a gentle smile. It looks like I'll be staying with you, Sek, today. You wouldn't mind welcoming me, right? Sek quickly shook his head. How could he not welcome Cecilia? But how would they sleep? His gaze fell on the surprise nest Cecilia had prepared for herself. Tonight, let Cecilia sleep in this nest, and he would make do as usual on the ground. Suddenly, a warm touch was felt on his paw. Sek looked down, and a fair little hand was holding his paw. Wanting to pull back, but afraid of hurting Cecilia, his claws were sharp, and he might accidentally scratch her fair skin. Sek, come with me. Without resistance, Sek obediently followed Cecilia to the nest. Why are you standing there? Come here. The girl patted the empty space next to her, inviting him. Sek obediently lay down in the empty space next to Cecilia. Sek, do you want to learn words? Cecilia suddenly asked. Yes? It's the common language. By learning words, you'll be able to understand more books. Yes. Sek nodded vigorously. Learning was necessary, knowing how to read was essential everywhere, he didn't want to be an illiterate lizard. Well, let me teach you then. Let's start from the very basics. The night was long. They studied until late into the night. Sek couldn't even remember when he fell asleep. When he opened his eyes, it was already the next day. So soft. Enjoying the softness of the mattress, Sek slowly opened his eyes. A fragrant scent wafted from beside him. Looking over, a flawless fair little face came into view. The girl's skin was flawless and fair, her long blue eyelashes tightly closed, and her cherry pink lips as if frozen. Without any warning, the girl's eyes suddenly opened. Good morning, Sek. Meow. Sek raised a paw in response. I had so much fun studying last night, shall we continue later? Meow. Sek was a bit puzzled. Why was Cecilia staying with him for so long this time? It's nothing, the academy organized a student expedition, and since I'm not a chaperone, I've been quite free lately. Meow. Sek's confusion cleared as he turned and walked out of the treehouse. After breakfast with Cecilia, it was time to study together. Cecilia stayed in the treehouse for 3 days, and during that time, Sek felt very happy. He also learned basic words, and now he could recognize most words except for some rare ones. Alright, Sek, you don't have to see me off. Sek stopped in his tracks, nodding gently. Meow. See you next time. The girl waved as Sek raised his paw to bid farewell. Watching Cecilia's figure disappear into the distance, Sek returned to his treehouse. Inside, he ran back to his nest and lay down, a faint fragrance lingering on the bedding. Inhaling the scent, his mind calmed down. It was time to strengthen himself. Strands of golden threads began to appear in the air. There were many of them, a total of 26. These days spent with Cecilia had truly made him happy. So far, he had no problem hunting beasts with his claws, but his defense was lacking. Enhanced scales, 10 golden threads entered the scales all over his body. Looking at the remaining threads in front of him, Sek pondered for a moment before making a decision. Enhance abdominal scales. In battle, the front is where enemies strike the most, so the chances of being hit there are higher. 10 golden threads entered his abdomen. His gaze then turned to the remaining 6 threads. Enhance front paws. The last 6 golden threads entered his front paws. Overwhelming drowsiness washed over him. Yielding to the drowsiness, he closed his eyes, gradually slipping into slumber. The fox felt that this book was poorly written. It seemed that since the end of the first book, the fox had lost its touch. The fox felt that something was wrong and might be intermittently absent for a while. The fox needed to brush up on writing, learn, and then return to create interesting stories for everyone. White thick scales and long strips covered his belly, providing a sense of security. Sek looked at his larger, evolved body with satisfaction. Extending his paw, he scratched his belly. The sharp claws rubbed against the white thick scales, sparking but leaving no marks. This thickness. Now he didn't have to worry about being cut open by his prey. A sense of contentment filled his gaze. Growl, his stomach growled at an inappropriate time. He was hungry. When hungry, one should eat. Crawling out of the treehouse, he took the last piece of smoked bear meat from the smokehouse. Only a few smoked fish remained hanging there. His food reserves were running low. Sek looked at the small fish, palm-sized, hanging there. With his evolution, his appetite had grown, and now even the small fish and shrimp in the river couldn't satisfy his basic needs. So, he had to go hunting. After finishing his meal, he would enter the forest to test his combat abilities. Opening his mouth, he stuffed the smoked meat into it. Munching on it, the taste was as delicious as ever, with a smoky aroma, much tastier than regular meat. He finished the smoked meat in 3 or 4 bites. Standing up from the ground, Sek touched his big belly with his claws, only half full. Walking out of the smoke-filled hut, he went to the stream in front of the door to check the fish trap. Inside, there were only 3 small fish and a few shrimps. The catch in the fish trap was getting less and less. Looking at the meager catch in the trap, a sense of relief rose in his heart. It was right not to make many fish traps. Even if he did, it would only be a waste of time, as the small fish in the stream were noticeably decreasing. Perhaps soon, the fish trap would only catch some small shrimps. Indeed, hunting in the forest was necessary. Sek walked to the shore with the fish trap and emptied it on the ground. 3 small fish and 4 shrimps flopped on the ground. Squatting down, he picked up the 4 shrimps and stuffed them directly into his mouth. Just enough flavor. Soon, the 3 small fish were gutted and thrown into his belly. Sek stood up straight, touched his belly with his claws, half full. Glancing at the fish trap on the ground, Sek decided to pick it up, but instead of heading to the stream, he hung the fish trap outside the smokehouse. There were not many small fish left in the stream. He would check again in 2 months. He hung the fish trap on a wooden pillar outside the smokehouse and turned to look at the forest. It was a clear day with blue skies and white clouds. The sunlight didn't reach the forest floor, but it made the dense forest seem less gloomy. Alright, it was time to find prey. SEK headed deeper into the forest. After walking for a while, no worthy prey appeared. There were many animals in the trees, but they were all small creatures, not worth hunting, definitely not because of the inability to climb trees or catch up. Snap! Ouch! A fruit pit fell to the ground. SEK stopped and looked up at the tree trunk. A monkey on the trunk was grimacing and jumping around, looking quite pleased with itself. Annoying monkey, one day I'll catch you and make a spicy roasted monkey out of you. There was not just one monkey in the tree, but only one bouncing around, a one-eyed monkey with a terrifying scar on its face. SEK silently noted the monkey's features and walked away. Rustling sound? SEK paused, then lightened his steps. The noise was significant, like a big creature. Suppressing his excitement, he approached slowly. The ground was covered with dry leaves, so he had to slow down to avoid scaring off the creature ahead. After a while, SEK finally reached a large tree. Peeking out from the trunk, he saw a massive black boar about 4 meters long digging something less than 20 meters away. The boar's body was so large that SEK couldn't see what it was digging. Looking at the boar's size, SEK hesitated. Was it too risky to hunt such a big creature now? Suddenly, the boar stopped. A bad feeling crept up in SEK's heart. The next moment, the boar turned around. Its head was covered in blood, its tusks stained red, and its crimson eyes made it even more terrifying. SEK saw what the boar had been digging, another boar, now just half a body, the rest devoured. Looking into the boar's red eyes, SEK suddenly understood. At that moment, he realized why the boar was unusually large. A monster. Cecilia had told him that besides monsters and wild beasts, there might also be demons in the forest. Demons were the result of the contamination by the abyssal aura leaked from the underground palace. They were ferocious, bloodthirsty, with only slaughter in their eyes, mindless pests. And this giant boar fit every characteristic Cecilia had mentioned. In those crimson eyes, there was only ferocity and bloodlust. Grunt! Its black iron-like hooves scraped against the ground. This fellow was about to attack. Realizing this, SEK got down on all fours, his gaze locked onto the demon giant boar, his body tensing up. Run away directly? Not to mention whether he could outrun this big guy, he simply didn't want to run at all. Because he did feel a sense of oppression from this giant boar, but it was only due to its size. It was nothing like the feeling he had when he encountered that big cat last time. When he faced that big cat, he couldn't muster any fighting thoughts. But this giant boar didn't evoke that kind of feeling at all. It was a perfect opportunity to test his own combat abilities. Demons were at least of low-level strength. With the size of this giant boar, it should be at least mid-level. Perfect, to test his own strength. SEK was so focused that he didn't even notice his breathing becoming heavier, white mist faintly emanating from his large nostrils. Grunt! The giant boar stopped scraping the ground with its hooves and charged directly. Its massive body made it look like a meat mountain rushing forward, its speed so fast that it almost instantly reached SEK. 2 sharp tusks aimed at SEK. The tusks gleamed with a cold light, their piercing power undoubtedly unquestionable. Grunt! Accompanied by a bloody wind, the giant boar had already charged forward. With a powerful push from its hind legs, SEK met the giant boar head-on. A direct collision? Of course, it was impossible. Not to mention the difference in size, the 2 long tusks of the giant boar were not suitable for a head-on collision. At the moment of impact, SEK slightly shifted his body to the side, avoiding a direct collision with the giant boar while his right claw slid directly into the boar's flesh. Poochie! Blood spurted out, for long wounds appeared on the side of the giant boar. The giant boar stopped its charge, turned its body, and its crimson gaze locked onto SEK once again. Grunt! Despite the terrifying wound on its body and the blood still spurting out, it acted as if nothing had happened, just like a pig without a care in the world. Couldn't it feel pain? Wondering in his mind, as he watched the giant boar charging towards him again, SEK made a move. He faced the giant boar head-on. At the last moment, SEK slid under the belly of the giant boar, his sharp claws slashing across its belly. Compared to the side attack, slashing the belly seemed much easier, with almost no resistance. But soon SEK regretted it. Hot, smelly, long, round, it all poured down on him in an instant. Grunt! After charging a few more steps, the giant boar, now dropping its internal organs all over the ground, collapsed and lay motionless. Pa! Pa! He spat several times until the taste in his mouth faded, then SEK used his claws to remove the parts hanging on him. His gaze shifted to the fallen giant boar not far away. It should be dead, right? He flung the intestines in his hand directly towards the giant boar's head. No movement. It seemed dead. Removing the last piece of intestine hanging on him, CK stepped forward towards the now deceased giant boar. Although he felt the giant boar was dead, it was always better to be cautious. His gaze fixed firmly on the motionless giant boar on the ground, his claws moving step by step, maintaining a state of readiness, ready to jump back at any sign of movement from the giant boar. Until it was within a range of 1 or 2 meters from the wild boar, the wild boar remained motionless. This distance was enough. With a burst of power, its hind legs sprang forward, lunging fiercely, both sharp front claws piercing the wild boar's forehead simultaneously. Stirring. Soon, the claws seemed to touch something. The two claws grabbed what they touched and pulled with force. Poochie. Accompanied by splattering blood, the two front claws pulled out a purple crystal from the boar's head. Due to inertia, the body inevitably fell backward. The claws slipped, and the sphere flew out. Seek also tumbled on the ground before coming to a stop. Lying on the ground, Seek's gaze followed the airborne monster crystal. The monster crystal turned into a parabola in the air until it landed at the feet of someone wearing brown leather boots. Wait, feet? Seek was startled, his gaze alert. The owner of the feet was a man, tall in stature, wearing leather boots, with a large iron shield on his back. Beside him stood 4 similarly dressed individuals, all in leather boots and armor of various styles. Their weapons were diverse, resembling the adventurers that Cecilia had mentioned. Quickly flipping over and getting up from the ground, Seek ran without hesitation. It wasn't until he reached a tree about 10 meters away that he stopped. He had finally hunted down prey, and giving up now seemed a waste. Perhaps those adventurers only wanted the crystal and not the meat? Pressed against the tree trunk, Seek cautiously peeked out. Lucky! A monster crystal found for free. The adventurer with the shield squatted down to pick up the crystal, a smile on his rugged face. Smack! Captain, why did you hit me? A burly, 2-meter-tall minotaur stood in front of the shield-bearer, extending a large hand. Quit the chatter, hand over the crystal. If you wanted it, you could have just asked. No need to hit me on the head. Despite the complaint, the shield-bearer obediently handed over the crystal. Although they seemed to play around every day, their bond had long been forged in countless battles. Taking the crystal, the minotaur's gaze shifted to the monster peeking out from behind the tree 10 meters away. Perhaps timid, the monster immediately retreated upon meeting his gaze. The minotaur stopped about 5 to 6 meters from the tree, knowing the monster behind the tree had not left. I apologize for my companion's recklessness and hope you can accept it. We won't take any of your spoils. You killed the monster, so its ownership rightfully belongs to you. We will also leave behind 2 bottles of healing potions as an apology, and we will leave immediately. With that, the minotaur turned and walked away. Boss, this is a rare wild boar monster, a valuable ingredient. Are we really giving up on it? Quit the talk. Say one more word, and I'll hit you. On a massive tree branch, a lion with fiery mane lay quietly, watching a group of adventurers depart. Seemingly bored, it yawned widely. Russell, listening to the fading footsteps. After the footsteps vanished, Seek hesitated for a moment before peeking out. He couldn't bear to leave the prey he had just hunted, as the wild boar's size would have been enough to feed him for a week. The forest, covered in fallen leaves, only had a wild boar lying quietly on the ground. The adventurers had clearly left. Emerging from behind the tree trunk, Seek's gaze fell on the monster crystal on the ground, a purple crystal about the size of a basketball. Next to the crystal were 2 bottles of emerald green potion. They were the healing potions the adventurers had mentioned. Walking up to the items, Seek squatted down and picked up 3 things. The healing potion looked correct in color, but he wasn't planning on drinking it since he hadn't been injured in the recent battle. Besides, the origin of this item was unknown, so he decided to wait until Cecilia came back to identify it. Standing in front of the corpse of the giant boar, Seek hesitated as he looked at its massive size. How was he going to carry this huge creature back? Carry it on his back? No, it might crush him. He had to make a tool to transport it. Placing the crystal core and 2 bottles of healing potion on the boar, Seek began to act. He gathered materials on the spot, cut down nearby small trees, and made a square frame. It took him nearly an hour to finish the frame. He lifted the frame with his front paws and tried pulling it. Rustling sounds accompanied the movement of the frame as it shifted forward. It was heavy but movable. Bang! The frame fell heavily to the ground. Finally home, exhausted. Seek lay on the grass at the doorstep, tongue sticking out, enjoying the scent of the grass. Although making a stretcher had made transportation easier, the boar's weight was still incredibly heavy, feeling like several tons. It had been a close call not to exhaust himself along the way. Breathing heavily, he rested for a while until his breathing returned to normal. Sitting up from the ground, Seek stretched his thick hind legs outward, placed his round head on the ground, and gazed up at the sky. It was dusk, with the sky covered in hues of twilight, casting a sacred golden veil over the earth, freezing time in a serene and tranquil moment. Oh, wait, it's getting dark. He needed to process the boar quickly. Seek shook his head, reluctantly tearing his gaze away from the beautiful twilight and turning to the boar he had brought back. The boar was huge, measuring 4 meters in length and weighing who knows how many tons, but it was definitely heavy. Seek, looking at the boar, drool uncontrollably dripped from his mouth. This boar would provide him with food for quite some time, at least a week. The thought filled him with motivation. Getting up, Seek began the processing work. He started by cutting the meat into chunks, then hung them on wooden vines to be smoked in the smokehouse next to the treehouse. 3 simple steps. By the time he finished everything, it was already early morning. He hung the last piece of meat in the smokehouse. The smokehouse was not large, about 7 to 8 square meters, with 6 hanging racks on the roof, each filled with a dozen pieces of meat. The fat dripped down from the meat, glistening and tempting. Seeing the smokehouse almost full, Seek patted his waist with satisfaction. Another fruitful day. Despite feeling content, a deep sense of fatigue washed over him at that moment. He had been busy all day long. Feeling the exhaustion creeping in, Seek left the smoky smokehouse and headed back to the wooden house. Stepping inside, he looked at the large nest in the house. He hadn't bathed after a long day's work, and now he didn't feel like moving to take a bath. Well, he'd just lie down here. Instead of sleeping right away, Seek closed his eyes, and the next moment, a golden light appeared, dispelling the darkness in the treehouse. Opening his eyes, he saw 6 golden threads floating quietly in his sight. This was the harvest of the day. Enhanced scales across the body. 6 golden threads penetrated at 4 places: the head, back, chest, tail, front and hind paws. These scales were no longer visible as he had long closed his eyes to enter slumber. Inside the wooden hut, a slightly plump figure, a red lizard with a big head and belly, curled up into a ball, tightly holding its own tail with both claws. Huff, faint snoring echoed repeatedly within the treehouse. The pitch-black night sky was dotted with stars, and the bright moonlight reflected like a water moon in a stream. Croak chirped, the calls of frogs and the chirping of insects intertwined, heralding the imminent arrival of summer. The sounds of frogs and insects ceased for a moment, plunging the surroundings near the stream into silence. Rustle! A large paw with golden fur lifted and pushed aside the smoke meat shed curtain, and the crimson beast's eyes gathered as the curtain was lifted. The flesh on its mouth trembled slightly, almost as if it were smiling. Lucky stepping into the shed, smelling the aroma of smoked wild boar filling the shed, the fire lion hesitated once again. Was it inappropriate to steal a little guy's food like this? Gazing at the smoked wild boar filling the shed, his throat gulped twice. This was an S-rank rare monster ingredient that even the Adventurers Guild had put a bounty on. Such ingredients were hard to come by. The fire lion raised its head, and its large nose twitched vigorously in the air. The scent, it was too enticing. Gulp, swallowing a mouthful of saliva, only to have it replenish immediately. Unable to resist any longer, he thought, just one piece, he would eat just one piece. Besides, he took care of the little guy every day, so what harm was there in having a piece of his meat? Let's consider it as protection money from the little guy. Yes, that's it. This was protection money. The large paw lifted, and a sharp claw popped out from the furry paw pad. With a gentle swipe, it cut the vine holding the meat. The smoked meat fell into the wide-open mouth. Crunch, crunch! The crimson beast's eyes instantly dilated into round pupils. This taste is amazing. Truly worthy of an S-rank monster ingredient. Another piece? Greedy eyes fixed on the remaining meat in the shed. Just one piece, only one piece, and there are so many pieces in this shed, the little guy shouldn't notice if one is missing. Yes, just one piece, only one piece. A demonic voice echoed in his mind. The paw lifted again, but just as it was about to hook the vine, it paused. The fire lion retracted its paw, shook its head slightly from side to side, and gradually, the greedy gaze cleared. No, eating one piece was already too much. Let the little guy have the rest of the meat. S-rank monster meat would be quite a boost for the little one who had just hatched. Suppressing the desire in his heart, the fire lion retracted half of its body from the shed. The curtain slowly fell, and everything returned to calmness. Croak! About a minute passed, and the frogs once again played the symphony of the upcoming summer night. Opening the door of the wooden hut, the warm morning light instantly shone upon him. Basking in this warm morning light, the fire lion comfortably opened its mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth and a pink tongue as it let out a lazy yawn. The open mouth slowly closed. Glancing at the smoke meat shed below the treehouse, the smoke had lessened, only a faint blue smoke wafting out. It was time to add more firewood. Descending along the tree roots, after adding a pile of green leafy branches to the smoke meat shed, Seek stood upright in the middle of the stream at the doorstep of his home after washing his body in the stream. The stream was so clear that one could see the colors of the pebbles at the bottom, and it reflected his figure like a mirror. In the water, a creature with a round head, big belly, and covered in deep red scales except for its white-scaled belly stood still. Seik carefully examined his reflection in the water. There had been quite a transformation. His body had become more balanced, no longer resembling a lizard with a big head at first glance. His scales had also darkened, looking much better. But Seik lowered his head, getting a close look at his reflection in the water. Round head, big belly. Why did he look so dull? The red figure was quietly reflected in the water. Well, it wasn't an illusion, he did look a bit dull. But it was okay, he would grow, and one day he wouldn't look dull anymore. Thinking this, he felt a lot better instantly. Splash, water splashed as he plunged into the stream, the cool water covering his whole body, feeling comfortable. The stream in front of his house was shallow, so as long as it didn't cover his whole body, there was no problem. After rinsing his body, Seik walked from the deep water area to the shallow one, stopping to gaze at the stream. The stream in front of his house was not wide, only about 10 meters long. He looked down at the trickle that only covered half of his hind paw. The water wasn't deep. Looking at the clear stream, an image popped into his mind, a pure girl with long blue hair, dressed in a white dress. Cecilia had said she would come to see him again within 3 days at most. Calculating the time, today was already the 3rd day. If Cecilia came, she would have to cross the river again. He could carry her across when he was around, but what if he wasn't? With Cecilia's quiet nature, even if there were no other people around, she wouldn't shout at the riverbank. He looked up, following the stream to the other side. Under the sunlight, the stream shimmered like a galaxy, long and winding, with a bend several hundred meters away. Let's build a small wooden bridge, it won't be long anyway. This idea emerged and was immediately firm. Seik got up right away. First, he gathered wood. In this forest full of towering trees, wood was abundant. Walking along the riverbank, his eyes scanned the tall trees. Soon, Seik's gaze settled on a secondary trunk about 20 meters high. Stepping forward, he stopped in front of the tree and looked up. The canopy of the tree was not completely dense, allowing a few rays of sunlight to filter through the lush green leaves and fall on Seik's round head. You'll do. Lifting his paw, he aimed at the trunk in front of him and started clawing at it. The bark mixed with wood chips was exposed under his paw. He clawed continuously until he dug out a triangular groove, then he walked behind the trunk. This was his memory, carving a triangular groove and then cutting behind the tree would make it fall towards the groove when it was about to topple. Crackling, the tree swayed, making a faint cracking sound. Hearing this, Seik quickly jumped back. The next moment, the tree fell down. Bang! The tree crashed heavily to the ground, its dense canopy falling into the stream. It was indeed effective. Watching the fallen tree, Seik quickly refocused and continued his work. This busy day passed quickly, with his paws working tirelessly, and half of the wooden bridge was built. Standing in the stream, Seik looked up at the sun and the sky. The sky was filled with rosy clouds, signaling the approach of dusk. Turning away, there stood a wooden bridge only halfway constructed. Let's call it a day and continue tomorrow. Cuckoo, his stomach grumbled in protest. Sek scratched his round belly covered in thick white scales, feeling its smooth texture. Alright, time for some grub. After comforting his belly, Sek lifted his gaze towards the smokehouse on the shore. He recalled being too tired last night, hanging the meat carelessly and eating a large boar's heart before heading to bed. What did it taste like again? Oh well, he couldn't remember, he'd find out with another taste. Time to eat. The anticipation in his heart quickened Sek's steps. Along a trickling stream, a large red lizard walked upright, its long tail swaying with each bounce, as if mirroring its owner's mood. Entering the smokehouse, smoke enveloped the air as Sek used his sharp claws to carve out a piece of boar meat. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed the dwindling fire pit. Thick smoke rose once more. Adding more wood to the fire, Sek carried the smoked meat to the stream. After washing it several times in the water, he sliced off a large piece with his sharp claws. Since it was only smoked the night before, it lacked proper flavor, displaying a pale color inside when cut. Raising the meat above his head, under the moonlight, it gleamed temptingly. He devoured the alluring piece of meat in one bite. Tender, delicate, with a hint of fragrant aroma spreading in his mouth. Delicious. Sek's eyes lit up, and his small claws swiftly cut another piece. His chubby red paw reached down, only to touch a vine soaking in the stream. Lowering his head, he saw the vine was empty. All gone. He patted his full belly. Not full. The chunks of meat from the boar's dissection were almost as big as a black bear. Normally, one piece of smoked meat would suffice, but today, after eating one, he still felt hungry. The sensation of hunger persisted in his belly. If not for the lingering taste of meat, he would have doubted if he had eaten at all. Since he wasn't full, he decided to have another piece. With that in mind, Sek rose and returned to the smokehouse. Ahem. Sek coughed several times before recovering. The smoke inside the smokehouse was too thick. After finishing another piece of smoked meat by the stream, his belly felt 90% full. Standing up, Sek felt a bit weary, having been busy all day. Tired, it was time to rest. Letting out a big yawn, Sek made his way back to the treehouse. Lying down in the treehouse, a thought crossed his mind. Sparkling golden lights gathered in the air, forming 6 golden threads. This time, I'll strengthen my body. Before the final command was given, his eyelids drooped, and his round head plopped onto the treehouse floor. Hoo-hoo, faint snoring began to fill the air. The golden threads in the air moved according to the owner's will, but without a clear intention. They encircled the round red lizard lying on the ground in endless loops. After countless rounds, the golden threads paused, then split into 3, each entering the heavy eyelids that were tightly shut. Chirp chirp. The constant chirping of birds in his ears made Sek increasingly restless. These birds had no manners, squawking early in the morning and chattering all day long. He covered his ears with both paws. Chirp chirp. Oh, it's so annoying. Give me. A carp jolted upright, and as soon as it opened its eyes, it froze. Flames, a 5 to 6 meter long tongue of fire, were gushing out from its open mouth, flowing out through the open treehouse door. Its claws quickly covered the open mouth, and the gushing flames immediately stopped. Fire? How could it breathe fire? So amazing! Its bright eyes dilated slightly. It tentatively opened its mouth a bit again. This time, only a spark flickered in the air before disappearing. It coughed several times in a row, but this time, not even a spark remained. Sitting on the treehouse floor, it stared blankly at the ground. Why couldn't it do it suddenly? It was just fine a moment ago. It couldn't figure it out. If only Cecilia were here, it could ask her, she would surely know. Its gaze followed to the half-built wooden bridge at the doorstep. It propped itself up with its claws and decided to finish building the bridge first. After having a piece of smoked meat for breakfast, the carp got busy. From dawn till dusk. Bang bang! Its claws repeatedly pounded the railing, fitting it perfectly into the prepared groove. It tried shaking it, but the railing didn't budge. Satisfaction gleamed in its crimson eyes. Finally done! A sense of relief welled up from within, the kind that comes after completing a task. It lay down on the wooden bridge, forming a large character with an extra tail in the middle. Gazing at the twilight sky, it savored the beauty, and its heavy eyelids slowly closed. Unconsciously, it seemed to have grown accustomed to this peaceful life. Despite no computer, no phone, and a change in species, this tranquil and comfortable life wasn't bad at all. Perhaps continuing like this wouldn't be so bad after all. The sunlight suddenly vanished from its face. Cloudy weather? Slowly opening its eyes, the carp saw a familiar, delicate face. She wore a gentle smile, her deep blue eyes always so tender. Cecilia! The carp jolted upright. Is Sek resting? The girl's gentle voice seemed to magically soothe away weariness. Sek responded with a monotonous sound. He couldn't speak yet, only produce simple tones. I see. Cecilia observed Sek in front of her. In just 3 days, Sek had changed significantly, looking entirely lizard-like. His scales had darkened noticeably, and a thick white scale had grown on his chest. Her gaze lingered on the white scale for a moment, solid and thick, then shifted to Sek's crimson vertical pupils. Previously round and dull, his eyes were now a pair of crimson vertical pupils. What a significant change! Did Sek build this wooden bridge for me? Rising from the ground, Sek looked at the girl in a gray robe before him and earnestly nodded. Indeed, he had built this wooden bridge for Cecilia. Thank you, Sek. Her fair and soft hand gently rested on his round head. The warmth from above was soft and comforting, filling his heart with a sense of contentment. Enjoying Cecilia's touch, Sek suddenly remembered the task at hand. He lifted his claw to gently hold the small hand that had been caressing his head, slowly brought it down, stood up from the ground, faced the stream, and slowly opened his mouth. Sparks splattered inside his open mouth twice, and the next moment, whoosh, a 5 to 6 meter long tongue of fire burst out. Watching the flames, Sek silently counted in his mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 15. When counting to 15, the flame began to shrink and eventually extinguished. Just like in the morning, it lasted for 15 seconds. Sitting on the wooden bridge, a familiar emptiness spread through Sek's body, as if something had been emptied. Sek turned his head slightly and saw Cecilia standing beside him, looking at him with a surprised expression. Opening his mouth, he raised his big claw and pointed to his open mouth. Roar. Sek wants to know why he can breathe fire, right? Roar. Sek nodded. This is the elemental ability awakened by magical creatures after possessing magic power, quite normal. Seek, have you recently eaten something delicious? Delicious food? The image of a giant boar flashed through his mind in an instant. His round head nodded gently again. Seeing Seek nod, Cecilia's eyes flashed with understanding. Then it's normal. The food you ate must have a high magical value, which allowed you to quickly develop your own elemental magic. Seek, try closing your eyes, then focus on imagining what's inside you, and you should be able to see your magic. Roar Seek responded, ready to give it a try. He closed his eyes, focused on imagining, and gradually saw some freely floating fiery red threads in the darkness. The threads were about a meter long, emitting a faint red glow. 1, 2, 3, 15. Exactly 15 threads. Cecilia looked at Seek, who had closed his eyes, with a pensive expression. She hadn't mentioned it earlier, but elemental abilities are usually awakened only by magical creatures of the golden lineage. However, Seek only had a ring of grace, which equated to just a bronze lineage, and not even an outstanding one, barely meeting the baseline. Yet, Seek, in this state, awakened an elemental ability only golden lineage creatures possess. Moreover, even though newly hatched magical creatures undergo rapid transformations, none change as quickly as Seek did. In just 3 days, Seek had transformed 3 times. Honestly, she had never seen anything like it before. Additionally, a magical creature's transformation usually involves rapid growth in size and hardening scales, with little change in appearance. But in Seek's case, this didn't seem like a transformation, it was a complete change of species. When they first met, Seek appeared to be just an ordinary lizard-like creature, but now, Cecilia scrutinized Seek in front of her, realizing he bore no resemblance to his previous self. She wasn't sure if this obvious abnormal transformation was good or bad, or if it came with any consequences. A gentle concern appeared in her eyes. She would have to study some books thoroughly after returning this time. Seek slowly opened his eyes. Looking at Cecilia in front of him, he grinned, revealing his rows of sharp white fangs. Roar, did you see it? Cecilia had already regained her composure at this moment. Seek nodded. It was only then that Seek realized he had been talking to Cecilia on the bridge all this time. He looked up at the sky, the sun was about to set. He raised his claw and directly took the girl's hand. Roar Cecilia smiled and followed Seek's lead. They walked to the clearing in front of the treehouse. Seek had cleared a space and set up a simple outdoor wooden shed there. Inside, there was a small, rudimentary wooden table, a fire pit, and a few nicely shaped stones serving as seats. This was the kitchen Seek had created. Of course, it was rarely used. As a lizard, he could eat raw or cooked food, although cooked was more delicious, but it was too much trouble. Compared to barbecue, he usually eats smoked meat by slicing it directly. Leading Cecilia into the wooden shed, Sek sat on a stone with his claws pressing Cecilia down. Hey, after greeting, Sek walked towards the smokehouse. Cecilia smiled and watched Sek the whole time, knowing that Sek was preparing to entertain her. As a young monster, Sek was definitely the smartest she had ever seen. Sek took out 3 pieces of smoked meat from the smokehouse and went to the stream to wash them. Because he was entertaining Cecilia, Sek washed them more carefully this time. When he raised his head, he noticed that the sun had already set, and the night sky with a round moon was filled with twinkling stars. The girl sitting under the wooden shed had already lit a fire and was beckoning him gently. Sek entered the wooden shed with 3 cleaned pieces of smoked meat. With Cecilia's help, they skewered the meat on the grill. It was over an hour after they had eaten and drunk their fill. In front of the fire pit, a blue-haired girl sat, with a creature that looked lizard-like but not quite, lying on the ground. Its round head was peacefully resting on the girl's legs, and the girl would occasionally feed it a skewer of grilled meat. Rustling footsteps suddenly broke the tranquility. Captain, it's already late today. Shouldn't we camp here? Ha! There's a fire ahead. It seems to be humans. Can we buy some food from them? Along with the noisy footsteps and conversation, a group of adventurers, mostly orcs with a few humans mixed in, approached the fire pit. Sek opened his eyes, raised his head, stood up, and faced the group of adventurers with a slight grin, sparks flying in his open mouth. Wait, we're just passing by, no ill intentions. A one-eyed werewolf stepped out of the group, raising his hands over his shoulders to show he meant no harm. Sek, they're just passing through. Upon hearing Cecilia's words, Sek slowly closed his open mouth but kept his gaze fixed on the group of adventurers. For some reason, seeing these adventurers made him feel uneasy, just like the last time he saw a group of adventurers. Noticing the hostile gaze from the monster, the werewolf didn't approach further and stood looking at the human woman sitting by the fire pit. Hello, miss. We are an adventuring party from the Western continent. We took on an escort mission to deliver a batch of goods to the holy city of Goya. We got lost after being attacked by goblin monsters, and we mean no harm. We came here hoping to buy some food from you." Cecilia scanned the group of disheveled orcs in front of her gaze finally settling on two covered wagons. Standard cargo wagons, their contents obscured by cloth. "I'm sorry, I don't have any food to offer you here. But if you cross this stream and walk half an hour further, you'll reach Goya, the holy city." "Really?" The werewolf, who was initially a bit dejected, suddenly perked up, and even the pinecone-like tail behind him swayed from side to side. They had lost a lot of supplies in the goblin attack, including their map and food, but they managed to keep the boss's cargo safe. Without the map, they had to rely on their instincts, wandering in this cursed forest for half a month. And now, they were finally about to leave this cursed forest. "Yes, Sir Adventurer, deceiving you would serve me no purpose." Cecilia spoke up. "I'm sorry, I wasn't questioning you, I was just too excited. It's good for adventurers to be cautious." Exposed, the werewolf could only awkwardly scratch his head with his claws. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." After thanking 3 times in a row, the werewolf turned and left. His team members were already full of energy. They had just heard the conversation between the captain and the human lady. The city of San Diego was not far ahead, which meant they were finally going to leave behind the haunted forest that had tormented them for half a month. At this moment, they seemed to have already envisioned fine wine, delicious food, and attractive members of the opposite sex beckoning to them. "Looks like I don't need to say anything more. Captain, stop dawdling, I can't wait any longer. Fine wine, roasted meat, females, here I come." A minotaur shouted out. A werewolf walked up and kicked the minotaur on the butt. "Stop howling, and get the wagon ready." "Why are you kicking me again, when everyone was howling? Are you coming or not?" I'm coming. The minotaur happily ran to push the wagon across the stream. The smiles on their faces indicated that this banter was just part of their daily routine. As the teammates crossed the river, the one-eyed werewolf turned back towards the campfire, placed a hand over his chest in a salute, then turned to catch up with the others who had already crossed half of the stream. Watching the group of adventurers disappear into the distance, CK's tense body gradually relaxed. Cecilia, who had been silently observing all these changes, spoke up. "It's getting late, CK, let's rest." Rest? Would he be able to sleep with Cecilia again? CK looked at Cecilia. The campfire illuminated the girl's cheeks, making them as red as apples, but the excitement in his heart vanished the moment he met Cecilia's gentle gaze. "Oof. What's wrong? You suddenly seem a bit down." "Oof." Letting out a sigh, CK stood up and walked over to the girl, then turned his back to her. Seeing CK's back turned to her, Cecilia immediately lay down. Feeling the familiar weight on her back, CK extended his claws and climbed up the treehouse towards the tree trunk. His claws were the best climbing tools, with sharp tips that easily gripped the bark. Climbing all the way back to the treehouse, Cecilia raised her right hand, and a ball of light appeared in her small palm, dispelling the darkness inside the treehouse. The treehouse was just like the last time she visited, with hardly any changes. Sitting on the round cushion, Cecilia looked up at CK standing in front of her, smiled gently, and patted the empty space beside her. Shaking his head slightly, CK lay down on the floor. He could feel Cecilia's tenderness and meticulous care. But all of this was based on her treating him as a monster cub. That's how Cecilia must see it. But he couldn't control himself. The closer he got to Cecilia, the more he couldn't help but have wild thoughts. Although he had transformed into a lizard, his sense of aesthetics hadn't changed. A wave of disgust surged within him, directed at himself and his past actions of taking advantage of Cecilia without her knowledge, behaving like a villain. Lying down with his back to the cushion, he rested his head on his front paws. From now on, he should keep a safe distance from her. With these thoughts, CK slowly closed his eyes. It was time to sleep. Rest well and prepare for the impending educational torment of tomorrow. Learning the language of this world was quite challenging. Watching the figure lying with his back to her, the girl sitting on the cushion tilted her head slightly. Was CK distancing himself from her? Why? Gazing quietly at the red silhouette for a long time, the blue eyes of doubt did not dissipate with time. Snoring softly, a faint snore was heard. It was CK. Listening to CK's soft snoring, Cecilia slowly lay down in the cushion nest, burying her face in it. CK always carried a unique scent of fire element, a fragrance. A flash of an orange fruit crossed her mind. It's like the refreshing scent emitted by orange peel. However, there was no such smell in the cushion nest. Turning over to lie on his side, his gaze fell on the red figure facing away from him. Why doesn't Sake sleep in the nest she made for him? Doesn't he like this soft nest? There are many characteristics of monsters, and some monsters indeed do not like these softer nests. Next time, bring Sake a harder nest. With the final thought in mind, Cecilia slowly closed her eyes. After all, she still had to teach Sake the common language tomorrow. The next day, a fiery red lizard and a blue-haired girl sat side by side on a bridge pier. This word is departure. The girl's fair fingers quietly pointed to the book floating in the air. Sake quickly responded, silently noting Cecilia's pronunciation. Perhaps due to the reinforcement 3 times, this time he felt that Cecilia's teaching became very easy to remember, basically able to remember it in one go. Sake remembered? Really remembered? There was an undisguised look of doubt in the girl's eyes. Last time, she had to teach Sake each word at least 5 or 6 times before he could remember, looking foolish, but today, no matter what word she taught, Sake only needed one go to remember. Seeing the doubt in the deep blue eyes, Sake once again nodded heavily with his round head. He didn't know what was going on, he just felt that learning these things today became particularly easy to remember. This may be related to his own reinforcement. Without blindly doubting, Cecilia showed a gentle smile on her face. Alright, let's review it. Sake, use the words you just learned to write a passage. Saying this, Cecilia raised her hand, and the spatial ring on her slender finger emitted a soft blue light. The next moment, a piece of white paper and a feather pen appeared in her slowly opening palm. Catching the paper and feather pen, she handed them to Sake. Looking at the feather pen handed to him, Sake lowered his head in confusion, dumbfoundedly looking at his own claws. His chubby paws had particularly sharp claws, which didn't seem suitable for holding a feather pen to write on. Seeing Sake in front of her looking dumbfounded at himself, Cecilia couldn't help but laugh. But she laughed very elegantly, with a light and charming smile. Being laughed at, Sake waved his paw in dissatisfaction. Alright, don't be angry, this paper and feather pen are magical props. As long as you infuse magic into it, Sake, you can control the feather pen to write on the paper. Sake instantly felt enlightened, accepting his transformation into a lizard, but deep down, he still held onto a desire for communication. Although it was with pen and paper, it was still a form of communication. Extending his claw to take the paper, he followed Cecilia's instructions to manipulate the flow of magic within him. Sparks of fire gathered in the air, eventually converging into a 1-meter-long fiery red thread. The moment the fiery red magical thread touched the feather pen, it entered it. Soon, as the last bit of magical thread entered the feather pen, Sake felt a new connection between himself and the pen. At that moment, the feather pen seemed to become a part of his body. Opening his claw, he tentatively manipulated the feather pen, causing it to slowly float up from his paw. With a gentle stroke on the white paper, a sentence was written out. Today, Cecilia and I sat on the wooden bridge to study. The first 2 words were a bit crooked, but as Sake continued, his writing became smoother and more fluid. Towards the end, Sake's writing could be described as flowing like water. Watching Sake's writing, Cecilia's eyes went from initial surprise to amazement. Not only was there a remarkable transformation, but Sake's intelligence had also significantly increased. Is this a good or bad thing after all? She wasn't sure, but she had seen some magical beasts briefly unleash strong potential, all of which came at the cost of their vitality. It seemed she really needed to find a way to take Sake to the contract guild for a specific evaluation of the values. But now there was a problem. Sake was quite exclusive towards intelligent species, that was almost certain. She recalled the reaction of the orc adventure party she encountered last night. Although they appeared fierce, Sake was actually very afraid, evident from the stiff tail. When relaxed, Sake's tail was raised, and in happy moments, it would sway from side to side. If she hadn't been there, Sake would have definitely run away immediately. If it had been a human species. With the final stroke, the quill floated up and then settled back into the open red claws. Holding the completed document, Sake handed it to Cecilia. With hopeful eyes, like a child waiting for praise after completing a task, Sake looked at Cecilia sitting beside her. Seeing the expectation in Sake's eyes, Cecilia gently placed her hand on the round red head. Sake, you did a great job. Although it was just a simple compliment, her heart felt warm, as if filled with something. One time, the last time. Her mind repeatedly warned herself. Sake slowly lowered her body, resting her round head gently on the girl's close and straightened thigh. At this sudden closeness, Cecilia's eyes showed a smile. Has she returned to normal? It seemed she didn't intend to continue being at odds with her. Embracing the round head with both hands, Cecilia leaned down, resting her cheek on Sake's head. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Tranquility, a sense of unprecedented tranquility in her heart. This time, Sake's mind was free of any inappropriate thoughts, simply enjoying this sense of peace. There's a bridge over there. Looks like there's someone on the bridge. Seems to be a contract mage. With the conversation, 3 sets of footsteps quickly approached. They were 3 young adventurers dressed in armor, 1 girl and 2 boys. The girl held a plain novice staff in her arms, wearing leather armor, while the other two boys carried a shield and a bow respectively. Seik heard the approaching footsteps. Each step felt like walking on her heart. Sensing Seik's restlessness in her arms, Cecilia gently stroked Seik's head with her palm, her lips close to Seik's ear. "It's okay, I'll always be by your side, Seik." Her gentle voice seemed to possess a magical power, soothing the strange emotions rising in her heart. Feeling Seik relax in her arms, Cecilia breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Seik hadn't reached that point yet. In every race, there were individuals inclined towards evil, and magical beasts were no exception. They were called ferocious beasts. Unlike magical beasts willing to abide by ancient contracts, ferocious beasts would attack intelligent species because they contained magic within them, making them the most cost-effective food in the eyes of ferocious beasts. "Hello." Cecilia slowly raised her head, looking at the three adventurers who were crossing the wooden bridge. As the girl on the bridge raised her head, the breath of the two boys caught. Beauty, the girl was too beautiful. Small cherry lips, delicate little nose, and a pair of unforgettable deep blue eyes, exuding a gentleness that seemed to embrace everything. Her shoulder-length blue hair was like silk, her fair skin glowing faintly in the sunlight, ethereal and dreamlike. The girl holding the staff glared fiercely at the two embarrassing guys beside her, but there was no reaction. However, the girl sitting on the wooden bridge was indeed beautiful, at least the most beautiful she had ever seen, especially those deep blue eyes. The gentleness inside seemed to embrace everything. It made people want to get closer to the girl. "Excuse me, can we pass through this bridge?" "Yes, please go ahead." Cecilia spoke, her voice calm, devoid of the tenderness she showed towards the magical creatures. She preferred the cute magical creatures over the intelligent species. The pure and flawless hearts of the magical creatures were more appealing to her than the intelligent species. "Thank you." The girl bowed in thanks, then glanced at the two unreliable guys beside her. "Ah, Xiaoxi, why are you stepping on me? Stop babbling, let's go." Grabbing one with each hand, the girl dragged her two companions by the ears and crossed the wooden bridge directly. "Let go, we can walk by ourselves." "Humph." The sounds of the young boys and girls playing gradually faded away. The wooden bridge returned to its calm state once again. Cecilia slowly rested her cheek on Sek's head. "Alright, Sek, you don't need to see me off, let's meet again in a week." The girl waved to the red lizard standing upright on the bridge pier, and the chubby red lizard responded by waving its right claw. Roar. Cecilia's figure gradually disappeared, until it was concealed by the trees along the forest path. This time Cecilia only stayed with him for a day. Sek turned his gaze towards the treehouse. It wasn't dark yet, just dusk. Climbing back up from the tree roots to the treehouse. The treehouse was as simple as ever, with a crude wooden table he made himself, and a cozy cushion nest, but there was an exquisite bookshelf in the corner of the treehouse, a gift from Cecilia this time. Walking up to the bookshelf, he looked at the rows of books. His gaze wandered, finally settling on a black leather book in the third-to-last row. Basic understanding of magical creatures. Lifting his claw to pull the book from the shelf, he couldn't reach it. After a few attempts, he managed to grab it. Holding the book, Sek walked to the doorway of the treehouse, which was left open, providing the only source of light in the dark treehouse. Lying down at the entrance, he placed his paw on the book and flipped to the first page. To understand magical creatures, the first thing you need to know is the relationship between magical creatures and our intelligent species. Reading it like a story, Sek slowly immersed himself in the feeling of reading, until he came across these lines in the book. Magical creatures receive the world's blessing in the gift ring from birth. Each gift ring represents the potential upper limit of the magical creature's future. From bronze species ring 1 to ring 2, silver species ring 3 to ring 4, gold species ring 4 to ring 5, rank species, lower species ring 6, middle species ring 7, upper species ring 8 to ring 9, and the legendary 10th ring of the supreme species. Note, this kind is just a legend. The life goddess worshipped by the elves and the radiant goddess worshipped by our human species are both supreme species. This existence cannot form a contract with the intelligent species, and no one has ever formed a contract with it. After reading this page, curiosity arose in Sek's heart. What bloodline did he belong to? As a reincarnated being, he shouldn't be inferior. But if he wasn't inferior, she wouldn't have abandoned him right after he hatched. To check the gift ring of a magical creature is very simple. Just guide the magical creature to infuse magic into its heart to trigger its own gift ring. Infuse magic into the heart? Let's try. The crimson vertical pupils slightly condensed, and Sek slowly closed his heavy eyelids, guiding the threads of magic within him to slowly infuse into his heart. The red lizard sitting at the treehouse entrance gradually lit up with a red glow enveloping its entire body. A red light surrounded the waist of the red lizard, gradually converging into a fiery red ring, with some crooked runes engraved on it. Slowly opening his eyes, CK looked down and saw only a ring encircling his waist. Indeed, this lizard was not a talented player. This was not an unexpected result, as being abandoned right after hatching already explained everything, but it still felt a bit uncomfortable now that it was confirmed. Who wouldn't want to be a talented player? It seemed impossible now. However, for him, living a content lizard life with eating and drinking every day was satisfying. Besides, he had a trump card. Thinking of the trump card, CK slightly grinned, revealing a glimpse of white sharp teeth in his mouth. Bang! The wooden door of the treehouse was slammed shut by a kick from his hind leg. Moving his claws, he crawled to the center of the wooden house, relaxed his claws, and lay down. Golden light dots appeared in the air, dispersing the darkness inside the treehouse, converging into 1-meter-long golden threads. Looking at the floating golden light in front of him, CK felt a bit hesitant. There were many golden threads accumulated over the past 2 days, a total of 15. But what should he enhance this time? Claws? They seemed sufficient for now. Scale thickness? Constantly improving defense didn't seem necessary. Suddenly, memories of those annoying monkeys came to mind. No matter how many times he encountered them in the forest, they would always stand on trees and throw fruit pits at him. Truly despicable. The main function of the golden threads was evolution, so growing a pair of wings would also be considered evolution, right? His gaze fell on the golden threads in front of him. Could these golden threads help him evolve a pair of wings? His crimson vertical pupils slightly gleamed. Let's try it. Evolve a pair of wings on my back. As his consciousness descended, the golden threads floating in the air began to move, surging towards his back. Watching the golden threads gradually entering his back, a warm feeling spread throughout his body. Enjoying this warmth and comfort, CK slowly lowered his raised head back down. Lying on the ground, the familiar drowsiness kept creeping in. Without resistance, succumbing to this drowsiness, CK slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness gradually entering a state of dormancy. The last golden thread entered his back, and the interior of the treehouse plunged into darkness. In the pitch-black treehouse, a red lizard lay peacefully on the ground, soundly asleep, emitting a faint golden glow from his back. Gradually, a golden cocoon took shape on his back. After the first golden cocoon was completed, the second one followed. Chirp, another day began amidst the annoying chirping of lizards. The treehouse door opened. So noisy! A tongue of fire gushed out from the treehouse, lasting for 20 seconds before stopping. Feeling the magic emptied from his body, CK slowly closed his open mouth, gazing into the dawn outside the treehouse lost in thought. Lately, his morning grumpiness seemed to be getting worse, and he always felt like he hadn't slept enough when waking up. Could it be because of insufficient sleep that his morning grumpiness was increasing? Gurgle, his stomach protested. Forget it, let's have breakfast first, stop thinking. As he took a step forward, CK felt that something was different on his back today. The command for evolution given last night crossed his mind. Could it be? A sense of anticipation rose within him, and he turned his head directly to look at his back. His bright crimson vertical pupils dilated rapidly. Wings! A pair of flesh wings quietly folded on his back. Unlike ordinary flesh wings, this pair of wings were covered with fiery red scales on both sides, all round, with no blind spots. These fiery red scales were as smooth as a mirror, giving off a sense of full defense. Whoosh, Sake tentatively controlled this extra pair of appendages. The wings spread directly. The full view of the wings was revealed, totaling close to 4 meters, longer than his own body. Such large wings should be able to support flight, right? Whoosh whoosh. The wings flapped twice and stopped. Agile, very agile, controlling them was almost like his 2 front claws. Turning his head forward, his gaze fixed on the sky outside the treehouse. Sake inexplicably felt a surge of longing rising in his heart. A longing for the sky. He should be able to fly. Driven by this instinctive desire, Sake started to move, his claws stepping forward, and in an instant as he passed through the treehouse door, the 2 pairs of wings folded up. With a forceful push of his claws at the treehouse entrance, his body leaped high into the air. Whoosh, a pair of newly grown wings on his back spread out. Flying. The sudden sensation of a massive fall spread throughout his body. Wait. Thud. The slightly round lizard with a pair of wings on its back fell to the ground like this, rolling several times before finally landing in a lizard-like posture. Dizzy. Why was there a long green strip in his line of sight? After shaking his round head left and right a few times, Sake realized that it wasn't a snack but a green snake. The green snake also stood upright, locking eyes with him. Then, as if recalling something unpleasant, the green snake turned around and tried to flee without hesitation. In an instant, the red figure ran above the green snake, and the chubby claw directly scooped up the snake. The captured green snake seemed resigned, very obedient, making no aggressive moves or wriggles because it knew its teeth couldn't harm the red lizard. Not biting itself this time? Is it because there's no venom left? Pressing down on the snake's head, the squeezed green snake revealed its fangs, and in an instant, 2 streams of venom sprayed out. Isn't there still some left? Seeing the venom, Sake continued to squeeze. The venom of this green snake was potent, at least effective against the insects and frogs that kept making noise at night. As long as the scent of the snake's venom lingered, those frogs and insects wouldn't make noise in this area, although the duration was short, lasting only 3 days. Sake looked at the obedient green snake in his claw. Although he didn't understand why this guy had come back, there was no harm in using it. Pressing down on the snake's head, streams of venom sprayed out. While using the green snake brand insect repellent, Sake's thoughts drifted into contemplation. Despite having grown wings, why couldn't he fly? Sake carefully recollected. His first attempt at flying was undoubtedly a failure. However, after spreading his wings, he didn't plummet immediately. His body had a brief pause in the air, albeit very short. Suddenly, Sake remembered his first time learning to ride a bike, falling 7 or 8 times before barely mastering the balance of the bicycle. Could the issue lie in balance? Upon careful reflection, yes, because it was his first time flapping his wings, there was indeed no balance to speak of. Hiss, a low tone interrupted his thoughts. Sake looked down at the green snake in his claw. At that moment, the green snake was emitting continuous hissing sounds, a sound it was making. His claw subconsciously squeezed the snake, but no sharp venomous fangs sprayed out. Has it been depleted again? This guy's stock is a bit low. With a disdainful glance at the snake in his claw, Sake slowly placed his claw on the ground. Having gained freedom, the green snake twisted its tired body without any hesitation. If possible, it didn't want to come back here and be accompanied by this big lizard. However, there were only a few places suitable for its survival, as other areas were occupied by other snakes. Venturing into the forest would be too dangerous for a small snake like itself. So, after wandering outside for a while, it returned here. Although there was a big lizard living in this place, the lizard didn't seem to mind its presence, except for the occasional venomous squeeze. Watching the green snake crawl into the tree hollow and enter the hole it had dug out initially. Was it planning to reside here for a long time? Well, it wasn't a bad idea after all. A future pest control partner. Seek, the upright lizard, touched its belly with its large claws, then walked towards the smokehouse. Taking 3 pieces of smoked meat from the smokehouse, it walked towards the stream near the house. Sitting in the middle of the stream, Seek extended its 2 thick and fat hind legs. The 3 pieces of meat were placed in front of it. While washing them, it started cutting the meat with its claws. Sharp claws were the best utensils. A gentle swipe on the smoked meat would cut a piece off effortlessly. With a burp, a small flame spurted out of its mouth full of sharp white teeth. After the satisfied burp, Seek looked at the last small piece of meat in its claws. It stood up from the stream, walked ashore, and approached the tree root hole under the treehouse. The piece of meat in its claws was directly dropped in front of the hole. This was a greeting gift for the new neighbor. Well, it wasn't because the meat was too fatty and it had gotten a bit tired of eating. Placing the meat down, Seek turned around and left, following the stream downstream. In its memory, there was a small waterfall below this stream, about 10 meters high, leading to a small pool about 10 meters deep, a natural terrain suitable for practicing flying. It walked downstream for about 7 to 8 minutes. The continuous sound of flowing water came from ahead. Seek quickened its pace. Soon, a small waterfall appeared in front of it. It descended into the water and headed towards the waterfall. The stones at the waterfall's edge were a bit slippery, but it was not a problem for its claws. Standing at the waterfall's edge, Seek's round head leaned forward to look down. A clear and shallow pool came into view, about 20 meters long, not large but sufficient. Its sturdy hind legs slightly tensed, and with a powerful push, it flapped its meat wings. With a brief pause in the air for 2 seconds, it began to descend. A splash of water rose high as it hit the water. Soon, a round lizard head emerged from the pool. Its red vertical pupils gazed upward. Again! Its tail swayed from side to side underwater, swimming to the calm area in front of the waterfall, where it grabbed a rock with its claws and started climbing up. The water flow from the small waterfall was gentle, offering little resistance even when it splashed on its body. It quickly climbed the 10 meters, standing back on the waterfall, slightly tensing its hind legs before pushing off again. Failure after failure, but each time was a step forward. From simply falling into the water at first to being able to fly a meter or two vaguely. Gradually, a strange feeling emerged in its heart. Seizing this feeling, Seek continued to dive. Its wings spread on its back. This time, it completely grasped that mysterious balance in its heart. Instead of falling, its body flew up with the flapping of its wings. Gradually ascending, it was flying, finally flying on its own. Watching the receding forest below, Seek felt like laughing. Just as his mouth opened slightly, the wind rushed directly into it. Startled, he quickly shut his mouth. Wings flapped freely as he soared through the sky. A sense of exhilaration rose in his heart. With each flight, that feeling gradually turned into instinct. Looping, turning, flipping. With each difficult maneuver, flying also became instinctual. However, it also consumed a great deal of physical energy. A faint soreness emanated from his wings. Sensing his energy dwindling, Seik knew it was time to land. His gaze shifted to the stream below, silently calculating the time. So far, it seemed like only about 10 minutes of flight, meaning he was nearing his limit. His wings spread out slightly as his body began to plummet rapidly. Despite the rapid descent, there was no fear in his heart. Phew, when he was about 3 meters above the stream, his wings spread out again, gliding along the surface of the water. However, Seik soon realized something was wrong. Wait, why wasn't his gliding speed slowing down as expected? His wings were incredibly sore, and another flight into the sky was out of the question. Looking at the stream, he knew that falling from this height wouldn't be fatal, unlike flying back up into the sky. In an instant, a decision was made. Landing. Folding his fleshy wings, his body continued to plummet. His foreclaws extended, with his sturdy hind legs touching the stream first. Splash! The claws carved through the water. It worked! Just as the thought emerged, his claws touched something, causing his body to flip instantly. Seik, Sigma, huh? Without time to think, his body tumbled instantly. The round chubby lizard rolled in the stream, rolling over a dozen meters before coming to a stop. Like a lizard playing in the water. Glancing at the treehouse nearby. He had practically landed right at his doorstep. Splash, pushing himself up with his claws, water flowed down his smooth scales. Standing upright, he sat down in the stream. Extending his front claws, Seik looked at them thoughtfully. The landing should have been stable, but his claws hit a rock in the stream, causing him to lose balance. His crimson vertical pupils slightly narrowed. It seemed he needed to strengthen his claws in the future. If his claws could easily break rocks, then landing in the future would be no problem. Yes, that's it. Phew! A sudden sound of breaking air came from above. His crimson vertical pupils instantly focused, and the vigilant Seik raised his head. A huge black shadow descended from the sky. Its body was uniform, with long limbs, and a mane on its beastly head that resembled flames, as if it were a burning fire. It was that big cat. Plop! Splash! 2 splashes, one large and one small. The large one was the noise made by the lion landing. The small one was Seik sitting back in the stream. Seik stared blankly at the big cat in front of him. The lion's size was so large that 3 of him combined probably wouldn't match up to it. The lion stood in front of Seik, casting a shadow over him. Observing the small lizard in front of him, the lion felt increasingly curious. Initially, this little guy was just a somewhat deformed big-headed lizard, but now not only had its body become symmetrical, it had even grown 2 wings. It had even flown into the sky just now. Curious, this was too curious. The lion began to pace, circling the small lizard, conducting a thorough inspection from all angles. Under the scrutiny of the fire lion's gaze, Seik tensed up nervously, not daring to move. He didn't know what this fire lion wanted to do, but fighting was definitely out of the question. In front of this fire lion, he felt completely powerless. It was an instinctual intuition as a magical creature. He was just a baby who had recently come into the world, while the fire lion in front of him was clearly an adult individual. However, what slightly reassured him was that the fire lion's gaze held only curiosity, without any malice or desire to attack. Suddenly, an orange magical thread emerged in the air before them. Seik looked at the fire lion in front of him and immediately noticed that the lion was also looking at him. Magical threads. Was this big cat trying to establish communication with him? Magical creatures could communicate with each other as long as they could connect through magical threads to establish a mental link. Seik raised his paw and pointed at the orange magical thread, then pointed at himself. The next moment, he saw the big cat in front of him nod slightly. With confirmation received, something stirred in Seik's heart. A crimson magical thread condensed in the air and connected with the orange magical thread. Little lizard, don't be afraid, I don't eat children. A young male voice appeared directly in his mind. After speaking, the fire lion slightly opened its mouth and smiled friendly. Seik shrank his neck. Honestly, this big cat was better off not smiling. So, what do you want? Seik felt a bit stunned by the tender voice. How did his voice change like that? Nothing much, I just find you quite likable, so I thought of taking you along. How about joining me for a hunt? Hunt? Seik looked at the big cat in front of him. He wasn't sure how strong this big cat was, but it was definitely a dominant presence in this area with few rivals. Following the big cat for a hunt would surely be easier and safer. As for any ill intentions the big cat might have, Sake felt there wouldn't be any, as the big cat could easily take him out with a single swipe, no need for tricks. The power gap was too significant. Can I? Of course, wasn't I inviting you? Consider it agreed then. By the way, do you have a name? Yes, I'm called Sake. Sake, I'll remember that. My name is Zell, a name I chose for myself. From now on, you can call me Big Brother Zell. Alright, Big Brother Zell. Sake said smoothly, having a big brother wouldn't be bad, it would make his life in the forest easier. Hearing the tender address of Big Brother, Zell was very satisfied and once again bared his teeth, revealing a mouthful of tightly closed snow-white sharp teeth. Zell turned towards the stream bank, then looked back at the little one still sitting in the water. Jump on my back, I'll take you hunting. Okay. Although Sake didn't understand why the big cat wanted him to jump on its back, he chose to comply. Standing up straight from the stream, he ran to the big cat's side and jumped up, spreading his wings as he landed effortlessly on the big cat's back. Except for the long fur on its neck and head, the big cat's body was covered in short fur. Grab onto the fur on my neck, hold on tight, don't fall off. Okay. Responding, Sake immediately lay down on the big cat's back. It was wide and warm. Just as he grabbed the fur on the big cat's mane, a tremendous jolt of force came through. If his claws hadn't tightly held onto the fur, Sake had no doubt he would have fallen off the big cat's back. The scenery in his line of sight had completely turned into a blur, rapidly moving backward. It was too fast, the big cat's speed was truly astonishing. Leaping back and forth using the trunks of trees in the forest, the big cat unleashed a speed akin to a ghostly apparition. CK had never driven a sports car, but at this moment, lying on the back of the big cat, he felt as if he were driving one. Zell, you're so fast, CK praised. Hearing the compliment from young CK, Zell grinned proudly, but as he opened his mouth, a gust of wind rushed in. Of course, I am the king of this area, all around here is my territory, Zell boasted. So amazing, CK sincerely praised. Although he didn't know how big a territory was, having one's own land must mean Zell was impressive. Don't worry, when you grow up, you'll surely have your own territory too, Zell reassured. CK fell silent, considering himself just a waste with potential, dreaming about having his own territory. He only planned to live like this for the rest of his life. Why aren't you talking? Nothing, a hint of disappointment in his young voice. Zell sensed the disappointment in the young voice but didn't know what to say. He had long known everything from the Moon Wolf, that CK only had one ring of blessing, indicating his limit. If it were the unchanged CK who first entered the forest, indeed he seemed to have only one ring of potential. Big head, deformed, fragile body. But now, thick scales, wings, a strong body, active fire elements all over. He didn't look like a monster with only one ring of potential. He started to doubt if the Moon Wolf had deceived him, hiding something intentionally. But it didn't matter to him. He had no other purpose in approaching this little guy, just found him pleasing and wanted to play with him. Shoo! The branches of the big tree trembled slightly. A big cat with a chubby lizard on its back landed on them. CK, how about we have wild buffalo today? Lying on the big cat's back, CK turned his head to look ahead. Outside the big tree was a small open space exposed to sunlight, covered with grass, where a group of wild buffaloes were leisurely grazing. There were quite a few buffaloes, clearly a herd. No problem, Zell, I'll barbecue. Later, you can taste my cooking, CK offered. Oh, I'll look forward to it then, Zell grinned slightly, achieving his goal. Indeed, he had been thinking about this little guy's barbecue. Countless nights, he had watched the little guy enjoy the delicious barbecue. He had tried to barbecue himself but failed to get the taste right, even with spices from the nearby human city. The main reason was his claws were not suitable for such delicate work. Get down from my back, I'll go catch a buffalo, Zell instructed. Okay, Zell. Using his claws to support his body, CK leaped down, spreading his wings on his back to balance until his forepaws landed on the thick branch of the tree. Feeling a lightness on his back, Zell leaped down swiftly, landing silently on the ground. Watching from the tree, CK was amazed. The big cat crouched down, muscles bulging on its paws as it prepared to pounce. In the next moment, a dark golden shadow elongated in the air. The peaceful grazing buffaloes exploded in the next second. Standing in place, the big cat had a male wild buffalo lying quietly under its front paws, a large hole in its forehead oozing blood mixed with white matter. Lying on the ground, its limbs stretched out, twitching occasionally. It was already dead, killed in an instant by the big cat's paw. The convulsions were just nerve reactions. Impressive, watching the big cat take down the buffalo with one blow, Sake couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. He could also kill a buffalo, but definitely couldn't do it with a single blow like the big cat. Also, the speed at which the big cat just burst out was too fast, so fast that he could only see some after images. Moo, the buffaloes around started to flee. Zell didn't bother with the fleeing herd of buffaloes, lowered his head, opened his blood-stained mouth, and bit directly into the neck bone of the buffalo. Carrying the buffalo in his mouth, Zell walked back under the big tree and looked up. "Come down, Sake, we're going back." Roar responding, Sake leaped down with a kick of his hind legs, spread his wings in the air, spiraled down, and finally landed accurately on the big cat's back. Even at a slow flying speed, he could still control the landing accurately. With the corpse of the buffalo in his mouth and Sake on his back, it was no burden for Zell. With four paws moving, his figure turned into an orange blur running through the forest, jumping over obstacles directly. From the moment Sake landed on the big cat's back, he grabbed onto the mane, so there were no surprises. Sniffing, Sake, lying on the big cat's back, twitched his nose slightly. There was a smell of blood, not from the buffalo in the big cat's mouth, but another scent mixed with a fishy smell. As Zell ran, he gradually slowed down his pace, clearly having caught the scent too. He released the buffalo from his mouth. Bang! The buffalo's body fell to the ground. Turning around, Zell twisted his head to the left and charged. Sake, clinging firmly to the mane on the big cat's back, couldn't keep up with the speed at which the big cat burst out, and the scenery in his line of sight was already blurry. "Hold on tight, Sake, some trash has entered my territory, and now I need to clean it up." "Oh, I'll hold on tight, Zell." That's what he said, but Sake felt his body floating. At this moment, he was hanging on the big cat's back like a kite. A small figure, no more than 1.2 meters tall, with green skin all over, large limbs, and a big belly, the ugly goblin in hand slammed the ground heavily with a big stick. On a simple carriage, a mother and daughter hugged tightly together, surrounded by 8 adventurers facing off against a group of goblins. There were many goblins, a total of 15, one short of being twice the number of adventurers. Rustle! At this moment, the bushes beside the forest path shook, and soon goblins with green skin and miscellaneous weapons walked out of the bushes. This made the already dire situation even more desperate. At least that's how it seemed to the adventurers. In the yellow eyes, there was an undisguised greed and evil, saliva dripping from the corners of the goblins' mouths, and a foul smell suddenly filled the air. Brent! A tall man with a fierce scar on his face suddenly spoke. The man called Brent looked strong and tall, about 1.8 meters, but he had a youthful face that revealed his young age. The young man, who had been trembling with fear, instantly tensed his body and his gaze was no longer fearful. "Yes, Captain. You take the 2 employers and retreat first, we'll cover you." Hearing this, Brent was stunned for a moment, but then he reacted, tears instantly welling up in his eyes. To say retreat, it was clearly the captain and everyone planning to sacrifice themselves to cover his escape. He didn't want to be a coward who ran away, or worse, abandon his comrades. "No, I refuse. Even if it means death, I will never abandon my comrades. This is the motto of the Giant Bear Adventure Team that you, Captain, taught me. Never give up, never abandon." Damn it. The priority now is the safety of the employer, and who said I'm going to die? I'm not that great. I still have secret techniques up my sleeve. Exactly, do you think we seasoned adventurers have no tricks up our sleeves to save our lives like you rookies? A burly man carrying a huge sword like a door panel on his shoulder chimed in. "But Uncle Sam, no buts, hurry and evacuate with the employer. The Giant Bear Adventure Team is not the kind that lacks courage. Once we take on a job, the Giant Bear Adventure Team will see it through to the end." Gah! Unable to contain themselves, a goblin was the first to attack, wielding a big club and leaping into action. A flash of silver sword light cut through the air, slicing the leaping goblin in half, its dark green blood splattering on the ground, intensifying the already pungent smell in the air. "Move, Brent!" Upon hearing the captain's command, Brent, who was ready to rush in to help, hesitated. Glancing at his comrades entangled in battle with the goblins, Brent gritted his teeth, turned around, and jumped onto the carriage, lifting a mother and daughter who were already petrified onto his shoulders. Get the 2 employers to safety, then come back to help the captain. That was his thought. The adventurers' fighting abilities were decent, but with too many goblins, it was an unequal battle. Each adventurer faced at least 3 to 4 goblins surrounding them. A goblin wielding a big club struck heavily at an adventurer holding a dagger in his hand. "Ah!" A cry of pain rang out. The struck adventurer fell to the ground, his right leg twisted at an unnatural angle. "Ah!" The intense pain made the adventurer scream, his features contorted in agony, tears mixed with mucus streaming down his face. A goblin raised a club, ready to strike the fallen adventurer. "Who?" A blaze of hot flames descended, instantly coalescing into a fiery serpent entwining the goblin. "Gah! Gah!" Engulfed in flames, the goblin managed only 2 cries of agony before turning into a charred lump, filling the air with the scent of roasted meat. A massive figure landed in the midst of the battle between adventurers and goblins. 2 unlucky goblins became stepping stones for Zell, turning into a green mush on impact. Landing, Zell raised both paws and swiped at the 2 nearest monsters, goblins. Under attack, the 2 goblins raised their spears and swords to resist. The goblin's spear struck Zell's paw, but didn't even break the skin. The next moment, the 2 goblins splattered with dark green fluid were sent flying. With a roar, Zell swiftly pounced on the next goblin. This was a slaughter of unmatched power. Since Zell joined the fray, the battle had become completely one-sided. In the forest, Brent carried the 2 employers and ran wildly, each step on the forest floor covered with fallen leaves making a faint sound. Whoosh! Hearing the sound of something breaking through the air behind him, Brent's heart tightened. The next moment, a sharp pain shot through his leg. Losing his balance, he fell to the ground, the 2 employers also tumbling down. Gah! The goblin who shot the arrow proudly raised his longbow. Gah! Standing nearby, 2 goblins holding broken swords also raised their weapons, as if praising the scene. After celebrating for a moment, the 3 goblins continued towards their 3 fallen prey. As the footsteps drew closer, Brant propped himself up on his arms, drew the long sword hanging from his waist, planted it on the ground, and faced the 3 approaching goblins. He glanced at the mother and daughter trembling beside him, wanting to speak but ultimately giving up. It was clear that the 2 women had been scared out of their wits, probably unable to hear anything at this moment. But he understood, seeing one's husband torn to pieces by a group of goblins was an image too cruel for anyone to bear. Brant's gaze shifted to the 3 goblins drawing nearer. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, the best course of action now was to take down these 3 goblins. When the goblins were 10 meters away from Brant, they halted, drew arrows, and pulled back their bows in a swift motion. Swish! Ping! Brant sliced through the incoming arrow, then pushed off with his intact left leg, charging forward. Although an arrow had pierced his right leg, he was a warrior, trained in endurance, and this injury wasn't enough to immobilize him. 2 goblins raised their weapons to intercept Brant. The archer goblin backed off, knocked another arrow, and swiftly shot it towards the human adventurer. Ha! Letting out a roar, Brant's arm muscles bulged, and his sword erupted with tremendous force. The 2 goblins were sent flying by this immense power, their weapons shattered. Just as he was about to counterattack, a sharp pain struck his chest. Looking down, he saw a small knife embedded in his chest, blood oozing out, tainted with a dark hue. His mind grew hazy at that moment, and he saw the archer goblin sneering, its figure beginning to blur. Brant's knees gave out, the poison spreading rapidly through his body. Grah! The archer goblin pointed at 2 other goblins. They swiftly picked up their fallen weapons and headed towards the kneeling human, clearly intending to finish him off. Meanwhile, the archer goblin's gaze had already shifted to the 2 female humans, a sinister gleam in its yellow eyes. It preferred the flesh of human females over males, finding it more tender. Hearing the whoosh of the wind, the archer goblin turned, knocked an arrow, and shot it in one fluid motion. Ping! The arrow hit the round red head, leaving only a shallow scratch. In that moment of being hit, Seek's heart skipped a beat. But he felt no pain and his crimson vertical pupils narrowed. The next moment, he lunged at the archer goblin, raising his claws and delivering a swift strike to its head. Splurt! Dark green fluid splattered all over, emitting an indescribable but intensely foul odor that filled the air. Disgusted, Seek opened his mouth and spewed flames directly at the 2 goblins charging towards him. The flames engulfed the 2 goblins, who took a few steps before collapsing into motionless heaps of cooked meat. The 3 pursuing goblins were now completely dealt with. Stepping down from the headless goblin, Seek, with his claws covered in sticky green fluid, wiped them on the fallen leaves before approaching the male adventurer. For some reason, this time he didn't feel the usual discomfort facing this adventurer. He stopped in front of the kneeling adventurer. Brant struggled to lift his head, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his bloodied lips, an awkward smile forming on his face. Thank you for saving us. Looking at the adventurer in front of him, Seek felt like he understood something. Perhaps because this guy is a good person. His gaze fixed on the small knife stuck in the adventurer's chest, oozing black poisonous blood. Sizzle! Raising his claw, he roughly tore open the adventurer's shirt, revealing a sturdy chest. Brent grimaced in pain. Honestly, this monster's actions were a bit rough, but thinking that this monster had saved him, Brent silently suppressed his complaints. The dagger was stuck in the chest, the surrounding flesh turning black, but the spread was limited, just the size of a tennis ball. The spread was slow, indicating the poison wasn't very strong. He quickly concluded in his mind, Seek immediately started searching around and soon found what he was looking for. Under the huge tree trunk, the roots were dense like a forest, and on the muddy ground under these dense roots grew a pile of blue mushrooms. Seek had read about this type of mushroom in a book, called the blue return mushroom, poisonous, causing hallucinations that lasted a long time, becoming fatal only after 20 hours. This mushroom also had another characteristic: it was highly repellent. Once mixed with other toxins, it would immediately engage in a fight to the death, either killing the other or being killed. Russell, diving into the roots, he picked 2 blue return mushrooms with his claw and quickly returned to the male adventurer. The man was leaning against the tree trunk, with a woman and a little girl by his side. However, seeing the woman's helpless look, it was clear she didn't know what to do to help the adventurer who had saved her and her daughter. The little girl was even less reliable, crying throughout. Russell, Seek walked up to the man and stopped, raising his right claw with the mushrooms. Brent, weak but still conscious, looked puzzled at the monster's actions. His gaze shifted to the mushrooms in the monster's claw, brightly colored, unfamiliar to him. However, the captain had once told him that only 10% of wild mushrooms were edible, the rest, 90%, were poisonous, especially the brightly colored ones. Seeing the man's confusion, Seek said nothing. He didn't expect this man to understand. After all, he was a warrior, not someone who read many books like a mage. Closing his claw, the 2 blue return mushrooms instantly turned into a pulp. A strange fragrance filled the air. Smelling it, Brent instinctively held his breath. But the next moment, he saw the monster reaching out its chubby claw and applying it directly to his chest wound. Brent's eyes widened instantly. Was this monster trying to kill him? He wanted to resist, but his body was already weak. Ignoring the wide-eyed adventurer in front of him, Seek evenly applied the blue return mushrooms to the wound, effectively treating it. As for the dagger, Seek didn't intend to remove it. He didn't carry potions when he went out, and pulling out the dagger would cause heavy bleeding, which he couldn't handle. He couldn't just spit fire on the man's wound. If he did, he felt the man might perish first. Heat. Brent felt 2 flames burning on his body, incompatible and each trying to extinguish the other. This sensation was extremely uncomfortable. His vision started to blur, and the monster's figure in front of him began to overlap. Why would it poison itself? His consciousness slowly drifted away. Seek glanced at the man's wound. The dark purple color had been mostly neutralized, the poison gradually being counteracted by the blue return mushrooms. Well, the effect was very satisfactory, just a bit of suffering, that's all. The unconscious man's bare upper body was flushed red, sweat dripping down his muscular contours. Confirming the man's condition, Seik shifted his gaze away. If it were a cute girl, he might have taken a few more glances, but this was a man. Moving his eyes away, Seik looked towards the woman holding her daughter nearby, who had cleverly kept them away since he crushed the blueback mushroom. The scent of the blueback mushroom was also toxic, just not very strong. As a monster, Seik could be immune to it, but ordinary humans couldn't. Looking at the woman, Seik raised his right claw and pointed to the man lying against the tree trunk. Then he raised his head, opened his mouth, and made a gesture of holding a water jug with his paws on top of his head. Watching the monster's actions, Lisa had a guess in her mind. Was it asking her to give him water? Looking at the young man lying there, Lisa's eyes flickered. If she could, she would definitely want to save this young man who had saved their lives. However, the series of actions by the monster just now left her a bit puzzled for the moment. Are you asking me to give him water? Did you understand? Seik's eyes lit up, nodding immediately. Seeing the monster nod, Lisa gently pushed her daughter away. Lanies, wait for me here. I'll go help the adventurer brother who saved us. Okay. The little girl obediently nodded towards her mother. Lisa reached out and patted her daughter's head, then took off the water bag hanging from her waist and walked towards Brent. Unnoticed by her, her daughter followed behind her. Lainey stood in front of Seik, her big golden eyes round and unblinking as she examined the monster in front of her. Similarly, Seik raised his head to size up the little girl who had suddenly approached him. The little girl was not tall, standing at about 4 feet, her white dress already stained, her slightly chubby round face looking cute, but her reddened eyes made her appear a bit pitiful. Are you trying to save him? The innocent lowly voice asked, with the typical innocence of her age in her tone. Seik didn't want to deal with this little lowly in front of him. Children were always troublesome. He grinned, revealing a mouth full of sharp white teeth. The effect was significant, as the little girl in front of him immediately took 2 steps back nervously. His crimson vertical pupils slightly dilated, and Seik contentedly lay down on the ground. He had done what he needed to do, now he just had to wait for his big brother Zell to return. As soon as he lay down, there was a soft touch on top of his head. Turning his vertical pupils upwards, he saw a fair little arm. It was the little loli who had approached him voluntarily. "Thank you for saving me and my mother, and of course, the adventurer brother as well." Just one glance at Sake, and she closed her eyes. He had no interest in this kind of little loli. But the little loli seemed to have flipped a switch. "My name is Lainey's. Shall we be friends? My magic detection is A, and I'm currently a student at the Holy Land Academy. I'm sure I'll become a very powerful mage in the future." Lainey's blinked and looked at the monster lying on the ground, her big round eyes shining brightly at that moment. "The mushroom just now was called the blueback mushroom, right? It can counteract the poison in the adventurer brother. Can you answer me? I know you're very smart and can understand me. Big lizard, say something, okay? As long as you're willing to be friends with me, I'll take you to the city of Goya in the Holy Land for a big meal. I have a lot of pocket money. I can use it all to buy you delicious food." Sake. Opening his eyes, Sake glanced at the little loli crouching in front of him. This little loli must have been a little bird in her past life. Upon seeing the giant lizard open its eyes, a pure smile appeared on Lena's face. "Did you agree? Agree? What agreement?" Sake spread its thick wings on its back and vigorously flapped them, lifting its body off the ground. Ouch! A sudden gust of wind blew the little girl down to the ground, eliciting a cry of pain. Ignoring all this, Sake flew to a fork in a big tree and perched there. Finally, there was quiet around. Hearing her daughter's cry of pain, Liz, who was taking care of the adventurer, turned to look at her daughter. She saw her daughter looking angry, stomping her feet. She had heard everything the girl had said. Her daughter seemed to have taken a liking to the monster that had saved them and wanted to make a contract, but it seemed unsuccessful now. Seeing her daughter's determined look, Liz relaxed and turned her attention back to the adventurer who had saved their lives. "Hey, come down, big lizard. Lenice, #O. Ignoring the willful little girl below, Sake lay down and closed its eyes. Russell, hearing footsteps, Sake instantly opened its eyes and looked down. Behind a fire lion, 8 adventurers were walking towards them, supporting each other. The big cat had arrived. Phew, its thick wings spread out from its back and slid down from the tree. Its claws dug deep into the soil, sliding for a few seconds before slowly coming to a stop, folding its wings back. "Zell, you're back. Yeah, looks like everything's fine on your end too." A small figure was cautiously approaching in the corner of Zell's eye. With a powerful push from its hind legs, it leaped onto the big cat's back, avoiding the little girl's pounce. Lenice, who missed her target, lay on the ground and raised her head in dissatisfaction. "Stingy, what's wrong with letting me hold you for a bit?" Ignoring the human cub's complaint, Sake skillfully lay down on the big cat's back. "Zell, are you done? Let's go back and roast some meat." "Yeah, our job here is done." Zell glanced curiously at the human cub on the ground. "What's the deal with you and this little one?" "Nothing, she wanted to make a contract with me, but I'm not interested in this little one." "Well done, Sake. We monsters can't just be contracted easily, it would be too cheap for these contractors. Even if we were to make a contract, we would need to find a contractor with good magical talent so that the magic they provide can sustain our growth and consumption. Luckily you weren't contracted. When you have time, I'll take you to the city to broaden your horizons so you won't be easily contracted in the future." "Okay," Sake lazily responded. The big cat's back was warm and cozy, perfect for sleeping. "Are you tired, Sake?" "A bit, Zell." Zell glanced at the 3 goblin corpses on the ground, their wounds torn by claws. Sake must have fought a tough battle to deal with these 3 goblins. "Then take a nap. I'll wake you up when we get back." "Okay," Sake responded, lying on the big cat's back, slowly closing its eyes. The big cat's back was indeed perfect for sleeping, wide and warm. The leader of the bear adventure team listened to the employer's account of everything that had happened. He glanced at Brent, who was slumped against a tree in a deep sleep, then walked over to the fire lion. "Lord Fire Lion, I don't have any fire elemental crystals on me right now to pay for your rescue. Can I pay you next time?" "Yes, a monster's rescue was never free. As for the rescue price, it generally depends on the meaning of Warcraft. The pricing of the Fire Lion is not high, 1 fire elemental crystal per person." The Fire Lion looked at the human in front of him and nodded slowly. Being able to sacrifice oneself in a desperate situation to cover the retreat of one's teammates, this human race is not bad. With a nod, the Fire Lion turned and walked away. Seeing the big lion carrying the large lizard about to leave, Lainey's wanted to chase after, but she was stopped as soon as she took a step. Turning around, she saw that her mother had grabbed her. "Lainey's, be quiet." Hearing her mother's gentle admonition, Lainey shrank her neck. Although her mother seemed very gentle on the surface, she knew it was only superficial. Being held by her mother's hand, Lainey's could only watch unwillingly as the big lion carried the large lizard away. Her body fell to the ground. It didn't hurt, but it made Sake open his eyes. Getting up from the ground and sitting down, he rubbed his eyes with his paws. As his consciousness gradually cleared, Sake saw a big cat squatting in front of him. "Welcome home, Sake, it's your turn to roast the meat." With that, the furry big paw pointed to the carcass of a wild buffalo on the ground. Sake glanced at the hole in the buffalo's forehead that had been opened earlier. It's the one from before. "Alright, Zell, take a break, I'll get started now." The big cat nodded, then lay down on the spot and started to slack off. Seeing the big cat lying down, Sake was a bit puzzled. He was just being polite. Why was the big cat lying down? Wasn't he going to help? Glancing at the already lying big cat, it seemed that he really wasn't going to help himself. Helpless, Sake had to start on his own. Opening his mouth to bite the buffalo's neck, he began to move backward step by step towards the stream with his hind legs. After dragging the buffalo into the water, he officially began the processing work. Busy for an hour, he put the buffalo on the grill, using his claws to make cuts and apply spices to the meat. After seasoning the final leg of meat, he opened his mouth, gathered red light, and the next moment a tongue of fire fell on the pile of firewood under the grill. The firewood was instantly ignited, and a large fire rose up. Seeing the fire burning, Sake ran to the makeshift wooden frame, ready to turn the meat. Just as he ran over, a tail with only fur at the tip was already placed on the grill. "Let me do it." The voice of the big cat echoed in his mind. "Zell, pay attention to the heat. Don't underestimate me, little brother, relax." "All right." With a roar, Sake turned and walked into the forest, ready to find some fruits to avoid getting tired of eating meat later. Spreading his thick wings, he flew up to the treehouse, pulled out a basket from inside, and set off. Flying with his wings in the forest, his efficiency was naturally different from before. In less than half an hour, the basket in his arms was filled with various colorful fruits. The last bit of space was filled with a blue fruit almost as big as a watermelon. Crack! His head suddenly felt heavy, and the next moment a fruit core that hadn't completely separated from the flesh fell to the ground in front of him. His crimson vertical pupils quickly focused. Looking up at the big tree, he saw a wild monkey dancing on a branch over 30 meters high, as if celebrating hitting its target. "Oh oh oh! Oh 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 oh!" The monkeys in the treetops began to screech. Well, he hadn't even bothered them yet, and they were causing trouble. Sake didn't like monkeys. The previous generation didn't like them, and he liked them even less in this life. Since he entered the forest, these monkeys had always been pelting him with fruit cores, leaving him covered in bruises. At that time, his scales weren't so thick. On all fours, his body slightly crouched, his crimson vertical pupils locked onto the troublemakers in the treetops. Today, he would give the big cat an extra meal. Ugh! The monkeys in the tree were also angry when they saw this scene. Normally, this strange lizard would quietly run away when they hit it. But today was a bit different. A monkey picked up a rock and smashed it down directly. As if it were a signal, one by one, the monkeys took out small stones from the tree and started throwing them. Pap-pap-a-pap. The scales rang with a dense impact. The rocks kept falling on the lizard, not hurting it. Until the last rock fell, Sake opened his concentrated red vertical pupils again. His gaze swept over the circle of stones scattered on the ground. It seemed that this group of rascals had run out of rocks to throw. So now it's my turn. Hoo! His thick wings spread out, and after a few steps of running on the ground, his claws lifted off the ground. Ah! Seeing this scene, the monkeys in the tree let out frightened cries for the first time. Then they began to scatter in groups. Attacking from the trees was easy, but now that the target was flying, the situation had suddenly reversed. The monkeys started to scatter. But this had no effect on Sake. He would catch one by one, and he would kill one by one. Now it was time for this group of rascals to pay their dues. Oh! The forest echoed with the usual noisy cries of the monkeys, but today's cries were tinged with a sense of tragedy. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The wooden spit kept turning with the entwined tails. Suddenly, the turning spit stopped, then continued turning. Smelling the extra scent of blood in the air, Zer looked up at the bright red figure falling into the stream. Did the little one go hunting again? The scent seemed to be from that unpleasant group of monkeys. He landed in the stream, and the clear water was instantly dyed red with blood flowing downstream. The cool stream washed over his body, and Sake felt the boiling heat in his heart gradually cool down. Whoosh! His head broke the water's surface, staring at the reflection of his figure in the water. What's wrong with me? How did I suddenly become so violent? In the past, he would have just taught those monkeys a lesson at most. He shouldn't have slaughtered the whole group. He gazed at the reflection of his head in the water. Round shape, semicircular snout, small nose and ears, and in his red vertical pupils, there was still a hint of lingering ferocity. Looking at his reflection in the water, Seek fell into contemplation. Have I turned evil? No, I haven't turned evil. I've just become a bit more irritable. At that moment, a figure appeared in his mind. I should control my emotions from now on. If I turn into a savage beast, Cecilia might not even acknowledge me. With determination, he sat upright in the stream and pulled out 2 young rascals from his backpack to start processing them. Beheading, gutting, skinning, all in one go. Perhaps because he had become a monster, he surprisingly felt no remorse in handling these rascals, and after finishing, Seek felt somewhat incredulous. Placing the processed rascal meat on the fruits in his backpack, Seek picked up the backpack and walked ashore. Stop! With the woman's raised hand, the 6-member adventurer team halted their steps. What's wrong, Captain? Didn't you smell the blood? Now that you mention it, the air does seem a bit off. Stay alert, go check ahead. The woman took the lead and walked ahead. Following the scent of blood, the air became increasingly thick with the smell. When they reached a corner around a large tree, the woman's figure suddenly stopped. In front of her, on the forest floor, lay monkey after monkey, densely packed and numbering close to 100. Wild beasts were already feasting on the corpses of these monkeys. The beasts were highly alert, having noticed the sudden intrusion of human adventurers, but they merely glanced over before returning to their meal. Food was abundant now, no need for a fight. See, Captain, what's going on? Perhaps witnessing this for the first time, the young man's voice trembled slightly. Nothing, just stay quiet, she whispered, casting a stern look. Instead of speaking, the woman carefully examined the wounds on the monkeys. The wounds looked gruesome, flesh torn apart as if by sharp claws. Judging by the outcome, the culprits behind this massacre weren't after food but simply satisfying their urge to kill, much like the ferocious beasts. The woman furrowed her brow slightly. If that was the case, things could get complicated. These monkey groups usually stayed in the trees, meaning the culprit was either adept at climbing or a flying beast. She leaned back her hand gently, signaling her teammates as she began to retreat. As an adventurer, she needed to report this incident to the guild promptly. The appearance of a ferocious beast near the city, especially a potentially hard-to-defeat flying one, posed a significant threat to the caravan and the city residents. Splash! Water splashed as a familiar struggle was felt in the claws. Lifting the claw, she watched the large fish gradually calm down, her crimson vertical pupils dilating with joy. Lucky, another big fish. Recently, many large fish had appeared in the stream for some unknown reason, much like migrating animals. Catching these white fish near her home was a must, and the taste of these white fish was exceptionally delicious. She tossed the fish from her claw towards the riverbank. Plop! The fish landed accurately on the head of the big cat lying on the ground. Seeing the target hit, she quickly turned back to catch more fish. Letting the big cat laze around without helping catch fish. With a slight bump on the head, Zell opened her left eye, glanced at the figure fishing in the stream, then closed her eyes again to continue napping. A very peaceful daily interaction. But this tranquility was soon shattered. Opening her eyes, Zell raised her body on all fours and gazed at the figure standing on the wooden bridge. It was a female human dressed as an adventurer, but unlike the usual adventurers, the woman's armor was exquisite and complete, shining silver under the sunlight. The moment their eyes met, a sense of facing a sharp blade rose in her heart. The person sent by the Adventurers Guild. And this woman's strength is formidable. A sense of alertness arose within her. Noticing the gaze of the lion, the beast lord, Kaysher nodded slightly and then continued to watch the fiery figure repeatedly striking the stream with its back turned towards them. A lizard? Not quite, with a strange yet cute appearance, round head, round body, and a large belly, its gaze fixed on the thick wings folded on its back. A shadow fell instantly. Looking at the beast lord in front of her, who shielded her eyes with her body, Keishi's lips curled up slightly in a polite smile. Lord Lion, greetings. Ignoring the human's courtesy, the lion directly condensed an orange magical thread in the air. Their warcraft's throats were quite special, only capable of emitting monotonous sounds. However, communicating with other intelligent species was not difficult for them, all it took was a magical connection. As Keishi gazed at the magical thread extending before her, her eyes focused, and the next moment, a blue magical thread condensed in the air. The two magical threads extended and connected. Human, speak, why have you come this time? Just have a small question to ask for the Fire Lion Lord's answer. Of course, I won't let you help for nothing. After speaking, Keishi suddenly raised her right hand, and a silver ring on her finger lit up with a blue glow, a small bag appearing in her calloused palm. The bag turned into a parabola and flew towards the Fire Lion. Without hesitation, Zer bit down on the thrown object and began to chew. Crunch, 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 the chewing sound echoed in the air. Ask. Thank you for your generosity. Recently, 90% of the monkey group in the forest died suddenly. The ones who killed those monkeys did not eat them, it seems they killed purely for the sake of killing. Such brutality resembles the actions of a savage beast. Have you sensed any other foreign warcraft's presence recently, Fire Lion Lord? Crunch, 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 crunch. The chewing paused, then resumed to normal. Zur looked at the human species before him, his gaze calm. No, if you are looking for the killer of those monkeys, there's no need to search further. I killed those monkeys. They kept screeching all day, disturbing my sleep. Keishi narrowed her eyes slightly, still maintaining a smile on her face. Of course, she didn't believe the Fire Lion's words. If it was indeed the Fire Lion Lord who did it, the monkeys' remains wouldn't be corpses but rather minced meat buried in the ground. But the monkeys' bodies had claw marks all over them. After swallowing the chewed-up fire elemental crystal shards in her mouth, Keishi raised her right paw, revealing sharp claws hidden in the furry paw pad, licked her paw with her tongue, and gazed at the woman who had kept her left hand on her sword hilt the whole time. Just claws? I have them too. Facing the Fire Lion's clearly hostile gaze, Keishi remained calm, her smile still on her face. She was protecting the individual who had nearly wiped out the entire monkey group. Glancing past the Fire Lion, her eyes swept over the figure constantly catching fish in the stream. Just as she had barely looked away for 2 seconds, her gaze was once again intercepted. Looking at the Fire Lion before her, Keishi slowly released her left hand from the sword hilt, her gaze fixed on the Fire Lion's majestic vertical pupils. It seems that the one who slaughtered the monkey group is not a savage beast. Certainly not a savage beast. This is my territory, and I definitely won't allow a savage beast to exist in my domain. I understand. Thank you for your help. There are matters with the guild. I'll take my leave first. Without any delay, Keishi turned and left, walking on the wooden bridge, her gaze fixed on the red figure constantly catching fish in the stream. Suddenly, a strong intuition rose in her heart, that this little guy would surely bring her more trouble in the future. Watching the human's figure fade into the distance, Zur's paw couldn't stop trembling. Oh my, this lion actually challenged a 7-ring sword king. It feels unbelievable just thinking about it. No, I need to lie down for a bit, feeling a bit unsteady. His paw softened, and he lay down on the spot. Just as he lay down, a large white fish fell from above. Glancing at the figure catching fish in the stream, Zur narrowed his vertical pupils slightly. This ungrateful little one, I even challenged the 7th ring sword king for you, and you still used a fish to hit me. The morning light sprinkled on the body, propped up claws from the big cat's body, stretched lazily with a yawn. The day was bright again. Glancing at the big cat still lying on the grass below. Snore snore, the snoring was deep, the big cat was still fast asleep. Since the big cat arrived, he started sleeping outdoors. The big cat's back was the best mattress for him, a self-heating mattress that worked 24 hours a day. But it couldn't go on like this forever. These days were fine, the weather was good, no rain. If it rained one day, he would be soaked, especially if it rained in the middle of the night. It would be even more frustrating to wake up drenched. It seemed he had to build a wooden house, at least then he wouldn't become a soaked chicken when it rained. Glancing around, the ground around the treehouse was spacious, so building a wooden house to accommodate the big cat was no problem at all. As for the wood, scanning around, CK's gaze turned to the other side of the river. His gaze paused as it passed over the wooden bridge. At this moment, a familiar figure was standing on the wooden bridge. The blue-haired girl on the bridge waved towards him. Cecilia? Wasn't she supposed to come in a week? But today is only the 3rd day. The crimson vertical pupils widened with joy. Never mind, Cecilia was here. With a push of his hind legs, he leaped down directly from the big cat's back, and ran towards the figure standing on the wooden bridge. In his sleep, he suddenly felt a hot, stinging sensation on his back. Zell instantly opened his eyes, glanced at the figure heading towards the wooden bridge, then looked at his own back. There were 2 clear red claw marks on his back covered in fiery short fur. Zell! The dark gold vertical pupils slightly condensed. This was simply outrageous. He was a 4-ring quasi-adult fire lion, yet he was breached by a monster cub that was barely less than 1 ring, and it was unconscious. What kind of claws did this little guy have? Leaping onto the wooden bridge, when he was about 3 to 4 meters away from Cecilia, he pushed off with his hind legs, leaping towards her. Facing the pouncing figure, Cecilia smiled. Although she had grown an extra pair of wings, CK was still the little guy she had picked up in the rain. Just as she was about to open her arms to catch the pouncing little one, her gaze suddenly noticed the faintly cold claws in the air. Instinctively, Cecilia sidestepped to avoid CK's pounce. The claws plunged deeply into the wooden bridge as they landed. Seeing his claws embedded in the wooden bridge, CK was a bit stunned. When did his claws become so sharp? If Cecilia hadn't dodged, then. The crimson vertical pupils shrank suddenly. It's okay because I know CK didn't mean it. Her slender hand, like white jade, wrapped around the round head and pulled it into her arms. Without any resistance, CK obediently let the hand guide his head into Cecilia's embrace. At this moment, Cecilia was sitting on the bridge, so CK naturally rested his head on Cecilia's thighs and slightly opened his mouth. Rar, the tender voice was soft and somewhat coquettish. This move was very effective. Cecilia's hands immediately fell on the round head, stroking it gently. Watching the heartwarming scene on the bridge, the Fire Lion felt a strange sensation rising in his heart. At this moment, he seemed to be superfluous. Well, let's leave today's time to little CK and this human. Rising from the grass without any hesitation, he turned and walked straight into the forest. On the bridge, Cecilia looked at the little Seek lying on her lap with closed eyes. This little creature was probably the most coquettish monster she had ever seen. She had encountered many monster cubs before, and although they would get close to contract holders, most of the time they didn't like being touched, not even by contract holders. Her gaze paused on a pair of folded meat wings. Unlike regular meat wings, the extra pair on Seek was covered in fiery red scales, giving them a heavy and imposing look. But judging by the length of the wings, they should be able to fly. No, they definitely could fly. Otherwise, that group of monkeys wouldn't have been slaughtered by Seek. Honestly, when she heard Carl say that Seek had killed an entire group of monkeys, her heart sank heavily, unable to understand why the seemingly gentle Seek had suddenly become so aggressive. Almost every ferocious beast started with aggression, so she immediately took a leave and came here. For now, Seek was still a little Seek, very clingy. Leaning down, she gently pressed her cheek against Seek's head. Seek, who had closed his eyes, opened them again, his crimson vertical pupils showing a hint of confusion. Why did Cecilia want to take him to the Contract Holders Guild? I want to take you to the guild for a specific evaluation. Evaluation? Was it to test his potential? If that was the case, he probably didn't need to go. His crimson vertical pupils slightly condensed as he channeled magic into his heart. The next moment, fiery red light gathered around his round waist. Seek raised his head slightly, indicating Cecilia to look at his gifted ring. He was just a lizard with a ring, nothing special. Ha! His crimson vertical pupils quickly condensed. Seeing the two circles of fiery red gifted rings coiling around his waist, Seek was puzzled. Could gifted rings actually grow more? This seemed different from what was written in the books. The deep red gifted rings, surrounded by flames, had tiny magical patterns that added a sense of mystery. As a contract teacher, Cecilia quickly realized that something was wrong. She didn't recognize any of the magical patterns on Seek's gifted rings, and she distinctly remembered that when she first found this little creature, it only had one gifted ring, and now it had two. This clearly contradicted the common knowledge she had learned before. At the same time, her determination to take Seek for evaluation grew stronger. Her deep blue eyes stared at the little Seek in front of her, noticing his surprise, indicating that he was also a bit puzzled by the situation. Let's go to the Contract Holders Guild tomorrow. This time, Seek didn't refuse, he had read about it in books. The Contract Holders Guild could determine the specific values of monsters, thus identifying their current state for contract holders to know how to nurture them. Reflecting on his recent changes, from his increasingly aggressive temper to the inexplicable growth of a ring, it was clearly abnormal. Getting stronger was a good thing, but this kind of strength beyond comprehension was different. A sense of unease crept up in his heart. Instinctively, he nuzzled into Cecilia's embrace. The soft touch and the faint scent of virginity surrounding his nose instantly dispelled the gloom that had just arisen in his heart. Indeed, it was Cecilia's embrace that made him feel at ease. After dinner, they sat together on a wooden bridge to gaze at the stars before returning to the treehouse to rest. And thus, the day came to an end. The next day, he woke up from the faintly familiar scent lingering in the cushion nest. Seek spotted the figure sitting at the entrance of the treehouse at a glance. Stretching his claws to support his body, sticking his butt out, yawning widely, and stretching lazily, Seek walked to the treehouse entrance. "Good morning, Seek," the gentle gaze and the unchanging gentle smile. Looking at Cecilia in front of him, Seek leaned in and then stuck out his big tongue to lick Cecilia's face directly. Caught off guard, Cecilia was licked all over her small face, making it all wet. It tastes like strawberries. Quite sweet. Seek withdrew his tongue satisfied, not taking a second lick because although Cecilia didn't complain, there was already a hint of wariness in her eyes. Roar letting out a sound, as a response, Seek looked down below the treehouse. At first glance, it immediately felt like something was amiss. It seemed like something was missing. There was a pile of charcoal ash on the emerald green grass, which looked very out of place on the lush green ground. Normally, there should have been a huge creature lying next to this pile of charcoal ash. Oh, right, the big cat. Where did it go? When did the big cat disappear? Oh well, it doesn't matter. The big cat is the lord of the monsters in this forest, almost invincible in this area, so there's nothing to worry about. Raising her fair palm, blue magic gradually condensed into a fist-sized blue magic circle on her palm, and a transparent water ball gathered on the magic circle. After using the water ball to clean off Seek's saliva from her face, Cecilia dispersed the magic circle, and the water ball, no longer supported by magic, fell directly onto the tree roots. She looked at Seek in front of her. Does Seek want breakfast? If not, we can go to the city. Seek tilted his round head and nudged Cecilia's arms. Breakfast wasn't necessary, they could just go to the guild for testing. He wanted to know as soon as possible what was wrong with him. After being nudged by Seek, Cecilia staggered to the left, placing her hands directly on Seek's back. She understood Seek's intention, he was ready to skip breakfast. Wrapping her arms around Seek's neck, she lay directly on his back. Compared to before, Seek had grown a bit taller. In the past, when Seek stood upright, he was about the same height as her, but now Seek was almost a head taller, and accordingly, his back had become wider. However, what hadn't changed was that Seek's back was still warm, smooth, and warm. Feeling the figure on his back settle, Seek extended his claws and climbed down the tree roots. If he wasn't worried about the lack of space on his back, he would even want to take Cecilia flying in the sky. After landing on the ground, Seek walked into the stream and then stepped onto the path leading to the city after crossing the stream. Although he had only walked this path once, Seek remembered it clearly. "Alright, Seek, let me down." Seek directly stepped forward and refused this request. Carrying Cecilia, who weighed maybe less than 100 pounds, was completely optional for him. Not only were his claws sharp, but his body's strength had also been greatly enhanced. And so, a red lizard ran on all fours in this forest path, with a helpless girl sitting on his back. After running for about half an hour, a bright light suddenly appeared ahead, the exit of the forest. Speeding up, they ran out of the forest, and what came into view was the familiar grassy plain and the house standing on the outskirts. This was Cecilia's home. "Seek, let's go straight to the city." Upon hearing Cecilia's words, Sake immediately responded with a loud growl, then continued to stride forward with his claws towards the city that seemed not far ahead. Walking from the path connecting Cecilia's cottage to the main road leading to the city, pedestrians began to appear on the same road. Captain, this time we completed a D-rank extermination, a great progress. Should we celebrate at the tavern after submitting the mission? Okay, let's have a big drink after we submit the task. Captain, are you treating us? Dream on, this time it's still the group fund. Oh, Captain, you're really stingy. My coins are all for my precious daughter's education, you guys can't squeeze a single copper coin out of me. Stingy, that's right. As the four-person adventure team chatted and moved forward, they all had some loot on them, but their faces were all bright with smiles. Hearing footsteps behind them, Sake silently lowered his head, slowed his pace, and moved closer to the side of the road. Sensing Sake's change, Cecilia crouched down, gently pressing her cheek against Sake's neck. She didn't say any comforting words. Sake had been hurt by humans, and a few words of comfort wouldn't change that. All she could do was silently accompany little Sake. The footsteps of the adventurer team were noticeably fast, and in no time, they had overtaken Sake. Captain, did you see that just now? That monster looked so cute. The only healer in the adventurer team exclaimed. Yeah, it seems to have great potential, being able to carry the contract holder so easily at such a young age. And its claws are sharp, leaving deep marks on the ground with each step. That's great, actually, I wanted to be a contract holder at first. Oh, then why did you change your mind? Captain, you really don't know how to chat. Alright, I didn't pass the exam. Becoming a contract holder is a difficult thing. Not only are there many basic knowledge assessments, but the most important thing is money. Without money, even if you pass the contract holder qualification, you won't find the ideal monster. The voices of the adventurers gradually faded away. After walking for about 5 minutes, Sake stopped his claws in front of a wide stone bridge. On the other side of this stone bridge was the city. The city was built on water, resembling an island in the lake. It's just that this island might be a bit large. At the same time, this wide stone bridge was the only way to the city. The city had a typical European fantasy style, with spires, churches, and stone houses. And there were quite a lot of people. I will always be by Sake's side. A gentle voice sounded in his ears. Encouraged by Cecilia's words, Sake's lowered claws lifted again and stepped onto the stone bridge. Sake, do you know the name of this city? Sake nodded gently. He remembered Cecilia directing that passing team of adventurers last time. Saint Goya City. Oh, do you know? Sake growled proudly. His memory as a lizard was quite good. Then, Sake, do you know the origin of Saint Goya City? This This time, Sake really didn't know. St. Goya City is the 27th city established in the Kingdom of Dawn. Turn left up ahead. Initially, it was just a simple water island. Turn right, Sake. Cecilia explained the origin of the city to Sake while also guiding him along the way. After walking for about 10 minutes, Sake stopped in his tracks, looking up at the 3-story mansion ahead. The house appeared grand with a spacious entrance, yet it seemed deserted, almost devoid of any human presence. If not for the 2 silver-armored knights standing at the entrance, one might question if this was an abandoned mansion. "We're here, Sake. Let's go in." Roar in front of the building, there were stairs and a ramp. The ramp was clearly designed for creatures like Sake, who chose to ascend it. Upon entering through the guild's gates, they found themselves in a pristine hall. Sake glanced down at the floor, his reflection shining on the smooth surface, almost unnaturally clean. The vast hall only contained a reception desk with a young woman behind it. Apart from her, there was no one else in sight. Sake realized that the Guild of Contract Mages was indeed deserted. At that moment, Cecilia jumped down from Sake's back and approached the reception desk. "Hello, I'm looking for Granny Agatha." "All right, please wait a moment." The young woman left the reception room, presumably to fetch someone. Shortly after, in less than 2 minutes, she returned with an elderly woman with white hair by her side. "Ah, Cecilia, it's been so long since I've seen you, little one." The old woman smiled warmly as she approached, her wrinkled face creasing with kindness rather than age. "Granny Agatha, it's been a while." Cecilia stepped forward, hands clasped in front of her abdomen, bowing respectfully to the old woman. "Oh, my, how you've grown since the last time I saw you, little one. I've come to see Granny Agatha, nothing more. And perhaps to ask Granny for a favor?" The old woman's cloudy gaze fell upon Sake standing beside them. Sake, a reptilian creature with a round head, upright stature, sharp claws, and fiery red scales, possessed a pair of crimson vertical pupils that exuded intelligence. In terms of appearance, Sake was undoubtedly a rare sight among the creatures Cecilia had encountered in her life. Most creature offspring were not combat ready, but Sake, with his sharp claws, was an exception. "I've come to see Granny Agatha and to have Sake here do some detection work." Cecilia reached out to hold the old woman's hand. "Is his name Sake?" "Yes, Granny Agatha." The old woman glanced at Sake. "Very well, follow me." Cecilia supported the old woman as they walked ahead. Sake hurriedly followed suit. Climbing up the stairs in the center of the hall, they reached a corridor on the 3rd floor. The corridor, like the rest of the guild, was eerily empty. It seemed truly deserted. Sake sighed inwardly and continued to follow the 2 ahead along the corridor. Midway through the corridor, the old woman stopped in front of a wooden door, pushed it open, and led them into a dimly lit room. In the center of the room, a basketball-sized transparent crystal emitted a faint blue light, dispersing the darkness within the room and adding a touch of mystery to the dimly lit space. It seemed that Cecilia had been to this place before. After pushing the door open, Cecilia helped the old woman to the chair behind the wooden table until she sat down. Seeing this, Sake followed and walked to the front of the wooden table. Standing in front of the table, Sake curiously looked at the crystal ball in front of him. Inside the crystal ball, there were some blue threads swimming around, resembling the divination crystal balls in fantasy novels. However, Cecilia mentioned that they were here for a test, so was she going to use this thing for her own test? "All right, Cecilia, have the little one you brought put its paw on the crystal ball. Remember to tell this little one to be careful and gently place its paw on my crystal ball," the old woman instructed. "This little one's paw is very sharp, so be careful not to damage my crystal ball. This has been my companion for half of my life." With these final words, the old woman cautioned. "Don't worry, Grandma Agatha, Sake is a good kid and won't misbehave," Cecilia said, looking up at Sake. Facing Cecilia's gaze, without her needing to say anything, Sake raised his right paw and placed it gently on the crystal ball, his movements light. Being a cultured lizard, he had heard their conversation from the beginning to the end. Since the old man cherished this crystal ball so much, he wouldn't dare to damage it. Seeing Sake's gentle actions, the old woman's cloudy eyes showed satisfaction. This magical beast cub was indeed a good kid, just as Cecilia had said. "All right, I'm going to infuse magic into the crystal ball for testing. If the crystal ball lights up, little one, don't be afraid," Agatha said, looking at Sake. Sake nodded gently. Indeed, this magical beast's intelligence was extraordinary. Realizing this, Agatha felt a sense of anticipation. With such high intelligence, the bloodline of this magical beast should be exceptional. A lower species? Or a middle species? A blue light shone from the wrinkled and withered palm, and blue magical threads condensed and injected into the crystal ball. The crystal ball lit up. A warm sensation spread through the paw into the whole body. It was magic. This warm magical energy slowly spread, seemingly reaching every corner of the body. So comfortable. Seek enjoyed it with his eyes closed. This feeling was too relaxing, like coming home and soaking in a bathtub after a day's work, relaxing and comfortable. Red light dots floated out from Seek's abdomen, and the dots gradually converged into a ring, forming a ring with tiny intricate magical patterns appearing on it. The first bestowal ring was formed. It was ordinary, but when the old woman looked at the magical patterns on the bestowal ring, she furrowed her brows slightly. What kind of magical patterns were these? Why did she have no impression of them at all? She was the president of this Covenanters Guild, and she had spent most of her life dealing with magical beasts. While she couldn't claim to have great achievements in magical patterns, when it came to magical beast patterns, she could confidently say that apart from the legendary supreme species, there were no patterns she hadn't seen. But now, the magical patterns on this magical beast were very strange. She didn't recognize any of them. Agatha looked at the maid standing beside her. Noticing Agatha's gaze, Cecilia also shook her head slightly. She didn't recognize any of the magical patterns on Seek either. These patterns had never appeared in any books. Since Cecilia couldn't provide an answer, the old woman could only temporarily shift her gaze to the magical beast in front of her with closed eyes. Soon, the light dots converged again, and the second bestowal ring quickly took shape. Similarly, unfamiliar magical patterns were engraved on the bestowal ring. Although she didn't recognize them, she could tell that the magical patterns on the second bestowal ring were different from those on the first one. Seeing the second gift ring condense, Cecilia's eyes widened as if witnessing an incredible sight. The astonishment in her deep blue eyes was undeniable. It wasn't the gift ring that surprised her, Sek had shown it to her last night. What surprised her was the magic pattern on Sek's second gift ring, which was now solid compared to the blurry one from last night. Like the first gift ring, the pattern on it was new and unknown. However, the next moment brought an even greater surprise. Intense red dots burst out like a flood from red scales. The dots gathered in the air, but this time, instead of a complete gift ring, a fragmented one, clearly damaged, surrounded Sek's waist. Seeing the damaged gift ring, Agatha's gaze darkened. For magical creatures, the gift ring was not only proof of their bloodline talent but also a protection for their offspring. When a magical creature cub's life was in danger, the gift ring would shatter, turning into life force to sustain the cub's life. This meant that this little one had received harm right after hatching, and it was a potentially fatal injury. Agatha glanced at Cecilia, who looked worried and bewildered beside her. It couldn't be this little girl, her kindness wouldn't allow such a thing. Besides, this magical creature was most likely brought home by this little girl. Cecilia's habit of rescuing weak magical creature cubs was well known in the entire sanctum of Goya City among the Covenanters' circle. Agatha withdrew her gaze and continued to look at the magical creature cub in front of her, its eyes tightly shut. The condensation of the third damaged gift ring was just the beginning. Soon, the fourth and fifth damaged gift rings also condensed. The dots continued to converge, and the sixth gift ring began to form. At the same time, flames began to gather on the rooftop of the Covenanters Guild building. The elements converged into rings on the rooftop until the sixth one, then paused momentarily. However, it wasn't over. The fire elements at the top of the building continued to gather, seemingly forming the seventh ring. Click, the fruit bag in her hand fell to the ground, but the woman didn't pick it up. Instead, she stared fixedly in one direction. This unusual scene quickly caught the attention of other passers-by. Following the woman's gaze, they, too, were stunned. It's a tear species. A tear species is being detected at the Covenanters Guild. Someone excitedly shouted, breaking the silence on the street in an instant. Everyone sprang into action once again. This was big news. If they could pass on this information to those in need, they would definitely earn a good reward. Let's go to the Covenanters Guild and see. I've never seen what a tear species looks like. Of course, there were also those who were self-aware and just wanted to watch the excitement. In an instant, the entire sanctum of Goya City was bustling. Luxurious carriages bearing family banners appeared on the streets, all heading towards the Covenanters Guild. On the balcony of the Adventurers Guild building stood a tall and slender figure, clad in silver armor that shimmered in the sunlight, with long silver hair cascading down to their waist even when tied up in a high ponytail. Kay watched quietly as the fiery red ring formed in the sky. There were a total of 6, but it seemed that it wasn't the end. The fire elements in the sky continued to gather, and the 7th ring was already halfway formed. In less than half a minute, the 7th ring was fully formed. The surging fire elements did not dissipate but began to gather for the 8th ring. High-tier species. Tisk, here comes another troublesome matter. Grumbling under her breath, Kaishur still sprang into action, using her legs to propel herself onto the rooftop of the guild building, leaping towards the Guild of Contract Masters. If it were just mid and low-tier species, she wouldn't bother, but if it involved high-tier species, the nobles of the city of St. Goya would start to get restless. For nobles, interests always outweigh everything else. Targeting a high-tier species was already worth doing some unsavory things, like killing the high-tier species contract master or binding the high-tier species to their own family. When magical beast cubs are young, they are naive or rather foolish, easily deceived. Just establish a connection, tempt them a few times with things they like, and signing a contract won't be difficult. In the sky, the 8th gift ring had just condensed flames and began to surge again, while the 9th gift ring gradually took shape. By now, the square in front of the Guild of Contract Masters was already filled with luxurious carriages of all sizes. "Look, it's the carriage of the Duke Isaacson family," suddenly, someone exclaimed. A black carriage slowly entered the gates of the Guild of Contract Masters. The carriage bore a black flag with the emblem of a roaring male lion. Despite the crowded square, the parked carriages politely made way one by one, ensuring the black carriage could smoothly reach the front of the square. Everyone knew who was inside the carriage. Celine Isaacson, the princess most beloved by Duke Isaacson, also the brightest jewel. Inside the carriage, "Your Highness, we have arrived." Upon hearing Aina's reminder, Celine slowly opened her eyes, ending her meditative state. Seeing the princess come out of her meditation, Aina reached out to help her up and walked towards the carriage door. With Aina's support, Celine raised her head and immediately saw the 9 overlapping rings of fire above the Guild of Contract Masters. The 9th one. A rare heat and desire flickered in her usually cold eyes. Everyone knew she was the most beloved jewel in her father's eyes, but only she knew deep down that the cold-blooded man had no love in his heart. Everything he did was merely a show for the world. For him, everything could be a bargaining chip to help him ascend the throne. And she was just a chip in his hands, a chip whose value increased bit by bit. She didn't want to be a chip. The only chance to escape being a chip was to become strong enough, or even contract with a high-tier species. Enough potential could also prevent that man from treating her as a chip to be traded at any time. So comfortable, so warm. Sek enjoyed this comfort. The 9th one. This was a high-tier species of the 9th ring, this potential. Cecilia, that little girl, was truly lucky. Agatha was about to retract her hand when a sudden change occurred, and a violent suction force emanated from the crystal ball. Her magical power instantly decreased by half. Flames surged, the shattered gift ring began to condense again. What? Agatha widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at the magical beast in front of her with closed eyes. 10. Her body uncontrollably trembled, her thoughts instantly in chaos. But soon, as if realizing something, her clouded gaze cleared in an instant. Without any hesitation, Agatha stood up from her chair and swiftly swept her palm towards the crystal ball on the table. However, a silver longsword was faster than Agatha. Bang! The silver longsword pierced the crystal ball first. With the destruction of the crystal ball, the detection ceased, and the half-condensed 10th ring instantly dissipated. Above the building, the surging fire elements extinguished in an instant, leaving only 9 rings of flames suspended in the air. The old woman breathed a sigh of relief as she gazed at the crystal ball pierced by the silver sword. Thankfully, the detection was forcefully interrupted. If it were a normal 10 ring, detecting it would have been a matter of course, and the factions could have fought over who would serve this young god. But the issue was that this young god was not normal. The gifted ring was shattered, leaving only 2 rings. It was evident that this young god had faced a fatal attack when it first emerged. Surviving was purely a stroke of luck. Moreover, the incident occurred in the sacred land of Goya. If the factions knew, it was as good as the gods knowing. Both main gods were supreme magical creatures, and aside from the fallen beasts, magical creatures were known for their unity. Welcoming Goya would only lead to one outcome, turning it into a flat land with no reasoning left. The warm feeling vanished, and Sek opened his eyes in confusion. Why was Cecilia looking at him with a strange expression, and who was the woman in the room? Sek instinctively bared his teeth slightly, his fiery red pupils narrowing as he instantly went on guard. An assassin. K. Her lips twitched slightly. If she could, she would rather not have come to this wretched place. Now, everything that should be known was known, and even what shouldn't be known was revealed. She was directly involved in this mess. Her previous premonition had not been wrong. This little guy had indeed brought her a huge trouble. Tisk. She sheathed her silver sword. Why was the bad woman who pierced the crystal ball clicking her tongue? At that moment, the old woman moved, standing up from her chair and quickly walking to Sek. Sek looked at the approaching old woman, and the next moment, he was startled and took a step back. This old lady actually knelt directly in front of him. Kneeling on the ground, the old woman raised her head, her cloudy eyes filled with a pleading look. Young god, I know this may not be fair to you, but Agatha hesitated a bit because she also knew that her words were somewhat unfair to this young god. The human Agatha Lucifer still wishes for you to forgive Goya. I know this cannot be considered as compensation, but I assure you that the Covenant Guild will spare no effort to complete the 10 rings for you. Tisk. She turned her head and clicked her tongue, but Kay still took a step forward. She shouldn't have come here today. Tread, accompanied by the crisp sound of armor stepping on the floor, the figure in silver armor also walked to the old woman's side and knelt down. Guildmaster of the Adventurers Guild, Kay, is willing to wield her sword and atone for you. Meow meow meow? What's going on? Young god? Is she calling me? And what's the deal with this silver-haired female swordsman? I haven't even seen her before. Why is she going to wield her sword for me? Sake was a bit confused, but then he remembered something, raised his head, and looked expectantly at Cecilia, who was still standing by the chair. Sensing Sake's pleading gaze, Cecilia quickly recovered from her shock. She stepped forward, reached out her hands, cupped Sake's head, and rested her forehead against his. In the moment their eyes met, Sake froze. Cecilia's gaze had changed from before, now tinged with unease and hesitation, as if struggling with a difficult decision. Can Sake forgive Goya? Imrar lowering his head, he nuzzled into Cecilia's embrace, the familiar fragrance enveloping his senses. Though he didn't know what was happening, as long as it could ease Cecilia's unease, he would agree to anything she asked. Thank you. Cecilia felt relieved when she received a response, and a gentle smile appeared on her face as she leaned down and rested her head on Sake's. Watching the bond between the human and the beast, Kay couldn't help but kick the old thing still hanging his head beside her. Hey, old man, it seems like this girl has a good relationship with him, huh? Kay's tone was not friendly because ultimately, this old thing was at least half responsible for her getting into this mess. Doing unnecessary tests and finding a 10-ring was bad enough, but finding a main 10-ring cub was worse. If the Lord of Dawn and the Goddess of Life found out, wait, maybe they didn't need to know, just the crazy cultists might come and raise the sacred land of Goya. Agatha, who had been given a cold look, raised her head and glanced at the two figures huddled together, feeling relieved that Cecilia was there, and things didn't seem to be at their worst yet. She turned her head and glared at the female barbarian kneeling beside her, lowering her voice. Barbarian woman, don't you understand respect for elders and love for the young? No wonder you haven't had a man in so many years. Kay fell silent, her gaze fixed on the old thing in front of her, trying to figure out how to teach him a lesson without killing him. The barbarian woman was skilled with a sword, her gaze as sharp as a blade, making Kay feel uneasy. Uncomfortable under the piercing gaze, Agatha averted her eyes. I'm not sure about the specifics, but this little god seems to have been picked up by Cecilia. Picked up? Picking up a 10-ring supreme being by the roadside? Faced with the barbarian woman's skeptical gaze, Agatha lowered her head and threw out, believe it or not. He. Cecilia's embrace was warm and fragrant. Just as Seek was enjoying himself, he suddenly felt himself being pushed away by delicate jade hands, and looking at the owner of the hands, Seek could only comply. He reached out and patted little Seek's head, and Cecilia then noticed Agatha, the grandmother, kneeling on the ground. She quickly walked over and helped Agatha to her feet. Agatha, please get up first. But Agatha looked towards Seek. Although he didn't understand why he was being looked at, Seek obediently let out a sound, supporting whatever Cecilia wanted to do. With the approval of the little god, Agatha did not refuse and stood up. After all, the ground was cold, and she was quite old. Kneeling on the ground was indeed uncomfortable, but Kay was different. This barbarian woman was young, she could kneel for a bit longer. Agatha, you sit down first, then explain to Seek properly, he still doesn't understand what's going on. Okay, I'll listen to you, dear. Kay, still kneeling on the ground, widened her eyes slightly. What about me? What about me? Am I being ignored? Looking at the so-called little god, well, this little god, his gaze was fixed on the young girl supporting the old man from start to finish. He really didn't remember himself at all. Turning her head, she clicked her tongue. Tisk. With Cecilia's help, Agatha sat back in her chair and looked at the little god standing in front of her. She suddenly felt like the chair under her buttocks was getting hot. This was a little god, a future great being like the Goddess of Life and the Lord of Dawn. Was it really okay to sit in front of him? Shifting slightly in her seat, the unease in her heart eased a bit. Should I go find a chair for the little god? Angsik plopped down on the floor, his two thick hind legs stretched out straight on the ground. Once he turned into a large lizard, he didn't care much about cleanliness anymore. Besides, the red scales on his body were excellent at repelling dirt. Unless it was mud, he wouldn't get dirty no matter how much he crawled. Even if he did get dirty, it was no big deal. A soak in the stream would immediately clean him up. No need, Grandma Agatha. Seek isn't that difficult to get along with, he's a good kid, she said. Agatha understood that she should just listen and not take it seriously. Seek was indeed easy to get along with, but it depended on who you were. Alright then, can the little deity understand what I'm saying? Agatha directed this question to Cecilia, the girl sitting across from her. Cecilia nodded gently. Although little Seek can't speak, Grandma Agatha, you can rest assured he understands, Cecilia reassured. I see, the little deity is truly remarkable, Agatha praised, looking at the little deity sitting directly opposite her. Although she appeared slightly more adorable on the outside, Agatha could tell that this little deity would grow up to be a majestic creature. A kind smile creased her wrinkled face. In that case, may I start explaining things to the little deity now? Yes, Seek responded with a howl. From the test results just now, it appears that you are a 10-ring supreme species, but not a complete one. You must have suffered a fatal injury. When a magical beast cub suffers a fatal injury, the ring of blessing will shatter, transforming into life force to repair itself. That's why your ring of blessing is now only at the second ring, Agatha explained carefully, observing the changes in the little deity's vertical pupils. Unlike humans, emotional changes in magical beasts were usually reflected in their pupils. The crimson vertical pupils did show some changes. They rapidly contracted, forming a thin line. Memories of that cold manner and the warm flow during that heavy rain came to mind. Had her ring of blessing really shattered back then? Noticing the change in the little deity's gaze, Agatha quickly added, but don't worry, little deity, the ring of blessing can be repaired as long as you consume a large amount of high-concentration magical items or food. Our contract master guild will do everything possible to find these for you. What was that sound? Hearing it, Agatha silently turned her gaze to the little deity's tail swaying left and right on the ground. Wagging his tail. Was the little deity happy? Yes, at this moment, Seek was indeed happy. What could be more joyful than knowing he wasn't useless but a talented player? And with that, Seek's gaze turned to Cecilia. With this, could he not sign a contract with Cecilia and stay by her side forever? He had thought about it before, but due to his own talents, the idea was always quickly dismissed. But now was different. Now he was a supreme species. With this new self, he could finally sign a contract with Cecilia. Seeing Seek's gaze, Cecilia instantly understood what he was thinking. She was probably able to guess what was on Seek's mind at this moment. Her heart was tangled. If Seek was just an ordinary magical beast, she could sign the contract without hesitation. She quite liked Seek. The profession of a contract master involved signing a contract with a magical beast, nurturing it with magic to accelerate its growth, and in return, the magical beast's innate talents would be shared with the contract master. It was a mutual growth process. However, all of this was based on one premise: the contract master's magic had to be sufficient to nurture the magical beast. Otherwise, one party would end up burdening the other. Her magical talent is S-ranked, and she has already made a contract with Carl. After providing Carl with magical power every day, she is left with less than 10%. Carl is just a middle-ranked species, while Sek is a supreme species. Even the kingdom's top archmage, Lord Galen, with an S+ magical talent, probably couldn't sustain it. So, for Sek, the best path is not to make a contract with anyone. This way, he won't be burdened. Lost in thought, she wondered how she could reject Sek without hurting him. Little deity, are you listening? Upon hearing the old lady's words, Sek immediately responded. The rest didn't matter to him anymore. He just wanted to find a place to be alone with Cecilia, sign a lifelong contract with her, and stay with her forever. Although the little deity was sitting in front of him, Agatha could feel that the little deity's gaze was not on her but on Cecilia. The little deity really liked Cecilia. It might sound a bit despicable, but it was indeed a good thing. It was because of Cecilia that this little deity was so easy to talk to. In theory, you are a 10-ring. You only need to appear in the mortal world, and a temple will come to serve you. But I implore you, at least until your ring of grace is restored, please do not appear in the mortal world. I don't know what you've been through, but it must be a bad memory that caused your ring of grace to shatter to only 2 rings. Those who offended you should be punished, but the commoners of the Holy Land of Goya are innocent. If you appear in the mortal world immediately, you will still be served by the temple. But if the temple discovers what you've been through, the church will crush the city of Goya, and all the commoners will be reduced to slaves, despised by all the wise species. So, I implore you with all my courage to seek your forgiveness. After speaking, the old woman lowered her head and did not raise it again. She had lived her whole life openly and honestly, and today these words were the most shameless she had ever spoken. Sek raised his head slightly. Was the church in this world so brutal? He did feel a bit of resentment towards the girl who almost killed him, but he could also understand in his heart that he had never been ready to blame anyone. He nodded 3 times in a row. You agree? Sek nodded twice quickly. Thank you for your kindness. The old woman stood up from her chair, as if she was about to kneel down again. Sek reached out his paw and placed it on the old woman's shoulder before she could kneel. With a low growl, Sek looked towards Cecilia, hoping she would speak up for him. Seeing Sek's pleading gaze, Cecilia smiled. Sek was truly a good child. Grandma Agatha, Sek says you don't have to kneel. Sek let out a cooperative growl. Hearing the little deity's agreement, Agatha could only smile helplessly. She really didn't know how to show her gratitude to this kind little deity. Thank you. The words were on the tip of her tongue, condensed into 2 brief words. Standing up from the ground, Sek walked over to Cecilia, leaned his large head against her small face, and rubbed it gently. Fragrant and soft. Without rejecting Sek's closeness, Cecilia placed her palm on Sek's head and gently stroked it. Sek's scales were smooth to the touch. Moreover, when Sek stood in the sunlight, these red scales would emit a brilliant red glow, very dazzling. Do you want to go back now? Sek quickly nodded his head. He couldn't wait to make a contract with Cecilia so they could be together forever. Well then, I'll say goodbye to Grandma Agatha. No need. You can come see me anytime, little Godmaster too. Whatever orders you have, just come find me. Whether I can do it or not, I will do my best. After a roar, Sek got on all fours and bumped Cecilia sideways. It wasn't a strong impact, but enough to make Cecilia lose balance. Sek! Cecilia exclaimed as she lost her balance, then she directly leaned on Sek's back and sat on it. Going home. Sek walked straight to the door, but just as he was about to lift his front paw, he saw the doorknob move. The next moment, the door opened, revealing a familiar figure standing at the doorway. It was the young lady from the reception hall. The girl glanced at the monster at the door, then expressionless, she spoke. If you want to leave, I don't recommend using the back door. Why? Not understanding, the girl shifted her gaze from Sek to the girl sitting on the monster's back. Go look out the corridor window yourselves, then you'll understand. Without Cecilia translating, Sek walked to the corridor window. With a light lift, Cecilia jumped off Sek's back. Feeling the weight gone, Sek stood upright, his front paws scratching at the window to look down. At that sight, he immediately shrank back in fear. Wow, the guild entrance, which was empty just a moment ago, was now bustling with carriages, and many people stood outside the guild gate. What's going on? Turning back, Sek looked puzzled at Cecilia. Unlike the puzzled Sek, Cecilia was only slightly surprised before her expression calmed down. It must be an issue with Sek's detection. Even though the crystal was destroyed, the results of the 9 rings test had been announced. In the Contract Master Guild, the ranks would be made public. It was a rule set by the order. As for why, Cecilia didn't know either. Little Godmaster, don't worry. I'll go and drive these people away. A hunched old woman with a cane walked out of the room, her cloudy eyes becoming sharp, exuding a strong pressure. No, there's no need, Grandma Agatha. Cecilia intervened, as at least half of the carriages below belonged to nobles. It would be difficult for Agatha to offend these people. It wasn't worth it. They are waiting for the 9 rings upper species. What does this have to do with little Sek from the 2nd ring? Thinking this, a smile appeared on Cecilia's face as she lightly touched the red scales. Yes, they were waiting for the upper species, not her, a mere 2nd ring lizard. Understanding Cecilia's words, Sek immediately infused magic into his heart. The next moment, 2 rings of blessing appeared around his waist. But this doesn't suit the little Godmaster's dignity. Sek interrupted the old lady's words, waved his right paw, placed both front paws on the ground, and once again bumped Cecilia sideways. This time, Cecilia wasn't scared and smoothly sat on Sek's back. Carrying Cecilia, Sek strode downstairs. Going home, then signing the contract. Looking at the tail swaying left and right, a faint smile appeared on the girl's face. On the spacious square, each carriage frame was occupied by a well-dressed young man or woman, some accompanied by maids, some by butlers, and some alone. All eyes were fixed on the entrance of the guild. A fiery figure slowly emerged from the gate, capturing everyone's attention, but they soon furrowed their brows. Although the creature that walked out looked quite peculiar, it had already revealed its bestowed ring. 2nd ring. This creature was not it. Just as it stepped out of the gate, Sek paused with its paw. Too many gazes. However, the next moment, its paw lifted and continued forward. Home back to sign the contract with Cecilia. The thought filled it with determination, making its steps unconsciously faster. If it weren't for its small size making it inconvenient to carry Cecilia while flying, it would have spread its wings and flown. Once it was confirmed that this creature was not the one, almost everyone's attention shifted away. Sek had barely descended the stairs when a young man dressed like a butler stepped in front of it, blocking its path. He was tall and handsome. The young man placed a hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. Sek didn't quite understand this form of greeting, but he found the butler's demeanor elegant, as if honed to perfection without any flaws. "Hello, miss, may I ask you a question?" Cecilia, seated on Sek's back, nodded slightly in agreement. "Besides you, are there any other people inside the guild?" "I'm not sure if there are others, but I didn't see anyone when I entered the guild." "Is that so? My apologies." The man dressed as a butler bowed again and stepped aside. With no more obstacles, Sek continued forward. However, after a short distance, Sek felt an indescribable gaze fixed on it. Following the feeling, it looked over. A girl in a black dress stood on the carriage frame of a black carriage. She wore an exquisite black dress, her delicate face devoid of makeup but still beautiful. Her jet black hair complemented her snow-white skin, giving her a striking presence. Her large black eyes were calm, revealing almost no emotion. As their eyes met, Sek's red vertical pupils slightly contracted. "What's wrong, Sek?" Nothing." Sek continued forward with its paw. Although it wanted to breathe fire at its enemy, now was not the time. Attacking here would not only label it as a ferocious beast but also endanger Cecilia. Moreover, things were different now. It had enough potential, and it could seek revenge when it grew stronger. With these thoughts, its burning heart gradually calmed down. Its neck softened as something leaned against it, and a pair of fair hands gently touched its chin. The slightly parted kiss slowly closed, extinguishing the sparks that had scattered in the air. Watching the flames die out, Sek realized that it had unknowingly opened its mouth. On the carriage. "Ha! Your Highness, he seems to be looking at you and can breathe fire. He's so cute." Celine remained silent. Not only was he looking at her, but he might even want to breathe fire at her. Watching the receding red figure, Celine slowly closed her eyes. 2 seconds later, she opened them again. No mistake, that creature that had just passed by was the one she had abandoned. But her crescent-shaped eyebrows furrowed slightly. Wasn't he a wild beast? How did he become a creature? There had been significant changes in his appearance. This was clearly a question that could not be answered through contemplation. Forget it, since he survived and encountered a new contractor, let's find an opportunity to release the contract with him. It's quite easy for her to find a demon beast in the city of St. Goya considering her identity. She withdrew her gaze and continued to look towards the Contract Master Guild's gate. Now, what she needs to think about is how to capture this superior species of the 9 rings. The royal family will definitely receive news about the superior species of the 9 rings. However, transmitting messages takes time. Even the fastest flying demon beast from St. Goya to the royal city would take 2 days. 2 days, in 2 days she must capture this superior species of the 9 rings herself. Your Highness, what does that superior species look like? Will it have wings like the cute little lizard just now? Aina, you're talking a lot today. Yes. The chatty maid instantly closed her mouth. Walking back to the small home in the forest, Sek sniffed the air vigorously. The scent of the big cat was faint, meaning the big cat hadn't returned yet. At that moment, there was a light weight on his back. Jumping down from Sek's back, hands behind her back, Cecilia walked up to Sek. "Sek, let's barbecue." Okay, standing up straight, Sek headed straight to the smokehouse. Cooking, Cecilia was hungry. After dinner, Sek and Cecilia lay down on the wooden bridge together. The sky was like a painting splattered with ink, half dusk and half night, the ink spreading rapidly, slowly engulfing the dusk. Smelling the continuous fragrance coming from beside her, Sek felt his heart beating fast. A strange feeling, a mix of nervousness and excitement. At the moment when the last bit of sunset was covered by the night, Sek turned over, propped up on all fours on the wooden bridge, pressing Cecilia underneath him. Lowering his head, their eyes met, his golden eyes locking with her deep blue ones. There was no surprise in her gaze, just the usual tenderness. Her cherry blossom lips moved slightly. "What's wrong, Sek?" Following the instructions in the book, he began to concentrate the origin within his body. The next second, red scales gathered and formed tiny crimson lights in front of his forehead, gradually merging into a small ball of light. Success, he felt joy in his heart. Sek slowly lowered his head. Just as the light was about to touch the girl's fair face, she suddenly raised her hands to stop him. "No, Sek, we can't form a contract." "Ha? Why not?" "Because you are a supreme species, and if I, with my magic, cannot match your contractor, I will only hold you back." "Haha, Cecilia is not a burden, I want to be with Cecilia." Sek shook his head from side to side. Delicate hands held his head as he shook it. "Even without a contract, we can still be together, right?" "Haha, it's not the same. Ignoring it, today he will form a contract with Cecilia. His round head slowly lowered. As if she had a premonition, Cecilia reached out to touch his head. But how could Cecilia's power be a match for Sake's? As the light on Sake's forehead approached, just about to touch Cecilia's face, she suddenly turned her head. Her crimson vertical pupils slightly focused, looking at his exquisite face filled with reluctance. Sake felt as if his head had been heavily struck, a dull ache spreading. It seemed like he had done something he shouldn't have. Phew! A warm breeze blew over his face, and when Cecilia turned her head, all she saw was the fiery figure already flying into the sky. Slowly sitting up from the wooden bridge, she gazed at the gradually receding figure. It seemed like she had hurt this child's pride this time. However, even if she had the chance to do it all over again, she would still make the same choice. The bloodline of Sakek was destined to become a revered deity, but if she made a pact with him, things might turn out differently. If she contracted with Sakek, a part of his bloodline would flow into her, compensating for her own lack of talent. This would diminish Sakek's bloodline. So, in any case, she would not sign a contract with Sakek. Sakek's figure was no longer visible in the sky. After sitting on the wooden bridge for a while, the girl stood up. A majestic silver-white giant wolf had surrounded the girl at some point, its noble wolf head lowered to her side. "Carl, I think I've hurt his feelings." A faint sense of soreness came from the wings. Chaotic thoughts began to clear with this soreness. The spreading crimson vertical pupils slightly focused, gazing down at the forest below. What met the eye was an unfamiliar small river. Everything was in chaos just a moment ago, and now he had no idea where he was. But now he needed to find a place to land quickly. The wings flattened and slowly retracted, and his body began to descend towards the ground. As he neared the ground, his claws touched down first. The moment they touched the ground, the claws sank into the mud. Inertia caused his body to continue sliding forward, sliding for about a dozen meters before gradually coming to a stop. No time to think about where he was. He straightened up and continued walking along the river. As he walked, a not too big nor too small piece of wood appeared on the ground ahead. The moment Sakek saw the wood, an impulse surged within him. With a powerful push from his hind legs, a run-up, and a kick, he sent the wood flying. Then, he placed his two front paws on his hips, watching the wood soar high, feeling a sense of relief in that moment. Oomph, not signing is not signing, what's so great about it? There will be plenty of misses who want to sign with this lizard in the future. Poochie! The wood fell into the water. His gaze followed the falling wood, and as he looked at the raised paw of Sakek, it suddenly stopped, freezing the lizard in place. Under the moonlight, a petite figure stood in the shallow waters of the river, facing this way, the river just reaching her waist. Ha! Did I just imagine it? Sakek, uncertain, turned his head to look at the ground. Inhale, exhale, calm down. Then he slowly looked back at the river. The small figure in the river had not disappeared. In her dry little hand, she tightly held a dagger aimed in this direction, her big round eyes filled with unease and wariness. Her tiny body trembled continuously, and the pair of black cat ears on her head stood up visibly forming a triangle. Well, I didn't see wrong. I really triggered a riverside encounter mission. Is it useful to tell this wild little cat girl that I'm just passing by? But it seems I can't speak. How about a roar then? Looking at the wary gaze of the cat girl lowly, Sakek gave up on that idea. Forget it, no roaring. This little thing looks quite pitiful, covered in wounds all over, with dry little body showing ribs, clearly not having had a good time. His right leg, which had been raised for quite some time, landed directly on the ground. Watching the figure already leaving the riverbank, the little cat girl in the water tilted her head slightly. This monster didn't seem like a bad one chasing her. If it were those bad monsters, they would definitely have pounced on her right away and taken her back. Russell, walking in the forest, Sakek followed the scent in the direction he came from. After walking for a while, Sakek felt a strange sensation rising within him. Why did he always feel like there was something following him? A not-so-good thought came to mind. It seemed like there were ghosts in this world. Could it be that I've encountered it? After walking for a while, the feeling of something following behind grew stronger in the heart. Damn it! If it's a ghost, I'll burn it to death. In an instant, Sake turned around, opened his mouth, and flames gathered inside. In his gaze, a figure quickly shrank back under a nearby big tree. Her movements were agile, but not perfectly hidden, as a black tail was still exposed. It seemed she also noticed this, as a thin, withered hand quickly reached out and silently pulled the tail back. Sake! Watching the hand pull the tail back, Sake was a bit speechless. Does this little cat girl think of herself as a fool or a blind person? But why is this little thing following me so closely? His open mouth slowly closed. Roar! He howled at the tree. The little cat girl hiding behind the tree did not react, seemingly unwilling to come out. After waiting for about 2 to 3 seconds, Sake directly stepped forward. But after walking for a while, the sound of footsteps behind him returned. Stopping his steps, he turned around directly. Just like last time, the little cat girl quickly hid behind the tree again. What does this guy want? Not speaking, just following me? After staring at the tree trunk for a while, Sake turned around and continued walking. Forget it, ignore this guy, and after a while, my wings will have recovered enough. By then, I'll just fly away. Let's see how this little guy follows. Feeling somewhat smug, his steps became much lighter. Russell in the forest, a uniquely shaped, fiery red figure, resembling a lizard but not quite, walked ahead, with a small figure cautiously following about 10 meters behind. They continued walking for another 7 or 8 minutes. Exhale, his wings spread out and flapped twice. The soreness was gone. Sake knew he had recovered. Yes, it's time to shake off this little guy following behind. It seems like the footsteps behind me have stopped for a while. Has that little guy given up? Stopping his steps, he turned around to look back. About 50 meters away on the ground, a small figure lay quietly, eyes closed tightly, brows furrowed, looking very uncomfortable. What's wrong with this little guy? He raised his paw, about to step forward, but hesitated. No, what's wrong with this little guy is none of my business. Great, now I can shake off this little guy. His crimson vertical pupils slightly narrowed. His upright body descended towards the ground, his forepaws touching the ground, and his thick wings on his back spread out. After a few steps of running, he flapped his thick wings, gradually lifting off the ground. In the pitch-black forest, 2 flashes of emerald green suddenly lit up. Russell, as the figure emerged from the forest and was exposed to the moonlight, its full appearance was revealed. It was a gaunt old wolf, its pupils glowing with an emerald green hue in the night, its wolfish mouth slightly open, saliva dripping continuously. It was too hungry. As an old wolf expelled from the pack, it hadn't had a proper meal in 5 or 6 days. And now, there was a piece of meat lying on the grass ahead. Her scent was so enticing. The old wolf stepped forward, 1 step at a time. In the past, it would have been more cautious, but now it was too hungry. With its wolfish mouth open, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth, it instinctively bit down on the prey's neck. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk, a huge gust of wind came, and the next moment, the old wolf felt a pain on its back, then its paws left the ground. Howl. Hearing the wolf's howl, Sake showed no mercy. With a swipe of his paw, the old wolf crashed into the tree trunk ahead. Asterisk crack. Asterisk, the wolf's neck hit the tree trunk, making a crisp sound, and its limp body slid down the tree trunk to the ground, motionless. After circling in the air for a while, Sake continued to descend towards the ground. The landing was still clawing the ground, sliding for a few meters before coming to a slow stop. Not too much, not too little, just right in front of little cat girl. His gaze fell on the little figure lying on the ground. Little cat girl still had her eyes tightly closed, her wax yellow face flushed red. Noticing this, Sake reached out his claw to touch little cat girl's forehead. She felt a bit warm, like she had a cold. But this little one was just bathing in the river. Why would she catch a cold after that? How silly. Staring at the little figure on the ground. At that moment, little cat girl's triangular ears twitched unconsciously. Sake lowered his head, opened his mouth, and bit the rough cloth on the little one's body, picking her up like that. Tough luck for this lizard, getting involved with this little one. Carrying the little figure to the tree, he grabbed the tail of the wolf carcass and dragged it along the ground. Although the wolf was a bit skinny, it still had meat on it. Bringing it back to dry, the skin could be peeled off and dried to make a nest, preparing for the winter. By the time he returned to the small treehouse, it was already late at night. His gaze uncontrollably swept over the wooden bridge, empty without her figure. Humph. Turning his round head away from the bridge, the small figure in his mouth also swayed twice. She didn't want him, and he didn't want her either. So from today on, he wouldn't think about her. Yes, that's it. With determination in his heart, he raised his paw and continued walking towards the treehouse. Climbing up, he left the wolf carcass at the door of the treehouse, carrying the little one inside. The inside of the treehouse was pitch black, but in his sight, it was no different from daytime. Walking to the round nest bed, he placed the little one down, stood up straight, and went to the cabinet in the treehouse to search. The cabinet was simple, as he made it himself, with grid shapes, each containing different plants. He reached into one compartment and pulled out a handful of dry grass to sniff. Sniff? No, not this one, nor this one. This scent was too strong, for detoxification, not for treating a cold. Yes, he was using scent to identify magical plants. Sake preferred using his sensitive nose over appearance. After sniffing about 7 or 8 times. Yes, this is it. Looking at the withered magical plant in his paw, Sake nodded. The herbs had arrived, now it was about administration. Walking to the nest, He glanced at the curled-up little one and then at the dried magical plant the size of his palm in his paw. Sake gestured towards the little one's throat with the magical plant. The plant was bigger than the little one's throat. It seemed that forcing it in wouldn't work. Oh well, let's make a soup. Stepping out of the wooden house, he fetched water from the river, made a fire, and added the magical plant. After bustling around for about 7 to 8 minutes, Sake returned to the wooden house with a bowl of hot soup to feed the little one. After feeding the little one the medicinal soup, Sake reached out his claw to touch her forehead again. Yes, the temperature was noticeably lower. She should be fine now. Yes, time to sleep. He lay down next to the little one, closing his eyes slowly. Chirp chirp, opening his eyes to the usual annoying bird chirping. Glancing to the side, empty, the little one was gone. Had she left? Pushing himself up, Sake walked to the open door of the treehouse. The weather today wasn't good, all gloomy. After turning into a magical beast, Sake's most significant experience was his senses, like his nose. At that moment, he could smell the increased humidity in the air, indicating rain in less than 2 hours. But it wasn't the time to worry about that now. He patted his front paws forward, arched his backside, and opened his mouth. Ha! Ah, refreshing. The morning stretching routine for today is successfully completed. Exhales, a gentle breeze enters the treehouse. A scent of blood? Catching the scent in the wind, Sake steps out of the treehouse. Standing on the platform at the treehouse's entrance, following the source of the bloody smell, he sees a small figure by the stream in front of the house, burying its head and busy at work. The small, skinny hands, revealing wrist bones, grip a dagger, dissecting yesterday's wolf carcass. Just then, his sight darkens as a shadow looms over her. The diligent little cat girl raises her face, looking at the monster in front of her who saved her, slowly releasing the dagger tightly held in its hand. Sake carefully examines the little one in front of him. The little one's pupils are similar to humans, clear in black and white, but with cat ears and a cat tail. She wears a very simple coarse linen garment, the kind of fabric like a coarse sack, not worn by anyone in the city of Sanctus Goya. His paw points to the river bank. On, go up, I'll handle it myself. Not expecting the little one to understand, Sake reaches out his paw to grab the wolf carcass, preparing to handle it himself as the little one has just recovered from a cold, and who knows if contact with cold water might cause a relapse. I can help you. Ha! Sake lifts his head and looks at the little one in front of him. On? Can you understand what I'm saying? The little cat girl nods gently. Yes, it's my gift. I've been able to understand monsters since I was little. A gift? Sake looks somewhat surprised at the little one in front of him. In this magical world, having 1 or 2 people with such a gift is acceptable. Can I help? The little cat girl looks eagerly at Sake, her hands tightly gripping the dagger, revealing her knuckles due to excessive force. Just as Sake was about to refuse, he notices the longing in the little one's eyes and changes his mind. You can help, but you have to wait. After saying that, Sake lowers his head, extends his paw to grab the wolf's head, and with his right paw, he grabs the already peeled fur and starts pulling with force. The fur separates from the flesh bit by bit. The whole process lacks finesse, relying on sheer strength. After peeling off the intact wolf skin, he tosses it directly at the little one's feet. Take this to the shore to process it. Soak the fur in water for a while to shed the hair, then scrape off the meat stuck on it. Watching the fur at her feet, the little cat girl nods happily, her malnourished face showing a hint of blush. As the small figure drags the wolf skin towards the shore, Sake also lowers his head and seriously starts processing the wolf meat. Slitting open the wolf's belly, he throws the entrails into the stream to flow away. He then cuts the wolf meat into roughly 7 or 8 pieces with his claws and hangs them in the smokehouse. Stepping out of the smokehouse, the little one squats on the wolf's skin, still diligently scraping off the meat bits with the small knife in her hand. Retracting his gaze, Sake places his big paw on his stomach and rubs it. It's time to eat. Taking 5 pieces of smoked meat, he walks to the stream to clean them before returning to the pit under the treehouse to start roasting the meat. As his strength grows, his appetite has also increased. 2 pieces of smoked meat used to be enough for half a meal, but now he needs at least 4 pieces to feel 80% full. Sizzle, the smoked meat skewered on the grill is sizzling and dripping with oil. The aroma of smoked meat in the air stirs up his appetite. Extending his paw to pick up a piece of smoked meat, he opens his mouth. Before he can even take a bite, he feels a strong sense of being watched. The crimson vertical pupils shift slightly to the right. The little one who was working on the wolf skin has stopped and is now staring eagerly at him, her big black eyes wide open without blinking. Crystal clear saliva overflows from the corner of her mouth. Sake hesitated as he looked at the grilled meat in front of him. To eat or not to eat? Consuming it made him feel like his conscience would be condemned. After a moment of hesitation, Sake raised his paw and beckoned to the little one. Well then, eating together should be fine. The little one squatting on the wolf skin raised a hand, pointing at herself, seeming unsure if he was calling her. Seeing the little one like this, Sake directly picked up the grilled meat and shook it. His gaze followed the swaying meat from side to side. It smells so good, so good. His feet stood up uncontrollably. The little cat girl took steps and sat down next to Sake. Handing her a skewer of grilled meat, Sake also started eating. After eating and drinking his fill, Sake looked at the little one beside him. The little one squatted on the ground, nibbling on a skewer of meat. Her chubby face was already shiny with oil, and behind her, a small black tail with a white tip swayed back and forth. He realized he didn't even know the little one's name. By the way, what's your name? The cat girl paused her meal, her big round clear eyes gazing at Sake for about 2 seconds. Then, she gently shook her head a couple of times and continued eating. As she nibbled, a layer of shimmer appeared in her big round eyes. It smells so good, so good. There are such delicious foods in this world. No name? Or don't want to say? Seeing the little one's expression, Sake gave up on asking further. It's not convenient without a name, so I'll give you a name. Looking into the little one's big round clear eyes. Angelia. The 4 words appeared directly in his mind. Angelia, how about this name? Once again, the cat girl stopped eating. Her triangular ears on top of her head twitched, and her eager eyes looked at the monster in front of her. Do you want to keep Angelia? Angelia can do many things: laundry, cooking, handicrafts, back massages. As she spoke, her voice grew quieter. It seemed like the things she knew how to do were of no use to this monster. He could cook for himself, and as for back massages, looking at the monster covered in hard scales, she probably couldn't press on him. So, it seemed like she was useless. The grilled meat in her hand instantly lost its appeal. No one had ever given her such delicious food before, and she wanted to stay by this monster's side. But she felt useless. Suddenly, a warm feeling came from above. The cat girl lifted her head. Seeing her look up, Sake grinned, revealing his fangs. The scene was like a shark opening its mouth. In her big round black eyes, there was no trace of fear, which pleased Sake. He wasn't sure what kind of life this little cat had led before, but judging from the wounds he saw that day, it couldn't have been good. He did feel a sense of compassion, and if she wanted to stay, it wasn't a bother for him. He could just consider it as having a pet cat. Of course, it was a cat girl. Do you want to stay? Yes. Without any hesitation, she nodded firmly. Then stay, but let's make it clear, this is a transaction. I'll hire you to work, you'll do whatever I ask, and in return, I'll provide you with a safe place to stay. Safety. Those were 2 very distant words for her. Since she could remember, she had been woken up by her master splashing cold water on her and put to work, day after day. All right, from today, Angelia, I am your master. Yes. Taking a deep breath, her big eyes blinked twice, and the tears in her eyes stopped flowing. The big lizard is Angelia's master. Wrong, it's Master Sake who's right. Sake stood with his hands on his hips in front of Angelia. Looking at Master Sake's tall figure, Angelia nodded vigorously, finding Master Sake quite adorable. But Master Sake was right. From now on, Master Sake would be Angelia's owner. Yes, Master Sake. Well said, the young can indeed be taught. Sake was very pleased with the admiring gaze of the little cat girl. It was decided, from now on, this little one would be the first general under Sake's command. Boom! Purple lightning tore through the sky. Hearing the thunder, Sake, who was about to burst into laughter with his hands on his hips, instantly shrank his neck in fear. Could it be that he was going to be struck by lightning? Sake was just joking. He had no intention of exploiting this little one. Besides, this little one was so dry that there was nothing to exploit. The sky, covered with dark clouds, once again lit up with purple lightning, followed by thunder echoing through the sky. Tiny transparent droplets fell from the sky and landed on the tip of the fiery red scales. It was raining. Bending down, Sake picked up Angelia with a look of admiration and headed straight for the treehouse. Angelia, who was suddenly lifted up, was stunned for a moment, but then she noticed the wolfskin still lying on the ground. Wait, Master Sake, the wolfskin, the wolfskin. That thing doesn't matter, let's leave it for now. Carrying Angelia, Sake hurried to the base of the tree. The little cat girl had just recovered from a cold, and if she got drenched in the rain again, she might fall ill and he would have to take care of her, which would be troublesome. His sharp claws easily pierced into the tree roots. Even with just one front paw, he climbed effortlessly. Rumble! Just as he reached the balcony at the entrance of the treehouse, the scattered rain turned into a torrential downpour. Placing Angelia inside the treehouse, Sake stood at the door, looking out at the pouring rain, thinking of the big cat. It had been 2 days, and he had no idea where that big cat had gone or when it would return. Oh well, he didn't want to think about that cat anymore. Sake turned his gaze to Angelia. Perhaps due to the rain, the temperature had dropped suddenly. The small figure standing at the door began to shiver, her hands instinctively tightening the coarse cloth on her body, as if seeking warmth. Glancing at the wet coarse cloth that reached her knees, Sake walked to a simple cabinet and pulled out a bear skin. With a toss, he threw the bear skin into the arms of the little cat girl. Seeing the object thrown by Master Sake, Angelia instinctively raised her hand to catch it. But the bear skin seemed a bit heavy for her. As she caught the bear skin, she took several steps back until her back was against the wall of the treehouse. Take off your coarse cloth and wrap yourself in this bear skin for today. Yes, Master Sake. Angelia obediently began to change her clothes. Seeing the little cat girl starting to change clothes on the spot, Sake turned away and walked to the small round nest inside the treehouse, lying down directly. The rustling sound continued to come from behind him. Calm and composed, if it were a young lady or a mature woman, perhaps he would have had some thoughts. Different species, what's wrong with taking a glance? Unfortunately, the little cat girl behind him was skinny, truly embodying the phrase skin and bones. Her body had not yet reached maturity. So at this moment, Sake's heart was as calm as still water, already considering what to do tomorrow. After the storm comes the calm. The heavy rain fell intermittently last night, and the next day was bright and sunny. On the wooden bridge over the stream, a creature that looked like a lizard but wasn't, with fiery red scales, lay in a sprawled position, with a gray wolf skin hanging on the railing next to it. In a stream that had risen quite a bit, a little girl with cat ears and a cat tail tightly held a sharpened wooden spear, completely focused on the stream. Ah, so boring. Lying on the wooden bridge, basking in the sun, her whole body felt soft and lacked any vigor. The crimson vertical pupils moved slightly, and the corner of her eye swept towards the small figure in the stream. It seemed like she had locked onto her target as the small figure in the stream launched a thunderous attack with the wooden spear in hand. Perhaps she slipped, as her small hands quickly waved in the air, resembling a bird flapping its wings. But it was of no use. Splash, water splashed. Ha, so clumsy. Shifting her gaze away from the fallen cat, she rolled over, her round white belly facing the sky. Lying on the lizard bridge, the cat caught fish in the water. Quite rhyming. It seems this lizard still has some talent as a literary person. Rustle, a flock of birds flew up into the sky from the treetops. Hearing the commotion of the birds, Sake, who had just closed his eyes, opened them again and glanced in the direction of the treehouse, where he saw a familiar fiery figure. It was the big cat, returning. With a wild buffalo in its mouth, it walked to the base of the treehouse and let the prey fall from its mouth. Glancing at the small figure in the stream, a new face, a half-beast. At this moment, Angelia, who was fishing in the water, also noticed an unexpected guest coming down to the treehouse. Seeing the massive size of the monster, she shrank her neck. This monster was quite big, even bigger than Lord Sake. However, Angelia soon realized something was amiss. The big cat's gaze was calm, devoid of any malice. Although intimidating, he indeed meant no harm. And he even brought a gift. It seemed as if he was visiting. The little cat's perception was good, she praised inwardly, and Zell extended his paw towards the wooden bridge. Suddenly, a shadow blocked the sunlight. Opening his eyes, Sake saw a fiery lion head approaching him, locking eyes with the big cat and his own red beast pupils. The claws lifted. "You're back, Brother Zell." The red beast pupils narrowed slightly. Why did Sake seem so absent-minded after just 2 days of not seeing him? In his memory, this little guy was always full of energy every day, but now, he exuded an aura of fatigue all over. "What's wrong with you, Sake?" "Ha? Nothing, just sunbathing." His heavy eyelids slowly closed. Although this feeling of complete lethargy was quite decadent, in reality, it was also very comfortable. Not feeling like talking, he just lay down next to him, and Zell looked at Sake lying beside him. "By the way, didn't I say last time, brother, that I would take you to the human city for a visit? The weather today is quite nice. Do you want me to take you for a stroll? To the city?" His eyes opened slightly. Honestly, he didn't feel like moving at all right now, no energy, no motivation at all. But looking at the big cat in front of him, who seemed ready to carry him away, and thinking about the little cat Angelia. The little one was dressed in tattered coarse cloth from head to toe, not even wearing an undershirt. This was obviously not acceptable. Humans were different from him, the lizard. Although Angelia was not human, she was quite close, both being bipeds. Since he had decided to raise the little cat, he had to take some responsibility, even though it was troublesome. "Alright, Brother Zell." Pushing up his body with his paws, he leaped directly onto the big cat's back. "Can't you walk by yourself?" The big cat complained, but his tone was resigned. "But, Brother Zell, I don't feel like moving." You. As if giving up, Zell pushed himself up and looked towards the half-beast standing in the stream. Forget it. Do you want to explain about the little one you brought back? Yes. For claws spread out on the back of the big cat, Sake lifted his head to look at Angelia standing in the stream. Zell and I are just going out for a bit. There are no dangerous wild beasts around here, so as long as you stay put, there won't be any danger. Angelia will definitely wait obediently at home for Sake to come back. Sake lazily waved his paw. Alright, Zell, let's go. Why do I feel like you're treating me as a mount? How could that be? Zell is always my respected elder brother. Well, I guess you have a conscience, kid. With a slight force in his paws, Zell jumped directly out, covering a distance of over 10 meters in one leap. Sake, we're here. No response. Zell turned his head to glance at the figure lying on his back, already fast asleep with eyes tightly closed, drool flowing continuously from the corner of his mouth. Who knows what delicious dream he's having? This lazy bum. The fire lion shook his body gently. The next moment, the figure still lying on his back suddenly rolled off. The body hit the ground, and Sake slowly opened his eyes, propping himself up with his paws and sitting upright. Rubbing his sleepy eyes with his paws, "What's wrong, Zell? We've arrived." Mid-sentence, Sake stopped as he saw many young ladies in front of him. Standing before him were a group of boys and girls in black uniforms, the boys paying no attention and the girls wearing either white or black stockings. Although they might be slightly inferior to Cecilia, they were still quite pleasing to the eye. The crimson vertical pupils dilated with pleasure. Where on earth had he ended up? Heaven, perhaps? Looking at the round and cute new monster sitting on the ground, the eyes of some of the girls began to sparkle. Cute as justice. And being able to play with this golden species of lion like the fire lion meant he must have great potential. Plus, this monster even had a pair of wings, which meant he could fly. Leaving Sake on the ground, Zell walked over to the grassy area and lay down, skillfully enjoying the services of the two-legged beasts. Two well-built boys climbed onto Zell's broad body and started bouncing around. Although it was a bit off, in terms of strength, it was just the right amount of massage for him. As for the rest, they took out barbecue tools and started grilling meat on the spot. While enjoying the free services, Zell also kept an eye on Sake. Little Sake was here for the first time, and he was quite naive, so as the leader, Zell naturally had to pay more attention. Little guy, what kind of monster are you? Do you want to establish a magical connection with the sister? Sake looked at the girl in front of him, offering a thread of magic, with a pure face, a smiling mouth, and a beauty mark at the corner of her eye. At first glance, she seemed like a bad woman, wanting to establish a connection with him right from the start. Ignore. And she was empty-handed. Was he the kind that looked so silly and easy to deceive? He pushed the woman's hand away before she could touch his face. He walked directly to the girl standing next to the bad woman, stretched out his head, opened his mouth, and rolled up the girl's hand, putting the black fruit she held in her palm into his mouth. As he chewed, the sweet taste instantly filled his mouth, spreading across his taste buds. Delicious, even though it looked unappealing, it tasted so sweet. Sake looked eagerly at the girl in front of him. Is there any more? He still wanted to eat. Seeing this, Evelyn gave the girl a look, and she immediately understood. She reached out to touch his head, but Sake avoided her. The girl wasn't embarrassed and still maintained a smile on her face. Do you still want to eat the fruit from earlier? Yes. Sake nodded eagerly. In the forest, there were many wild fruits, but none tasted as sweet, some even poisonous. Seeing the cute appearance of the monster nodding, as if understanding, the circle of girls' eyes lit up. No contract. Smart. Even as a cub, it looked quite formidable. This was truly a chosen contract beast. We're out, but the academy sells these fruits. How about I take you to buy some? The girl extended her hand in invitation. Her smile was gentle, not deceitful. Should he go with her? Sensing the little one's hesitation, the girl didn't rush, just maintained the invitation. Meeting the girl's gaze, all he saw was anticipation, no malice. So, he decided to go with her. With determination, CK raised his paw. Roar. Just as his paw was about to touch the girl's hand, a not-so-loud lion's roar sounded. It was the big cat's call. CK turned to look at the big cat, who was staring straight at him. The gaze in those matching colored eyes was strange, as if looking at an incompetent junior. CK surrendered too quickly. Following this group of humans wasn't bad, they were all seasoned actors, using the same routine of tempting little monsters with food, then taking them around under the guise of buying food, gradually building a relationship. He had seen this scenario too many times, naive little monsters being lured by these human actors in this way. It wasn't deception, just a routine, which was why he never interfered. It was just that those little ones were too young. So far, the longest one had lasted only 5 days before surrendering. He had wanted to see how this little CK would fare, but to give in after just one fruit was disappointing. As the big brother, he was truly disappointed. So useless. Feeling the big cat's strange gaze, CK was also puzzled. Why was the big cat looking at him with such disappointment when he hadn't done anything wrong? But since the big cat called him, he couldn't refuse. Meow nodding to the girl in front, he turned and walked straight to the big cat, lying down on its side. Seeing the little monster return to the fire lion and lie down, Evelyn's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, resembling a fox squinting. Normally, the fire lion never bothered them, so what was happening today? Was this little monster special? Initially, she just wanted to play with the cute little monster. But now, she had to admit she was a bit interested in it. If the fire lion valued it so much, it must have something special. Lying on the warm back of the big cat, CK used magic to ask the big cat, "Zell, what do you want me to do?" "You dare ask, if I hadn't called you just now, you would have been deceived." "Huh? Really?" CK felt the big cat was being a bit too serious. Glancing at the girl who had just given him the fruit not far away, she was waving her arms, seemingly saying goodbye. He raised his paw and waved back at the girl in response. The girl was pretty, with large, lively eyes, short shoulder-length hair giving her a sporty look, and legs wrapped in white stockings. Well, she didn't seem like a bad sister at all. The fox-faced one from earlier was the bad sister. SK didn't know why he thought of the bad sister who had just handed him the magic silk thread. Nor did he know why his impression of that bad sister was so profound. Perhaps it was because all the other sisters handed out food, while she directly gave him the magic silk thread? You really have no idea how serious this is, kid. As long as you walk away with that human just now, I'm sure she'll take you around the holy city of Goya for a day, and then invite you for a picnic or fishing tomorrow. Will you refuse then? SEK thought for a moment and shook his head lightly. If they really spent the day together, he wouldn't refuse. No. Well, there you have it. Let me tell you, little SEK, this was a setup from the beginning. They will first get close to you, then cultivate feelings, and when it's about right, they will ask to make a contract with you, and then you won't be free anymore. So, little SEK, just remember, you can eat things, you can touch things, but if they want to invite you to go shopping, they have ulterior motives, just ignore them in the future. Got it. I understand, Brother Zell. Zell opened his huge mouth and let two students stuff a half-cooked barbecue steak into it. Crunch, crunch, chewing bones and meat together. Want some meat? SEK raised his drool-covered face and glanced at the meat the students had grilled. It looked well-cooked and appetizing, but he didn't feel like eating. He was more in the mood for something sweet now, like the fruit from earlier. Thank you, Brother Zell, I'm not hungry. Oh. Watching the big cat with oil dripping from its mouth, SEK's gaze slowly fell on the furry round ears on top of the big cat's head. Right, the little cat at home. He came off this time to buy clothes for the little cat. But buying things in the human city required currency, and there were two types of currency in this world, gold coins and silver coins. Brother Zell, do you have any gold coins? The lion head buried in the steak paused. Gold coins? What do I need that thing for? You can't eat it. Why are you asking about it? Didn't I pick up a little cat? She's a half-beast, different from us. Half-beasts need clothes, so I want to buy her some clothes. The well-fed big cat waved its paw towards a group of humans. Seeing the lion's gesture, everyone instantly understood, the lion was full, so they began to pack up their tools. Zell raised his furry paw, flicked it, a sharp claw emerged from the furry paw pad, and then he started to clean his teeth. You're quite nice to that little cat. I indeed don't have gold coins, human currency is of no use to me, but I know where to get them. Where can you get gold coins, Brother Zell? Even if I tell you, you won't find it, so let me take you there. Thank you, Brother Zell. Alright, hold on tight. As the words fell, Zell propped up his body from the ground and extended his paw. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, the big cat led SEK to a massive building that resembled an arena. The audience area of the arena was divided into two halves, one half had chairs arranged, and the other half had a flat area shaped like steps without chairs. The area with chairs was filled with students in uniforms. The area without chairs had various magical beasts lying down, with some students in academy uniforms beside them. The big cat found an empty spot and lay down directly. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed from the arena passage. CK, lying on the big cat's back, stretched his neck downward to look. There were two large passages in the arena, one on the left and one on the right, facing each other. Just then, a 3-meter-tall tiger walked out from the left passage. It was strange that the large tiger had no stripes but was entirely snow white. With each step of its white paws, a layer of frost was left behind. Almost simultaneously, a black spider emerged from the opposite passage. The spider was much smaller in size compared to the tiger, which stood at 3 meters tall and nearly 5 meters in length, resembling a moving small house. In contrast, the spider seemed miniature, only the size of a bathtub. Their entrance was unremarkable. Are Zell and the others going to fight? Yes, but it should be considered training. This arena was established by the Holy Land Academy for contract holders, for the purpose of providing a battleground for magical creatures to train and fight. The place I just mentioned is here. Although this arena was built for the use of those contract holders, we can also use it. Just report to the arena's administrator, and you can participate in a duel. They will arrange an opponent for you, and if you win, you will receive a silver coin as a reward. Seek understood the big cat's explanation, which was essentially about sparring. So, want to give it a try? Yes. Alright, after watching this match, I'll take you to register. Okay, Zell. Little Seek, who do you think will win, the tiger or the spider? The big cat suddenly asked. Seek looked down at the huge arena, about 7 to 8 acres in size, where the two magical creatures were already engaged in combat. The large tiger's attacks were fierce, each breath turning a large area into a frosty ground, appearing to be aggressively pursuing the black spider. In contrast, the spider seemed to be struggling, constantly using the silk it spat out from its abdomen to jump around like a flea. I think the spider will win, Seek voiced his intuition. Although the large tiger looked fierce, it couldn't land a hit on the small spider. The spider seemed to be fleeing in a chaotic manner, but so far, it had hardly consumed any magical power. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the tiger was worn out. Why? The tiger's attacks seemed to miss the spider, it's wasting its energy with each attack missing, and its wide attack range indicates significant magical power consumption. Are you saying it will be worn out? Yes. Your analysis is good, but not quite right. Seek, we magical creatures are born with innate combat instincts. No creature would be foolish enough to waste magic on futile efforts. Watch closely, Seek. Observe the way our magical creatures fight. Okay. Without objection, Seek focused intently on the battle below. The spider continued to jump around, while the frost tiger's breath attacks were ineffective, leaving only frost on the ground. The situation in the arena changed. Whoosh! The spider leaped high into the air and shot a silk thread from its abdomen to the ground. Although both were third-tier magical creatures, the spider understood that there was a significant gap between itself and the frost tiger, which had advanced a year earlier. Direct confrontation was unwise, so it resorted to a cunning strategy. By depleting the frost tiger's magical power, it would reduce it to nothing more than a toothless, slightly larger feline. The spider's silk instantly turned into a web, firmly sticking to the ground. At that moment, the frost tiger raised its head sharply. Its ice blue eyes locked onto the spider leaping high above, and slowly, the frost tiger slightly opened its mouth, revealing a set of snow-white sharp teeth, almost as if it were smiling. What is this guy laughing at? Although puzzled, the spider that had already chosen its foothold still spun its silk. The moment its claws touched the ground, it sensed something amiss. An uneasy feeling rose in its heart. It wanted to jump. Crackle, frost spread up the 8 spider legs, instantly solidifying into a thick layer of ice. As the frost tiger approached, the spider struggled desperately. Bang! Just as one claw had barely pulled free, before it could even rejoice, it felt a huge black shadow looming over itself. The spider lifted its head, only to see a large claw coming down towards it. Instinctively, it raised its neck high to avoid the large claw. After a moment, the anticipated pain did not come. The frost tiger had just lightly patted its head twice with its claw before retracting it. Seeing the frost tiger retract its claw, the spider instantly collapsed weakly on the ground. It had lost. Although the frost tiger hadn't used much force, those 2 pats were on its head. If those had been forceful blows in battle, it would have been done for. Oh, it seems our frost tiger is the winner of this battle. At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed man entered the beast arena and announced, his voice magically resonating throughout the entire arena. Indeed, the frost tiger had won. Seek was quite surprised by this outcome. Big brother, why is this frost tiger so powerful? Its breath can freeze a spider on the ground. No, Seek, use your elemental vision to look at the battlefield. Upon hearing the big cat's words, Seek complied. Flames covered his red vertical pupils as he activated his elemental vision. Looking at the ground through his elemental vision, Seek began to understand. Zell, this frost tiger is so cunning. Zell turned to look at the little Seek on his back and grinned. The little one had hit the nail on the head. Indeed, this tigress was a crafty one. Hee hee, this time little Seek, you're right. This tigress is a crafty one. On the surface, this guy looks fierce and loves head-on confrontation, but in reality, he's full of tricks. These elemental patterns on the ground are just a distraction. If one truly believes what the elemental vision shows, they'll fall for this guy's tricks. In reality, she can manipulate all these scattered ice elemental magic on the ground, and she can do it quickly. In less than half a second, she can instantly condense an area into deep blue. In the end, she's just a crafty one. Suddenly, a white ice spike over 2 meters long came whistling through the air. The big cat didn't even turn around but raised its paw and swatted it directly in front of it. The seemingly sharp ice spike was instantly shattered into ice chunks upon being swatted by the furry paw. Roar! A resounding tiger roar filled the air with majesty. The frost tiger on the battlefield at this moment stared straight at the beast audience section. No, more precisely, it was looking in their direction. Sensing the frost tiger's gaze on him, Seek, lying on the big cat's back, immediately shrank his neck. He could already feel that the big cat and this frost tiger were not on good terms. Provoked, Zell raised his paw, supporting his massive body, and his stern red beast eyes looked towards the tigress, provocatively challenging him on the field. A 3-ring challenging a 4-ring, this tigress was as brave as ever. However, today he wasn't in the mood to fight this tigress. His purpose in coming to the academy today was to guide little Seek. As a monster, how can one lie lazily in the sun every day? That's just wasting away. In terms of results, little Seek on his back still showed no change, still looking unenthusiastic about anything. This won't do. Since he brought little Seek out today, he must make sure Seek regains his vitality and finds something he enjoys doing. Giving a deep glance at the frost saber in the area, Zur turned and left directly. They didn't leave but moved to a small square behind the arena. Behind the arena, there was a small square, a gathering place for monsters to prepare for battle. The area was spacious, with many monsters interacting with their summoners. Zur's arrival immediately attracted many eyes. After all, his truck-like size alone made him stand out, not to mention his lion-like appearance, coupled with a pair of intimidating crimson beast eyes. He looked like a dominant beastly CEO. He seemed more like the abstinent type. At least Seik hadn't sensed any female scent on the big cat so far. Feeling the gazes from all directions, Seik didn't mind and just lay obediently on the big cat's back. This arena was just like that for him, going through the motions, fighting a couple of rounds to earn some clothes for the little cat, and that's it. That's probably how it goes. Zur walked up to a woman in a black magic robe. The black robe she wore had golden trim, not tacky, adding a touch of mystery and nobility. The woman, holding a notebook and a quill pen, wrote swiftly until she finished writing the last name, then looked up at the big cat. Mr. Sir. The big cat nodded and handed the woman a thread of magic directly. Communication was established through the mind, so Seik couldn't understand what the big cat and the woman were saying. In less than 20 seconds, the woman's gaze shifted to him. Their eyes met, and the woman raised her hand in a beckoning gesture. Seik, go down and let her check you so she can arrange an opponent for you. The big cat's voice echoed in his mind. When with the big cat, their magical connection was never broken. Hesitating at the big cat's words, Seik still leaped down and landed in front of the woman. The woman carefully examined the monster before her. The more she looked, the more spirited her eyes became. After so many years in the business, she had seen a fair share of monsters from the monster manual. But seeing this monster, she couldn't help but admire it. Perfect, this monster's appearance is too perfect. Clearly a flying monster, yet it had a sturdy body, sharp claws, slightly bulging muscles on its arms. It was easy to imagine that if this monster grew larger, its muscles would be even more perfect, its fiery red scales shining brightly in the sunlight. Strength and beauty coexisted. Its wings were not thin flesh wings or flimsy feathered wings but thick wings covered in fiery red scales. The rows of white thick scales on its chest looked solid and robust, showing no signs of weakness in the abdomen. Its long, winding fiery red tail was also covered in deep red scales, sharp as a spear at the tip, undoubtedly a deadly weapon when needed. Perfect, this is truly perfect. If it weren't their first meeting, she would have wanted to examine every scale of this body where strength and beauty coexisted closely. Faced with the woman's aggressively intense gaze, Seik, standing upright, instinctively took a step back with his sturdy hind legs. This woman's gaze was off, very off. It was as if she wanted to devour a little monster. Seeing the little monster in front of her retreat, the woman quickly toned down her gaze. Slightly chubby baby-faced with a touch of seriousness. Lift up your paw, let me see. The woman's voice was pleasant, gentle, clearly reaching its peak. But that creepy look had already given him away. So Seek turned his head to the big cat beside him, wanting to find someone else to sign up. It's okay, Silica is not a bad person. The big cat's voice echoed in his mind. Before Seek could react, the big cat nudged him in the back with its head. This nudge made Seek take 2 steps forward. Silica's eyes lit up as she took a step forward, opening her arms and embracing Seek directly. Ah, the firm touch, the thick chest scales, and the powerful front paw muscles. Mother, I can die without regrets. The smile on the delicate baby face gradually turns sinister. Feeling the small hands roaming quickly over his body. Up, the tail is up. A chill ran through him. This woman's behavior was off, very off. Although he wanted to swat the woman off him, he instinctively held back his strength. His paw landed directly on the woman's shoulder. Even though he held back, Seek's paw still made Silica step back several times before stopping. Silica, feeling the sharp pain on her shoulder, raised her left hand. The silver ring on her pale finger glowed blue, and the next second a bottle of dark red potion appeared in her hand. She brought the potion to her mouth, bit the cork, and pulled it open. The cap came off. At the same time, a faint fragrance filled the air. Silica poured the potion onto the wound without even looking. The whole process was smooth and practiced. The wound on her shoulder quickly healed, and soon the pain was gone. Silica moved her shoulder and continued to smile at the bewildered monster in front of her. It's actually kind of cute. In an instant, Silica felt that this monster was even more perfect. Not just physically, even its cute personality appealed to her. Her heart raced, trying to suppress her increasingly heavy breathing. No, Silica, you need to stay calm, calm down. If she lost control, this cute little monster might see her as a weirdo. Then it would be difficult to get close to this little monster. As for the wound just now, well, when dealing with monsters, injuries were inevitable, and he didn't mean to, right? Silica raised her hand and gestured. It's okay, don't worry, come over here, let's continue the examination. I need to determine your age and strength to arrange a suitable opponent for you. Her voice remained gentle and tender, like a sensible little sister coaxing. Looking at this slightly twisted woman, Seek suddenly felt a bit puzzled. She isn't angry? Despite the deep wound he caused, he glanced at the big cat beside him. The big cat was lying on the grass, licking its fur with its big tongue. Honestly, Silica was used to such scenes long ago. Silica was a very good human, with a deep love for monsters far beyond other contract holders, often entering the forest to heal injured monsters from battles. Sometimes when encountering a warcraft creature that she likes, she tends to show a bit of enthusiasm. This enthusiasm can sometimes startle creatures unfamiliar with her, leading to injuries caused by the creature's stress response. It's quite obvious that sake is now on Silica's edible list. Be more careful next time, don't worry, Silica won't be mad at you. Although the big cat didn't look over, its voice appeared in his mind. After listening to the big cat's words, Sake finally turned his gaze towards Silica, who was standing a few meters away. Silica, the big cat mentioned that this woman's name is Silica. Although it looks a bit weird, he sneakily glanced at the big cat again. But since the big cat said so, Sake took a step forward. When he was 2 meters away from Silica, he stopped directly, his gaze alert. As long as the figure in front of him made any sudden movements towards him, he would immediately jump back, avoiding any harm to either of them. The crimson vertical pupils were clear and transparent, shining like a ruby, very beautiful. Silica admired it. The vertical pupils were so focused that they were almost like a thin line. Lift one of your paws and reach it out to me. After hesitating for a moment, Sake slowly raised his paw. Well, let's just trust the big cat. The paw was raised and handed to Silica. Looking at the paw, she suppressed the urge to act impulsively, and Silica's expression changed. Blue dots gathered in the air, forming strands of magical threads. The blue threads gradually converged into a circular ring, and one by one, magical runes emerged in the ring. Soon, a complex star-shaped casting circle quietly stood in front of Silica. Little one, touch the circle with your paw. Silica spoke. The blue fluorescent light emitted by the casting circle shone gently on Sake's round head. The crimson vertical pupils slightly dilated. It was so beautiful. This was the first time he had seen such a complex casting circle. Cecilia had used magic in front of him, but it was different. Cecilia's casting circle looked simple, while the one in front of him was mysterious and ancient. Suddenly, he had a different view of Silica. With such a beautiful casting circle, she must be a powerful magician. He raised his paw and touched the casting circle. The moment his claw touched the circle, a blue light shone brightly, and the next moment, magical runes gathered on the casting circle. Age, 32 days. Strength, second circle. Power, D+. Magic, E. Constitution, D. Defense, D+. Overall evaluation, a tough guy among the cubs. Ha! Silica's eyes widened as she stared at the information displayed in front of her, rubbing her eyes in disbelief after a while. What's going on? Was she hallucinating because of excessive blood loss? How come all attributes are rated D except for magic? And how could a creature reach the second circle in just 32 days after hatching? What can an ordinary cub do in 32 days? They would still be following their mother for milk. Yet the creature in front of her had already reached the second circle? And what's with these unusual attributes? Usually, creatures with second circle strength are rated F, with very few reaching F+, and having an E is considered exceptionally talented. What's the deal with D and D+? Could she have made a mistake in the evaluation? Silica looked uncertainly at the little creature in front of her. Little one, try poking the casting circle with your paw again, I might have made a mistake. Sake glanced at the magical runes on the panel. He couldn't understand. But he did understand a few basic universal characters. D+, E, D, D+. Are these his strength levels? It seems like they're not very high. Perplexed, he looked at Silica, who had a serious expression on her face. Since she also said that the test might be wrong, let's do it again. The raised paw lightly touched the magic circle once more. A blue light flashed, and the words on the panel reappeared. Age, 32 days. Strength, second circle. Power, D+. Magic, E. Constitution, D. Defense, D+. Overall evaluation, a leader among the cubs. Nothing changed. None of the attributes retested had changed, which means that the little milk beast in front of her, who had just hatched 32 days ago, possessed the strength of an adult magical beast in the arena. Eyes locked, staring at each other. Suddenly, Silica remembered the big news from a few days ago in the Holy Land of Goya. The Contract Master Guild detected a potential ninth circle superior species, and she heard that at that time, the entire noble class of Goya had gathered around, even the newly arrived little prince. She happened to be away from Goya that day, or she would have joined in the fun. After all, it was a ninth circle superior species, which seemed profitable. However, since the detection, that superior species had never shown itself. No one had seen that mysterious superior species so far. And now, could the little one in front of her be the one that caused a stir in the whole Goya? No wonder he had such perfect proportions. Silica scrutinized CK from top to bottom. Those little muscles, those scales, those wings, those sharp little claws. So, today she touched a superior species cub? The expression on her round face gradually lost control. Hearing this abnormal laughter, CK, the entire lizard, felt uneasy. Looking at Silica, he rarely described a girl as perverted. But Silica in front of him was just like a pervert, with a lustful gaze, drooling continuously, and chuckling. CK took several steps back in a row before stopping. Now he and the perverted Silica were 5 or 6 meters apart, a distance that even if the perverted Silica made a move, he could easily avoid it. The distance gave him some sense of security, and his thoughts quickly calmed down. It seemed that making some extra money today was not necessary. He could just hunt some animals in the forest and sell them in the city, a bit troublesome but doable. But it was better than dealing with the perverted Silica in front of him. Sensing the alertness in the crimson vertical pupils, Silica quickly reacted. The lewd expression on her face regained control, turning into an innocent round face, even with a hint of cuteness upon closer inspection. At this moment, a man in a magic robe walked over. Seeing the man approaching, Silica waved away the test information in front of her. Although she didn't know why the little guy wanted to hide, since it was what the little guy wanted, she was willing to be a good person. With a slight smile on her lips, was he touched? Little guy. The perverted Silica's gaze looked over again, and CK silently moved his paw back a bit. He really wasn't good at dealing with this kind of pervert. Tall and slender, fair-faced, gentle demeanor, and wearing large glasses, the man stopped in the middle and carefully examined CK before turning his gaze to his colleague, Silica. Have you finished the test? Is this little one also participating in today's big brawl? I was planning on arranging it that way. I see. He's a juvenile magical beast, right? Dealing with magical beasts all year round, even without testing, he had the ability to distinguish the age of magical beasts based solely on their appearance, with very little margin of error. In front of this monster, the scales on its body look extremely smooth, indicating a lack of real combat experience. Adult monsters' scales would definitely not be like this, whether in battle or training. Their scales would only become rougher over time, of course, becoming harder and thicker through honing. Adult scaled monsters consciously sharpen their scales through impact and friction, making them rougher and heavier. Then there's the body. This little guy's round head and appearance truly fit the bill of a monster cub. Every time Sane sees a new monster, he engages in this guessing game. Silica is already used to it. This time, Sane, you guessed right again. Sane raised his right hand, pushed up his glasses, and the upturned corner of his lips betrayed his mood. Squatting down, Sane looked at the little guy in front of him. Little one, I'm Sane, one of the instructors responsible here, just like the guy who offended you earlier. By the way, little one, do you want to participate in today's big brawl? Although not sure what a big brawl is, nodding at this point seems appropriate. Sek nodded quickly, very cooperative, eager to change conversation partners. It was just a casual question. Sane didn't expect the little guy in front of him to understand. Common language is usually only learned by adult monsters. Adult monsters' minds begin to mature, while juvenile monsters are generally playful and don't bother with learning. And now, it seems this little guy understood his words? Just to be sure, he asked again. Can you understand? Aang Sek let out a cry and nodded. Well, it seems a very clever little guy has arrived today. Sane smiled. Alright, come with me. Sek obediently reached out his little paw. Hurry, hurry, he didn't want to stay with the weird Silica for another moment. The corner of Sane's lips slightly curved upwards. He could tell that this little guy didn't like Silica, while Silica, on the contrary, really liked this little guy. Even if he got scratched on the shoulder, he couldn't stop liking him. It seems Silica will be sad for a while. As Silica's childhood friend, he suddenly felt that the little guy in front of him looked a bit cute. Reaching out and grabbing the little guy's outstretched paw, Sane stood up, ready to head straight to the arena entrance. Monsters enter the duel arena through 2 channels. The next match is a big brawl between monster cubs. In essence, Sane felt it would be more appropriate to call it a big mess. A group of monster cubs fighting isn't very entertaining, basically just pushing and shoving. The purpose of this big brawl is to get the monster cubs moving, promote development, and prevent them from just eating and sleeping all day, which would hinder their growth. Wait a minute, is there something else, Silica? Faced with Sane's inquiring gaze, Silica hesitated. She didn't want to reveal what the little guy wanted to hide, but letting him go into the big brawl like this didn't seem right either. It's not just about crushing others, other little guys could also get hurt, or worse, die. How could an ordinary monster cub withstand a blow from a D+ strength, let alone Sek's sharp claws, which she had already experienced firsthand? But how should she say it? Watching Silica, who remained silent for a while, Sane started to feel puzzled. What's wrong with Silica? No, nothing. Silica, who was being watched by Sane, suddenly smiled and spoke. Crazy. Although she didn't say anything, Sane's gaze indeed conveyed those 3 words. Then he turned around and continued to lead the little guy towards the arena entrance. Watching the silhouette of one person and one monster leaving, Silica looked at the fire lion beside her. Mr. Zell, will everything be okay? It will be fine. I will instruct Seek. Zell's confident reply, his claws supporting his body as he followed the 2 towards the passage, not entering the arena but heading to the spectator seats for the monsters in the arena. To be honest, he was still a bit surprised by the test he had just seen. Second tier, except for the magic being slightly lacking due to age, all were D+ panels. He was only at a normal C+ panel now. If this little guy advances 1 more tier, wouldn't he surpass him, the leader? Also, what the Moon Wolf told him seemed a bit different. The Moon Wolf said he was only a bronze level limit on the 1st tier. Seek, when you enter the arena later, don't use too much force. You are different from those monster cubs. The normal cub test is at most F and F+, so you must not use too much force when fighting later. The voice of the big cat appeared in his mind, and Seek turned back to look behind him as expected. The big cat was following him. He nodded towards the big cat. I understand. Be very careful. If you injure them, it's okay. I'll hunt a few more monsters and then apologize to get forgiveness. But if you kill them, it will be a big problem. You will turn into a ferocious beast, and then you won't see the human you like. The crimson vertical pupils quickly focused, looking at the big cat behind him. Seek nodded heavily once again. I won't fight them recklessly later. Oh no, will this little guy really not fight back later? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed, after all, that human kid really cared. This won't do. He had to advise this little guy. Actually, Seek, you don't have to be so cautious. Just control your strength a bit, using a little force is fine. The rule of the melee is that after defeating a monster, you will receive a silver coin as settlement. 1 silver coin is enough for you to buy a set of clothes for that little guy. I understand, Zell. Alright, that's it. I'll be watching you from the spectator seats. The passage reached a fork, with the left leading to the human viewing seats and the right to the monster viewing seats. The big cat headed to the right. Seek, on the other hand, continued to be led straight down the corridor by Sane. The bright light ahead was getting closer. Stepping out of the passage, the super spacious duel arena came into view. There were already many monsters on the dry sandy ground, including big cats, bears, snakes, wolves, and even a white horse with wings. These monsters all seemed relatively small in size, exuding a milky scent, accompanied by young boys and girls. The moment Seek entered the arena, the little monsters all stretched their necks to look at him. The same goes for their owners. Just by sizing up Seek, each contract master turned their gaze to their own precious ones and began to instruct them. Remember to stay away from that little guy who came in last when it starts. He looks fierce. Many little ones obediently nodded, but some were stubborn. Like a silver wolf that seemed to have a bit of elegance. After being instructed by the contract master, it obediently nodded, then lay in the arms of the contract master, its wolf head resting on the contract master's shoulder, its gaze openly scrutinizing the last one to come in. The size was similar to its own, but a bit plumper. The claws also looked very sharp. Yes, compared to the other cubs, this little one was more suitable to be its opponent as a silver wolf of the lower rank. Pexipur, do you remember what I told you? Alwo Pexipur responded half-heartedly to its contract master. Remember, don't provoke this red magical beast, or your milk will be gone tonight. Claire half-threatened and half-coaxed again. She really didn't trust her own Pixapai. This guy had a rebellious mind and always liked to challenge her. But this time, she really hoped Pixapai would listen to her. This magical beast that had just arrived seemed to have noble blood. Despite being a flying magical beast, it had a pair of wings covered in thick scales, sharp claws that were clearly not to be messed with. Its size was not as light as a flying magical beast, but rather robust like a land magical beast. However, it had a pair of wings, and by the length of them when folded, it was clear they were not just for show. Most importantly, this magical beast was alone, indicating it had no contract holder and was a wild magical beast. Such beasts usually had a more irritable temperament. Roar symbolically responded. Pixapai's beast eyes slightly narrowed as it lay on its contract holder's shoulder. Humph, just a bowl of milk, how could it compare to her pride as a subordinate species? Today, no one could interfere, this magical beast had to be her opponent. Whoever dared to challenge, she would beat them. Getting Pixapai's response again, for some reason, Claire felt a bit uneasy, as if Pixapai was just humoring her. Placing her hands under Pixapai's front paws, she pushed Pixapai away from her embrace, locking eyes with Pixapai's crystal-clear silver wolf eyes. Tilting her head? Pixapai looked at her contract holder with a puzzled expression. Today's contract holder was a bit difficult to deal with. I changed my mind, Pixapai. If you dare to fight that magical beast, I will cut off your milk for not 2 days, not 3 days, no, a week. I'll do as you say. Finally, Claire added, then stared ferociously at Pixapai. Tilting her head? She called out. Roar, not to mention a week, not even a month could compare to her pride as a subordinate species. And just milk. She already knew the milk came from the cows on the family ranch. She could just go there and drink as much as she wanted. Claire was truly foolish. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our weekly magical beast juvenile brawl. I wonder if everyone is as eager as I am to find out who will be the juvenile king this week, or perhaps some already have an answer in mind. Now, please, those not involved, leave the arena on your own. Little one, do your best. Feeling the hand removed from the top of his head, Sake slightly raised his head to look at the person in front of him and nodded gently 2 seconds later. Roar, he didn't dislike this person, perhaps it was the kindness he exuded. Sane smiled, looking polite with his glasses on. He nodded gently at the little one in front of him, then turned and walked away. The companions in the arena stood up one by one and headed towards the exit of the dueling arena. Soon, there were only 8 magical beast cubs left in the arena. Alright, now only the magical beast cubs remain in the arena, so let the grand melee begin. Standing on the central floating platform in the arena, the host raised his right hand, gathering a blue magic circle in his palm. Begin! As the host's words fell, he squeezed his hand, shattering the magic circle instantly. Bang! A sound similar to a starting gun echoed. At that moment, all the magical beast cubs rushed towards their chosen opponents. Fierce? Not really, just a hint of fierceness. 2 bear cubs stood up and collided, pushing each other with their furry paws. Ah, the 2 little bears are so cute. I envy their owner. Cuddling with these fluffy creatures at night must be so blissful. In the audience seats of the arena, girls clearly made up 80% of the crowd. After all, who wouldn't come to see these little cuties in a big brawl? Groups of girls chattered together. However, there was an exception in one corner of the audience seats. A black-haired girl sat on a chair, accompanied by a refined-looking maid standing quietly beside her, her posture straight and composed, clearly not an ordinary maid. The girl was dressed in the uniform of the Holy Land Academy, yet she exuded an undeniable air of nobility. Your Highness, these are just ordinary magical beasts. It seems that our little Dark has a good chance of winning this time. Shelene casually responded to Ina's words, her gaze still fixed on the arena below. This dark attribute snake magical beast was a compensation from the auction house, a mid-level bloodline. In the past, she would have been delighted, but now she knew that there was an uncontracted high-level species in the Holy Land of Goya, a 9-ring potential high-level species. There was no ripple in her calm black eyes as she stared at the dark snake in the arena. If possible, she would prefer to contract that high-level species. The arena had 2 entrances, with magical beasts entering from both sides. Usually, the battle started from the sides, and after the sides were done, the winners continued to the middle for further combat. In the arena on the right, a huge black snake with scales as dark as ink, already 5 meters in size, immediately launched an attack on a nearby white deer as soon as the command was given. The agile white deer exerted force with its hooves, leaping high into the air with its mouth open. A white bubble emerged from the deer's mouth, growing larger. Bang! The massive black snake's tail lifted and instantly burst the white bubble. The tail, with reduced force, landed on the white deer, sending it flying and rolling on the ground before collapsing weakly. The black snake, which ended the battle almost like a crushing defeat, then moved towards the next magical beast. Shilin was not surprised by this outcome. From the moment the dark snake hatched, it had been continuously absorbing the dark elemental crystals she provided, and although it had only hatched less than 15 days ago, its attribute detection had already reached F+. Indeed, it was a crushing victory against these little creatures. In the arena on the left, watching the group of magical beasts already engaged in battle, Seik sat down on the ground, stretching out his sturdy hind legs. The big cat had said that he would earn a silver coin for each magical beast he defeated. He didn't need much, just a silver coin to buy a set of clothes for the little cat. So his plan was to wait for these little creatures to finish fighting, then casually take down one to minimize the possibility of accidentally harming them. Roar! A silver figure suddenly leaped in front of him. It was a young wolf cub, about the size of an adult small dog, with shiny silver fur, looking somewhat handsome. But what did this little one mean by challenging him? Seik looked at the snarling young wolf cub in front of him, slightly tilting his head in confusion. Greetings had been exchanged, and now it was time to determine the winner. With his hind legs already powered up, Peaksipe launched the first attack. She was fast, and in the blink of an eye, she reached Seik and pounced. Seeing the red magical beast still tilting its head, seemingly not yet reacting, she didn't hesitate, opening her mouth and biting directly at the shoulder. Bang! 3 white objects splattered in her line of sight. Ouch, so tough. My teeth, my teeth. Why is this guy so tough? Ouch. Howl my teeth. Without teeth, how will I eat meat in the future? Watching the teeth flying out, Seik smirked slightly, revealing a mouthful of snow-white, sharp teeth with a hint of schadenfreude. With a swipe and a toss, Seik directly knocked down the little wolf cub in front of him, pressing his belly on top. It was soft, and surprisingly, using this little wolf cub as a cushion felt quite comfortable. There was also a scent of milk on the cub, quite pleasant to smell. Pressing down the cub, Seik no longer paid attention to him, focusing his gaze on a group of young milk beasts fighting. It was time to watch the show. This match was no longer his concern, as he had already secured his bottom line. Howl being used as a cushion made Peishi somewhat resentful and started to struggle. However, the despicable fellow pressing on her remained unmoved. Looking up at the despicable fellow who ignored her while pressing her down, Peishi became even angrier. How dare this fellow, even though I'm a lower-ranking species, dare to ignore me? I'll bite him to death. With a fierce look in her eyes, Peishi opened her wolf mouth again. Just as she was about to bite, she hesitated. But 3 of her teeth had already flown out, a few more and she wouldn't be able to chew meat anymore. But she was so angry. Seik paid no attention to the conflicted little wolf cub. He watched with relish as the group of young ones pushed and shoved each other. Fighting? Not really. These guys seemed more like they were being cute. No wonder Elder Zell had warned him at the beginning. It wasn't arrogance, but with this group of youngsters, he felt that if he didn't hold back, something might really go wrong. Rustling a loud noise. Hearing the sound, Seik shifted his gaze away to the center of the arena. In his line of sight, a black snake about 5 or 6 meters long was writhing and rushing towards them, its speed astonishing. So, is it over so soon? Sane had just explained to him that the grand melee was divided into 2 groups, one on the left passage and one on the right, with the winners from both sides converging in the middle to determine the ultimate victor. Since this large black snake had come to their side, it seemed that the battle on the opposite side had also ended. Hissing, the black snake raised its head high, its jet black snake mouth opened, revealing rows of sharp teeth. It was displaying its dominance. After a brief glance at Seik, it lost interest. It was here to secure its bottom line, and now that it had, it could be as arrogant as it pleased. Glancing at the little wolf cub beneath him, who seemed to have resigned herself, no longer resisting and with her head drooping on the ground, Similarly, the 6 entangled young milk beasts, after a glance at the large black snake in the middle of the arena, withdrew their gaze and continued their unfinished battle. Damn it, these guys were ignoring her. The black snake opened its mouth, manipulating the gathered magic within its body. The dark spots in front of its open snake mouth converged into a dark elemental arrow. The snake head swayed, its gaze wandering over several magical beasts, quickly finding its target. It's you, the red magical beast pressing on the wolf. Among the group of magical beasts, for some reason, she just didn't like this guy. The open snake mouth moved slightly, and the already condensed dark elemental directly shot out, creating a dark elemental light in the air. Sensing the magical fluctuations, Sake raised his head and saw the dark elemental arrow coming towards him. Opening his mouth, he bit down on the dark elemental arrow, applying just a slight force, and the arrow instantly shattered, the dark elemental points dissipating in the air. Suddenly, Sake froze. This magical aura. Uncontrollably, the scene of the day he hatched flashed in his mind. The round head lifted to look towards the human audience section. Scanning left and right, he quickly found the figure he was looking for. Ah, Your Highness, this fiery red flying magical beast is the one we saw at the guild. Celine did not respond to Aina's words. Her gaze shifted to the arena below, where her own red beast was staring back at her. The connection was unmistakable. This shapeshifted beast was the one she had discarded. She had sent her knights in attendance to search for it in recent days, but no one had found it until today. Well, she would take the opportunity to annul the temporary contract with it later. Only a beast with enough potential could free her from being a pawn in her father's hands. A second-tier magical beast might be considered good enough for others, but it was dispensable to her. And this beast seemed to not like. No, it was more like it resented her. The reason was clear in her heart. Seeing the silent highness, Aina could only shift her gaze to the arena. The lack of information about the superior species had put the highness in a bad mood these days, prompting her to bring the dark serpent to the academy arena to relax. And to let the dark serpent perform well. The little creature had been coldly treated by the highness since hatching, which was a bit pitiful. Locking eyes, the cold gaze felt like a sharp blade. It was that look again, that look. Anger flared up inside. Pexiper hissed at the burnt smell in the air. Who's roasting meat? Why does it smell burnt? Wait, why is my back heating up? Pexiper raised her wolf head and looked at her back. Fire, fire. The big lizard was on fire. The silver wolf eyes reflected a red lizard surrounded by flames. No, my fur. Realizing this, Pexiper looked at the burning fur on her back and struggled to break free. Her 2 paws quickly crawled on the ground. This struggle was smooth, she almost effortlessly broke free. Flames surrounded Sake's body, making the red scales look even deeper red at that moment. Lowering her head, she looked at her raised paw covered in crimson flames. She didn't know how she got into this state, she just felt anger rising in her heart, and then the flames surged out from her heart to cover her whole body. The surging power in her body felt inexhaustible. Raising her head, she looked at the large black snake in the center of the arena. So, this was the woman's new contract beast. Who? The 2 pairs of thick wings engulfed in flames spread out, and the flames surged in the air. Oh, is this mysterious red beast challenging the dark serpent? The host couldn't finish his sentence, because Sake, with his wings spread, almost instantly flew to the top of the dark serpent's head. His sharp claws pressed directly on the dark serpent's head. Boom! A loud rumble echoed through the arena, and yellow dust instantly covered the central area. It took a while for the dust to settle. A deep pit over 10 meters wide appeared in the center of the arena. The dark serpent lay motionless on the ground, while Sake coldly looked down at the now motionless dark serpent, his crimson vertical pupils quickly constricting, the dark red flames inside surging violently. Kill it, this is the woman's contract beast. Seek revenge against her. Revenge! A voice seemed to urge him incessantly in his mind, and the crimson vertical pupils gradually filled with ferocity. His sticky claws had already pierced the dark serpent's head, and now he only needed to exert a little force to destroy the serpent's brain and take its life completely. Kill it! No, he couldn't do that. If he killed this beast, he wouldn't be able to see Cecilia again. Reason and inner ferocity were at odds. The host on the platform was speechless. This situation had already exceeded his understanding. How could a magical beast cub unleash such a level of power? No, it seemed like the magical beast wanted to kill the dark serpent. The host who reacted let out a roar. Quick, stop him. Upon hearing the voice, the claws subconsciously prepared to tighten. Stop, Seek. The familiar voice made Seek pause, but this time, her voice carried a hint of anger unlike before. The swirling dark red flames in her crimson vertical pupils slowly dissipated, and her mind instantly regained clarity. Her gaze fell upon the motionless dark serpent beneath her, with her right claw already pierced into the serpent's head, blood continuously oozing out. This was all her doing? She only wanted to teach the serpent a lesson. She never intended to kill it, so why did this happen? Why did she lose control? Cecilia ran to the edge of the pit, slid down to the center, and wanted to scold Seek, but seeing the panic, helplessness, and fear in her crimson vertical pupils, the words stuck in her throat. She couldn't bring herself to blame Seek, despite knowing it was unfair. Lowering her head, she focused on the barely breathing dark serpent. The priority now was to save its life. Seek's claw seemed to be deeply embedded in the serpent's skull, with fresh red blood continuously flowing from the wound. Seek, try to slowly retract your claw, Cecilia said, and Seek carefully withdrew her claw. Splat! As the claw was pulled out, blood immediately splattered out, adding a touch of red to her pale face. Ignoring the blood splattered on her face, Cecilia raised her right hand, gathering magic into her palm. Unlike before, this time the magic points were emerald green. The emerald spell circle quickly formed. Placing her palm on the dark serpent's head, the emerald spell circle emitted a vibrant breath of life. Her azure eyes focused on the serpent. Watching this scene, the fire lion Zell's crimson beast pupils slightly narrowed. His mouth opened but ultimately said nothing. This human girl was using life magic. Life magic, also known as overdraft magic, overdrafts one's own life force, not inherently evil but rarely used due to its high cost. Looking at the dark serpent barely clinging to life on the ground, using life magic was the only way to save it. If the dark serpent died, Seek would surely be expelled to the maze. At this moment, he seemed to understand why Seek, this little creature, was so fixated on this human girl. As the emerald light scattered, the wound on the dark serpent's head visibly healed at a rapid pace. The flesh and blood in the wound began to squirm, gradually growing new pink flesh. Only the scales were left to grow back. The emerald spell circle shattered into light points that ascended and dissipated. At this moment, the dark serpent appropriately opened its eyes. Upon opening its eyes, the dark serpent saw the fiery figure standing beside it, its heart racing, and its body quickly wriggling. With a swift movement, the dark serpent fled far away in a flash, and Cecilia looked at Seek in front of her. A faint smile appeared on her slightly pale face. It's okay, Seek. Reaching out, she climbed into Cecilia's arms, and her round brain gently nudged against Cecilia's chest. Just now, he was so scared, afraid of facing Cecilia's reprimand, afraid of losing control, afraid of becoming a savage beast. Glancing at the trembling red claws propped on the ground, Cecilia said nothing, gently stroking Seek's head with her palm. Tread! The sound of neat footsteps. The black-haired girl walked ahead with her maid, while behind her, 5 knights clad in silver armor followed solemnly. They halted in front of a large pit, and Celine's gaze fell upon the fiery red monster within. A rare hint of emotion flickered in her black and white eyes, now ablaze with determination. She had changed her mind. She wanted this monster to be her contract beast. Though she didn't know how the creature had managed to conceal itself all this time, she was now certain that this beast, once abandoned by her, was the same one causing a stir in the city of Goya these past few days. Regret? Perhaps a little. But it was too late for regrets now. The priority was to take this monster home and make amends. Come with me. The girl's voice was cold, exuding an aura of distance. Seek and Cecilia simultaneously raised their heads to look at the figure standing at the edge of the pit, surrounded by a crimson glow. The fiery vertical pupils quickly focused. The flame in their hearts threatened to surge forth once more. No, they couldn't lose control again. She made you like this, she must pay. With a low crouch, the crimson claws dug into the earth, flames seeping from between the teeth as the fiery gaze locked onto the figure standing at the pit's edge. The dark serpent, seeing its contract holder, brightened and swiftly slithered over to the girl, bowing obediently. Yet, the girl's gaze remained fixed on the fiery figure in the pit, indicating that her command to come with her was not directed at the serpent. Princess Celine Isaacson of the West Duchy. Cecilia recognized the figure at the pit's edge, despite having only met the princess once before. The kingdom's flower, the goddess of joy, the brightest gem in the West Duchy's crown, any of these titles would suffice to describe her radiance, and she held all three. Yet, it was she who had abandoned Seek, nearly causing his demise in a downpour. Celine, standing at the pit's edge, slowly raised her slender hand, pointing towards Seek. Come with me. A thunderous sensation seemed to explode in the mind. But at that moment, a cool sensation washed over, restoring clarity. A gentle touch on Seek's head brought Cecilia's gaze to the figure above, her eyes losing their softness and gaining a sharpness. Your Highness, are you mistaken? Why should Seek go with you? Seek? Was that the name she had given him? The girl's eyes held a curious glint. No, there's no mistake. A blue glow appeared on the back of her hand, revealing a simple 5-pointed magic circle. Simultaneously, a similar magic circle appeared on the red scales on Seek's forehead. The contract was established. Even if temporary, the bond between human and beast was now unbreakable. Flames enveloped Seek's red claws, swirling around his legs in a repetitive cycle. Despite the inner rage threatening to overwhelm his senses, Seek knew he couldn't lose control again, as it would only bring trouble to Cecilia. It seems he doesn't wish to go with you for now, and since this is a temporary contract, Seek should retain the right to choose. A faint smile played on Cecilia's lips. The girl's face lit up with a smile, as radiant as blooming orchids in a secluded valley. Her gaze swept over the audience. Her objective had been achieved. It appears so. Then I shall let him play outside for a while. After all, one must return home after playtime. Leaving these words behind without any nostalgia, Shilin simply turned and walked away. She had publicly declared her sovereignty, and for the next 3 years of the temporary contract, no one could take away this position from her. 3 years. She also needed to appease this position during these 3 years. Perhaps she should call him Sake, as he seemed to like that name. The dark serpent glanced at the large pit, then at the back of her contractor, and silently followed suit, twisting its body. Through the contract, she could feel the contractor's joy, but what made the contractor happy was not her. The flames gradually extinguished as the girl's figure disappeared. A sense of powerlessness rose in her heart. Sake quietly rested his head on Cecilia's chest for a while before lifting his head, resting his chin on Cecilia's chest, their gazes meeting in a direct and intense blue stare. Cecilia, I don't want to go with her, let's make a contract. Faced with Sake's eager gaze, Cecilia silently averted her eyes. She couldn't. The contract would only burden Sake, and she also didn't want Sake to contract with the daughter of the Duke. No, she didn't want Sake to contract with anyone. No one could provide magic for a supreme being. She didn't understand the supreme beings because there were no records to refer to, but the Lord of Dawn, the Goddess of Life, the Goddess of Darkness, the Lord of War. None of these supreme magical beasts had contractors. Sake should be the same. Watching Cecilia turn her head slightly, the tightening feeling in her heart intensified in that moment, accompanied by a sense of suffocation. Russell, stepping back from the warm embrace. She rejected herself again, bad Cecilia. Who? Hearing the wind, Cecilia raised her head, watching the fiery red figure gradually flying away in the sky. Her legs suddenly weakened, her body swaying. Just as she was about to fall, a huge fiery red figure appeared behind her. It was Zell. Thank you, Mr. Zell. In response to this gratitude, Zell gently nodded his lion head, then conjured magical threads. Watching the magical threads extending towards her, Cecilia manipulated magic to accept this connection. Come up, I'll take you back. Thank you for your trouble. Without refusing this kindness, Cecilia laboriously climbed onto the huge back of the fire lion. The previous life magic had already depleted her, and she was very weak now. Zell leaped onto the large pit in 2 steps, and instead of running, he steadily stepped forward with his paws. Don't you regret it? Human lives are not long to begin with. No, I don't regret it. A smile appeared on the girl's face, a bit pale and sickly. The paw that had stepped forward paused, then continued on. I think I understand why Sake likes you so much. I like Sake too, because he's cute. A gentle voice tinged with indulgence. Sake's name was chosen by her, which made her have a special affection for this child. In her heart, Sake was like a little brother to her, a bit willful and cute. In the forest, the carriages were scattered along the path. Wow! The goblins cheered as they cleaned up the spoils. Bodies were piled onto the carriages. The living women's hands and feet were tied to a stick and carried by 2 goblins. Wow wow! The goblin priest with a beast tooth necklace gestured for the big and small goblins to work. There were quite a few goblins cleaning the battlefield, around 300 of them. Today was another perfect hunt for their tribe, so the goblin priest was very pleased. They harvested 4 human females and 27 human males. Since the tribe had no shortage of human males, this time they left no survivors. The 4 human females were taken back to be bred and produce more humans, while the males were taken back to be cooked. Breeding only required a few human males. The flesh of humans not only made the monsters stronger but also tasted delicious. Just thinking about it made saliva unconsciously drip from the corners of their mouths. Wow ga wow ga. The goblin priest could no longer contain his impatience and urged his slow-moving tribesmen. Who? A streak of red dove down from above. Wow ga. 2 goblins were pressed into the ground and slid for over 10 meters before coming to a stop. They initially cried out, but soon fell silent. As the bodies halted, Seek lifted his head, his gaze coldly indifferent towards the group of goblin monsters. It was evident that they had just intercepted a goblin tribe that had attacked a merchant caravan. His mouth slightly parted, crimson flames gathering inside. If it was these monsters, he felt like he no longer needed to restrain himself. Since leaving the arena, he had felt the flame in his heart becoming increasingly unbearable, but now he had found an outlet. Crimson flames enveloped Seek's body, swirling around his red scales in a matter of moments. The overwhelming feeling of power surged within him once more. A dark red hue gradually covered his crimson vertical pupils. The goblin high priest standing on the carriage stiffened, sensing that this beast was different. He had encountered beasts before, but none had made him feel so oppressed by their mere presence, rendering him unable to muster any resistance. Glancing at the trembling tribesmen around him, their behavior was pitiful, with some already soiling themselves. A strange odor permeated the air. Watching these pathetic tribesmen, a hint of anger flashed in the goblin priest's eyes. However, now was not the time to address the cowardice of the tribesmen. The goblin priest pointed towards a large goblin similar in size to an ogre. Wow ga. Upon receiving the command, the towering goblin, resembling an ogre, effortlessly grabbed a corpse by the leg and hurled it in Seek's direction. The body landed in front of Seek. Without sparing a glance at the corpse, Seek opened his mouth and unleashed a breath that instantly engulfed the goblin who had brought the meat. The crimson flames swept over a dozen meters, consuming the human corpses and a group of goblins in its path. Wow ga. Listening to the goblin's cries of agony, Seek's crimson vertical pupils exuded a sense of cruel satisfaction. Such a delightful sound, he wanted to hear more, much more. The last shred of reason departed like a kite string snapping in a gale. Wow ga. The goblin priest roared in anger, directing the tribesmen to attack. Despite cowering for a while, none of the goblins dared to launch an attack. The small red monster's size was not imposing, yet standing before it, they felt their legs turn to jelly, unable to move a muscle. Seeing the pathetic display of these useless tribesmen, the goblin priest forcefully planted the human skull staff into the ground, unleashing a blood-red magic circle beneath his feet. Simultaneously, all goblins' yellow eyes were veiled in blood red. The legs that had been trembling like chaff moments ago were now steady, their crimson gazes locking onto the red monster with malice. Wow ga. The 3-meter-tall ogre goblin raised a large club and initiated the attack. As if it were a signal, all the goblins sprang into action in an instant. The goblin mage began to gather elements, the goblin archer drew the bowstring, while the goblin with miscellaneous equipment in hand acted as cannon fodder. 3 small goblins rushed towards Seek, waving their makeshift weapons to strike. 2 flashes of dark red streaked through the air, turning 2 goblins into green rubble before they could react. Claws tainted with green fluid touched the ground again. With a bite, a small goblin, now headless, collapsed limply. Crunch! Crunch! The crimson vertical pupils exuded a savage aura devoid of reason. The faint chewing sound echoed in the air. All goblins paused, feeling a primal fear even in their frenzied state facing the savage beast. Crunch! Crunch! The chewing paused. The next moment, a mass of green flesh mixed with broken bones spewed from the beast's mouth onto the ground. Disgusting! Wow ga. The goblin priest slammed the skull-headed staff heavily on the carriage's wooden board. A circle of dark magic imbued with evil energy spread beneath his feet. Black magic patterns spread across the goblin's body like centipedes. As the patterns emerged, the small goblin's body began to swell, transforming into a large goblin in an instant, with its large hands turning into sharp claws and its already large size increasing further. Roar! With a roar from the enraged large goblin, all goblins surged forward. The fiery beast was quickly overwhelmed by the numerous frenzied small goblins, and soon over 200 goblins piled up like a small mountain. Instinctively, they continued to swipe their claws. Cut, cut! A bright light gradually appeared above the swiping claws. A large, round head emerged from the open passage, its scales no longer showing their original colors, now mostly green with some elongated objects hanging on them. Countless ice spikes and fireballs mixed with arrows rained down on the emerging beast simultaneously. Pft, pft. Of course, the goblins, covered in a pile and suppressed by the attacks, couldn't escape either, with many being pierced in this wave of collective strikes. It hurts so much. Wow ga. Seeing the beast unable to retaliate, the goblin priest raised his bone staff again to command 4 enraged large goblins to attack. The large goblins wielded big clubs, sure to crush many small goblins with a single blow. But he didn't care. From the moment they turned frenzied, these goblins had no way out. Since they were doomed, they might as well make a final contribution to their tribe. The beast looked special. If he could kill it and offer it as a sacrifice to the great mother of the abyss, he would surely advance further. An evil desire gleamed in his yellow eyes. He stared fixedly at the beast, magically suppressed and unable to fight back. The 4 frenzied goblins leaped simultaneously, their clubs striking down fiercely. Put! The 4 clubs landed on the beast's head. The terrifying force instantly pulverized the goblins around, and green fluid splashed high like waves. The beast had taken a solid blow from the 4 frenzied goblins. It seemed stable. Just as this thought arose, fear crept into the goblin priest's eyes. As the green wave descended, instead of the scene of the beast being crushed, it was the 4 large goblins standing headless in place. One of them seemed unaware, holding the club tightly but hesitating to strike. Escape! In the moment the beast looked over, the thought of fleeing surfaced in their minds. Their bodies followed suit, springing into action. The black shadow quickly enveloped the goblin priest who turned to flee. Plush! The sharp claws pressed down from the top of the head without any hindrance, piercing through the goblin's abdomen. Wow! With the death of the goblin priest, all goblins let out painful screams, their bodies began to swell, and just as they were about to turn into a ball, they exploded directly. For a moment, the stench in the area became even stronger. After dealing with the goblin priest, Sake's figure began to sway unsteadily. After swaying back and forth a few times, he collapsed forward and lay on the ground, his heavy eyelids slowly closing. As his eyes closed, the flames surrounding him began to extinguish. A trace of blood slowly oozed from the corner of his mouth. Woo! The golden-haired woman whose hands and feet were tied to a stick wriggled her body. The goblin's blood splattered around, making the nearby area look like a dark green swamp. And now, this woman was writhing in this dark green swamp. As she wriggled, her clothes inevitably became soaked with the green blood, revealing bit by bit the mature curves usually concealed by her loose dress. Perfect curves, firm lines. After wriggling for a while, Lisa finally felt what she was looking for. A broken knife from the goblin's hand. Adjusting her posture, she rubbed her bound hands back and forth with the not-so-sharp blade for a while before they loosened. Regaining her freedom, without any hesitation, Lisa reached into the green liquid and cut the rope binding her feet with the broken knife. She removed the cloth stuffed in her mouth. Ignoring the sourness in her mouth, she looked at the 3 female adventurers who were eagerly watching her. I'll untie you right away. With that, Lisa used the broken knife in her hand to cut the ropes of the 3 female adventurers one by one. These 3 adventurers were members of the adventure group she hired, but unfortunately, now only the 3 of them were left in this adventure group. As for why the goblins left them behind, they knew the reason in their hearts. Goblins were just a type of monster, not very intelligent, but there were always some special individuals among them, not only powerful but also very intelligent. They knew that by capturing intelligent females, they could breed more intelligent offspring, just like domesticating livestock. While the 2 slightly younger female adventurers, with somewhat childish faces, hugged each other and burst into tears the moment they gained their freedom. The fear of death and the loss of their companions made them emotionally overwhelmed. The slightly older female adventurer did not cry, but her face was deathly pale. The pale-faced female adventurer just glanced at the motionless beast not far away and then turned to Lisa, their employer, and spoke seriously. Madam Lisa, we need to leave this place quickly. They were indeed safe now, but only temporarily. Although the beast seemed unconscious, the fluctuations of fire elements on its body were extremely intense, and the ground within 2 meters of the beast had already cracked. This meant that the beast was not dead, and it could wake up at any moment. The goblins were the same. With such a strong magical aura, it was easy for other magical creatures to be attracted. Magical creatures were not intelligent beings, they generally had no moral restrictions, and eating the corpses of their kind was a basic operation for them. In either case, any of these situations could lead them to their deaths. Without rushing to reply, Lisa looked at the figure lying not far away. The dark green liquid on the beast's body had dried up and turned into ash, revealing smooth, mirror-like fiery red scales that looked like a work of art. Except for a flaw, a large area of scales on its back was shattered. Blood kept oozing from the broken scales. I know this monster. Ha! But isn't it a ferocious beast? Lisa shook her head slightly, her dirty golden hair scattered, giving her a touch of maternal grace. This magical beast had saved her for the 2nd time. You go, report to the Adventurers Guild about the situation, she said. Lady Lisa, aren't you leaving with us? The female adventurer sensed the employer's implication in his words. Lisa shook her head, walked towards the magical beast without a word, and found 2 bottles of red healing potion among the scattered goods. She squatted in front of the magical beast that had saved her for the 2nd time and opened the healing potion. Seeing this, the female adventurer helped her companions and left without hesitation. She couldn't understand why Lady Lisa referred to the fierce beast as a magical beast. With its fierce gaze, how could this magical beast not be a fierce one? But she knew that staying longer might cost them their lives. Lady Lisa was already treating the fierce beast, undoubtedly speeding up its recovery. High ponytailed silver-haired female swordsman, Keishi, quietly observed everything from the branches of a tree. She had been by the side of this young god's attendant from the beginning, and her vow that day was not false. She would stay by the side of this kind young god's attendant until he could protect himself, out of gratitude. As for why she didn't intervene just now, it was because of the strange state of the young god's attendant. He was very angry, and anger needed an outlet, which these monsters provided. 2 bottles of healing potion poured onto the wound on Seek's back, instantly stopping the bleeding and visibly regenerating the tender flesh. The damaged scales fell off, revealing a piece of tender flesh. Great, it seemed his injury wasn't too severe. As she breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appeared on her flushed face due to the heat, as bright and beautiful as a blooming rose. Slowly lifting her heavy eyelids, her vision was a bit blurry. A figure stood in front of her. You're awake," a gentle voice startled Seek. Was it Cecilia coming to find him? He lunged forward. Lisa, caught off guard, never expected the magical beast to suddenly pounce on her. The heavy weight made her uncontrollably fall to the ground. Pressed against Cecilia, her head eagerly nestled into Cecilia's arms, just as soft as ever. The initial panic quickly dissipated. Feeling the continuous rubbing of the magical beast, Lisa's face became even redder. She could feel that the magical beast was seeking comfort from her, but they had only met twice, so how did this attachment come about? Lisa, unable to figure it out, gently placed her hand on the magical beast's head, stroking it as gently as comforting a daughter. As time passed, her consciousness became clearer. The weak and soft feeling quickly faded, and Seek soon realized, no, this wasn't Cecilia. Cecilia wasn't that big. The scent was also wrong. Cecilia had a faint, light fragrance, while what she smelled now was a strong jasmine-like scent. Slowly propping up his body with his claws, he lowered his head to carefully examine the figure he had pressed down. The woman was covered in goblin blood, her dirty golden hair scattered, looking particularly disheveled. The face seemed familiar, but definitely not Cecilia. Quickly backing away, Seek tilted his head slightly at the somewhat familiar woman. "Ha!" Sitting up from the ground, Lisa smiled at the magical beast in front of her, not feeling upset about the recent offense. This was the second time this magical beast had saved her. How could she be angry over such a trivial matter? "It's me. Remember the caravan you and Lord Fire Lion saved last time? There was a mother and daughter among them that you rescued, right?" The crimson vertical pupils slightly focused. "Oh, now that you mention it, it does ring a bell. So this time she helped him?" Although he was still groggy from just waking up, he distinctly remembered a warm flow entering his body from his back, which helped him regain consciousness quickly. Since she helped him, he needed to repay the favor. His gaze fell on the scattered scales on the ground. He reached out and sifted through them, selecting a relatively intact scale from the pile. Crimson magic emerged in the air and infused into the scale, instantly making it crystal clear with a faint red magical energy flowing within, resembling a piece of art. He handed the scale infused with his magic to the woman. "Is this for me?" Liz blinked her sparkling golden eyes with a hint of surprise, exuding a somewhat pitiful charm. Seek nodded. This was his way of repaying her. By infusing his magic into the scale, he could sense it any time within the forest range. This connection was cultivable. As Liz looked at the sparkling scale lying in the chubby paw extended to her, she seemed to understand why her daughter was so fond of this magical beast. This magical beast was indeed adorable. She reached out and took the scale from the beast's paw, a long-lost radiant smile appearing on her face. "Thank you for the gift, it's beautiful." Seek nodded. With the repayment made, it was time to go back. Glancing at the afternoon sky, Seek spread his wings. "Can you wait a moment?" Seek paused as he looked at the woman who called out to him, tilting his head slightly. Can you understand what I'm saying?" Seek nodded. Seeing the beast actually nod, Liz felt a surge of excitement and undisguised surprise in her eyes. She sensed that this magical beast was different from the ordinary ones. Perhaps her shipment could be saved now. "Mr. Magical Beast, can I hire you for a night?" "Hire him? What did she want to hire him for?" "I can offer you 3 fire elemental crystals as payment." Liz deliberately raised the price, fearing the beast might refuse. In the previous caravan incident, she not only lost her husband but also a large shipment. The dead could not return, and for her daughter's sake, she had to move forward. After settling her daughter, she embarked on another shipment, this time collecting magical plants in a small village near the Holy Land of Goya. Unfortunately, luck seemed to have completely abandoned her as this shipment also encountered monsters, a goblin tribe this time. Facing the woman's pitiful gaze as if grasping at the last straw, Seek's outstretched wings eventually folded back slowly. Well, he might as well hear what this woman wanted to hire him for. Threads of red magical energy condensed in the air and extended towards Liz. Seeing the magical threads, Liz felt delighted. Thank you, she bowed repeatedly in gratitude before reaching out to grasp the warm magical thread, which was not hot to the touch. "Can you hear me, Mr. Magical Beast? What do you want me to do if I'm hired?" Hearing the somewhat cold and youthful voice, Liz was momentarily stunned. She thought the magical beast was already mature, but it turned out to be just a young one. "Why are you silent now? Why did this woman suddenly become dumbfounded?" Reading people's expressions and words was a basic talent for a merchant, a skill that Liz naturally possessed. Noticing the slight focus in the crimson vertical pupils, she immediately understood. "Mr. Warcraft, I would like to hire you to guard these goods with me for one night. Just now, 3 adventurers have already returned to the guild, so it shouldn't be long before more adventurers come to survey." Understood, this woman wants to stay as a bodyguard. Sake glanced around at the damaged carriage. The scattered goods were all magical plants. "So you want to hire me?" "Yes, Mr. Warcraft." With an extra word, Sake looked at the woman in front of him, her beautiful face stained with some green ink, looking a bit disheveled. "Well, it's paid work. Maybe I can try accepting the hire," and a thought crossed his mind. "My name is Sake, I accept your hire." "Thank you, Mr. Sake, you can call me Liz if you don't mind." "I haven't finished yet, as I just said, I can accept your hire, but we need to change the terms." Liz tightened the hands clasped together. She was going to raise the price. "But as long as it's within 6 magic crystals, it's not unacceptable. This shipment has already failed, now it's about recovering as much cost as possible. Please go on, Mr. A smile appeared on the charming face, with perhaps a hint of reluctance. "I only need 2 fire elemental magic crystals, but you have to prepare 2 sets for me." Thinking of that golden-haired lowly who had ill intentions towards him, he overlapped her figure with that of a small cat in his mind. It seemed that whether in height or body size, the small cat and the golden-haired lowly were quite similar. Give me 2 sets of young girl clothes similar to your daughter's age. New ones." Looking at his woman with a dumbfounded expression, Sake added 2 more words without hesitation. "No extra charge?" Liz realized. "So, Mr. Are you accepting my hire? Why wouldn't I?" Suddenly, Sake doubted how this woman with wide eyes in front of him became a merchant. She seemed a bit clueless and lacked the shrewdness of a merchant. Of course, it could also be due to her current worn-out appearance. Rustle, a faint sound appeared in his ears. Before Liz could react to what was happening, she saw Mr. Sake in front of her already rushing out like lightning. Sake dashed into the bushes. Roar! A terrifying roar stopped abruptly. His claws pierced the ogre's neck, 1 stab and 1 pull, and a large head rolled off directly. The headless blue-skinned ogre raised its hand to grab Sake's shoulder again, but then dropped it, swaying forward several steps before falling flat on its face. Bang! The huge body made a loud noise as it fell to the ground. The headless ogre's body fell on the road like that. Before the ogre fell, Sake leaped forward, landing smoothly like a cat. This ogre's rank wasn't high, just 2nd rank. That was normal. Near the Holy Land of Goya, Adventurers Guild actively hunted, so there weren't many high-level monsters around. Looking at the red blood on his claws, a hint of disdain in his eyes, Sake didn't hesitate to shake off the blood. This ogre's blood was very smelly, even worse than goblins, covered in all sorts of sores. Who knows when was the last time it bathed? It was just disgusting. Watching the back of Sake continuously shaking his claws, Liz felt a warmth in her heart that she couldn't describe. The tension in her shoulders that had been there since waking up also relaxed a bit. Indeed, hiring this Mr. was the right decision. Both morally and practically, this time she had taken advantage of this Mr. However, perhaps she could do something for him as well. Squatting down, she picked up the broken knife from the ground and walked to a goblin corpse. Without hesitation, she stabbed the goblin's head with the broken knife. Stirring it, she pulled out the knife after making a large enough opening. Phew! Taking a deep breath, she prepared herself mentally, then bit her teeth and reached her right hand directly into the goblin's head. A slippery and sticky sensation came from her hand. Endure it, Liz, endure it. Thinking of her daughter at home, the urge to vomit decreased significantly. She had to pull herself together to provide a healthy environment for her daughter to grow up in. After her husband's death, many merchants had visited, hinting at the possibility of her remarrying, but she had brushed them off. If she remarried, her daughter would lose her only family, leaving her with nowhere but the church. She didn't want her daughter to be sent to the church. Not that she had anything against the church, but children raised there often lacked discipline and morals. She didn't want her daughter to become like them, so she had to strive. Poochie Poochie, hearing the strange sound, Seek turned to look in its direction. Liz was squatting in front of a goblin, her hand stirring inside its head. What was she doing? Just as the question arose in his mind, Liz paused her stirring hand and pulled it out of the goblin's head the next second. Holding up her hand covered in dark green liquid, she pinched a colorless crystal nucleus the size of a marble between her thumb and forefinger. Magic? Although he didn't know what the nucleus was, Seek could sense magic flowing from it. The magic flow was different from the last time with the boar monster's nucleus. There was an uncomfortable aura to this one. It seemed like the goblin's nucleus couldn't be consumed directly. Placing the nucleus in a regular bag, Liz picked up the knife and walked towards the next goblin corpse. Seeing Liz move to the next body, Seek's crimson vertical pupils slightly narrowed. No, he couldn't let her reap the benefits alone, so he started digging too. His gaze fell on the ogre head not far ahead. It was huge, about the size of a backpack. Walking up to the ogre head, he raised his claw and struck. Poochie! After a few strikes, the ogre's head turned into a mass of minced meat, even the skull shattered. He rummaged through the minced meat with his claw, and soon a colorless crystal nucleus the size of a baby's fist emerged. He picked up the nucleus and held it above his head. Oh, shining brightly, his crimson vertical pupils admired it for a few seconds. He stored it and continued digging. Poochie, striking a goblin's head with his claw, he skillfully picked out a marble-sized crystal nucleus. Looking around, he realized there wasn't a single intact goblin head left. Well, it was time to call it a day. By now, the sky had darkened completely, with no moon in sight, only a few scattered stars in the night sky. Under a large tree by the roadside, a disheveled figure leaned against the trunk. It was Liz, also his employer. Seek returned to Liz, who was leaning against the tree, and lay down in front of her, looking at the pile of crystal nuclei with a satisfied grin. He picked up the largest ogre crystal nucleus and held it above his head. The transparent crystal nucleus sparkled even in the darkness. Beautiful! Satisfaction gleamed in his crimson vertical pupils. What a great harvest indeed. A muddy and delicate hand, obviously not used to heavy work, held a bulging bag and placed it in front of the crystal nuclei. Seeing the extra bag, Seek looked up at Liz, who handed it to him. His round head tilted slightly. Ha! Facing Seek's puzzled look, Liz smiled pleasingly. Sir, you killed these monsters, so the crystal cores naturally belong to you. So she didn't actually want to compete for the crystal cores with herself? She looked down at the bulging bag. Was she trying to please herself? She reached out and pushed the bag back in front of Liz. This lizard also had principles. What should be taken must not be lacking, and what should not be taken must not be touched. This clearly belonged to the latter. He had just seen the scratches on Liz's outstretched palm. She had dug out each of these crystal cores herself, so he had no reason to take them for free. It was true that the goblins were all killed by him, but Seek felt that this woman needed these crystal cores more than he did. He remembered the last time when this woman seemed to have lost her husband, as the big cat had told him. This might also be why she was so determined to keep this batch of goods. No, I can't take these, they are your spoils of war. The items were pushed back again. Pushing the items back, Seek lay down directly, resting his chin on a pile of crystal cores, closed his eyes, pretending to be dead. Looking at the crystal cores back in front of her, Liz felt a mix of emotions and a warm feeling in her heart. This little monster was very kind. After hesitating for a moment, she silently reached out and picked up the crystal cores, hugging them to her chest. The bag was stained with monster blood, smelling like a dead fish that had been rotting on the shore for days. But even so, Liz held onto the bag of crystal cores tightly. Just this bag of monster crystal cores could make up for most of her losses from this trading journey. When the Adventurers Guild sent someone to help recover this batch of goods, most of the losses from this trip could be recouped, and with a bit of luck, she might even make some profit. The heaviness in her heart lightened in that moment. She relaxed her body, leaning against the tree trunk behind her. A sense of drowsiness washed over her, and slowly she closed her eyes. Achoo! The moment she opened her eyes, Liz felt a chill in the air, hugging her shoulders and rubbing them. But it seemed to have no effect. She looked up at the pitch-black night sky, unsure of the time. She definitely couldn't sleep in this cold temperature. Subconsciously, she held the bag closer to her, feeling the weight in it, as if the cold night suddenly wasn't so cold anymore. A thick wing covered in red scales spread out and draped over Liz, then retracted. She was carried by the thick wing to the side of the little gentleman. Feeling the warmth coming from the red scales, Liz quickly realized that this little gentleman was helping her. Thank you. Her soft words of thanks received no response. Not getting a response, Liz didn't mind. She knew the little gentleman must have heard her voice. She lay down next to the little gentleman, feeling the just right temperature from the smooth scales, along with a sense of lost security. Slowly, drowsiness crept in, and once again she closed her eyes. Crunch! Seek opened his eyes the moment he heard footsteps. In the distance, about 100 meters away, a group of people dressed as adventurers were running towards them. Among the group of adventurers, Seek also saw a familiar figure, the golden-haired little girl. There was a sudden movement under his wings. It was Liz. She had also woken up. Seek retracted his wings. Slowly sitting up, Liz also saw the adventure team not far away, and also noticed the familiar little figure, quickly getting up from the ground. Mother, the golden-haired little girl, upon spotting her mother, shouted and ran towards her. Mother and daughter ran towards each other and embraced. Holding her daughter's small body, Liz felt as if sand had entered her eyes while running, making her vision blurry. To prevent his daughter from worrying, he quietly wiped away his tears. Seek watched as the mother and daughter embraced each other, holding up their bodies. At that moment, a man with a long beard walked up to him. "You're the one who saved Miss Liz?" Yeah, with a grunt, Seek lowered his head to tidy up his spoils. This lizard only likes sweet-smelling young ladies. Smelly men should not approach this lizard. The man realized that the monster did not want to talk to him, so he gave up the idea of establishing communication with magical silk threads. After all, being rejected was quite embarrassing. Seek crouched on the ground, extending his right claw to gently pick up and count the beads. 1, 2, 3. 231. At that moment, a shadow appeared in front of him. Raising his head, Seek saw a delicate face, almost like a doll's face, almost touching his own. Clear as glass, the golden eyes blinked playfully. "Big lizard, we meet again." Seek subconsciously took a step back. Why was this little girl getting so close to him? She shouldn't think that this lizard didn't know she was eyeing his body. However, Lenai seemed oblivious to the wary look in his crimson vertical pupils and continued to approach. Ever since their last encounter, she had been thinking about this big lizard, and now that they met again, and he had saved her mother once more, she liked him even more. Soon, he felt resistance on his back and realized he had backed into a tree trunk. "Why are you so afraid of me? I just want to be friends with you." Lena's lips curled slightly. Her smile was lovely, like a doll, innocent and pure. Step by step, she approached. Seeing the little girl getting closer, Seek immediately bared his teeth, showing a mouthful of sharp white fangs to scare off this naive little girl. He knew her intentions, but he couldn't make a contract with anyone. He only wanted Cecilia. Each of his sharp white fangs was as sharp as a needle, a terrifying sight, yet the little girl seemed unfazed. She squatted in front of the big lizard, hands supporting her sharp chin. "Can we be friends? I won't pester you for a contract. Let's just be friends. Let's spend some time together, and if you still don't like me, I won't mention the contract again." With these words, she extended her fair little hand, palm up. Looking into the sincerity in the little girl's eyes, it didn't seem right to refuse like this. So, why not spend some time with this little girl? She did say it was just to spend time together. After 10 days or half a month, it would be inappropriate for him to come back, and the little girl would have no reason to bother him further. Yes, that's it. He raised his claw and placed it directly in the little girl's outstretched palm. A red glow appeared. Feeling the magical connection with herself, Lena's heart leaped with joy. In an instant, a brighter smile bloomed on her face. Give up? Of course not. She didn't know why the big lizard resisted making a contract, but now she had taken the first step. Her father had already left, and although her mother told her he had just gone far away, she understood what that far away meant. Her father wouldn't come back, and recently, many bad uncles had come to visit. She didn't like the way those bad uncles looked at her mother, so she needed to become stronger to protect her. She had tried to learn magic, but she was too clumsy. Each magic rune in the book took her a day or even two to learn. It was too slow. Magic couldn't make her stronger quickly, so she turned to contract specialists. By making a contract with a monster, she could become stronger quickly. Contracted Warcraft, isn't that big lizard the best target? Seik silently stared at the little girl in front of him, who was smiling brightly. There was a hint of calculation in her eyes, but for some reason, he couldn't bring himself to dislike her. The magical connection was already complete. Renais immediately couldn't wait to speak in her mind. By the way, I still don't know your name, right? Since we're friends now, we should know each other's names, right? Seik. Your voice is so nice. Seik is such a cute name. If lizards could roll their eyes, Seik would definitely perform one in front of the little girl. Your attempt to please is too obvious. It's so awkward that even this lizard can't stand it, clearly lacking experience. Seik turned his head away, not wanting to pay attention to the little girl in front of him. By this time, the people sent by the Adventurers Guild were already packing up the goods. The undamaged carriage was lifted to load the cargo, and the frame was hitched with new horses. This Adventurers Guild is quite responsible. He thought that if the Adventurers Guild failed a mission, they would just abandon it, but now it seems not to be the case. A small head slowly leaned over, blocking the view. Seik, do you remember my name? Ha? Did you say it? Renai's instantly puffed up her cheeks, resembling a pouting pufferfish. But in just a second, she deflated. I did say it, but since I'm the one pestering you, I'll say it again. Can Sake remember my name this time? Looking at the little girl in front of him, who was eagerly staring at him. Did she really say it? He felt a bit uncertain. The bright golden eyes were full of anticipation. Looking into those big eyes, Sake felt something stir in his heart, and he gently nodded. Sake is my favorite. Renai's, my name is Renai's, this time Sake, you better remember it. The little face leaned in, the bright golden eyes full of anticipation, as if silently saying, call my name, call my name. Looking at the little, Renai's in front of him, Sake felt that she had changed a lot from the last time, but he couldn't quite remember it for a moment. I remembered. As Sake crouched down, the little face came close again. The faces of the two, one human and one lizard, were less than 5 centimeters apart, their gazes locked together. A faint milky fragrance wafted into his nose. She didn't speak, but her gaze said it all. Call me Renai's. Thank you, Sake. After smiling satisfactorily for a second or two, Renai seemed to remember something and withdrew her hand, reaching into a small inconspicuous pocket sewn into her little dress. Sake placed his paw on the ground and watched quietly as Renai's rummaged through the pocket in front of him. Soon, her searching hand paused, then pulled something out. The clenched little hand reached out to Sake, then opened up. In the palm of the small hand lay 5 small candies wrapped in colorful wrappers. Does Sake eat candy? Candy? Hearing this, Sake's eyes lit up and he immediately nodded frantically. Somehow, after turning into a lizard, he really liked eating something sweet, but unfortunately, the fruits in the forest, although abundant, were not very sweet. I'll peel it for you. Renai's face lit up with a smile as her small hand peeled off the candy wrapper. Soon, a small thumb-sized candy was unwrapped. Sake opened his mouth, his throat making a specific sound. If a normal child saw these sharp, snow-white teeth filling his mouth, they would surely be scared, but Renai's, crouching in front of Sake, was not. She even boldly reached out her little finger and poked one of the full sharp teeth. Sake, your teeth look so good. You seem like you can eat a lot of candy. After speaking, a look of envy appeared on Lena's face. She also wanted to have such good big white teeth so that her mother wouldn't always restrict her candy intake. Seeing Lenais, the little girl, not moving for a while, Sake grew impatient. His large tongue extended and swiftly rolled the candy from the small hand. The sudden moist sensation made the hand holding the candy loosen, and the candy immediately fell into Sake's mouth. The sweetness quickly spread on his tongue. Though small, it was indeed very sweet. The crimson vertical pupils rapidly dilated, catching Lena's attention. Sake, your pupils are dilating, how interesting, she remarked. Without a word, Sake shifted his gaze to Lena's hand holding the candy, clearly indicating he wanted more. Noticing Sake's gaze, Lenais revealed a sweet smile on her face. Sake liked sweets. Well, she would have to bring more for Sake in the future. Do you want more? I'll peel them for Sake right away. One by one. Until the last candy was popped into his mouth, Sake extended his satisfied large tongue and licked it in a circle. His gaze subconsciously shifted to Lena's little pouch from which she took out the candy. Who knows if there are more inside? Now Sake was also a baby, so it wouldn't be too much to snatch from this little girl, right? No more, but next time we meet, I'll bring more candies for Sake. Looking at the smiling little girl in front of him, Sake suddenly felt a hint of anticipation rising within him. But this anticipation was quickly replaced by caution. The big cat was indeed trustworthy. These humans were really good at deceiving monsters. Sake found himself starting to anticipate. Staring at the sincere expression on the little girl's face, Sake suddenly paused, recalling a change in this little girl. Last time they met, she was somewhat arrogant, but now, the arrogance was gone, and all he saw in this little girl was obedience. She was indeed trying to please him. The big cat's words were right. He casually responded. He raised his body with his claws and walked towards Lenais. It was time for him to go back. He hadn't returned all night, and he wondered if the little cat was scared. Lenais, who was picking up things, stopped as she saw Sake approaching. Walking up to Lenais, Sake directly conjured magical threads, and upon seeing them, Lenais immediately established a magical connection. What's wrong, young sir? Madam Lenais, it seems my task is done. I'm ready to go back. Will it be okay if you deliver my reward to the treehouse by the stream outside the city gate? No problem. I will make sure to deliver your reward promptly. The dark green liquid on Lena's face had been washed away, revealing a slightly coquettish beauty, and just like her daughter, her pure golden eyes showed gratitude that anyone could see. With the response received, Sake spread his thick wings. Seeing this, Lenais beside him wanted to call out. She hadn't gotten Sake's address yet. How would she find him in the future? Just as she was about to speak, Lenice felt her clothes being tugged, and turning around, she saw her mother holding onto her. Phew, Lenice took a couple of steps back, flapped his wings, and one by one, his 4 claws left the ground as he began to ascend. Mom, why did you pull me? I haven't gotten Sake's address yet. Like mother, like daughter, Lenice squatted down in front of her daughter, raised her palm to touch her head, but upon seeing her dirty nails, she abandoned the idea. Does Lenice want to make a contract with the young sir? Who is the young sir? Is it Sake? Yes, I want to make a contract with Sake so he can protect Mom in the future. Lenice looked at her mother and expressed her thoughts. Initially smiling, Lenice's face instantly turned serious. So, you were just pretending to be friends with Mr. Xiao, right? No, I really want to be friends with Sek too. If it were any other day, being stared at by her mother with a stern face would have frightened Lenice, but for some reason today she found herself speaking up against her mother. But are you being purposeful about it? Her mother voiced out her thoughts, and Lenice silently turned her head away. This time, no matter what her mother said, she couldn't compromise. Lenice, I don't remember teaching you to be this scheming child. Lisa's voice suddenly raised a few notches. This made the people around who were organizing goods glance over subconsciously, but soon they silently continued with their work. Educating their daughter was none of their concern. The sudden increase in volume made Lenice tremble slightly, her little mouth immediately pouting. She sneakily glanced over and saw her mother's stern expression, her heart suddenly aching, and her eyes reddening in an instant. She only wanted to gain the ability to protect her mother. Why did her mother have to scold her? Lisa picked up a vine from the ground. Hold out your hand. A bystander wanted to step forward to intervene, but was held back by a companion before taking the first step. Ultimately, it was none of their business. No! Tears fell down Lenice's chubby, tender cheeks like raindrops. I hate Mom. After shouting this, Lenice ran out towards the city with her little legs. She hated her mom, she didn't want a mom anymore. Watching the small figure running away, Lisa felt a bit panicked, immediately following to chase after, but after just a few steps, she stopped. Madam Lisa, please rest assured, we will clean up the goods for you, ensuring everything is as it should be. Lisa turned to the adventurer who spoke and bowed deeply, then hurried to chase after the small figure that had already run a distance ahead. Roar, woohoo, Sek soared freely in the sky, letting out a loud roar of joy. The orderly flock of birds flying ahead scattered in an instant, startled. This made Sek, who was already in a good mood, even happier, flashing a big toothy grin. His gaze fell on the lush green forest rapidly retreating below. I wonder if the little cat feels lonely on nights without me. The treehouse was pitch black, and even if it had emotions, it should be scared. Maybe I should find a time to open a window in the treehouse. After all, the little cat doesn't have the same night vision as me. Exhale, flapping his wings vigorously, his flying speed surged instantly. Not long after, the familiar sight of a small stream and a wooden bridge came into view below. Home. Roar, woohoo, Sek began his descent with a familiar landing style. His claws dug into the soil, sliding out for over 10 meters before coming to a stop. As soon as he steadied himself, a petite figure dashed out of the smokehouse and in the blink of an eye, hugged his neck. Being embraced by the little cat, Sek proudly flashed his big toothy grin. This little cat really cares about me. Ha! Lowering his head, Sek saw the little one's shoulders shaking rapidly and pointed triangular ears. Did something happen while I was away this night? It shouldn't have, Sek was puzzled. He had already cleared this area several times, except for some small animals like wild boars and bears, which he had already taken care of. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left the little cat at home so confidently. Sniff sniff. He sniffed hard with his 2 large nostrils, but there was no unfamiliar scent in the air. So what was this little one afraid of? Slowly, Angelia lifted her head, tears streaming down her dry, yellowish face. A bit ugly, but more pitiful. Don't abandon Angelia, Lord Seek. Angelia can do many things, and if she can't, she will work hard to learn. Feeling insecure. Facing the little one's hopeful eyes, Seek grinned widely. He, since you're begging me like this, then I'll give you a chance. Really? Lord Seek. The little one, with anticipation written all over their face, approached, but Seek, seeing the tears and snot on the little one's face, raised his head in disdain. Raising his head, his gaze fell upon the little one's tail swaying back and forth. The tail was quite cute, just a bit dry-looking. It seemed like this little one needed more nourishment in the future. His gaze shifted to the little one's face. Of course. I'm hungry now. Go to the treehouse and bring me some spices. I'm going to roast some meat. Yes, Lord Seek. The little one straightened up instantly, wiped away the tears on their face, and hurried off to the treehouse. Was it because she was a cat girl? The tilted tree roots posed no difficulty for the little one, who swiftly climbed up to the treehouse on all fours, agile and quick. Seek turned away and headed towards the smokehouse. 1, 2, 3. After counting everything, Seek took down 4 pieces of smoked meat. In an instant, the smoked meat hanging on the rack became even sparser. Only 6 pieces of meat and 7 fish were left. But would this be enough to satisfy his hunger? He patted his not-so-round belly with his large paw. He hadn't eaten properly last night and had gotten into a fight. He was very hungry now. Oh well, let's add 2 more pieces. They would be eaten sooner or later anyway. Tomorrow, he would go hunting and bring back more meat. Maybe even with the help of the big cat, who could surely catch more. He hooked 2 pieces of smoked meat with his claws and picked up the 6 pieces in his paw. It's mealtime, mealtime. Exiting the smokehouse, Seek walked straight to the stream by his doorstep. After washing the smoked meat clean, he walked towards the shore and saw the little cat already standing by the fire pit, waving at him. Walking up to the fire pit, he placed the smoked meat on a large, clean leaf spread out on the ground. Seek didn't recognize the leaf, but it was large, smooth, and suitable as a makeshift plate. Alright, help me season this. Nodding vigorously, Angelia, eager to prove her worth, diligently brushed seasoning onto the smoked meat. There were many holes on the meat, all pierced by Seek's claws to enhance the flavor. Glancing at the busy little one, Seek began to stuff wood into the fire pit and then breathed out a flame directly onto it. His breath seemed hotter than regular flames, instantly igniting all the wood upon contact. The fire was lit. Sitting down, he glanced at the little cat next to him, earnestly seasoning the meat with her small hands. 2 pieces were already seasoned beside her. Seek reached out his paw towards the 2 pieces of seasoned meat. Seeing the paw reaching out, Angelia's heart raced. Would Lord Seek think I'm too slow? Lord Seek, I'll speed up. No need. Seek was also somewhat helpless. Was this little cat always going to look at him like this? Was he the kind of lizard who enjoyed exploiting little cats? He skewered the roasted meat onto a thick wooden stick. Okay, time to roast. Sizzle. The sizzling aroma of the roasting meat filled the air. It seemed almost done. He cut off a piece of the roasted meat. Red and white, it was cooked. Instead of immediately eating it, he glanced towards the little cat sitting beside him. At this moment, the kitten's gaze seemed to be glued to the roasted meat. As if noticing his gaze, the kitten immediately adjusted its posture, looking like it ate little but was well nourished. If you're hungry, just be hungry, why pretend? I won't mistreat you with food. On the contrary, I want you, little cat, to eat a little more so that you'll be softer to touch in the future. With your current dry appearance, I don't even feel like petting you. The roasted meat was placed directly in front of the kitten in a leaf bowl. Give it to me. Watching the fragrant roasted meat in front of her, Angelia swallowed and then immediately grabbed the meat. Hot, 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 delicious, delicious. While gnawing on the meat, her tail wagged quickly. Satisfied with the eating kitten, Seek took back his gaze, picked up the smoked meat, and took a bite. I can't eat anymore, Lord Seek. Angelia's tummy is so full. Hearing the kitten's mumbling, Seek looked at the kitten's belly. Yes, it was round and chubby, the coarse cloth covering it highlighted a half-round shape. Supporting his body with all 4 paws, Seek walked up to the kitten, lowered his head, and bit the kitten's collar, lifting her towards the treehouse. Entering the treehouse, looking at the kitten's dark footsoles, Seek instantly gave up the idea of putting the kitten in the nest and walked to the bare fur spread out, placing the kitten he held in his mouth down and then lying down himself. Glancing at the kitten sleeping peacefully beside him, breathing evenly. Yes, it should be fine. With a thought, the once dark room was filled with numerous golden dots. The dots quickly condensed into golden threads, filling the entire treehouse with a golden glow. 1, 2, 3, 75. A total of 75 golden threads. To be honest, this was more than he expected. The day before yesterday, there were only 35, meaning he had gained 40 more yesterday. What did he do yesterday? He unleashed the flames in his heart and then slaughtered those goblins. Even though he had lost control at that time, his consciousness was clear. Each time he killed a goblin, it felt like he was quenching an extreme thirst, a feeling of ultimate satisfaction. Looking down at his raised right claw, sharp and dark, looking a bit chubby but revealing muscular contours when exerted. The more he looked, the more familiar it felt. Claws, red scales all over his body except for his belly, a violent nature, wings, and fire-breathing abilities. It looked like a red dragon from the 5 colored dragons. Raising his claw to touch his head, which was bald with only smooth scales. Dragons have horns, but he didn't. He silently breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to become a ruthless red dragon. Cecilia wouldn't like that. He shouldn't be one, just looks a bit like it. Yes, that's it. His gaze shifted to the golden threads, and his heart stirred. I want to know what the flames in my heart are. As Seek's words fell, all the golden threads instantly surged into his fiery body like a tide. Warm and cozy. In this comfort, Seek slowly closed his eyes. Raising his heavy eyelids covered in red fine scales, his pink eye membranes opened, revealing a pair of fiery vertical pupils. Opening his eyes, Seek saw the already open wooden door, with no kitten by his side. He propped himself up with his claws and walked to the treehouse door, his front paws padding forward, his butt raised, mouth open. Roar after stretching his body, he walked towards the treehouse door. Bang! Just as his front paw stepped out, his body got stuck at the door. Turning back, he realized his belly was stuck in the doorway. Did the treehouse door shrink? No, it was him who grew bigger. Oh, right, he had strengthened himself last night. At this moment, a piece of information emerged in his mind, the reinforcement answer from yesterday. The perfect answer to the information solved his confusion. The flame in his heart was his nature, and only by liberating his nature could he obtain the true power belonging to the supreme race. His nature was brutal, but not uncontrollable. With more liberations, even in the state of liberating his nature, he could still maintain his sanity. At the same time, he awakened an ability named Gift Name, Bloodline Talent, naming for intelligent beings. The information was very brief. Continuing to stride forward, he pushed hard and finally squeezed out of the treehouse gate. The morning light fell on him, warm and cozy. No, now was not the time to lie down. It seemed like he had been increasingly fond of napping lately. Unfurling a pair of thick wings, he glided directly from the treehouse entrance and landed in the stream in front of his home. Splash! He plunged into the stream. The icy cold water instantly refreshed him, dissipating some of that drowsy feeling. Splash. He sat up straight from the stream. Looking at the fiery red reflection in the water, his crimson vertical pupils momentarily focused. He raised his paws to touch his head. There, indeed, were small bulges growing. Was he going to grow horns? This lizard. Could it really be the mythical five-colored red dragon? Sitting in the water, he stared blankly at his reflection. Splash. Water splashed up, casting a huge shadow over him. Sake lifted his head. It was the big cat. What's wrong, Sake? You look so absent-minded. Zell, I think I might become a ferocious beast, Sake said dully. Why would you suddenly think that? Zell crouched in front of Sake, but his body was too large. Even when crouching, only his paws were submerged in the stream. His gaze turned to the tiny round-headed little fellow in front of him, still as cute as ever. How could such a cute little creature become a ferocious beast? Yesterday, I wiped out a goblin tribe, but instead of feeling resistance, I felt a sense of pleasure. Sake's tone became somewhat frantic. He didn't want to become a ferocious beast because if he did, Cecilia would surely hate him. He didn't want that. Looking at the little fellow's pleading eyes, Zell also felt a bit troubled. What's the big deal? They are monsters. They have no right to exist in this world. They are cannon fodder bred by the abyss and invaders. At that moment, a group of adventurers happened to be crossing the bridge. Zell raised his water-soaked paw and pointed to the bridge. Sake, there's a group of people on the bridge, take a look. Following the big cat's paw, Sake turned around and indeed saw a group of adventurers passing by. One female adventurer noticed Sake's gaze and waved a greeting. Ignoring the female adventurer's greeting, Sake withdrew his gaze and looked at the big cat in front of him. How do you feel? I don't feel anything. I don't know them. Then it's fine. Ferocious beasts have an instinct to prey on intelligent beings when they see them, but you don't, so Sake, you won't become a ferocious beast. Really? Zell, brother. Of course, Sake, you're just a bit temperamental, just control yourself a bit in the future. In fact, we fire types are like this, a bit irritable, so it's okay. The concentrated crimson vertical pupils quickly dispersed. It's good not to become a ferocious beast, that's good. Pat. Hearing a sound, Sake glanced towards the shore. The sound was made by the little cat, who brought back a pile of firewood. Is that the little cat you adopted? Quite diligent. Of course. Proud in his heart, not even acknowledging who brought it back. Withdrawing his gaze, Sake looked at the big cat in front of him. Zell, brother, take me hunting. We're out of meat at home. Hunting? That's no problem, come on up. Not polite at all. With a powerful kick from his hind legs, Sake leaped directly onto the back of the big cat. Hey, have you gained weight, kid? Just the growth spurt of a young monster, what's the big deal? Hey you. With a chuckle and a scolding, Zell pushed himself up and leaped onto the shore. Alright, Zell and I are going hunting, little cat, guard the house and remember to eat on your own. Sake howled at the little cat. Upon hearing Sake's words, Angelia nodded obediently and waved her little hand. Got it, Lord Sake. After bidding farewell, Zell leaped out with force, jumping back and forth on the tree trunks in the forest. After a few jumps, Zell sensed something amiss. Did you not establish a magical connection with that half-orc just now? Yeah, the little cat has a special gift to communicate with monsters. No wonder. Zell didn't press further and focused on the journey. It's not uncommon for members of the Wisdom clan to possess special gifts, it's just rare. The hunting went smoothly. Sake and the big cat hunted 2 male and 1 female adult wild boars in the afternoon. The reason for 1 female among the 2 males is that one of the female wild boars was pregnant, so for sustainable development, Sake and the big cat chose to spare her. Additionally, they caught 6 plump rabbits. Russell in the quiet forest, a fur as fiery as flames, a majestic fire lion, strode forward. Perched on its back was a fiery red monster that resembled a lizard but had wings. A thick vine was tied around the fire lion's neck, connecting to a frame. Their loot for the day was displayed on the large frame. This setup prevented the big cat from leaping around in the forest, not because the frame was heavy, but because the prey would surely fall off if it jumped. As they walked, Zell began to feel uneasy. Why was he exerting effort in the hunt, and yet, he was being pulled back? Was he really the big brother? His paw suddenly paused. Sensing the big cat's halt, Sake lifted his round head. What's wrong, Zell? Zell turned his head to look at Sake perched on his back. Sake, I'm a bit tired. Can you take over for a while? Ha! But Zell, my little arms and legs might not be able to pull this off. Can a little guy like him take down a medium-sized goblin tribe with his little arms and legs? Reason made Zell doubt Sake's words, but looking at the little one with bright red vertical pupils staring at him so cutely, sometimes, reason didn't seem that important. Well, alright then. Watching the big cat turn his head back and continue forward, Sake grinned. Yeah, this lizard was the little brother, and as the big brother, the big cat had to take care of the lizard. He continued to lie down. After walking for a while, Zell felt a bit bored and spoke up. Hey Sake, how many magical rings do you have as a monster cub? This question had been weighing on his mind for a while. He hadn't asked before because the moon wolf had mentioned that Sake only had 1 ring of blessing, and out of consideration for the little one's self-esteem, he hadn't planned to ask. But now, with the power Sake had displayed, he didn't seem like a monster with just 1 ring of potential. Sake? After waiting for a long time without a response, and feeling the weight on his back, he almost suspected that the little one had fallen off midway. Stopping his paw, he turned his head to look at his back. He saw the little one lying on his back, already in a peaceful slumber, with sparkling drool dripping down like silver threads, eroding a large patch of fur on his back. This little guy not only slept but also drooled. But it didn't matter. With a hint of indulgence in his gaze, Zell turned back and continued forward. Bang! At the moment Sek stumbled to the ground, he lifted his head and looked around in a daze, finding himself in a familiar environment. A small cat stood obediently in front of him, while a large cat squatted nearby. Ah, are we home, brother Zell? Yes, we're home. I'm hungry, Sek. Zell raised his furry paw and pointed to a rack of prey nearby. Today, he had worked hard, but it was worth it. He decided to have a feast with Sek tonight. Oh, brother Zell, I'll cook right away. Satisfied with this response, the large cat nodded in approval. Sek casually picked the largest wild boar and dragged it into the river. With the help of the small cat, they cleaned out the boar's insides and gave it a flame treatment, scraping off the mud until the rough skin turned smooth. After seasoning the boar with the small cat, they cooked it over the fire. The 2 beasts and a half-beast ate to their heart's content. The sky had turned completely dark. Sek, sitting upright by the fire, raised his paw to pick his teeth after devouring the last boar leg. Burp, after picking his teeth, he let out a satisfied burp. Ah, life was so comfortable without stress, without long work hours, and with the luxury of waking up naturally every day. Glancing at the large cat by the fire, Sek thought about what a hardworking and caring elder brother he was. He then looked down at the small cat sleeping peacefully at his hind legs, already in a deep slumber. The little one slept soundly, perhaps due to the improving food quality, as his pale face now had a hint of rosy color in the firelight. It was time to sleep. Sek gently picked up the small cat by the nape of its neck and walked towards the treehouse. The small cat remained docile, not moving even when carried, sleeping peacefully. After struggling a bit at the treehouse entrance, Sek finally entered. He thought about widening the treehouse door tomorrow. Walking over to the bare fur, Sek noticed that the small cat hadn't washed its paws, which were dirty, so it would sleep on the bare fur tonight. Sek placed the small cat on the bare fur. Perhaps influenced by its feline heritage, the small cat curled up into a ball as soon as it lay down. As Sek lay down nearby, he suddenly remembered his innate ability, the gift of blessing. The information provided about it was vague, leaving him unsure of its exact purpose. Glancing at the peacefully sleeping small cat, he thought, why not give it a try? Although unsure of the effect, he sensed that this ability was akin to a blessing. Decision made, he acted without hesitation. With a thought, tiny red flames emerged from his scales and connected to the small cat's curled-up body. The small cat murmured, perhaps feeling comfortable, and began to stretch out. Its magical energy rapidly decreased. SEK immediately noticed this change. Could the gift be related to magical energy? Thinking so, he not only didn't cut off the flow of magic but hoped it would speed up. Unfortunately, when about 2/3 of the magic had drained, it suddenly stopped. Why did it stop? Trying to continue sending magic to the small cat along the flame threads, the magic was immediately rejected back as soon as it entered. Well, it seems saturated. Looking at the still sleeping small cat, SEK abandoned the idea of further infusion. Naming, a feeling akin to revelation directly appeared in his mind. Have we reached this stage? Angelica. With a low growl, the flames on the fiery red scales directly broke and scattered into flames on the kitten, forming a circular magic circle, with magical runes covering the outer ring of the magic circle. Seik curiously leaned forward to take a look, but this time was a bit different from before. Bestow upon it the grace of the uncrowned, its name is. This lizard actually understood. Because of the surprise, the crimson vertical pupils quickly condensed into a thin line in an instant. Why could this lizard understand? Seik was well aware of his own capabilities. He had only learned the common language and had not continued to acquire more knowledge. Magic runes? What were those? This lizard was a magical beast, naturally able to manipulate elements without the need for magic runes. But now, something strange was happening. This lizard could actually understand magic runes. Bestow upon it the grace of the uncrowned, its name is Angelica. As for large characters condensed in the center of the magic circle, the fiery ring suddenly descended and directly merged into the kitten's body. As the fiery ring disappeared, the treehouse returned to its dark state. Of course, this had no effect on Seik, as he had gained the ability to see in the dark since his eyes turned into crimson vertical pupils. He extended his claws to hook the kitten's collar at the back of its neck and slowly lifted it up. Looking left and right, it still had a dry and malnourished appearance, with a pale face and bony structure. His gaze finally fell on the kitten's little feet. The soles of its feet were dark. No, there didn't seem to be any change there. It seemed uncomfortable with the collar around its neck, or maybe it was having trouble breathing. After murmuring, the kitten opened its mouth, still deeply asleep without any signs of waking up. Gently placing the kitten back on the bearskin, Seik was puzzled to see that despite the dazzling light effects, it seemed like he had only cast a spell on the kitten. There was no change in the kitten at all. He stared at the sleeping kitten for over 10 minutes. Oh well, time to sleep, forget about it. Yes, Seik gave up. He lay down on the spot, burying his 4 sharp claws under his thick scales on his abdomen. Just as he had barely settled down, before he could fall into a deep sleep, a familiar touch approached. He lifted his heavy right eyelid, revealing a pink iris, glanced at the kitten that had snuggled up like an octopus, then slowly closed his heavy eyelids one by one. Sniff, what a lovely smell. What is it? In the scent of meat lingering at his nose, Seik slowly opened his eyes. The door of the treehouse was open, and it was already daytime outside. The meaty scent was coming from below the treehouse. Rising on all fours, he padded forward, pushed his paws out, and arched his back. Daily yawn, 1/1. After stretching, he walked to the door of the treehouse and stuck his head out, only to see the big cat and kitten sitting side by side in front of the bonfire, with 3 golden roasted fat rabbits skewered in front of the fire. The fragrance was emanating from the fat rabbits. Well, the big cat and kitten roasting rabbits didn't even call him. He squeezed out of the treehouse door, leaped forward, and glided down. Hearing the wind, Zell raised his head and saw Seik gliding down. But why did Seik seem so angry? After sliding forward for half a meter upon landing, Seik walked directly to the middle of the big cat and kitten and squeezed his head in. Lord Seik. I want rabbit too. Yes, Lord Zell said we can each have one of the 3 rabbits. Angelica said with a happy smile on her face. Indeed, Lord Zell was right. Lord Seik could be quite temperamental once he caught a whiff of the scent. But the willful Lord Seik was also quite adorable. In the clear black and white eyes, there was 7 parts of affection and 3 parts of reliance. 3 rabbits, Zaire had 1, Seik ate 1. The remaining 1 belonged to Angelia, because Seik felt Angelia couldn't finish it, so he kindly shared a part with her. Angelia, who had eaten 2 rabbit legs, showed a satisfied look on her small face, her gaze turning to Seik, who was sitting upright next to her, picking his teeth with his claws. Seik, what should we do today, my lord? What should we do today? Pausing his teeth picking, Seik looked towards the treehouse. If possible, he wanted to open a window and expand the treehouse door, needing glass for the window, which had to be bought in town, but the treehouse door could be done anytime. However, the rare big cat was also present, and his gaze shifted from the treehouse to the big cat. Zaire, lying leisurely, suddenly felt a malicious gaze on him. Opening his eyes, he followed the gaze and met a pair of red vertical pupils. "Sake, why are you staring at me?" Looking at the big cat, Sake silently assessed the big cat's truck-like body, which must be very fast at cutting wood with that size. Showing his teeth, he gave Zaire an innocent smile. "No, Zaire, do you have a place to settle down?" "Settle down? Are you talking about your treehouse?" The big cat pointed to the treehouse with his paw. "That's right," Sake nodded. Zaire looked at Sake, who was showing his big white teeth, and a sense of unease rose in his heart, not a danger warning, but a premonition that something bad might happen. But looking at Sake's innocent and cute appearance, he abandoned the idea of immediately raising his paw and leaving. "No, usually we just find a tree canopy to lie down. We are beasts, different from intelligent beings. We don't need houses for shelter." "Then, Zaire, have you ever been awakened by rain while lying on a tree canopy at night?" "Zaire." The big cat didn't speak, but Sake already understood everything from the big cat's gaze. "Being rained on, does it feel uncomfortable in your heart?" Sake deliberately avoided feeling dejected, saving face for the big cat, and suddenly moved closer to the big cat, just in case the big cat decided to run away later. "Zaire." The big cat remained silent, but Sake already understood everything from the big cat's gaze. Showing his big white teeth, Sake said, "Zaire, I want to build a home for you, so you won't be awakened by rain in the middle of the night." The red beast's pupils quickly dilated into round pupils. Touched, deeply touched. Sake had grown up, knowing how to care for his big brother. "All right, Sake, you've grown up, and I'm proud of you, my brother." Yes, it's only natural. But, my brother, my little arms and paws. Wait, something seems off about this, and it sounds familiar." The big cat's eyes showed a hint of caution. "It's inconvenient to cut trees, so could you help me cut down some trees, my brother? After all, I need a lot of wood to build a home for you." Sake, who was already close to the big cat, made a decisive move, and after speaking, he still showed his big white teeth, emphasizing his innocence. Watching little Sake's bright red vertical pupils, Zaire felt the flame of emotion that had just ignited in his heart extinguished by a sudden rush of water. Big brother felt a chill in his heart. Let's forget about it, Sake, my brother. I suddenly feel that freedom is quite nice." "Cut trees? It's impossible to cut trees, it would be too hard on the paws. Instead of that, it's better to go to the academy and freeload on those human species." Saying that, Zaire stood up. However, the quick-witted Sake immediately used all four paws to grab the big cat's hind leg. "Wow, big brother, Sake really just wants to build a home for you, so you won't get woken up by the rain in the middle of the night." "Nonsense, are you really building a home for big brother? You just want to freeload off me." Sake released his left paw and beckoned to the little cat still sitting dumbfounded on the side. Seeing Sake beckoning to her, Angelia immediately understood, took a brisk step and went straight to hug the big cat's left hind paw, hugging him like a baby koala. Zell, who was about to struggle a bit, completely dared not move now. He could have tried to kick Sake away just by himself, not worrying about hurting the tough little guy, but now the little cat had snuggled up too, and he was really worried he might hurt her with even a little force. Forget it, consider me owing you too." Hearing the big cat compromise, Sake immediately let go of his paw and slid down from the big cat's hind leg. "Zell, you're really kind." He also raised his paw to lightly pat the little cat's back, giving her a signal. Although he didn't quite understand everything so far, following Sake's lead should be right. The little cat let go of her limbs and stopped hanging on like a koala. Regaining her freedom, the big cat looked at the two with a gloomy expression. But since the words were already spoken, he had no habit of going back on his word. As for the rainbow fart that little Sake just said, well, it's best to pretend not to have heard it. "What trees do you want to cut down?" "About a meter thick is fine, too thick is hard to handle, Zell." Sake didn't hesitate to express his thoughts. There were many trees in the forest with branches that were 5 or 6 meters thick, but thicker wasn't necessarily better for building a house. "All right, wait here." Zell finished speaking and strode into the forest. Whoosh! Soon, the sound of trees falling in the forest rang out, not a small commotion. Russell, the huge dragging sound, quickly approached. In no time, a crimson fire lion emerged from the forest carrying a tree nearly 2 meters thick and over 30 meters long in its mouth. The lush green tree crown had not been trimmed, making quite a commotion as it dragged on the ground. Exiting the forest, Zell released the wood from his mouth. Thud! The tree fell to the ground. "How about this, Sake? Is this one okay?" Sake carefully examined the tree brought back by the big cat, and the more he looked into the vertical pupils of his crimson eyes, the more satisfied he became. The cut on the trunk was smooth, as if it had been cleanly sliced in two by a sharp blade. The trunk was also about 2 meters thick, and the length of over 30 meters could be neatly divided into 3 sections. Yes, this is perfect. His round head quickly nodded in approval. Zell, you're really amazing. Of course, although he knew it was just Sake's flattery, he couldn't help but grin. Showing his big white teeth, Zell turned around and continued into the forest. What was he going to do? Of course, continue cutting down trees. Building a big house wasn't something that could be done with just one piece of wood. A faint tug came from his right wing. Turning his head, he saw the little cat looking at him eagerly. Lord Sake, can I do something? Facing the little cat's eager gaze, Sake carefully thought for a moment and actually remembered something the little one could help with. Wait for me here, I'll be right back. With that instruction, Sake leaped out in a single bound, ran to the base of the treehouse, and climbed a few steps up the tree roots to the platform at the treehouse entrance. As he entered the treehouse, he was unsurprisingly blocked by the door again, but after a couple of pushes, he squeezed in. Perhaps due to the frequency, squeezing through the door was getting easier each time. Once inside the treehouse, he headed straight for the bookshelf, quickly scanning the shelves and finding the book he was looking for in the last 3 rows. He raised his hind paw and stretched his right paw to finally reach the book. Basic Identification of Magical Plants. He took the book off the shelf. Let's see, how many pages was that magical plant again? Oh, right, page 35. Holding the book in the left claw, the right claw flipped open the thick cover and then brought it to the mouth, extending the large tongue to lick it. The moistened claw made turning the pages easy, and soon the book reached page 35. On the page, a magical plant similar to ordinary weeds appeared. Clovergrass emits a faint fragrance that effectively repels insects. When dried and ground into powder, its effect is even better. It is a must-have item for many adventurers and merchants on long journeys, allowing them to have a good night's sleep after a tiring day of travel. Clovergrass looks similar to weeds but can be distinguished by its scent or the triangular leaf pattern underneath. It grows wherever there are plants. Yes, that's it. Walking out of the treehouse with an upright posture, a slight squeeze at the door made it easy to exit. The kitten was already waiting under the tree roots, sliding down along the roots. Come and see this. The kitten approached Sake and looked at the contents of the book. 1 glance, 2 glances, well, still couldn't understand what was written above. When in doubt, ask. Lord Sake, what does this say? Their gaze met the kitten's big, bright, black eyes. Alright, it was Sake's oversight, this kitten was still illiterate. This is called clovergrass, it repels insects. With this, once our house is built, we'll be spared from insect bites. Does Lord Sake want Angelia to find this clovergrass? Although an illiterate kitten, their brain worked fast. Looking at the kitten, Sake nodded in satisfaction. That's right. Angelia knows, I will find this clovergrass for Lord Sake. The kitten's eyes lit up. Angelia is useful. Angelia will help Lord Sake find this clovergrass. Their big, bright eyes stared at the pattern on the page as if trying to memorize every detail. Seeing the kitten's serious expression, Sake also showed satisfaction. Not bad, although just an illiterate kitten, their mind worked quickly, no wonder this lizard picked them up. Handed the book to the kitten. Angelia took the book. Obviously, the book was a bit too big for her, especially when opened, wider than her waist. It was also heavy. As soon as she took it, she dropped it due to the sudden weight. Sorry, Lord Sake. It's okay. Oh, clovergrass has another feature. It emits a faint fragrance. You can try to find it by the scent. Yes, Angelia will definitely find clovergrass. The kitten reassured once again, a smile appearing on their face. Useful kittens and useless kittens, can they be the same? Angelia understood this clearly, so she wanted to be a useful kitten for Lord Sake. To be honest, whether she finds clovergrass or not, Sake doesn't really care. If she finds it, great. If not, she can just pick some from the grassland of the Holy Land Academy, where this common magical plant grows abundantly. Mainly, it was to give this kitten who wanted to be useful a chance to shine. Oh, and remember not to go too far, stay nearby, don't go where you can't see the treehouse. Yes, Angelia understands, Lord Sake. Watching the kitten's serious expression, Sake felt a sense of adorableness. Indeed, obedient and well-behaved children are adorable. Nodding, Sake walked towards the wood. In just a short while, 3 logs had already piled up next to each other. Should I mention the efficiency of the big cat is fast? Well, then it's time for this lizard to get busy. Standing in front of the 3 logs piled together, Sake had already figured out how to start. The raised claws swiftly came down, faintly bringing up a whistling sound. Bang! The sharp claws thundered down on the shattered wood, sending wood splinters flying in an instant. 1 claw, 2 claws, 3 claws. Crack! The tree trunk connected to the treetop broke apart with a resounding crash. It took a total of 3 claws. Watching the broken treetop, Seik grinned, revealing his large white teeth. Good, these treetops are also good stuff. It should save me from gathering firewood for a while. But these treetops might need some processing for the little cat to use them conveniently. However, that can wait for later. As for now, I set on the remaining 2 trees, claws raised. 1 claw, 2 claws, 3 claws. Plucking off the treetops one by one, then segmenting the tree trunks. The 30-meter trunk was neatly divided into 2 sections, with one 15 meters long, 5 meters driven into the soil, leaving a height of 10 meters sufficient for the big cat to move around freely. Alright, let's get to work. Time passed by minute, and as noon approached, Seik finished processing all the tree trunks. Just as he stopped, he happened to see the big cat squatting nearby, watching him. Their eyes met. Looking at those rapidly dilating crimson vertical pupils, a sense of unease rose in Zell's heart. No, he needed to find an excuse to run away. The round-headed lizard took the initiative and weakly raised his paw, pointing towards the tree trunks. Zell, big brother. Although the rest of the words were left unsaid, what needed to be understood was already clear. Zell, this lion is not blind. I vividly remember how you, little guy, with just one swipe, sent a treetop flying more than 10 meters away. It was like swatting a little stick. But looking into the eyes of this little guy, the refusal he wanted to say just couldn't come out. Oh no, it seems like this lion is starting to enjoy this feeling of being relied upon by Seik. Let me do it then. In the end, instinct did not overcome reason. The lion was defeated like a mountain collapsing. What should I do? Since the decision was made, Zell wasted no time and went straight to Seik's side to ask. His gaze also fell on a pile of wood that had already been stacked into a small mountain. The lengths of the wood were all roughly the same, with the bottoms uniformly sharpened. Heh, this big cat does have a soft heart. Zell, big brother, wait a moment. Standing upright, bending at the waist, his right paw and claw each hooked into a piece of wood, Seik lifted one piece with each paw and swiftly ran towards the open space plan not far from the large house. Watching the small figure running swiftly while carrying a tree trunk almost as big as himself, Zell's eyelids twitched fiercely. He had thought this little guy was strong, but now he realized he might have underestimated him a bit. Arriving at the front of the large house where lines had already been drawn, Seik stood the 2 tree trunks upright and inserted them into the soil. Alright, Zell, big brother, now you come and give a swipe to nail the tree trunks 5 meters into the ground. Looking at Seik, who was holding the tree trunk without a hint of exhaustion in his breath, Zell also became curious. This little guy was probably at least a mid-tier species. Alright, Zell, big brother, your turn. Seeing the figure beckoning towards him, Zell gave up thinking about this issue further. None of this mattered. He was more curious now about what kind of foolish humans would abandon little Seik. He had so much potential and was so adorable. It was truly their loss. Here I come, Seik. Responding, the big cat moved his paw, running to a certain distance, then with a powerful push from his hind legs, his massive body leaped high into the air and his furry paw landed heavily on the tree stump. Bang! Along with a dull thud, the sound echoed around, startling the birds resting on the tree trunks nearby, causing them to fly up into the sky once again. How was that, Seik? I only used a little bit of force. Zell is amazing, big brother. Do you want another claw, Seik? No, it's fine, we don't need this one. Looking at the pillar that was already about 4 to 5 meters deep in the ground, Seik felt like giving a thumbs up to the big cat if claws could do that. Only those who have used the big cat brand pile driver would understand. This level of force is enough. Let's move on to the next one, Zell. No problem. With a light push of his hind legs, easily crossing over a height of over 10 meters, the furry paw once again landed on the pillar with a thud. Bang! Zell is amazing, big brother. Bang! Zell is fantastic. Bang! Big brother's strength is incredible. Bang! After a busy half hour, all the foundation tree stumps were in place. Alright, Zell, take a break, I'll take it from here. Seik was ready to finish the rest of the work himself. Hearing Seik's words, the big cat found a spot to lie down. His 2 furry paws stretched out in front, and with just one look, you could see that the 2 paws were noticeably different at the moment, the right one appearing slightly plumper than the left. Looking at his 2 paws that were no longer symmetrical, the big cat felt despondent. What had caused him to lose himself? Handling 1 or 2 or even dozens of pieces of wood was manageable, but amidst Seik's praises of Big Brother is amazing, he had been clapping with one paw for half an hour. He had even completed the roof frame with that same paw. On the roof, Watching the big cat lying with his back to him, Sek silently raised his paws to cover his mouth. He couldn't laugh. It wouldn't be right if his swollen paws were due to his own laughter. Redirecting his gaze to the roof, it was a typical wooden house with a gabled roof. Only the roof remained unfinished. Yes, to repay the big cat's efforts, he had to finish building the house today, so the big cat would have a place to live from now on. Gabled roofs were usually covered with tiles, but there were none here, which didn't deter Sek. Leaping down from the roof, he mixed soil, grass ash, and water. Excellent, a rudimentary version of cement was born in this otherworldly place. Using wooden posts, he made a temporary wooden barrel to carry 2 full buckets of the rudimentary cement up to the roof. Pouring the 2 buckets of cement on the roof, the mud and tile lizard was officially in action. Back and forth countless times, as the sun was about to set, he finally covered the last corner of the roof with the rudimentary cement. Finished, now he just had to let it dry overnight. Glancing up at the setting sun, he hoped it wouldn't rain today, otherwise, his efforts in sealing the roof would be in vain. Looking to the left, he wondered, where was the big cat? Scanning around, Sek spotted the big cat further up the stream. The big cat was still lying down, facing away from him, bathed in the orange glow, exuding a certain charm. But work was done, time to eat. Just as he was about to descend from the roof, a familiar figure appeared on the wooden bridge in the corner of his eye. On the bridge, a beautiful woman in a white low-cut long-sleeved dress, with a gentle face, was holding a little girl's hand. Suddenly, as if the little girl had seen something, she broke free from the woman's hand and waved towards the wooden house by the river. Sek watching her daughter's joyful expression, Lisa's face revealed a hint of helplessness. Lenice, remember not to be rude in front of Mr. Sek. Lenice, who was about to smile, instantly pouted. Okay, Mom, you're so naggy. The emotions came and went quickly. The moment she saw the figure on the roof responding to her, a happy smile instantly bloomed on her little face. Lifting the black Lolita dress with both hands, she started running with her short legs. Be careful, don't fall. Her foolish mother's words were ignored by Lainey's. Helpless, Liz watched the running figure. Since her husband left, Lainey's had become more rebellious, developing bad habits and sometimes deliberately causing trouble during her business dealings, ultimately leading to failed collaborations. The small figure ran all the way to the front of the big wooden house before stopping. Stopping in her tracks, Lainey's lifted her head, her whole face flushed from running. Unlike a kitten, Lainey's had always been pampered since she was young, so malnutrition was never an issue. With chubby cheeks and a rosy complexion, she looked adorable. Coupled with her exquisite Lolita outfit and shiny golden hair, she resembled a princess from a noble family. Come down, Sek. Watching her little one looking up at her from the ground, Sek didn't hesitate. With a leap from the 10-meter-high roof, he landed steadily on all fours. Ignoring the little one in front of him, Sek looked up at the woman approaching with a box. It seemed she was here to deliver his payment, quite efficient, only the second day. What a strange sound. Sek saw the little girl in front of him puffing her cheeks and looking at him angrily. Don't look at Mom, I was the one who ran here first. Sek couldn't understand why the little one was so upset. He raised his paw to touch the little one's head but immediately put it down. Having just been a mud lizard, there was hardly a clean spot on him, especially his paws, all covered in gray mud, no trace of red left. The little one in front of him still glared at him angrily. With a thought, Sek conjured magical silk threads. Puff, seeing the magical silk threads, the little one's puffed-up cheeks deflated instantly, a look of happiness in her eyes. She raised her hand and grabbed the fiery magical silk thread to establish a magical connection. Sek, I've come to play with you. Oh, I'm busy. Why? I'm building a house. That was not an excuse, he indeed needed to build a house. The small wooden house was only a frame on the outside, livable for sure, but he needed to refine it, add windows, lay wooden boards for the floor and walls, making the big wooden house more insulated. If he truly was a red dragon, his size would surely be enormous in the future. Giant dragons in fantasy myths were often the size of small mountains. So, this wooden house was not only for the big cat but also his future residence. As he grew bigger each day, the treehouse would eventually become too small for him. As for sleeping outdoors, well, that was not an option for this lizard. Lainey's looked at the huge house in front of her, much larger than her own house, although not as aesthetically pleasing. Did Sek build this house? Yes, Sek proudly crossed his arms. Amazing, Sek is amazing. The little girl, as always, praised him, and upon hearing the compliment, Sek grinned widely. Of course, well, I'm going to take a bath. I'll help you scrub your back. No. CK wanted to refuse directly, but looking at the little one eagerly staring at him, the words seemed to be blocked by some invisible force as they reached his mouth. The attack power of human cubs is still strong. He sighed inwardly. No, I have something more important for you to help me with than brushing my back. Important. Help. In almost an instant, CK noticed the little one in front of him, with a pair of round golden eyes shining brightly. Facing the little one's expectant gaze, CK raised his paw and pointed upstream towards the stream. A few hundred meters upstream, a small figure in a coarse cloth skirt stood with her back to the side, searching for something. The little cat was very obedient. As long as she didn't run far, she stayed within the range of the cabin's view almost all day, looking for lilac grass. Perfect, the little cat indeed needed a playmate of the same age. Do you see her? Lainey's nodded. She's mine, and she's currently helping me find something very important, but it seems a bit difficult at the moment. Could you help her? She's helping CK find something. Alright, I'll go now. Releasing the tightly held magical silk thread, the connection broke, and raising the Lolita's skirt, Lainey's ran towards the small figure upstream. After seeing off the little girl, CK looked at Mrs. Liss, who had been standing next to him for a while. Meeting Mr. CK's gaze, she immediately lowered her head and bowed, holding a half-meter black handbag in her hands. Mr. CK, I apologize for the sudden visit. Such a white handbag, such a large handbag, such a pink handbag. No. What is this lizard thinking? Shaking his head to dispel the strange thoughts, he bowed, and Liz straightened her slender waist, her posture upright, her face showing a gentle smile that only a young woman would have. I've come to return the agreed-upon reward, Mr. CK. CK looked at Mrs. Liss in front of him, who seemed completely unaware of anything amiss. Well, this Mrs. Liss does have a bit of a natural airhead attribute. CK nodded gently, then controlled the magical silk thread to extend it in front of Mrs. Liss. Fortunately, the handbag only contained clothes, so it wasn't heavy. Even with one hand, she could easily carry it. Liss freed her right hand to hold the magical silk thread and established a magical connection. I understand, Miss Liss, please put the things in front of the cabin door. If you don't mind, you can stay for a meal, but before that, I need to take a bath to welcome you. Not at all, Mr. CK, you're too kind. You are Liss's benefactor. Without you, Liss would have died long ago. Mrs. Liss's tone was very respectful, and this was also her sincere inner thought. After all, this little monster Mr. CK had saved her twice. Nodding to the beautiful young woman in front of him, CK turned and walked into the stream. Mrs. Liss looked at her daughter, who was already engrossed with the small figure not far away. She had originally planned to come and leave after delivering the items, but now she had changed her mind. Since her husband's death, her daughter had become withdrawn, always staying at home reading books except for going to school. She didn't want her daughter to be buried in books at such a young age. This age was meant for being active. Seeing her daughter actively seeking playmates again today made her very happy. So, she decided to stay. Making up her mind, she placed the handbag at the cabin door. Watching the figure tumbling in the stream, she bent down, lifted her skirt above her knees, revealing skin as white as jade on her small legs. Today was a day off, so she wasn't wearing stockings. Stockings looked nice, but they were prone to sweating, and after a day, the soles of her feet would be damp. Tying up the lifted skirt, the originally loose dress instantly tightened, outlining the curves of her plump thighs directly. Walking to the edge of the stream, she took off her flat leather shoes and stepped into the water. Splash! Hearing footsteps, the playful cyborg in the river paused and looked up. Splash, splash, splash! Water flowed down the sides of the raised round head. Looking up, the cyborg saw a figure behind him, Mrs. Liss. Liss looked at the scales on the young man's back, covered in mud that he couldn't reach. Let me help you scrub your back, young sir. Just scrubbing his back? The cyborg stared straight into the woman's eyes. Eyes are always the best windows to the soul. And the gaze in her clear golden eyes right now seemed genuinely as she said, just wanting to help. Not trying to please, just genuinely wanting to assist. Okay, nodding, the cyborg buried his head back in the water. Good. Focusing on the unreachable spots on his back. Gurgle gurgle bubbles began to rise on the calm surface of the stream. Seeing this, a smile unconsciously appeared on Liss's face. This young man always did cute things. Like now. Since she got the approval, it was time to start. Dampening a handkerchief, she placed it on the young man's back. The smooth red scales looked very hard, but just to be sure, Liss tried pressing on them with her hand, confirming they were immovable. So, no need to worry about the pressure. Relaxing, Liss began to rub the dirt off the scales with the handkerchief. All done, young Mr. Psych. Splash splash! After blowing bubbles in the water for 7 or 8 minutes, Psych raised his head. Looking at his back, the scales looked as smooth as new, not a trace of dirt visible. Should he mention how capable Mrs. Liss was? Okay, thank you. It's the least I can do, compared to what you've done for me. This is insignificant. Liz slightly lowered her head. This young lady had a pleasant way of speaking, the lizard liked it. Flashing a big toothy grin, he raised his claws and stood up straight from the water. Decision made, today the lizard would properly host this pleasant-speaking young lady. Miss Liz, stay for dinner, I'm quite confident in my barbecue skills. I'll look forward to it, young sir. So, that's settled. Psyche walked towards the riverbank, took a few steps, then suddenly stopped, turned to look at Miss Liz following behind him, his gaze slowly moving down from her face before fixing. Miss Liz, it's better not to bow so casually when wearing low-cut dresses in the future. Why did the young man say that? Liz was puzzled. But this confusion lasted only a few seconds, as if she suddenly realized something, her big golden eyes widened slightly. A blush slowly rose on her fair cheeks, spreading to her ears and then her whole ear. If she was like a delicate white rose in normal times, now she was a vibrant red rose, adding a touch of allure to her purity. Of course, Psyche didn't see any of this. He was just giving a friendly reminder. Heading to the shore, Psyche headed straight for the smokehouse. This time he took down 15 pieces of smoked meat. The big cat had worked hard today, so he needed to reward him properly, at least making sure the big cat was well fed. By now, the sky was filled with red hues. Orange covered the entire land. Dragging 2 piles of smoked meat, they began to wash them in the stream. Young sir, let me help. Psyche, who was busy working, looked up to see Mrs. Liz standing in front of him. Okay, with approval, Liz also started washing the smoked meat. As the sun was about to set on the horizon, the 2 little ones seemed to have had enough playtime and walked back hand in hand. It smells so good. Seek, can I have some of your barbecue? Seek, who was busy grilling, looked up at the 2 little ones who had returned. Caught in Seek's gaze, Angelia immediately lowered her head. She hadn't found any lilac grass, feeling useless like a little cat. Even though her new friend, Lainey's, had assured her that Seek wouldn't blame her, she still felt uneasy. Meow, Seek grunted and then lowered his head to continue grilling. I don't understand. Let's connect our magic, Seek. Just as Lainey's was about to approach, a small hand grabbed her sleeve. Turning back, she asked, what's wrong, Angelia? Seek asked us to wash our hands. Dinner is almost ready. You understand? Yes. Angelia timidly nodded. Wow, Angelia is amazing. Lainey's hugged the little cat, startling her. Despite spending over 2 hours together, she was still not quite used to the warmth of this new companion. Lainey's, go wash your hands. A stern voice interrupted. Hearing her mother's words, Lainey's pouted. Okay, Mom. The 2 little ones walked to the stream to wash their hands. After they finished, dinner was served directly. The main course was naturally barbecue, accompanied by some wild fruits that were not very sweet but good for digestion. The dinner atmosphere was lively. By the time they finished eating, it was completely dark outside. The 2 little ones, being children, climbed onto the big cat's back after dinner and fell asleep in each other's arms. Sir, this is your reward. Please check it. Mrs. Liz handed over a briefcase. Seek took it and placed it on the ground, pressing a button on it. Click. The briefcase opened with a slight sound. Inside were small dresses, clothes, socks, and 2 pairs of delicate little shoes. Without counting, it was clear that there were more than just 2 sets of clothes in the briefcase. You are considerate, Mrs. Liz. Mrs. Liz smiled and nodded gently, not overly modest. Glancing at the half-beast girl leaning against her daughter, it was evident that the reason this gentleman wanted these clothes was for this half-beast girl. In the neatly stacked pile of clothes, 2 egg-sized fiery red crystals lay quietly. The crystals looked clear and radiant, emitting an unmistakable elemental aura. Fire elemental cores. Recognizing the items, Seek directly reached out and took the 2 fire elemental crystals. These were his and Mrs. Liz's agreed-upon additional reward. The touch of the 2 crystals in his paw was warm, like a warm water bottle, just a bit harder. He brought the crystals close to his eyes. Such beautiful colors. Tears unconsciously flowed from the corners of his mouth. Perhaps it was the nature of a fire elemental creature, but upon seeing these crystals, a strong desire to consume them arose within him, intensifying as he held them. Roar, opening his mouth wide, he tossed 1 crystal into his mouth. The crystal seemed to soften the moment it entered his mouth, crumbling easily as he chewed. It was slightly sweet and had a warm liquid sensation, very delicious. While chewing, he offered the other crystal to the big cat. Seeing the crystal in front of him, Zell felt moved. This little one had grown up, knowing to share good things with his big brother. Why are you sharing with me? Because Zell has always taken care of me, so I want to share with Zell. Doesn't Zell want it? If it were in the past and he was stared at with those pleading eyes by the little guy, he would have found it hard to refuse. But this time was different. He, the mighty lord of beasts, was not about to stoop to snatching the little guy's growth food. His furry paw reached out to take the elemental crystal. Open your mouth, Sake. Ha! Seeing Sake open his mouth, the furry paw swiftly made a move at lightning speed. Something familiar appeared in his mouth. Before Sake could react, he saw the big cat raise its body. Sleep. Leaving behind those two words, the big cat raised its body and walked straight into the newly built large wooden house. Initially prepared to spit it out, but looking at the big cat's back, Sake also understood that the big cat did not want to steal his food. Even if he spat it out, the big cat wouldn't want it. Well, let's scam the big cat a little less in the future. While silently thinking this, he began to chew. Crunch, crunch. He chewed the crystal in his mouth, swallowed it all in 2 gulps. After finishing the crystal core, Sake looked towards Mrs. Liss in front of him. Mrs. Liss, I have received the reward you gave me. It's getting late tonight, Mrs. Liss, would you like to stay overnight? Mrs. Liss looked up at the bright moon in the sky. Indeed, it was late. If she went back now, to be honest, he didn't want to walk the night road with his daughter. Upon careful recollection, it seemed that there were no clients to meet tomorrow morning either. She nodded. Well, then, please excuse me. No problem, Mrs. Liss, you go freshen up first. I'll take you to the treehouse later. As for your daughter, please don't worry. I'll send her and that little guy back to the treehouse later. Thank you, young sir. Mrs. Liss, who stood up, bowed very politely and then walked towards the stream to freshen up. Sake just lay in front of the fire, watching her silhouette washing by the stream. Whether to say it or not, in terms of delicacy, women all have the same talent points. He stared for 10 minutes, and the thought of the silhouette washing by the stream not getting up never crossed his mind. First washing the face, then soaking the feet. Just as he was about to guess when this lady would be done, his stomach suddenly felt a churn. He needed to go. After soaking her feet, Liss stood up and happened to see the fiery figure heading towards the forest. Young sir, what's wrong with you? Without answering Mrs. Liss's question, he propped himself up and darted into the forest in a flash. What's wrong with young sir's Sake? Mrs. Liss, who didn't quite understand, stood up and was about to follow into the forest. She stopped at the edge of the bushes. Listening to that liberating sound, she instantly understood what was going on. Silently turning around, she walked back to the campfire and sat down gracefully. In the bushes, Sake, squatting, felt relieved. At the bottom where the tail and buttocks connected, a thick white scale had opened up. As a beast, he had excretory needs, but due to his powerful digestion, he only needed to go every 4 or 5 days. After excreting the last piece, Sake stepped forward, slowly lifted his squatting buttocks. After taking 2 steps forward, he turned around to bury the excrement in the pit. Wait, this lizard excreted yesterday. Why is there more today, and it's even 2 lumps? His gaze fell into the pit. Ha! What is this? In the pit, among the 2 dark excrements, 2 shiny red objects faintly appeared. Black excrement? This lizard never excreted in this style before. And what is this thing? Almost instinctively wanting to reach out and touch it. Just as he reached out, he immediately stopped. He retracted his paw and casually grabbed a twig from the nearby bushes. Poke, poke, poke. After a few pokes, the black excrement was opened, and finally, the shiny red object was clearly visible. Crystal, buried in the poop, was a deep red rhombus-shaped crystal. This rhombus crystal, only 10 centimeters in size, was very smooth, almost spotless. With just a couple of flicks of a twig, the black, sticky substance on top easily fell off. This was one crystal. What about the other one? Eyes shifted to the other pile of darkness. After a moment of hesitation, the stick in the claw poked up without hesitation. Poke, poke, poke. After 3 consecutive pokes, another crystal emerged, albeit different from the first one, appearing to be about 2 centimeters shorter. After poking a few times with the stick in the claw, Sake still couldn't figure out what crystals he had pulled out, but there was indeed a fluctuation of fire attribute energy on them. Right, wasn't Lady Liss a merchant? Merchants usually had broad knowledge, so Sake could go and ask Lady Liss. TSK, how foolish, he should have thought of it earlier. However, a new question arose immediately as he looked at the 2 crystals that had already been picked out of the small pits. Should he just go ahead and present them? Mentally, he felt a bit uneasy. After all, he had no idea where these things came from. His round, red vertical pupils scanned the bushes and finally settled on a small tree with large leaves. Ah, there it is. He extended his claw and plucked 2 leaves. One leaf served as a glove, the other as a container. He was very careful throughout the whole process. It wasn't until he carefully picked up both crystals and placed them on the leaves that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, time to go ask Lady Liss. Standing upright, He used his hind legs to sweep away the dirt from the small pits he had dug just now and filled them up. Okay, off to find Lady Liss. Russell, hearing the rustling sound from the bushes, Lady Liss, sitting in front of the campfire, looked towards the source of the sound. The bushes shook a couple of times, then a round, chubby head popped out, followed by a round, chubby lower body. Holding a leaf in his right claw, Sake emerged from the bushes and immediately spotted Lady Liss sitting by the campfire. With both hind legs picking up speed, he trotted over to Lady Liss and sat down in front of her. Lady Liss, could you please take a look at this? I'd be happy to help, young sir. Lady Liss looked at the things in the young sir's claw. 2 deep red rhombus-shaped crystals lay on the leaf, both not very large. Her crescent-shaped eyebrows furrowed slightly. She had never seen this kind of crystal before. She reached out and picked up one of them. It felt warm to the touch, somewhat similar to the sensation of a fire elemental crystal. However, it was clearly not a fire elemental crystal. Although there was a hint of fire elemental energy, it was not as strong as that of a fire elemental crystal, far from it. Honestly, she had never seen this kind of crystal before, but seeing the young sir eagerly waiting for an answer, she decided to give it a try, at least to see if she could figure out the purpose of these crystals. She brought the crystal close to her nose and sniffed it. Sniff, sniff, her delicate little nose twitched slightly. It seemed to have a hint of roasted meat scent. The smell was faint, and she wasn't quite sure. Oh well, might as well taste it first. The 2 pink lips, pressed together, slightly parted, and a small, delicate tongue extended out. Wait a minute. Sake quickly interrupted Lady Liss. He couldn't understand how she could just put it in her mouth like that. What's wrong, young sir? Her golden eyes blinked innocently, exuding a sense of innocence. Although she was already a mother, Lady Liss's appearance still resembled that of a young girl, just with a slightly more mature demeanor. Sake couldn't bear to watch Lady Liss lick the crystal like that. He wasn't a pervert and didn't have any strange fetishes. Lady Liss, aren't you curious about where these crystals came from? Oh, these. A compassionate smile appeared on Lady Liss's face. As a merchant, I wouldn't casually inquire about any guest's secrets. Although the young sir is not a guest, he holds a more important place in Lisa's heart than any guest. Are you really not curious? Well, no, I am curious. No, madam, you should be curious. Watching the young sir's serious expression, Lisa hesitated. Well, should I be curious? Yes, you should be curious. Sake nodded, looking somewhat disdainfully at the crystal in Madame Lisa's hand. I pulled this out. Pulled it out? Tilting her head, Madame Lisa looked puzzled, evidently not grasping the situation. Literally pulled it out. Her gentle smile froze instantly. Young sir, you're not joking, are you? No, I'm serious, it hasn't even been washed yet. Lisa's gaze shifted to the leaves in the young sir's hand. No wonder his gaze had been so subtle all along. No wonder he wrapped it in leaves. No wonder there was a familiar grilled meat scent. Everything made sense in that moment. Oh! A scream echoed through the forest in an instant. Inside the wooden house, the big cat opened its eyes in the dark, resembling 2 large lanterns. Glancing outside the house, there were no unfamiliar scents. Sake's presence was also stable. All was well. Turning around, the cat lay back down with its back to the door to continue sleeping. The crystal turned into a parabola in the air, and Sake reached out his paw to catch it securely with a leaf. Really, if you want to scream, just scream. Why throw the crystal of this lizard? This lizard was hoping this could establish an infinite loop. After the scream, it seemed to have realized. Lisa stood up and ran straight to the stream. Seeing this, Sake also stood up and walked towards the stream. From the water, he walked directly to the center of the stream, grabbed the crystal with his paw, and plunged into the water with a splash. After thoroughly rinsing his whole body, Sake emerged from the water. Madame Lisa stood on the shore. I'm sorry, young sir, I didn't mean to throw your crystal, I just. Seeing Madame Lisa's embarrassed expression, Sake raised his paw. Madame Lisa, no need to explain, I understand, I was also wrong to give you such a thing. The young sir was indeed very gentle. The tense atmosphere slowly relaxed, and a smile reappeared on Madame Lisa's face. Thank you for your understanding, young sir. I can't tell what this crystal is, but if you have time tomorrow, you can go to the city with Lisa to have it appraised at a shop. Appraisal? That's not a bad idea. Well, it's decided, let's go take a look tomorrow. Alright, then I'll trouble you tomorrow, Madame Lisa. No, this is what Lisa should do. Sake looked up at the sky. The moon was high, indicating it was not early anymore. Madame Lisa, wait a moment. Okay, young sir. Getting a response, Sake went straight into the dark wooden house, and soon he came out, holding 2 small creatures in his mouth. With a slight nod towards Madame Lisa, Sake headed towards the treehouse. Seeing this, Lisa hurried to follow. They haven't washed up yet. It's fine. But this, come up, Madam Lisa. Ha, just climb onto my back, I'll take you up. Lisa looked at the steep tree roots in front of her and silently lay down, her body lying on the young Sir Sake's back. Sake's back was warm, even though he had just come out of the stream, there was no trace of moisture on him. Magical beasts are truly amazing and adorable, Lisa thought to herself. Feeling the figure on her back had stabilized, Sake still couldn't help but remind her, Mrs. Liss, you can hold onto my neck or wings. Soon, a tight feeling spread through the wings. Making sure Mrs. Liss was securely on his back, Sake took a step forward. With a few jumps, he landed directly on the platform outside the treehouse door. After a customary squeeze at the doorframe, he entered the treehouse. It was pitch black inside. If it was just Sake by himself, it wouldn't matter, but he wanted to take care of Mrs. Liss, who was still standing at the door. His long, winding tail lifted up. A sharp flame emerged from the tip of his tail, instantly illuminating the once dark treehouse. Come in, Mrs. Liss. He beckoned towards the figure standing at the door. Mrs. Liss nodded slightly, everything was so proper and polite. With the small flame dispersing the darkness inside the treehouse, she could now see the general layout. Although the treehouse looked simple, it exuded a cozy, homely feeling. Is this where the little mister lives? Her gaze wandered around, and when she saw the peculiarly cute bookshelf inside, she couldn't help but show a faint smile. Of course, it wasn't mocking, she just found the shelf oddly endearing with its uneven, quirky design, looking like a pair of mismatched animal ears. But soon, as if realizing something, Liss quickly covered her mouth with her hand, looking at the little mister who was watching her. I'm sorry, little mister, I just find this bookshelf adorable. Sake tilted his head slightly, not understanding why this lady was apologizing to him. What did she do? He couldn't figure it out, but he wasn't curious either. He raised his right paw towards the cushion nest in the room. Liss, you and your daughter can sleep there tonight. Thank you. Liss walked over, took her daughter in her arms, let her rest on her shoulder, and then reached out to pick up Angelia. The cushion nest had enough space, her plan was to sleep with both little ones. As her hand was about to touch Angelia, Sake recoiled his neck. Angelia, held in his mouth, swayed a bit. Even so, the little one slept soundly. Liss looked puzzled at the little mister in front of her. It's fine for Angelia to sleep with me. Taking 2 steps forward, he placed the little one he was carrying in his mouth on the bearskin. The little one continued to sleep deeply on the bearskin, seeming accustomed to it. Her 2 small hands rested on her cheeks, the loose coarse cloth dress draped over her, outlining her petite figure, albeit not in a flattering way. Her gaze followed down. Her little feet were dark and dirty. How could he let the little one onto the cushion nest like this? What if it got dirty? He lay down nearby. In less than a second, a familiar sensation came over him. Turning his head down, he saw the little one snuggling up to him, her small body pressed against his side, her smooth scales rubbing against his belly. Ignoring the little one, Sake lifted his head and looked at the cushion nest beside him. Mrs. Liss was helping her daughter out of a Lolita dress. After taking off the dress, the little one was left in a set of white long-sleeved shirt and pants. Placing her daughter in the nest, Mrs. Liss began to remove her own clothes. Suddenly, she felt a gaze on her, following it to see the little mister had turned his head away. Quite the gentleman, this little mister. Retracting her gaze, Liss continued to undress. In truth, she didn't mind at all. After all, the little mister was just a beast, from a different race, so naturally, there wouldn't be any strange thoughts. Moreover, Warcraft and intelligent beings are different. The hearts of Warcraft are very pure. Shedding her outer robe, Liss lay down in bed, embracing her daughter. All right, young sir. With a low growl, he raised his tail high, and as he waved it, the flame at the tip extinguished. The tail slowly drooped to the ground. Good night, young sir. A gentle female voice echoed in the dark treehouse. Sek did not respond but slowly closed his eyes. Whimper day? Is it morning already? Heavy eyelids slowly lifted, revealing pink eyes. Whimper, the soft sobbing sound came again. What's going on? Is there a ghost in the treehouse? The previously slightly confused mind instantly woke up. He raised his head to glance outside the treehouse. It was pitch black, the sky clearly not yet bright, and at that moment, another faint sob was heard nearby. Upon hearing the sound, Sek slowly turned his head. Curled up in the nest, a figure lay sobbing, hands hugging knees, tears hanging on her fair face, falling uncontrollably. It was Mrs. Liss, crying. Sek stared blankly at the figure curled up in the nest. He couldn't understand why this lady, who didn't shed a tear when she was kidnapped by a group of goblins the day before yesterday, was crying now. He had always thought of this lady as a strong woman with a soft exterior. The current situation made him feel a bit at a loss. What could he do for her? But he didn't even know why she was crying. Forget it, sleep, sleep. He buried his head again, slowly closing his heavy eyelids. Whimper, ugh, so annoying, can't sleep. In the darkness, his left wing stretched out, slowly reaching towards the nest. The sobbing stopped. Feeling something pressing on her, Liz subconsciously reached out to touch. A smooth touch came from her hand, accompanied by a familiar warmth and a heavy sense of security. It was the young sir's wing. I'm sorry, young sir, for disturbing your sleep, Mrs. Liz's apology came from the darkness. Ignoring it, he silently closed his eyes and continued to sleep. With no response, Liz silently hugged the wing covering her, gently rubbing her cheek against the smooth scales. The profound sense of security instantly dispelled the haze in her heart. Even the tightly bound heart at that moment slowly relaxed, no longer in pain. Sniffed the round, chubby red head resting on the bearskin leaned forward. What a lovely smell! Heavy eyelids slowly lifted, revealing pink eyes. Sniffed the fragrance was still there. This lizard wasn't dreaming. The scent seemed to be rising from below the treehouse. Someone must be cooking something delicious. Expectation and impatience rose in his heart. He straightened his body and headed directly to the treehouse door. Just as he was about to rush out of the treehouse door, his figure stopped abruptly. Almost forgot to clock out. Taking 2 steps back, he stretched his paws forward, raised his butt. Daily check-in, 1/1, check-in completed. He moved his paws, squeezed out of the treehouse, and peeked down from below the treehouse. The big cat, Mrs. Liz, Lenice, and Angelia, from young to old, sat in a row in front of the campfire. A black iron frame was propped up on the campfire, with a 1-meter pot hanging on it, and the red soup inside the pot kept bubbling. The fragrance kept wafting up from the pot of soup. Spreading his wings, he glided down from the treehouse. Sek, the first to notice, only glanced at him before eagerly looking at the pot. Should he say it or not, this female of the human species is indeed quite impressive. She can make a pot of soup that smells so good. He was getting a bit impatient to taste the soup. Lord Sake, the little cat spotted Sake. Then Lainey's turned her head, followed by Liz. Good morning, young sir. Lazy lizard, you overslept, not a good child. Tisk. Can you call this lizard lazy? Unlike some who don't even have the chance to oversleep because they'll get a spanking from their mothers. Ignoring the little girl's criticism, Sake squeezed in between the 2 girls and lay down. Bad big lizard. Lainey's put her hands on her hips. After playing with Angelia yesterday, her true nature seemed to be coming back. How dare you say that about this lizard? Sticking out his tongue, he licked the little girl's face. A bit milky. You so sticky. Mom, the big lizard is bullying me. Alright, go wash your face, it's almost time for breakfast. Breakfast was finished in this lively atmosphere. It had to be said, Lady Liz's cooking was indeed very good. Before today, he never thought soup could be so delicious and satisfying. Full and content, Sake looked at the little cat offering him a knee pillow. To be honest, it's a bit uncomfortable. The little cat was gaining weight rapidly, making the knee pillow uncomfortable. But why was she still wearing coarse clothes? Why are you still wearing these clothes? I changed, Lord Sake, the little cat said, pulling open her shirt to reveal a white undershirt. Lord Sake, these clothes are so comfortable to wear. After saying that, a happy smile appeared on her face. If it's so comfortable, why not change your outer clothes too? I don't want to dirty those nice clothes, I want to work for Lord Sake. The so-called work was picking up firewood and catching fish in the stream. Alright, suit yourself. Are you wearing shoes? Yes, Lord Sake. Lifting her coarse dress, she revealed a pair of delicate little boots, white socks covering her calves. Well, let's go, come with me to the city. Since seeing Lainey's yesterday, Sake remembered something. Children need education, or they'll grow up to be brainless illiterates. That won't do, so he decided to send the little cat to school. And learning is hard work. Thinking about every day and night he had spent, Sake suddenly felt a bit wicked. He was actually pushing this innocent little cat into the abyss of knowledge. This lizard seems to be getting more and more wicked. Oh, the little cat obediently responded. That's how she was. If Lord Sake didn't say anything, she wouldn't ask, just obedient. Moving her head away from the little cat's thigh, she looked at the big cat next to her, who was using his claws to clean his teeth. Zell, do you want to go to the city with me? Pausing his teeth cleaning, Zell raised his head. You're going to the city? Yes, to do something. Alright, I'll go with you to have some fun. Since they were idle anyway, they might as well go to the city with Sake. Hearing the big cat's agreement, Sake grinned widely. Great, he had a mount now. Lowering his head, he picked up the collars of the 2 little girls. Lady Liz, please lie on my back. Liz obediently lay down, her hands wrapping around Sake's neck. Feeling the weight on his back, Sake exerted force with his claws, leaped, and landed directly on the big cat's back. As he landed, he let go, allowing the two little girls to land on the big cat's back. The big cat's back was wide, so as long as the two little girls weren't mischievous, it was almost impossible for them to fall off. Both little girls, one obedient and the other precocious, were not troublemakers, so there was nothing to worry about. Feeling the added weight on his back, the fire lion said nothing. Silently lifting his paw, he strode towards the direction of the city area. Before reaching the gates of the city of St. Goya, from a distance, Sake, who was lying on the back of the big cat, saw the neatly arranged carriages and pedestrians at the city gates. At the city gates, two teams of Holy Order knights in uniform silver armor stood in formation on both sides of the entrance. A man and a woman wearing silver priest robes were using magic to inspect everyone entering and leaving, including the goods and carriages. What's going on? Sake was a bit puzzled, looking towards Lady Liz beside him. Sensing the gaze of the young master, Liz shook her head lightly. She was not very clear about the situation either, but the order generally did not interfere with noble management rights. Since the order's holy knights were involved now, it indicated that something significant must have happened in the city of St. Goya. The big cat walked to the end of the line and obediently lined up behind. Sake, can you take me down? I want to go find out something, she asked. He was also a bit curious. Nodding towards his back, Liz understood and leaned on Sake's back, wrapping her arms around his neck. I want to go down and play too, said Lainey's. Sake glanced at the long line that didn't seem to move at all, then lowered his head and picked up the little one by the collar, also picking up the kitten. It seemed like there would be a wait in line, so letting these two little ones play for a while wouldn't hurt. He leaped down from the big cat's back and loosened his grip. As soon as the two little ones landed, Lainey's grabbed Angelia's hand and ran off. Angelia, I know there are beautiful flowers next to the city gate. I'll take you to see them. Landing from the young master's back, Liz walked up to a group of adventurers in front of the line, bowed her head in greeting. She remembered the young master's reminder from yesterday, so she didn't bow. Hello, do you happen to know what's happening in the city of St. Goya? Oh, you're asking about that. Yesterday, the Order Knights raided a cult, but for some reason, they only caught some minor figures. Of course, I'm not belittling them. The Order has always been respectable in my eyes. After all, they protect us commoners, don't you think so? You're right, Liz agreed. Well, that's probably it. The Order has now sealed off the entire city of St. Goya and is hunting down the high-ranking cultists who are in hiding. Now the only legal exit from the city of St. Goya is through the gates, and everyone entering or leaving has to undergo the Order's evil detection magic. Thank you for your information. This is my thanks, please accept it. A bottle of wine appeared in Liz's hand, the silver ring on her slender finger shining with a hint of blue. The male adventurer took the wine without hesitation. Haha, madam, are you a merchant? Liz's eyes flashed with caution. Ha, madam, don't worry, I just often deal with merchants, you give me the impression of a merchant. Hearing this, Liz's cautious look softened a bit. I am the captain of the Lionheart Adventurer Group. If you ever need to hire adventurers for merchant escort, you can find me, I'll give you a discount. Thank you, I'll remember that. With a farewell, Liz began to walk towards the back of the line. Squatting in the line that hadn't moved for a while, Sake craned his neck and looked ahead. Suddenly, a familiar figure walked back from the front. Seeing Sake, the young master, sticking his neck out in the line, Liz's lips curled up slightly because the young master's appearance always made her feel a bit silly yet cute at the same time. Young master, I'm back. Did you find out the reason? Yes, Liz nodded gently. Next to the big cat, upon hearing the words, also pricked up its ears sneakily. The holy knights of the teaching sect were all mobilized, claiming there was no curiosity was definitely false. It's a cult has emerged in the city, and the holy knights of the teaching sect are currently exterminating the cult members. The city gates are also sealed to prevent the cult members from escaping. Upon hearing Lisa's words, Sake lifted his neck slightly to look towards the top of the city wall. Sure enough, there were also some tin men in silver armor standing on top of the city wall. Just as Lisa said, not only the city gates but even the top of the city wall was blocked by the tin men. Meow misses. Lisa replied. Now, the only option left was to queue up obediently. As for giving up was out of the question. Education was something that needed to be introduced as early as possible. This was not something to be delayed. In front of the flower beds at the city gate, two little girls squatted together. In front of the two little girls was a row of flower beds, where each flower bed bloomed with pure white flowers like long leaves, exuding a charming beauty. The soil in the flower beds had no weeds, indicating that someone was meticulously taking care of them. Angelica, look, I didn't lie to you, there are really beautiful flowers at the city gate. The kitten nodded twice in agreement, its big round eyes staring unblinkingly at the flowers in the flower beds. These flowers were truly beautiful. White petals, purple stamens, and long, lush green leaves. We can only look but not pick them, or we'll be scolded by the guard uncle. Angelica won't pick them. Hello, two polite little girls. A young voice suddenly sounded from behind. Upon hearing the voice, the two little girls immediately turned their heads. A young holy knight dressed in silver armor stood in place, holding a watering can in his hand. Lenice looked at the watering can in the hands of this unfamiliar holy knight uncle. Holy knight uncle? Where did the previous guard uncle go? Upon hearing the little girl's words, the young holy knight subconsciously touched his face, feeling the rough stubble. Perhaps he should shave. He was only 27 this year, why was he already an uncle? The holy knight walked to the front of the flower bed and squatted down, lifting the watering can in his hand to water the flower bed. Oh, he retired, so he probably won't come back. I see. Lenice felt a bit disappointed. She quite liked that guard uncle. Every time she came, the guard uncle would pick a flower for her. Do you like this flower? Yes, it's very beautiful, we like it. Lenice spoke. Since the holy knight arrived, the kitten had become a bit shy, clinging to her arm and hiding. Do you know the name of this flower? We don't know. Lenice shook her head. The kitten saw the holy knight uncle also looking at it and immediately shook its head subconsciously. This flower is called sacred white orchid. Its meaning is family love, symbolizing never being separated from family, so the sacred white orchid is suitable for giving to family members. After saying this, the holy knight suddenly noticed the half-orc little one staring eagerly at the sacred white orchid in the flower bed. The pure eyes revealed a desire that anyone could see. Joab felt a sense of pity for this mixed-blood half-orc. These half-orcs had been a tragedy since birth. Their birth could be said to be a tragedy caused by monsters. Monsters would raise intelligent species, which was not a secret, but what most people didn't know was that the intelligent species raised by monsters were generally female. Occasionally, a drugged male intelligent species would be thrown in for breeding. This male could be an orc, a human, an elf, a goblin, a Highlander. And so, some mixed-blood species were born. Most mixed-blood species would end up as food and be eaten by monsters. But there are always exceptions. Sometimes the demon tribes are wiped out by adventurers or armies, and some half-breeds are saved as a result. However, new problems arise. The major kingdoms of the intelligent races have never acknowledged half-breeds. Some kingdoms even consider them a disgrace and directly kill all half-breeds. Except for the intelligent races that are imprisoned, all including half-breeds are reduced to spoils of war. When encountering those with a kind heart, half-breeds are set free, those driven by profit sell them to slave traders, while the cruel ones raise their butcher knives. Due to this exclusion, most half-breeds end up joining cults, which is the main reason why the intelligent races despise them. It's almost a vicious cycle. So sometimes Job really pities these half-breed pups. They haven't done anything wrong, yet they are always forced onto a path without choice. Little one, would you like a sacred white orchid? Angelia shrank behind Lenice's back, but then she gathered her courage and timidly nodded at the knight uncle. She wanted this sacred white orchid to give to Lord Seek. Seeing the little one's expression, Job grinned, reached out, plucked a sacred white orchid, and handed it to the child. Here, it's yours. Taking the sacred white orchid, Angelia stood up, bowed deeply to the knight uncle in front of her, and then ran off. She could feel her heart beating with excitement, eager to give the flower to Lord Seek as soon as possible. Such a polite little one. Job smiled as he watched the small figure run off, then shifted his gaze to another child. Would you like one too? I don't want one. Lenice turned her head in a huff. Her mother had been naughty these days, so she didn't want to give her mother a sacred white orchid. Standing up, she lifted her skirt slightly and ran after Angelia's back. Would Lord Seek like the sacred white orchid? He probably would. Her short legs ran swiftly. However, at that moment, a man as round as a ball suddenly emerged from the front of the carriage. He stood in the aisle with his back to them. Pay attention, if there's any problem with this batch of goods, I'll deduct your wages. Ouch. The fat merchant stumbled. Who? Colliding with the suddenly appearing figure, Angelia felt her hand burning, but she couldn't care about that now because the sacred white orchid she had just held was gone. Looking around, she saw the sacred white orchid on the ground in front of her. It was the one she had dropped. A look of surprise appeared on her face as she crawled forward on hands and feet. A large foot suddenly came down without warning, crushing the sacred white orchid. It's actually a half-breed. I never expected that. I've only been away for a while, and now even half-breeds can run around on the main road in sacred Goya. The fat merchant glanced at the rough cloth on the half-breed's body. It seemed like a slave. Since it was a slave, killing it would be no loss. After all, this slave had offended him first. Pure malice flashed in his bean-like eyes. "Today, let me teach this lowly half-breed a lesson for your master." With that, the fat man unfastened the whip from his waist. Feeling the malicious gaze upon her, Angelia lifted her head. The whip, like a venomous snake, whistled through the air, rapidly approaching. Run, she had to run. But she was so scared, her limbs numb. "Lord Seek, save Angelia." Subconsciously, she called out the name of that fiery red figure. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of the wind, a fiery red figure landed in front of the little girl. Crack! The whip cracked, not hitting its target but firmly grasped by a chubby, sturdy paw. Facing the flames accumulating in the monster's mouth in front of him, the chubby merchant shuddered, released the whip in his hand, and turned to run. "Thinking of running? It's not that easy after hitting my little cat." Without hesitation, with a swift turn, a tail lashed out. The solid tail struck the chubby merchant's back, instantly breaking the skin, and this was just a lash. If it had been a stab, the outcome would have been different. Ah! Accompanied by a scream, the chubby merchant flew out and toppled his carriage. Murder! The beast has killed someone. The strong will to survive made the chubby merchant, blood at the corner of his mouth, limp as he crawled up and ran towards the city gate. Ignoring the fleeing fat man, Seik turned his head towards the little cat sitting on the ground in front of him. Her big watery eyes were already misted over. The little cat pounced forward and hugged Seik's neck. If it weren't for Lord Seik, she might have died today. She had just felt the murderous intent of that merchant, who truly wanted to kill her. Thinking of this, her body couldn't help but tremble. Feeling the little cat's trembling body, Seik silently reached out his paw and stroked the cat's back. After a while, the trembling body of the little cat gradually calmed down. "Lord Seik, did I cause trouble?" A soft voice came from the neck, the cat's face still buried there. When we get back, I'll punish you by making you eat 3 pieces of roasted meat until your belly is full." Lord Seik's voice seemed to carry a strange charm, making her feel very reassured, and her tense body gradually relaxed. Liz, who had been following along, was a bit puzzled, but at this moment, her daughter pounced into her arms. "Mom, there are bad people." "Then, lay nice, tell Mom where the bad people went." They were scared off by the big lizard. Thud, thud, thud. At this moment, accompanied by heavy footsteps, a group of Templar knights ran over. "Sir Knights, is it them?" The chubby man, his mouth full of blood, pointed to the fiery monster. Job glanced at the scene, slightly frowned, and looked at the half-little orc lying in the arms of the fiery monster. "Quick, arrest them. It was this beast that injured me. I demand that it be banished to the depths of the underground maze. Such a beast should not be allowed to live." Listening to the noisy words of the fat merchant beside him, Job's eyes flashed with impatience. He didn't like this merchant because incidents of slaves being abused to death often occurred at his mansion. This was not a guy who respected life. "Mr. Dua, as I've said before, our Templar Knights do not interfere with any autonomy. If you have any requests, please go to the sheriff to make them." After warning the merchant, Job took a step forward. The bridge was already blocked because of this incident, and he couldn't just leave it unattended. Job walked up to the fiery monster, took off his helmet, revealing his weathered face with a scruffy beard. "Mr. Monster, I am not the one who can decide on this matter. However, you are indeed affecting the passage of Stone Bridge here. If it's convenient for you, I hope you can move somewhere else and wait at the city gate for the sheriff to come and resolve this matter." Roar, Seik cooperated with them. Just as Seik was about to speak, he heard the deep voice of the big cat walking up beside him. Glancing at the big cat approaching, he would have cooperated even without the big cat's words. Dealing fairly was fine, but if it wasn't fair, this lizard would make a fuss, and no one would be happy. Seik nodded towards the Templar Knight. "Thank you for your cooperation." Under the leadership of the paladin, the group walked unimpeded to the guard residential area under the city wall, consisting of a 3-story building and a large square. "Please wait here for the sheriff to arrive for the handover, and please do not engage in any conflicts." Leaving these words, George left 2 paladins to guard and departed directly. Capturing members of the cult was the priority. He didn't want to waste time on such trivial matters, especially since it was not their guild's concern. One of the main doctrines of the guild was not to interfere with political power. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a team of sheriffs dressed in neat black uniforms entered. As soon as the sheriff entered, the fat man approached. "Lord Lucian, you know what I mean." A bulging money pouch was discreetly handed to the leading sheriff. The sheriff calmly accepted the money pouch and weighed it in his hand. Yes, the amount was quite substantial. This fat man was, as always, understanding. Seeing the sincerity of the fat man, the sheriff decided to handle the situation. The sheriff narrowed his eyes as he looked at the 2 beasts and 3 people lying on the other side. "What's going on?" "Lord Lucian, this monster attacked me. it's definitely a vicious beast. Hush! At that moment, a man in sheriff attire hurried over to the middle-aged sheriff and whispered a few words. In just a few words, the middle-aged sheriff's expression changed dramatically. From astonishment to fear, and then beads of sweat covered his forehead, all within a few seconds. Lord Lucian, I only hope you will enforce justice fairly and deal with this criminal. Clang! The cross sword was drawn and placed directly at the fat merchant's neck. Feeling the cold cross sword against his neck, the fat merchant's knees instantly went weak, and he knelt on the ground. The sheriff's expression now appeared impartial and just. Based on reports, the criminal Luther is suspected of smuggling contraband, child abuse, employing child labor, and also suspected of bribing this sheriff. Here is the evidence. Lucian raised the money pouch he had just received. Luther was a bit confused at this moment. Why was this respectable sheriff suddenly accusing him? This opera's plot was all wrong. If Luther could hear Lucian's thoughts at that moment, he would realize that the sheriff was seething inside. How dare this fatso, with his bushy eyebrows and big eyes, try to harm the sheriff? Look at the mess he's gotten himself into. The Adventurers Guild and the Contracting Guild joined forces to protect the monster, and in less than half an hour, this fatso's dirty laundry was aired in court. What a nerve! If he got involved even a bit, would his underpants also be thrown into the courtroom? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and his hand gripping the hilt of the cross sword began to tremble uncontrollably. Luther's fat also started to tremble. He was afraid that the sheriff might slit his throat with one unsteady hand. Lord Lucian, why your hand? Huffing and puffing, after a few moments, he gradually calmed down. The cross sword was sheathed. Arrest this fat man. Yes, Lord Lucian. Two sheriffs nodded and approached, binding Luther's hands with a rope. Lucian paid no attention to them. He raised his head and looked towards the winged, fiery red monster not far away. His gloomy expression suddenly turned bright. He went from a slow jog to a quick run, then a brisk walk until he stopped in front of the monster. Hello, you must be Lord Sake, right? We have understood the situation. Everything was the fault of the merchant Luther. He unjustly attacked the civilians of the sacred land of Goya. I assure you he will not appear before you again. Are you satisfied with this outcome? Looking at the almost obsequious sheriff, whether it was Lady Alice, the two little girls, or even the big cat, they all turned their gaze towards Sake in silence. Although they were not clear about the specific situation, they were not blind either. Anyone with eyes could see that the sheriff was almost trying to please Sake now. As the center of attention, Sake was a bit puzzled. Was the guild so efficient? After a moment of confusion, Sake quickly realized, mainly because there was another pair of eyes staring at him eagerly. The gaze was too intense, which would have been fine if it were a young lady, but it was actually a middle-aged balding man, quite greasy. Although he didn't understand, seeing the beast in front nod, Luxian felt a slight relief in his heart. His smile became a bit more genuine. Thank you for your understanding. By the way, this is compensation for the half-orc lady who was frightened just now. Luxian handed over a money pouch with a smile. More compensation? Looking at the heavy pouch being handed over, it seemed quite substantial. Without hesitation, Sake reached out his paw and took it directly. After all, the little cat was indeed frightened, so it was reasonable to receive some compensation for mental distress, right? Exactly, this was the Hangi River. Seeing the beast take the pouch, Lucian's smile became even more genuine. This matter was considered settled now. Perhaps he had left a good impression on this beast. He was not sure of the identity of this beastly individual, but within less than half an hour, the two major guilds had managed to completely eliminate the troublemaker, Luther, and send him to the court for judgment. It was evident that the identity of this beastly individual was not simple. I won't disturb you any longer. Have a pleasant afternoon. With a hand over his chest, Sheriff Luxian turned and left, taking Luther with him. Sake had no interest in what would happen to that fat man. He raised the pouch in his paw and shook it slightly above his head. Ring, a crisp sound came from the pouch. It sounded quite pleasant, but he wasn't sure if it was gold or silver coins. He would have to take a closer look. Carefully, he opened the pouch with his claws, and the silvery gleam reflected in the sunlight. The bright red vertical pupils slowly dilated. Oh, what a wonderful luster! Suddenly, a shadow covered the sunlight, and Sake looked up to see the big cat. Let's go, Sake. Everything is fine now. Let's head into the city. Weren't you here for something in the holy land of Goya today? Right, the big cat's words reminded Sake. Today, he was here to get a certificate for the little cat and also have the crystal appraised. He stood up straight from the ground. Yes, let's go, Brother Zell. As they were leaving the training ground, two paladins approached them. You can enter the city directly from here, but you still need to undergo an evil detection. Do you want to proceed? The so-called evil detection was when the paladins put on a monocle and scrutinized the two beasts and three individuals. The paladins took off the monocle. You all are clear. You can enter the city directly through the back gate of the training ground. Thank you. With a proud lift of his head, Sake led the little cat and the blonde girl back to the training ground. The back of the training ground connected to the city exit, which was large and conspicuous, easily visible at a glance. They walked into the city through the back gate. In the past, the Holy Land of Goya district was always bustling, but now there were only a few carriages coming and going hastily, with hardly any pedestrians on the streets. However, many little heads popped out of the windows of the houses on both sides. In their eyes, Sake saw the desire to come out and play, but it was evident that their parents had used a powerful sealing technique, so they probably wouldn't be able to come out for a while. Actually, you could also use the slip-away technique, but when you get home at night, what awaits you might be the stick technique, or if you're lucky, it could be double happiness. Along with a mature fragrance wafting into the air, Mrs. Lissa's figure appeared beside him. Mr. Sek, where are we going now? To the appraisal shop, madam, please lead the way. Upon hearing Mr. Sek's words, a flash of understanding crossed Lissa's eyes. She knew Mr. Sek wanted to appraise the crystal from yesterday. Thinking about the crystal currently tucked away in her spatial ring, her face showed a hint of unease. After all, this thing was pulled out, quite literally. To say she wasn't showing off would be a lie. All right, Mr. Sek. Liz quickened her pace and walked ahead of the group. The neighborhood was quiet, and no one spoke along the way. After walking for about 10 minutes, Mrs. Liz stopped in front of a house on the street. A shop sign hung at the entrance of the wooden house, clearly a storefront. We're here, Mr. Sek. Oh, looking at the 2-meter-wide door, Sek glanced at the big cat beside him. Zell, wait for us outside for a moment, we'll be out soon. The big cat nodded in agreement, then lay down on the street. Sek raised his hind paw, stepped over the doorstep, and walked to the shop entrance. The shop door had 2 swinging doors that opened as he pushed them. Ding-a-ling, the doorbell on the door rang crisply, signaling the arrival of the shop owner's customer. Upon pushing the door, a large bar greeted the eye, with a counter behind it displaying various items, ranging from beautiful gemstones to exquisite ornaments, all clearly expensive items. Behind the bar was a hall with a carpet and a set of delicate sofas. In the center was a huge French window with the curtains drawn back, revealing a flower garden with colorful blooms. Obviously, the shop owner intended to enjoy the blossoming flowers while sipping tea. Upon hearing the doorbell, a purple-haired woman with an elegant demeanor stood up from the sofa. Welcome to Sylvia's appraisal. Oh, Liz, what brings you here? The gentle voice instantly turned into surprise. The formal smile on the dignified face also transformed into a genuine one. The woman in a bright red gown hurried over. Sylvia, I'm here to have a friend appraised. No rush, let's sit down and talk first. Sylvia took Lissa's hands and led her to the sofa. Lissa's hands are so soft. Her smile became even more genuine. Sensing her old friend's mischievous touch, a faint blush crept onto Lissa's cheeks. She wanted to pull her hand back, but today she was here to have Sylvia appraise something, so retracting it might not be appropriate. Please, have a seat, everyone. Perhaps noticing the 2 other individuals, Sylvia casually invited them to sit as well. Sek glanced at Mrs. Liz, then at the woman in the red dress. A big question mark slowly rose above his head. What's the relationship between these two? Deceased person x unmarried person equals? With a hint of shock, Sek also sat on the sofa. The 2 little ones obediently sat on either side of him. Kofi, serve the guests tea and snacks. After calling out towards the staircase, Sylvia turned her eager gaze back to Liz sitting beside her. In the past, Lizzie always revolved around her, but this time she took the initiative to visit, which was unexpected for her. Along with the surprise, there was also some confusion. Could it be that she really just came to have something appraised? Was there no other intention? Like a change of heart, realizing that men are unreliable, delicate fingers traced a circle lightly on the fair palm. Sensing Sylvia's dishonesty once again, Lizzie was not polite this time and decisively withdrew her hand. Sylvia, this time I have something I need your help with. With their hands no longer clasped, Sylvia was not annoyed either. She leaned back on the sofa, her right hand lightly touching her lips. Go ahead, Lizzie, tell me what it is. Seeing Sylvia's actions, Lizzie uncomfortably averted her gaze. It was at this moment that a petite girl in a maid outfit appeared from the staircase, carrying a tray. The maid approached, placed pastries on the coffee table, served a cup of tea to each person, then bowed slightly to Lizzie before retreating. Something was off. This maid, Lizzie, and the shop owner seemed to be involved in something significant. Sek's gaze shifted between the two. He lost interest in the cakes for a moment. One of the two little ones sitting nearby, Lainey's, was the first to react. Her gaze was fixed on the cake the moment the maid set it down. Of course, she didn't forget her newfound companion and invited the kitten to join her in eating the cake. Sek paid no attention to the two little ones, his gaze wandering between the two seemingly mature women. Rather than eating, he now desired something more exciting. And from these two mature and beautiful women, he caught a whiff of excitement. With his paws resting on his hind legs, body upright, he innocently enjoyed the scene. Lizzie raised her right hand, and a silver glow appeared on her spatial ring, revealing two diamond-shaped crystals wrapped in leaves in her palm. If possible, I would like you, Sylvia, to appraise this crystal. Seeing the silver ring on the slender hand, Sylvia's eyes briefly showed a hint of disgust. She would sell this ring sooner or later and personally put a new one on that perfect hand. The disgust came and went quickly, all in an instant. At least Lizzie didn't notice anything. Sylvia smiled. Do you want me to appraise this crystal? Let me see. Can the crystal be touched with hands? This question made Lizzie pause, then a smile bloomed on her face, as radiant as a blooming rose. Seeing this, Sylvia sitting in front of her was momentarily stunned. Yes, this crystal is not fragile. Sylvia, you can touch it. Upon hearing this, Sylvia, already entranced, extended her hand with a silly smile and picked up a crystal to examine closely. The crystal was transparent on the outside, with threads of fiery red flames surging inside. Bringing it close to her mouth, her tongue extended, ready to lick. Wait! Lizzie wanted to stop her, just to discuss Sylvia, not to make her unable to eat in the future. But it was already too late. The tongue had already touched the crystal, and Sylvia's purple eyes turned to Lizzie. What's wrong? Seeing Sylvia's expression, Lizzie thought for a moment and silently swallowed her words. Nothing. Nothing. It was better not to let Sylvia know about this kind of thing. As long as she didn't know, it never happened. Yes, that's the right approach. Sek also widened his mouth at this scene. This woman was quite fierce. Listen, it's fine. Sylvia licked the crystal with a flick of her tongue. It does taste like fire elements, with a hint of roasted meat. Why does this crystal have a roasted meat smell? Lisa turned her head slightly, feeling guilty. Could it really be the smell of roasted meat? Mr. Xiaosheng did have roasted meat that day. Maybe it's because it was recently in the kitchen. Oh, I see. Easily accepting this explanation, Sylvia had no doubts. Alright then, this crystal has the fire element property. I think I know what type of identification magic to use now. I'll be able to identify the specific information of this crystal soon. After saying that, Sylvia silently looked at Lisa in front of her, ready to receive praise. Oh Sylvia? Why does it feel like Lisa isn't looking forward to it? Wait, why is Lisa moving to the side? And why does Lisa's gaze become so strange, almost disdainful? Feeling Sylvia's intense gaze, Lisa could only stop moving to the side. After all, Sylvia still needed to identify the crystal, so she couldn't offend her. Alright, Sylvia, go ahead and identify it quickly. Oh, okay then. Although she felt somewhat strange, Sylvia didn't dwell on it. She focused, looking at the diamond-shaped crystal in her hand. Blue dots of light gathered in the air and quickly formed a casting circle in just a few seconds. Seeing the casting circle take shape, Sylvia reached out and placed the crystal on it. A blue glow lit up and quickly disappeared, forming a magic panel in the air. Let me see. Sylvia leaned in closer to the panel. Jumping off the sofa, CK ran over to Sylvia and stretched his neck to also look at the panel. He wanted to see too. The panel wasn't big to begin with, so CK crowding in made it seem cramped. Sylvia didn't mind being pushed aside. She simply placed her hands on the cute red fire beast's head as support and continued to look at the identification panel. Unknown crystal, a mysterious crystal compressed and squeezed by unknown methods, possessing a certain degree of flame resistance effect. After resisting, the crystal will be damaged. This thing looks like a protective item. The attribute effect seems pretty good, but it's a pity it's consumable, not an item. Sylvia's gaze at the crystal revealed a hint of regret. If this were an item, its value would surely increase several times. She looked up at Lisa beside her. Lisa, can I use this crystal for an evaluation? Without answering Sylvia's question, Lisa looked at CK, who was pressed underneath Sylvia. Seeing Lisa's gaze, Sylvia instantly understood and looked at the little guy she was pressing down. So, this little guy is the owner of these two crystals. Little one, if you want to know the specific value of these two crystals, an evaluation of their effects is necessary. On hearing this, CK nodded, and the two large pads on his head shook with the movement. Sylvia didn't pay much attention. What impure thoughts could a small monster have? It must be unintentional. However, looking at her substantial capital, a proud smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Hee. After a few giggles, she stopped smiling, waved her hand lightly, and the blue casting circle holding the crystal flew to the coffee table. The next moment, blue light points gathered above the casting circle. Multiple casting? CK glanced curiously at the woman pressing him, though he couldn't see her face, only a round cushion wrapped in a red dress. Having the ability to cast spells, this woman's magical talent should be quite high. This kind of multiple spellcasting ability tests a spellcaster's fine manipulation of magic. The stronger the control of magic, the more effects can be achieved with multiple spells. It's unknown how many spell rings this woman can manipulate at the same time. The spell rings above converged and formed, quickly condensing an orange glowing fireball the size of a basketball in front of the spell ring. With a gentle wave of her finger, Sylvia directed the fireball straight towards the crystal. Boom! The fireball spread like a bomb, a wave of intense heat rushing out. The two little ones were scared and huddled together. Lady Liz, however, remained calm, as did Sake. Sake calmly watched the flames spread, all of which were compressed within the square area above the coffee table. The strength of this large cushion above their heads was impressive, just the control over the elements alone spoke volumes. All right. With a wave of Sylvia's hand, the flames above the coffee table began to disappear, eventually turning into scattered specks that vanished into the air. As the flames dissipated, a transparent crystal fell from the air and landed on the coffee table with a thud. The fallen crystal was transparent, covered in cracks, devoid of any trace of fire elemental energy. The appraisal result is out. This crystal can probably withstand an attack from a large fireball, which would be equivalent to 10 small fireballs. Not bad, its value should be around 5 silver coins. Hearing that it was only worth 5 silver coins, Sate felt a bit disappointed. Just 5 coins, whereas a piece of fire elemental crystal would cost 10 coins, which is a gold coin. The Perpetual Motion Machine project hereby declares bankruptcy. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a bit listless. His head turned towards the sofa, and then, thud! The sudden movement caught Sylvia off guard, and she ended up lying on top of Sake, her fiery red dress tightening, accentuating her graceful figure in an instant. Unfortunately, there were only girls present, no one to appreciate this beauty. As for Sake, nothing is more sorrowful than a dead heart. Now the lizard's heart was filled only with calm and tranquility. What's wrong with it? It doesn't seem very happy. Sylvia looked at Liz. Liz glanced at the little gentleman who was already lying down, a faint smile playing on her lips. The little gentleman was still too young. In fact, the price of this crystal was already quite good, after all. It's probably because he's a bit disappointed. What's there to be disappointed about? By the way, where did you get this crystal from? She had just asked casually, but at the moment she asked this question, Liz's expression instantly froze and became serious. Did she ask something she shouldn't have? Come to think of it, this crystal had no name, indicating that it was a crystal that had never been discovered before, surely holding a secret. However, there was still a bit of disappointment in her heart. Liz didn't trust her. Actually, I was just asking casually. If you can't say, then forget it. Seeing Sylvia's expression, Liz knew she must have misunderstood something. Moving closer, she placed her hands directly on Sylvia's shoulders. Feeling the pleasant fragrance emanating from Liz, Sylvia felt her heart rate starting to accelerate. Could it be that Liz was finally going to? As she watched Liz's increasingly serious gaze, her brain uncontrollably became more active. Should she maintain her composure when Liz speaks next? Trust me, Sylvia, you don't want to know the origin of this crystal. Sylvia tilted her head slightly, her purple hair swaying gently in response. This was a bit different from what she had anticipated. After lying on the sofa for a while and feeling rested enough, Sake sat up. Alright, the progress bar has been restored, time to move on to the next location. His gaze shifted to the little cat beside him. Angelia, licking cream off a spoon with her tiny pink tongue, suddenly froze as her tail tensed up. What was this unexpected chill in his heart? Following his intuition, Sake realized it was him that Angelia was looking at. A smile crept onto his face. Sake, honestly, this little cat with a face full of cream looks silly when she smiles. But to keep her from getting sad, he grinned widely, showing his teeth. Glancing at the mature lady still facing them, Sake couldn't shake the feeling that their relationship was somewhat unclear. Meow, I'm leaving now, the big cat is waiting outside for me. Lady Liz, do you want to stay and continue as a guest? Hearing the voice, Liz and Sylvia broke their gaze and looked at Sake. Due to their magical connection, Liz could hear the young man's words. Is there anything else Liz can assist the young man with? Sake shook his head, indicating that the identification was done, and he knew where to go next to resolve the matter of the little cat's identity. He no longer needed Lady Liz's help. Then, Even without looking, Liz could feel the burning gaze beside her. A smile lit up her beautiful face. Then I won't accompany the young man. Meow nodding in farewell, Seik turned to the little cat beside him. Sensing Seik's gaze, the little cat stood up obediently, looking like a small cream-covered kitten. Extending a claw to hold the cat's paw, they walked towards the door, the long, sinuous tail casually lifting a napkin from the coffee table. Sylvia watched the two figures, big and small, until they left the shop, then turned to Liz beside her. Liz, how do you know this magical creature? He seems quite extraordinary. She looked at her friend, waiting for a response. Liz nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the young man was indeed remarkable, evident from the sheriff's attitude earlier. I met the young man when, as they walked out the door, the big cat was lying at the entrance. Seeing Seik and the little cat coming out, Zell lifted himself from the ground. Is it done? Yes, it's done, Zell. Next, let's go to the Contract Master Guild. Where are we going and for what? Zell was puzzled. Creatures like them, who had never made a contract, usually went to the Contract Master Guild to find contractors. He didn't think Seik would want to find a contractor under his guidance. Oh, there was one, but that human seemed to have rejected Seik several times already. I know someone at the Contract Master Guild. We'll go see her to handle the paperwork for the little cat. Zell, the wisdom breed is different from us, they need education to grow. This made sense to Zell, who glanced at the little cat Seik was leading. The wisdom breed was different from them, only through academy education could they broaden their minds and pursue a professional path, whether as a contract master, a mage, a warrior, or a knight, which was better than being an ordinary civilian. He nodded. Alright, let's go. In a classically decorated room on the third floor, a dignified white-haired old lady was arranging a vase of purple flowers, occasionally trimming them with scissors. On the coffee table in front of her lay a storage bag. The first batch of materials had been collected, and tomorrow she would visit the little deity. Knock knock, come in. Asterisk click asterisk, the door opened, and the receptionist lady walked up to the old woman, bowing slightly. What is it? The old woman calmly spoke. At her age, not much could stir her emotions, all that mattered was maintaining inner peace. Lady Agatha, the monster from last time wishes to see you. Last time's monster? Who? Snip. The scissors cut through the excess branches. The Guild of Contract Holders appeared to be a large guild like the Adventurers Guild, but it mainly served as a platform for monsters and contract holders to interact. She had encountered countless monsters. How could this girl remember which monster from last time? Be clear. The one with red scales and wings from last time. Asterisk snip. Asterisk due to excessive force, not only the branches but also the main stem were cut. Purple flowers fell on the table. Without hesitation, the old woman dropped the scissors, swiftly walked to the door, and dashed out. After a few steps, she seemed to remember something, swiftly returned, picked up the bag on the table, and shot a fierce glare at the smiling girl. She seemed delighted by this little mischief. Tap tap. Hearing footsteps downstairs, Seik lifted his head to the stairs. Coming down was the old lady from last time. Her complexion seemed rosier, and she appeared healthier. Your Highness. Agatha knelt before Seik without hesitation. This Your Highness left Zell puzzled. Wasn't this elderly human the head of the Guild of Contract Holders? To make her address him as Your Highness, he must be of a higher status, right? Was Seik of a higher status? This doesn't seem right. Zell gazed at Seik in front of him. He admitted that little Seik was a bit smarter, cuter, more perfect in form, stronger, more filled with elements. Wasn't there something wrong? The more he thought, the more it seemed not so strange if little Seik was of a higher status. Roar. Seik extended a magical thread towards the old lady. Since he was asking for a favor, he also helped the old lady to her feet. Seeing the magical thread reaching her, the old woman established a connection. Your Highness, what brings you here this time? Seik scratched his head. Indeed, he came to ask the old lady for help with something. He pulled the little cat beside him. I would like you to help her obtain an identity document to enroll in the Holy Land Academy. The old woman glanced at the timid little creature in front of the prince and instantly beamed with a kind smile. No problem, Your Highness. This is easy, I still have some face left. This was no problem, of course not. This was a request from the little deity, and even if this half-orc lacked elemental talent, she could still be admitted to the Holy Land Academy. Your Highness, shall we depart now? Do you have time today, old lady? Yes, I'm free. Let's depart now, Your Highness. Thank you. Roar. Seik bowed to the old lady in front of him. When asking for a favor, gratitude was necessary. As he lowered his head, he noticed the cat still looking silly, so he gently patted her back with his paw. The cat, being patted, quickly came to her senses and immediately bowed in gratitude to her master's sake, although she had no idea what going to school entailed. At the guild's entrance, the large cat lying on the ground was shocked to see the white-haired old woman coming out. This elderly human figure left an impression on him. She was the president of the Covenanters Guild. Now, Sake not only brought the person out, but the elderly woman's deliberate positioning behind Sake was evident. In human society, this kind of positioning indicated that the one walking in front was the superior. The superior. Could it be that I, this little brother, am truly of a superior kind? What's wrong, Brother Zell? As soon as he approached, Sake felt the big cat staring at him with a strange gaze. The big cat moved closer to Sake. Sake, tell me honestly, are you really of a superior kind? What's the matter, Brother Zell? Does it matter? Without directly answering the big cat's question, after all, he promised not to reveal it for the time being. Just tell me, are you or not? More or less Sake slightly averted his gaze. He wasn't good at lying, and besides, the big cat had been genuinely good to him, something he remembered well. So lying in front of the big cat made him feel quite uncomfortable. Indeed. The big cat grinned, showing a mouthful of big white teeth. Happy, from now on, this little guy's future would at least not be his concern anymore. A superior kind, this innate talent would surely make him stronger in the future. Suddenly, a moist sensation came from above. Looking up, the big cat slowly retracted its large tongue. What do you mean more or less? It's either you are or you're not. Right, where are we going next? Come up. Let Big Brother take you. By the way, the guild has already banned flying, so you better not fly around randomly, or you'll be shot down as a live target. To the academy looking at the big cat in front of him, Sake felt a warm feeling rising in his heart, very comfortable. His mouth curved into a smile, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth to the big cat. Well, that's perfect. I'm also planning to go to the academy. Come up. Turning around, he lowered his head and directly picked up the little cat by the back of its neck collar, also waving to the old lady. Sake leaped onto the big cat's back. As soon as he lay on the big cat's back, Sake saw a figure landing on the big cat's back as well. Looking up, he saw the old lady. Noticing the gaze of the little god, Agatha smiled gently. Sake glanced at the ground height of several meters and then at the old lady in front of him. Wow, she was really vigorous, being able to jump up from this height. Alright, Brother Zell, let's go. With a relaxed lion's roar, the big cat leaped out. The big cat was fast, and in less than a few minutes, they arrived at the center of the holy city of Goya, at the Holy Land Academy. Jumping off the big cat's back. Alright, Sake, you go do your thing, I'm going to play with the students here. With these words, the big cat walked towards the grass field of the Holy Land Academy. Sake only remembered an arena and an open-air dining area for magical beasts in this academy. So he could only look at the white-haired old lady. Madam, I'm counting on you. Your Highness, please don't be polite. It's an honor for me to serve you. Alright, and so, Sake and the little cat followed behind Agatha. The Holy Land Academy was truly vast, passing through several large buildings in succession. Just as they were about to pass through another large building, Sake suddenly stopped in his tracks. Sniff sniff, a somewhat familiar scent wafted into his nose. This scent. His bright red vertical pupils quickly dilated. What's wrong, Your Highness? Agatha, who noticed the little god stopping, turned around, looking puzzled at the suddenly motionless little god. Glancing at the white-haired old lady in front of him, then at the cute little cat looking at him with pleading eyes, should he accompany the little cat to enroll or find Cecilia? Enrolling the little cat seemed fine with the old lady around. Lowering his head, his gaze met the little cat's eyes. Angelica, I seem to have something to attend to. Would you and Granny handle the enrollment procedures? Sure thing, Master Seek. Despite the reluctance in her eyes, Angelica obediently let go of his hand. She wanted to stay by Master Seek's side, but she needed to be a good girl. Lifting her head, she gently rubbed the top of the kitten's head with her chin, and Seek turned his gaze to the white-haired Granny. Your Highness, rest assured, this old body will take good care of this little girl. Meow. Reassured, Seek let go. Lifting the little one from his arms, he turned and walked in the direction of the scent. The kitten obediently walked over to the white-haired Granny. Seeing this well-behaved little one, Agatha's aged face lit up with a kind smile. She liked this obedient and sensible little one. Good children deserve rewards. She raised her hand, the silver ring on her finger shimmered with a blue light, and a candy appeared in her wrinkled palm. Is this for me? Angelica timidly looked at the Granny in front of her. Yes, it's for you. Thank you. Thanking her, Angelica took the candy but didn't eat it. Why aren't you eating it? It's sweet, and Master Seek likes it, so Angelica wants to save it for Master Seek. Hee hee, what a good child. Then I'll give you another one. After saying that, Agatha opened her palm, and a candy wrapped in colorful sugar appeared in her hand again. Thank you. Are you not eating this one either? No, I want to save it to eat with Master Seek. You really like your highness? Yes, I like Master Seek the most. The old and the young chatted as they walked, and with the conversation, the distance between them slowly closed. The fundamental difference between Warcraft and our intelligent species lies in the fact that Warcraft are born with the ability to control elemental powers. They do not need to rely on magic runes. In a seemingly spacious classroom, 20 long tables were neatly arranged, each occupied by a child who appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old. At the lectern in the classroom, a blue-haired girl dressed in a proper magic robe was imparting basic knowledge to this group of young students. At the window, Seek quietly peeked his head out, claws clinging to the windowsill. Watching the familiar figure standing at the lectern, his bright red vertical pupils dilated rapidly. It was really Cecilia Warcrafter born with the ability to control elemental powers, but not all Warcraft rely on elemental powers, some Warcraft. Ha! Cecilia paused her explanation and looked towards the window. The window was empty. Kicking off her flat shoes, her feet wrapped in white stockings landed on the floor. Why is it silent now? Seek, who had retracted his head from the third-floor window, was a bit puzzled. After waiting for a few seconds with no movement, an urge like a cat's claw surged within him. He cautiously poked his head out. Cecilia, #carrot. Carrot #. Their eyes met. He. Leaning on the window, Cecilia smiled. Indeed, this little guy was sneaky. She hadn't been mistaken. Looking at the face so close, Seek couldn't help but slightly open his mouth. No. He was still mad at her. How could he smile at her? He should run away at a time like this. However, as if she had anticipated it, Cecilia reached out her hands through his fiery armpits. The moment she caught his paws, Seek dared not move. His paws were very sharp, and there was a high chance of hurting Cecilia if he moved recklessly. With her hands under Seek's armpits, she exerted force. He was a bit heavy. If he hadn't made a pact with Carl, he might not have been able to lift little Seek. Of course, this also had a lot to do with little Seek's cooperation. Like holding a large pillow, Cecilia walked towards the classroom podium with Sek in her arms. Wow, it's a monster, the children in the classroom all exclaimed when they saw their teacher holding the monster in her arms. All eyes were on Sek. With a round head, round belly, and deceptive claws that looked chubby when not exerting force, Sek was definitely among the tougher monster cubs in terms of appearance. He's so cute. What's on his head? Is it going to grow horns? He has wings. Alright, little ones, let's be quiet. Holding Sek like a pillow, Cecilia walked to the front of the podium and gently placed Sek down before raising her hand to silence the children. The classroom fell silent instantly, but all eyes remained fixed on Sek. Feeling uncomfortable under the gaze of so many human cubs, Sek had a feeling that these little ones might pounce on him at any moment. He didn't want to be their toy. Subconsciously, he glanced towards the door, calculating the distance in his mind, just a few meters away, at his own speed. Suddenly, slender hands wrapped around his round white belly. Feeling the touch on his back, Sek's mind went blank instantly. Cecilia rested her chin on Sek's round head, making it even more comfortable to hold the little Sek after some time. Strands of blue hair fell into view. Little Sek, can you help me? Sure. Without asking what help was needed, he almost instantly responded. Oh no, he regretted his quick agreement. How could he have agreed so fast? The thought of refusal arose in his mind but dissipated instantly. Darn it, he couldn't refuse at all. Oh well, he would help her. Alright, little ones, let's continue with our lesson. This time, we have a friendly little monster to demonstrate. Teacher Cecilia, can we start now? Of course, let's talk about the differences in elements now. Cecilia looked at Sek in her arms. Sek, try to condense a small flame. A flame? Sek, sitting on the podium, subconsciously looked at his claws and slowly raised his long, winding tail that was easier to control the fire element on. A small red flame rose at the tip of his tail. Even as the tail swayed leisurely, the flame showed no sign of extinguishing. Wow, that's amazing. Sek, of course, who do you think I am? The joyful mood made his swaying tail speed up. You see, this is the difference between monsters and us. They are naturally able to control elements, without needing to use magic patterns to communicate. Of course, not all monsters necessarily use elements. Some monsters have strong innate abilities based on their appearance. Sek, lower your claw. He raised his right claw. After a lesson, Sek felt like a tool lizard. It was either raising his claw or making fire. Bell rings. Sek was startled as the bell rang. Was it the end of class? He looked expectantly at Cecilia in front of him. Cecilia gently stroked the smooth red scales, realizing that the little one had a tough time during the lesson. But now it was over, the teaching time had ended. Alright, let's go. Holding the child's wrist, Cecilia walked out of the classroom directly. Following Cecilia's lead, they walked all the way until they reached a grassy area in the school grounds where Cecilia suddenly stopped. SK, who was looking around, didn't notice and bumped directly into Cecilia, who had turned around. Ha! SK looked up at Cecilia in front of him. Cecilia, holding the little one in her arms, smiled. Why aren't you angry? Ha! Angry? How could he not be angry? Cecilia, you've rejected this lizard 3 times already. SK turned his head away, not looking at the smiling figure in front of him. But, she looks so pretty when she smiles? Just one more glance then. And so, the round head swayed back and forth. She reached out and held SK's restless head, and the space ring on her hand lit up with a blue glow. A blue tablecloth fell on the grass. She sat down, letting SK lie on her outstretched legs. Alright, little SK, you helped me a lot today, so how about I treat you to lunch? The blue glow lit up, and a delicate lunch appeared in her palm. The food box opened, revealing a prepared lunch with meat and vegetables. How SK opened his mouth. She picked up a piece of fried meat with her fingers and threw it into the little one's mouth. CK, chewing. Delicious. How watching the open mouth, Cecilia, with a gentle smile on her face, picked up another piece of meat to feed him. 3 pieces of meat were eaten. SK glanced at the food box, which now only had 2 pieces of fried meat left. His closed mouth didn't open again. Not eating anymore? Hot SK turned his head away. If he continues to eat, what will you eat? Cecilia was not a naive little girl. She knew what this little one was thinking and gently stroked his round head. Next time, I'll take you to a big meal, a satisfying one. Upon hearing this, SK gently nudged Cecilia's arms. Smelling the pleasant fragrance, he slowly closed his eyes. Tired, wanting to take a nap. Seeing little SK quiet down, Cecilia picked up the chopsticks and started eating. It was already noon, and he was definitely hungry. SK, with his eyes closed, opened a slit and saw Cecilia eating in small bites. Cecilia looked so beautiful even when eating. She picked up the last piece of vegetable with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth. She packed up the lunchbox, stored the lid neatly in the space ring, and looked down at the big head resting on her legs. Her slender fingers gently stroked the smooth scales. Stop pretending to sleep. I'll take you to a nice place, okay? A good place? No more pretending. SK slowly opened his eyes. Although it was comfortable lying on Cecilia's legs, he was also very interested in the good place she mentioned. A good place? Yes, a very beautiful place. The fair hand gently patted his round head. With some reluctance, SK raised his head and stood up. Smoothing out the wrinkles of his magic robe on his thighs, Cecilia also stood up, tidied up the tablecloth, and reached out to pull SK's wrist. Let's go. By the way, SK, how did you know the location of my classroom? Smell, I see. SK's nose is very sensitive. Of course, I remember Cecilia's scent very clearly. So, does that mean SK can always find me no matter where I go? Of course, wherever Cecilia goes, I can always find her. Because SK likes Cecilia. Yeah, I like SK too, so I'll always be with SK. Then, excited eyes looked at the figure pulling him ahead, his tail wagging uncontrollably. He didn't care about talent at all. All he wanted was to be with Cecilia. Once the contract was signed, Cecilia would belong to him for life, and no one could take her away. The crimson vertical pupils revealed a naked possessiveness. Cecilia stopped in her tracks, turned around, and saw joy in the little guy's eyes. No, even without a contract, I will always be with Sek, just like now. The girl's flawless face showed a pure smile. Looking at the girl in front of him with a smile as bright as flowers, Sek was stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered. By now, he had developed some immunity to the smile, but it was still beautiful. This was the fourth time he had been rejected. Perhaps because it had happened so many times, this time he didn't feel as angry. The 4th time. What? Cecilia rejected me for the 4th time. Cecilia was stunned for a moment, then smiled, took a step forward, gently embraced the round little head in her arms, and rested her cheek on the round little head. Then I apologize to you, little Sek. Can you forgive Cecilia? Huff, the tail wagged faster. Well, then forgive Cecilia once. A slight smile played on the corner of her lips. Indeed, the simple little Sek was easy to please. Slowly getting up. Well, thank you for your generosity, little Sek. By the way, we're here. Here? Sek looked around and only then realized that Cecilia had brought him to a place resembling a garden at some point. Everywhere he looked, there were colorful flowers blooming vibrantly, and the air was filled with various exotic floral scents. The bright crimson vertical pupils quickly dilated. So beautiful. How about it, Sek? Do you like it here? Yes, it's very beautiful. Follow me, I'll take you somewhere. Once again, Cecilia took Sek's wrist and raised the hem of her magic robe with her right hand, revealing a glimpse of her healthy, fair leg as she jogged slowly. The bright crimson vertical pupils reflected the figure of the girl in front of them. After running for a while, Cecilia suddenly stopped. "Sek, we're here." "Here?" Sek stared blankly at the empty flower bed in front of him. He thought there would be a surprise, but how could this be just an empty flower bed with freshly turned soil? He looked at Cecilia with confusion. Without explanation, Cecilia put down the magic robe she was carrying and squatted down with little Sek in front of the flower bed. A blue light flashed, and she picked up a watering can from the spatial ring. "You can't be greedy, Sek. To see beautiful things, you must make an effort. I have planted seeds in this flower bed. When the seeds sprout and take root, the flower of purity will bloom. To see this flower, we must take good care of it. In return, when it blooms, it will be exceptionally pure and beautiful." "Yes." Sek glanced at the flower bed in front of him. So much talk just to make him work. But if it was Cecilia's request, "Don't be so listless. You try." After saying that, she handed the watering can to Sek. He caught it with his claws and started watering the flower bed. Flowering? He didn't believe it. Instead of taking care of it day by day, he would rather see something already in bloom, like those flowers that had bloomed. "By the way, Sek, in a couple of days, I'll be taking students out for an assessment. I'll leave this flower bed to you then. Water it once every 2 days, and I'll be back in 6 days. Sek turned his head to see the girl beside him, her hands clasped together in a pleading gesture. "Oh, so he was supposed to wait here, huh?" He knew it wasn't that simple. "No, I'm not available." "Is that so? I still want to watch these flowers bloom with Sek, but it seems impossible now." Under the sunlight, the fair skin of the girl was set off as crystal clear, her blue hair swaying in the breeze, dreamlike. "Darn it, a magical attack. Actually, I'm not that busy. Since you, Cecilia, said so, I will come to water the flowers." "But isn't Sek busy?" Looking at the girl in front of him with a smile, how could Sek not understand that he was being teased? "Darn it!" With a kick of his hind legs, he pounced forward. Not using much force, Cecilia knew that little Sek was just playing with her, so she fell to the ground without resistance. His big tongue stuck out and licked her fair face. "Hee, don't lick my face, it tickles." Sek, oh, protesting was in vain, as this lizard had been teased all along. After playing around, Cecilia tidied her messy hair and squatted in front of Sek. "All right, Sek, you take care of these seeds, and when the flowers bloom, we'll come back to enjoy them together." "Okay." Nodding, Sek extended his paw. As if understanding something, Cecilia placed her palm on the back of his paw. "This is the agreement between me and Sek." For some reason, Sek felt his mouth suddenly salivating, wanting to lick it. However, as if anticipating something, the girl in front of him jumped back suddenly. "No more licking, I have to go back to prepare for the afternoon classes. And your little friend has been waiting for you, go find her quickly." "Little friend?" Sek was puzzled, following Cecilia's gaze back. Not far away, a sneaky cat figure shrank back, but 2 furry black triangular ears stuck out above the low flower bed. Seeing the familiar white fur inside the cat ears, without needing to see the person, Sek already had an answer in his heart. The little cat had returned. Getting up from the ground, Cecilia, who had been by his side just now, had already walked a distance away. Redirecting his gaze, Sek turned his head and walked towards the direction of the little cat. Behind the half-meter-high flower bed, a small figure was curled up tightly. Just then, a shadow suddenly loomed over. Was it getting cloudy? Looking up, he saw a big mouth getting closer. "Lick Sir Saw." "Sek, did I disturb you? What are you thinking? Quickly climb onto my back, I'll take you to find the big cat. The big cat might be roasting meat, and if we go now, we might still get a meal." Oh, the little short legs moved quickly, running to Sir Sek's side, and after 2 quick pushes on the ground, he climbed onto the warm back, firmly holding onto the wings folded together. "I'm good now, Sir Sek." "Okay." Responding, Sek opened his paw and quickly walked towards where the big cat was. In the room, a handsome man in a suit with a slender figure sat at the main desk, facing an old white-haired woman. The man extended his long, slender hand, picked up the cup of tea on the table, took a sip, and then spoke. "Grandma Agatha, as you know, the enrollment season at the academy has passed, and your request does not comply with the academy's regulations, and..." The man paused, then continued with his magnetic and elegant voice. "You are requesting admission for a half-beast, and while I have no prejudice against half-beasts, as you know, I am the head of the academy and I have to consider the institution. The nobles and wealthy merchants at the academy are very discriminatory against half-beasts. Arranging for a half-beast to enroll at this time might provoke their displeasure." "Humph. I don't want to hear your nonsense, just tell me if you're going to do it or not." If not, I have my ways. Agatha knew that the young man in front of her had no good intentions. If she were young, she might have been charmed by his gentlemanly appearance, but now that she was old, she had no such worldly desires. If it's your request, I'm happy to help, but you have to give me an explanation for those noble and wealthy merchants. Explanation? What a load of rubbish. The old woman was not showing her usual kind demeanor in front of Sake, but rather a grumpy old lady attitude. If I say this is a request from a highness, is that explanation enough? A highness? The man squinted slightly, recalling the recent uproar about the detection of the upper-class species in the city. Exactly. A smile appeared on his face. Well, I understand. Granny, your reason is valid. I think those merchants will be satisfied. Opening a drawer, he picked up a document and slid it across the desk. Looking at the enrollment document in front of her, Agatha's aged face also showed a smile. It would have been better if it had been this easy from the start. Consider this time as me owing you a favor, young man. Come to me if you need anything. Taking the document, Agatha stood up without looking back and walked briskly towards the door, her agile posture not resembling that of a 100-year-old. The man immediately stood up from his chair. Goodbye, Granny Agatha. It's fine, you don't need to see me off now. Click, the door closed, and the man's gentle smile slowly faded away. He sat back in his chair expressionless, placing his thumb on his chin, index finger supporting his cheek, and his hand resting on the armrest. With a wave of his left hand, a circular blue magic circle lit up on the spacious desk, revealing an image in the center. A magical beast that looked like a lizard with wings on its back was walking on a path in the school garden, with a half-orc riding on its back. It was the enrollment target that Granny Agatha had just asked him to handle. Tapping rhythmically on the armrest with his left hand. Upper-class species, huh? But even if it's an upper-class species, would it really have a 7-ring sword king as a secret follower? On the vast grassland, a large red cat lay on the ground, enjoying sticking out its long tongue. This freeloading life was truly enjoyable. Watching the cat lying on the grass, and then looking at the human roasting meat nearby, Sake grinned, showing his big white teeth. Lucky him, he made it in time. His small paws moved faster. Just as he was about to get close, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Seeing this, Sake quickly lowered his body, but in his eagerness to reach the roasted meat sooner, his sprint speed was a bit too fast. It seemed like a collision was imminent, so Sake quickly sat down on the ground. Rustle, the white thick scales pressed down on the grass, barely stopping in front of the figure that suddenly blocked the way. Stopped? Stopping was useless. Sarika opened her arms and directly hugged Sake's neck. Enjoying the warm touch, Sarika rubbed her face against his neck. Hey hey hee, the pendant on his neck kept making eerie laughter. He was really stuck now. Moving his paws slightly, he eventually gently placed them on the grass. His claws were too sharp, a push might poke a few holes in this weirdo. Hee hee, long time no see, little Sake, I've missed you. How did this woman know his name? Oh well, it didn't matter. Ignoring the pendant hanging on his neck, Sake continued to walk towards the big cat. Smelling the familiar scent, the big cat opened its eyes, glanced at Sake beside it, and then quietly closed its eyes again. It should be said that the massage techniques of these human species are getting better and better, as it should be for a lion's life. Glancing at the big cat, Sake walked directly to the barbecue grill. Barbecuing was a young lady in a school uniform. Seeing the magical beast with one hanging on her neck and one on her back approaching, the young lady also smiled. There was no denying that this red magical beast cub looked very cute. This piece of meat still needs to wait a while, it tastes better when cooked. Sake cleared his throat towards the young lady and sat down. The little cat lying on his back obediently stepped aside. Just about to ask about the enrollment procedures for the little cat, Sake noticed the white-haired old woman quickly drifting towards them out of the corner of his eye. Yes, she was drifting towards them. With a magic circle unfolding beneath her feet, the white-haired old woman floated in front of Sake and knelt down without hesitation. Your Highness, these are Angelia's enrollment procedures. Agatha handed over the documents. The procedures were complete. All Angelia needed to do was drip some blood on it, and the magical array on the document would automatically transmit the information to the Recording Institute for registration. Once the information was recorded, the little cat would naturally become a student of the Holy Land Academy. Very convenient. The people around were stunned. As students of the Contract Master Academy, how could they not know who this white-haired old woman was? The president of the Holy Land Goya City Contract Master Guild. And now, such a prominent figure was kneeling in front of a magical beast cub. Some of the more scheming individuals had already caught on. Superior species. This was definitely a superior species. They hadn't forgotten the commotion at the Contract Master Guild not long ago, and this magical beast happened to be a cub. This was surely the same superior species that had caused such a stir last time. Eyes gleaming, everyone was already thinking about how to sell this cute-looking, high-potential superior species. As for the daughter of the Grand Duke, a joke, just a temporary contract, and the attitude of His Highness last time had already made it clear that they were not compatible. This was a chance to rise in one step. Feeling the scorching gazes around him, Sake looked suspiciously at the old lady in front of him. She couldn't be doing this on purpose, could she? Agatha had a kind smile on her face, looking every bit like a kind old grandmother. She admitted that she had selfish motives in doing this. But even if this selfishness was revealed, it didn't matter. After all, she hadn't done anything, just allowed more humans to get closer to this little deity. The little deity would surely be worshipped by the temple in the future, but if possible, she hoped the little deity would choose the human species cult as worshippers. Sake wasn't a fool. He could sense that the old lady in front of him seemed to have some ulterior motive. Oh well, let's just consider it her way of showing gratitude, he thought, reaching out his paw to take the enrollment documents. Oh, Your Highness, there's also this. Agatha handed him another bag, a spatial bag containing items she had recently applied for from the Contract Master Guild headquarters. Seeing the bag, Sake reached out his paw to take it. Using magic to probe inside, he found that the bag contained various items with strong fire elemental fluctuations, including plants and crystals. Oh, responding casually, Sake handed the documents and spatial bag to the little cat beside him. The documents belonged to the little cat, and it was best for the little cat to keep the spatial bag for now, as he wasn't good at keeping it. Looking at the spatial bag handed to him. Ha! Is this for me? Yes, you'll keep it for now. Yes, I will make sure to keep it safe for Lord's sake. Your Highness, everything is done, so this old body will take its leave. Oh, with a response, Agatha slightly bowed and then floated away. She floated not very high, just about 1 or 2 meters above the ground, which did not violate the guild's airspace ban. Agatha regretted leaving Sek just as she did because, "Little mister, do you eat grilled meat?" "No, little mister, I have fruits here. Little mister, do you drink nai? I have plenty here." Among the crowd, Sek immediately spotted a group of girls, one of whom was prominently waving a milk bottle. Little Silver Wolf Peishi sat crouched on the ground, looking incredulously at the two-legged beast from her own family squeezing into the crowd while holding her milk bottle up high. So, love can be transferred, right? Gazes passed through the gaps between straight little legs, looking at the red figures surrounded inside. Damn it, she unwillingly lay down on the ground. What could she do? She couldn't beat Aang. The girl's enthusiasm quickly engulfed Sek, and the little cat was pushed out of the circle in an instant. The squeezed-out little cat wasn't angry but instead mimicked others, squatting in front of a grill. The young man operating the grill had a cheerful smile on his face as he raised the knife in his hand. "Would you like to try? Can I?" The grill boy didn't speak but swiftly cut a piece of grilled meat and placed it on a plate to offer. "Thank you." With a polite thank you, the little cat, brimming with a happy smile, took the grilled meat. Meow meow meow. The red fox beside the grill boy started meowing, seemingly dissatisfied, tugging at the boy's pants incessantly. All right, I got it. I'll feed you right away." The boy squatted down, patted his contracted magical beast's head, feeling as good as ever, then stood up and began cutting slices of meat with a blade, feeding the little fox bit by bit with a knife and fork. From day to dusk, Sek, full and content, lay flat against the soft belly of the big cat. The little cat lay on his belly, watching the beautiful setting sun in the sky. Dusk, setting sun, lizard lying flat. Quite rhyming. Sek, with a milk bottle in his mouth, felt sentimental, but of course, he didn't say it out loud. Because of his pride, he still had a bit of reservation in his heart. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over. Raising his head slightly, Sek saw the big cat's face leaning over, the big brain with a red scarf directly blocking the setting sun. "It's time to go back, Sek," the big cat said, then lowered his head to pick up the little cat sleeping soundly on Sek's belly by the back of the neck collar. With the little cat off his belly, Sek rolled over, stood on all fours, and then stood upright, taking the milk bottle out of his mouth to look at it. There was only half a bottle of milk left in the bottle. Should he say it or not, this nai was quite tasty. The big cat put down the little cat, and the cat immediately curled up into a ball on the grass, showing no signs of waking up. What a sleepy little cat. Sek sighed inwardly, picked up the little guy, then kicked with his hind legs, jumped directly onto the big cat's back, spread his hind legs, placed the little cat properly, and stuffed the nai back into his mouth. The milky fragrance instantly spread in his mouth. Without gulping it down, he just occasionally took a sip. This nai was mainly for the milky aroma. If he really wanted to drink, it wouldn't be enough for a single gulp. "Zell, let's go back, big brother." Hearing the voice on his back, the big cat took a step forward. leaving the academy, then out of the school gate. The city gate was still guarded, but as they were not merchants, the inspection was quick, and the paladin just glanced at the big cat before letting them pass. By the time they returned to the treehouse, the sky had completely darkened. Stopping at the entrance of the large wooden house, the big cat raised his head and glanced at his back. From halfway, his back had been eerily quiet. Sure, here is the translated text. Sure enough, on the back, with a milk bottle in his mouth, little Sake was already fast asleep, drooling crystal clear mixed with a faint milky white color, dripping long drops on the bright red fur. The little cat next to him was much better, its soft body curled up. No drooling. This point made it better than little Sake. But thinking about it, little Sake was just a newborn baby who had recently hatched, so it seemed understandable. Looks like it's bath time again tomorrow. This thought flashed through, and the big cat's crimson beast eyes slightly widened, steps lightened, and it catwalked into the big wooden house. Chirp chirp, but so annoying. Roar. Damn birds, one day I'll get rid of all of you. The crimson vertical pupils opened in the dark treehouse. Just as the wide open mouth was about to spew out a small flame, a furry red big cat paw pressed down, forcibly closing the wide open mouth. It became clear that it was a big cat in front of him. The raging flames of anger gradually extinguished, and reason returned. Zell, big brother. The big cat stared quietly at little Sake in front of him, his gaze gradually serious. This situation did seem a bit off. As a fire attribute monster, even if he had a bit of a temper, he shouldn't be as enraged as Sake just because he was awakened by a bird's call. And it was unconscious, which meant this was Sake's true nature. Why wasn't the big cat saying anything? Was his own situation abnormal after all? In fact, he had already felt something was wrong after roaring. It happened again, he had erupted unconsciously. The furry big paw resting on the round head suddenly moved, and the round head swayed along. The big cat. It's okay, it's normal. I didn't like those birds chirping all day when I was young either. Is that so? The big cat in front of him grinned, showing a mouthful of big white teeth. Roar. Oh, by the way, stop daydreaming. Aren't you supposed to take the little cat to school today? Ha! His drowsy eyes instantly cleared up. All right, he had to take the little cat to school today. He quickly ran out of the small wooden house, the sun hanging in the sky, shining brightly. He wondered if skipping classes was a thing at the academy. In the stream by the house, the little cat was holding a bamboo basket, trying to catch fish. Seeing this scene, he felt a bit overwhelmed. When did this little cat start fishing? Angelica, who was already poised, heard the voice and looked up towards the shore, her big black eyes looking cute and innocent. What's wrong, Lord Sake? Stop dawdling and come up here. Meow. Although she didn't know what was going on, Angelica obediently ran up to the shore. The linen robe covering her legs was already half wet. This darn outfit, she had new clothes but refused to wear them. Someone might think he was mistreating children. The little cat lowered her head, not knowing what mistake she had made, but it seemed like Lord Sake wasn't in a good mood. Turn around. The little cat obediently turned around, her back to Sake. Lowering his head, he directly grabbed the back of the little cat's neck collar with his mouth, his paws moving, and ran a few steps to the treehouse platform. Perhaps from walking too much, there were already faint holes in the tree roots connecting to the treehouse platform, looking like a rudimentary staircase. Landing on the treehouse platform, he released the mouth, letting the little cat's feet touch the ground. All right, go inside and change your clothes, remember to be quick. Oh, the little cat who had somehow upset Lord Sake was very obedient. She walked into the treehouse. The door wasn't closed. His head peeked into the wooden house, and he grabbed the doorknob with his mouth and closed the door. Closing the door, Sake lay down on the treehouse platform and waited quietly at the door. Click. In less than 3 minutes, the door opened. Dressed in a new outfit, the little cat in a blue dress timidly appeared at the door. The dress fit her perfectly, not too big or too small, the hem just covering her knees, revealing a pair of wheat-colored legs. Lately, the little cat had been eating well, her legs no longer looking so skinny, showing a bit of flesh. Her gaze fell on the thin collarbones on her shoulders. But that wasn't enough. In the future, Lizard would have to feed this little cat more. Master Sake, I'm ready. Spin around. The obedient little cat spun around. The blue dress swayed gently in the wind as it fell, accentuating her slender waist. A small smile lit up her face. It was her first time wearing such a pretty dress, so light and comfortable. She wondered if Master Sake would like it. The hesitant little cat stopped and looked shyly at Master Sake in front of her. Sake, sitting down, nodded in satisfaction. Yes, the dress seemed to fit her well. Master Sake, this. The little cat suddenly raised her hand, holding yesterday's spatial bag, but unlike yesterday, it now had a rope woven from grass attached to it. The grass rope was intricately woven, with the patterns looking almost identical. I added a rope to the bag. Of course, if Master Sake doesn't like it, I can remove it immediately. His crimson vertical pupils slightly narrowed. Sometimes he felt this little cat was overly cautious. Lizard was not a fierce beast, so why was she so afraid of him? Her round head drooped. Her shiny black eyes sparkled slightly. Was Master Sake asking her to put it on for him? Master Sake didn't mind? A smile spread across her face as she slowly looped the rope around Master Sake's neck. In the process, her fingers inevitably touched the red scales. Master Sake's scales were smooth all over, and very warm. If possible, she wished she could cuddle with Master Sake every night this winter, then she wouldn't feel cold. She raised her head and looked down at the spatial bag hanging on her neck. Surprisingly, it suited Lizard quite well. She remembered that the space inside the bag was about 10 cubic units. After finishing the contents, Lizard would also become a powerful being who could easily retrieve items from space. Now that the little cat had changed her clothes, it was time to report to the Holy Land Academy today. Turning away from the little cat. Phew, his thick wings, now nearly 5 meters long, spread out. Under the sunlight, the large scales on Master Sake's wings shimmered with a faint red glow, powerful yet. The little cat scratched her head, unsure how to describe it. Anyway, she thought Master Sake looked handsome. Stop daydreaming and climb on. For a reason, Sake decided to try flying with the little cat towards the academy. He felt his flying skills had improved, and with the little cat's small size, flying with her should be no problem. The holy city of Goya couldn't be flown into, but he could fly to the city gates and land there. Oh, in response, the little cat ran forward and lay directly on Master Sake's warm back. She hugged his neck, being obedient and well-behaved. Hold on tight. With a call, the little cat, using her hind legs, leaped directly off the treehouse platform. The wings spread out, gliding with the help of the wind. Flapping his wings, they began to ascend. Meow, the little cat's cries echoed through the forest. Afraid of heights? Looks like they need to land. Glancing down at the ground, the flight speed wasn't fast at the moment, so landing shouldn't throw the little cat off, probably. Wow, Master Sake, it's so high up, the view below is amazing. The terrified screams suddenly turned into joyful cheers. The voice was filled with obvious excitement. Well, it seems it's not fear, but excitement. Confirming that the kitten wasn't afraid of heights, Sake flapped his wings. Joking aside, they were already running late. How could they afford to delay any longer? Flying was faster than running on the ground. In just a few minutes, a massive city built on a floating island appeared below, surrounded by high walls. Angelica, hold on tight, we're about to land. Yes, Lord Sake. The small hands tightly gripped around the neck covered in red scales. Hovering in the air and descending towards the ground, as the speed decreased to the minimum, the claws touched the mud. Sharp claws easily pierced the soil, gliding along the ground for about 5 or 6 meters until Sake's body slowly came to a stop. Lifting his paw and shaking off the dirt, Sake directly walked towards the city. Just like yesterday, today there was a long line at the city gate as usual. However, today he wasn't planning to wait in line. With a leap, he jumped onto the 1-meter-high stone railing to the right of the gate, striding like a cat with the little one in tow, walking smoothly to the city gate. Wait, you can't. Sake raised his head, his bright red eyes staring directly at the knight inspecting beside him. Round-faced and sincere, the pure gaze made the inspecting knight feel awkward. There was no way, too cute. And those bright red vertical pupils seemed to be silently questioning. Are you really not letting me in? Are you really not letting me in? Forget it, Avi, let them through, it won't delay anything anyway. Fine. With all his companions agreeing, the knight blocking the way didn't say anything more and made way. Letting out a cry, Sake walked through the city gate. Sake, oh, this lizard's cuteness is indeed something mere bipeds can't resist. After entering the city, Sake headed straight to the Holy Land Academy, finding the central building as instructed by the old lady yesterday. Walking into the hall, several idol mentors were sitting on the sofa drinking morning tea together. Our Magic Academy has been tough lately. The pass rate for the Academy assessment is only 76, just a 5% increase from last time. The one speaking was a middle-aged bald man. Hearing this, the teachers all rolled their eyes to varying degrees. This baldy was really taking advantage of the situation. 76 was already the highest pass rate in the Academy. How were they, with pass rates ranging from 40 to 60, supposed to survive? The Warrior Academy teacher beside them silently rolled up his sleeves, revealing strong, bronzed muscles. He was determined to give this baldy a good beating today. As expected, their Warrior Academy once again ranked last in the Academy assessment. There was no way, the students of the Magic Academy just needed a bit of unity and a little strategy to easily use magic to wipe out a goblin squad without any casualties. The warriors had more to consider. Not only did they have to engage in close combat, but they also needed the courage to face ugly and vicious creatures like goblins head-on. Combining the two, the Warrior Academy and the Knight Academy took turns ranking first every year. Of course, that was the bottom of the list. Just as the warrior teacher was about to have a heartfelt exchange with the Magic Academy, footsteps suddenly sounded from the direction of the teaching building's entrance. As Academy mentors, the 5 mentors on the sofa were all quite powerful. Their reactions were very uniform as they all turned to look at the fiery figure entering the building. A magical beast, with a half-orc child on its back? What was going on? The 4 mentors turned their gaze towards the woman holding a cup of tea and sipping it delicately. The woman's mature temperament couldn't be completely hidden even under a loose black magic robe, which failed to conceal her voluptuous curves. Under the gaze of 4 individuals, she had to set down her teacup, lazily stood up, and stretched her hand. She knew what these 4 guys were up to. They were treating her like a monster, intending to make her, a contract mage, deal with it. Rising to meet the fiery red monster entering the hall, for some reason, after watching it for a while, she felt a vague sense of familiarity with the creature walking towards her, but couldn't quite place where she had seen it before. As the creature approached the woman in the mentor's robe, Seek halted his steps. Roar magical threads condensed in the air. It seemed it wanted to communicate, and understanding this, Miranda raised her hand, conjuring blue magical threads to connect with the fiery red ones. Connection established. Hello, I'm Seek, here for enrollment. Hello, young man, you can call me Miranda, the contract mage mentor of this academy. Is the enrollment for the little one on your back? Seek shook his back, spreading his left wing on the smooth hall floor. The little cat lying on his back obediently slid down his wing and stood in front of Mentor Miranda, bowing respectfully. Such a polite and obedient child. Miranda smiled. She had a good impression of this half-beast girl, especially her bright and lively eyes. Meeting the mentor's gaze and then back to himself, Seek continued, yes, enrollment is for her. Infusing magic into the spatial bag hanging on his neck, yesterday's procedures appeared in his claw, which he handed directly to the mentor in front of him. Taking the book, Miranda flipped through it. Indeed, it was from the academy head, and the seal was correct. Confirming this, Miranda promptly closed the procedures. She wasn't sure how this monster managed to get enrollment procedures in the middle of the semester, 1 year as a semester, nor was she curious. Since they were here, she would help with the enrollment. Well, Mr. Seek, your procedures are correct, she can enroll. Please follow me. Let's start with a talent assessment to determine which academy is best for this little one. Thank you, mentor. Alright, follow me. In the center of the spacious hall stood a transparent crystal column over a meter high. The mentor stopped in front of the crystal column and beckoned the little cat over. Come here, put your palm on the crystal column. The little cat instinctively looked at Seek. Seek nodded gently. Seeing Seek's approval, the little cat took steps and ran to the crystal column, lifting her right hand and gently placing it on the crystal. Her small palm touched the crystal. It felt slightly cool. Angelia looked puzzled at the crystal column floating in the air. Nothing seemed to happen? She turned around to ask Seek. Phew! A red glow lit up, and in an instant, red flames surged from the crystal column, forming a circle that enveloped the little cat along with the crystal. Damn it! Disregarding the spilled tea on his hand, the bald Magic Academy mentor stood up abruptly. The other 3 mentors who were watching also stood up at that moment. Initially, they weren't interested in students who clearly took a special route, but now it was different. The talent assessment crystal column was lit up. This damn column hadn't lit up in decades, usually just a brief glow for new students. This time, not only did the crystal column light up, but it also spewed out red flames. This half-beast's talent. Step by step, the 4 mentors walked towards the crystal column simultaneously. Seeing the crimson flames engulfing her surroundings, although not feeling any heat, Angelia instinctively pulled back her hand. As her palm left the crystal column, the raging flames instantly extinguished. Without the flames cover, Angelia swiftly ran up to the red figure. Inside the extinguished crystal column, a red glow surged, and magic flowed out of the crystal, forming a panel in the air. The image was familiar, much like the panel that Weirdo conjured during her last test. So, the panel should display the kitten's talent. She was curious but glanced back at the kitten by her side. The little one looked timid, clearly frightened. Lowering its head, it stuck out its large tongue and licked the kitten's face directly. Lord's sake, it tickles. The kitten resisted, trying to push Lord's sake away. At that moment, the 5 mentors gathered around the panel. Talent potential assessment. Strength, S. Constitution, S+, Magic, S. Special talent, Fire elemental body, indeed, a special talent. The 5 teachers exchanged glances, and a hint of wariness appeared in their eyes. Ahem, with the fire elemental body and an S-level magic talent, she seems like a promising candidate to become a fire mage. You wouldn't compete with me, would you? The bald mentor widened his eyes, displaying a righteous look as if competing with him was unjust. Nonsense, are you blind to her S-level strength potential? And what's wrong with the fire elemental body? Can't she become a flame sword saint in the future? The warrior mentor rolled up his sleeves, revealing muscular arms with a bronze hue. Ahem, let me say one thing, a young knight with blonde hair, clad in white armor, who had been inconspicuous, suddenly interjected. Why not let her become a knight? Look, her constitution talent is S+. Shut up. X2 the knight mentor shrunk his neck, then sneered after their gazes shifted away, thinking highly of himself just because he had been a mentor for 10 more years. Deep down, he knew that a talent like hers wouldn't end up in their knight academy. The duty of a knight was essentially to act as a shield for the team, using their sword and shield to protect their companions. It did seem like a waste of talent to make this special talented little one a knight. Realizing his own fault, the knight didn't argue further. After scolding the knight mentor, the 2 experienced mentors glared at each other again. Just as they were about to start a conflict, Miranda, standing nearby, intervened in time. Why don't you ask the little one about her preference? Hearing this, the 2 mentors, who were about to act, calmed down. In an instant, their expressions changed as they turned around, plastering smiles on their faces, trying to appear amiable. A bald middle-aged man and a muscular man, their smiles seemed a bit off no matter how you looked at them. This was evident when the kitten cowered behind Sake, frightened. What's your name, little one? Does the little one like candy? Watching the 2 overly eager mentors, Sake became curious about the kitten's talent. What kind of talent could make these 2 act so ingratiatingly? With a paw step, she walked towards the crystal column, poking her head out to look at the panel. 2 S's and an S+, plus a special talent. But what was this fire elemental body? She glanced at Miranda, who was still connected to her. Miss Miranda, what is this fire elemental body talent? This talent, well. Miranda paused for a moment, collected her thoughts, and continued, simply put, the power unleashed by this little one using the fire element will be twice as strong as normal. As she grows, her affinity with the fire element will reduce the magical energy consumption when using fire. For example, if she were to become a mage, the 1000 magical energy consumption of the fire element attack could be lowered to 100. Miranda finished speaking truthfully and fell silent. Like the alchemy instructor beside her, she had never intended to get involved in this competition from the beginning. The special talent of the little one was crystal clear. Unless there was something seriously wrong, being a warrior or a mage would undoubtedly be the most suitable professions for her. So, this was a talent for double attack damage and extreme reduction in consumption. After summarizing in her mind, Psyche turned his head to look at the little one still tightly holding onto his claw. Angelica, this choice is yours to make. Tell me, what do you want to learn? The bright black eyes blinked twice. I want to have the power to protect Master Psyche, and in the future, it will be Angelica who protects Master Psyche. The pure and firm gaze in the dark black eyes. Alright, I haven't spoiled you for nothing, little cat. Although it may not be very necessary, it's good that the little cat has this intention. Well then, it will be up to you to protect me in the future. Angelica nodded heavily, her gaze determined. She wanted to become stronger and protect Master Psyche in the future. Since you want to become stronger, then being a warrior or a mage is undoubtedly the most suitable for you. Choose one from them, Angelica. At this moment, Miranda walked up to the little cat and crouched down in front of her. Little one, let me tell you about these 2 professions. A mage is a path of knowledge, so if you choose to be a mage, thick books will accompany you for life. As for a warrior, it is a path that requires sweat. Facing dull and tasteless training every day is necessary, and muscle soreness is common. There are no shortcuts in these 2 paths, but both can make you stronger. What do you want to choose? The warrior instructor and the bald magic instructor walked up to the little cat and crouched down, their eyes eagerly looking at the little cat. Angelica's gaze shifted between the 2 instructors and slowly settled on the bald instructor on the left. Almost instinctively, she raised her hand to touch her own head. Seeing this action, the bald instructor's breath hitched. No, something must be done. With this in mind, he put on a friendly smile, and even a hint of crow's feet appeared at the corners of his eyes. Little one, we mages are actually very powerful. Look, like this. The bald instructor opened his palm, his fingers long and slender, clearly not the hands of someone who had not done any heavy work. Suddenly, colorful elemental sparks burst from his palm, forming a beautiful cat head pattern in the air. So beautiful Angelica was captivated by the scene before her. Seeing her reaction, the bald instructor's smile became even brighter. It's working. With renewed vigor, he skillfully manipulated the fire element to create various patterns. Tada! Just then, a voice entered the hall. It was a female instructor dressed in a black mage robe, carrying teaching materials in her arms. Upon entering the hall, Tanya immediately noticed the group of people gathered around the crystal pillar. When she saw the bald instructor, she hesitated for a moment. Senior Bob was usually very strict and even had the nickname of Evil Spirit among the students. But why did Senior Bob seem a bit different today? Or was it because of the way I entered the room? Curious, Tanya walked over to the group of people. Ha! Why are you all gathered here? The bald teacher raised his head and his eyes lit up when he saw another magic teacher walking in. Tanya, you're here. Come and see, we have a new student joining our academy, and she's a body of elements, perfect for our magic school. No wonder it made Senior Bob act that way. Understanding what was going on, Tanya squatted down, a gentle smile on her face. Little one, do you want to learn magic with your sister? Magic is not only elegant but also allows you to maintain a ladylike demeanor at all times. Looking at the gentle older sister in front of her, Angelia wanted to nod. She also wanted to use beautiful and colorful magic. But at that moment, her gaze fell perfectly on the gentle older sister's head. The sparse golden hair could no longer hide the scalp. The dazed big eyes suddenly became clear. She looked at the warrior uncle squatting beside her. Although he had a crew cut, each hair looked jet black and thick, full of vitality. Seeing the little one's gaze, the warrior teacher smiled awkwardly, showing his big white teeth. He wasn't much of a talker, so he didn't say anything. Uncles, can I ask 2 questions? Go ahead, little one. Sure, no problem. Uncle, how old are you? The kitten pointed to the magic teacher. I'm 34 this year. Although I'm not old, little one, rest assured, we have many highly qualified teachers in our magic school. If you encounter any difficulties, everyone will be able to help you solve them. The bald teacher said confidently, only in this respect, their magic school teachers were definitely the strongest. And how about you, uncle? I'm 40 this year. I want to be a warrior. Angelia said firmly. She didn't want to be bald, and she wasn't very smart. There were many books in the treehouse. Master Sake also tried to teach her the common language, but her learning progress was slow. Learning a dozen words a day made her feel like her brain was full. The warrior teacher's face lit up. All right, little one, you have good taste. I'm Pearson, you can call me Teacher Pearson from now on. Okay, Teacher Pearson. I'm Angelia, this is the name Master Sake gave me. The little girl introduced herself with a happy smile on her face. All the teachers could see that she really liked this name. All right, little Angelia, shall I take you to visit our warrior academy? Thank you, Teacher Pearson. The kitten bowed her head politely. Polite children are loved everywhere, as evident from Pearson's already smiling and resolute face. Yes, such a polite child. Let's go. The kitten followed the teacher in front. Sake followed, not intending to interfere with the kitten's choice. Watching the figure of one person, one magical beast, and one half-beast walk away, Bob looked somewhat lost at the 4 people beside him. Why? The female teacher Tanya also had a puzzled expression. The 3 teachers knew very well that being bald was indeed not something everyone could accept. And the little one had great talent, whether she chose magic or warrior, she would surely be able to carve out a path for herself. So, the little one's choice was ample from the start. Miranda walked up to Bob and gently patted his shoulder. Facing Bob's eager gaze for an answer, Miranda thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth. She had a good relationship with Bob and knew what kind of person he was. Once he wanted to know the answer to a question, he would keep pursuing it until he got it. Bob, why don't you look into hair growth when you have time? Following the kitten's teacher out of the building, Sake stopped in his tracks. What's wrong, Lord Seek? Little one, follow him to enroll, and come find me on the lawn from yesterday after school. Although reluctant in her heart, Angelia still obediently nodded. She wanted to become stronger, so she had to follow the mentor to learn in order to have the ability to protect Lord Seek in the future. She gently rubbed the little one's face, then turned and walked to the left, no longer accompanying the little one. Following the familiar scent in her nostrils, she advanced with determined steps. Seek stopped on the familiar lawn field. Many young boys and girls stood on the vast lawn, all dressed in the pure white uniform of the Holy Land Academy, carrying longbows on their backs and daggers at their waists. They chatted in groups of 3 or 5. A petite blue-haired girl squatted on the grass, wearing a mentor's robe, her height and figure looking no different from the young boys and girls if not for that. In front of the blue-haired girl lay a giant silver-white wolf, its fur pure white and its posture extremely noble. Cecilia combed the wolf's fur repeatedly with a brush in her hand. It would still take some time for the students from the hunting academy to form teams. Although she didn't like baths, this fellow Carl enjoyed being groomed. This was evident from the wolf's slightly narrowed eyes. Scanning the surroundings, he quickly found the figure he was looking for in the crowd of hundreds. "Ha, Carl, don't move." Ignoring the words of the contractor, Carl raised his wolf head, his gaze fixed on the figure sneaking up behind Cecilia. Sensing Carl's gaze, Cecilia instantly realized what was happening. Turning around, a large tongue came at her, licking her smooth cheek in a flash. The weight pressed down on Cecilia. The heavy weight momentarily caught Cecilia off guard, and she fell, embracing little Seek, onto Carl's soft and furry side. Having pushed Cecilia down, the tongue continued to lick her smooth face a couple of times. Taking advantage of Cecilia's slow reaction, getting a few more licks in was a win. Reacting quickly after being licked twice, Cecilia held Seek's large round head that was about to come closer. "Alright, Seek, stop licking me, or I'll get angry." This move was effective, and Seek immediately stopped the licking. Well, he had already licked 3 times, so he had one. The slender red tail behind swayed from side to side. "Seek?" This little one had really changed a lot. Surprised by the change, Carl put his head back on the grass. Looking at Seek, who was innocently staring with big round eyes, Cecilia was not deceived. She lightly tapped the large round head with her right hand. "You've got saliva all over my face again." "Ong hee hee, it doesn't hurt at all," showing his big white teeth. Shasha 3 boys and 2 girls walked up together. "Mentor Cecilia, we would like to ask you to be our accompanying mentor." The boys and girls bowed their heads together and made the request. "Well, of course, no problem, but can you wait a bit?" "Of course, we're not in a hurry, we can wait for the teacher." "No need, I'll be ready soon." Smiling at the 5 of them, Cecilia turned to little Seek in front of her, holding his large round head on both sides. "Alright, Seek, I'm about to leave, so be good and wait for me to come back at the academy, okay?" He didn't want Cecilia to leave, but he knew it was her duty as a mentor. Facing the little one's pleading eyes, Cecilia softened a bit. She gently placed her palm on the smooth scales on the little one's head. Alright, I'll be back. After this hunting academy assessment, the Holy Land Academy will hold a campus dance. How about we dance then? Although Seek was a monster, he could stand upright, and his height was not much different from hers, so dancing would definitely not be a problem. Dance! The crimson vertical pupils slightly brightened. Okay, it's a deal. Yes, it's a promise. Even though there was no established connection, Cecilia seemed to understand, revealing a flawless smile on her face. By the way, when I come back, I will bring you a little gift you like. As for what it is. Upon hearing the word gift, Seek's eyes lit up slightly, looking expectantly at Cecilia in front of him. Seeing the little one in front of her eagerly looking at her, Cecilia smiled purely. I won't tell you for now, after all, keeping the gift a bit of a surprise will be better, right? The frustration in her heart instantly dissipated under the gentle tone. Okay, nodding in agreement. Well, I should go now, Seek, you must wait for me obediently. Cecilia propped herself up from Carl's body. Don't want to part. This thought was quite stubborn, Seek knew this himself, so he obediently stood up. With the 2 no longer lying on his belly, Carl shifted from lying on his side to lying flat. Smoothly smoothing out his magical robe, hands pressing down on the skirt, Cecilia directly sat on Carl's back. Feeling the figure on his back sitting steadily, Carl immediately supported his body. The girl sitting on the back of the pure white giant wolf looked particularly holy. The waving claws only stopped after the figure sitting on the pure white one had gone far away. Cecilia left. A kind of empty feeling arose in his heart. No, he couldn't be despondent, he had to find something to make himself happy. The round crimson vertical pupils looked around in circles. Boring, there was nothing fun around. Forget it, let's just wander around the academy. Stepping forward with no particular purpose, just wandering around the academy. Along the way, he encountered many young ladies who wanted to come up and stick around. Of course, Seek wouldn't allow freeloaders. With a new milk bottle in his mouth, standing upright, he took the bottle out of his mouth with his left paw, while his right paw had already gnawed on a plant that was almost as red as a lotus flower, continuing to stuff it into his mouth and directly biting off half of it again. The things were taken out of the storage bag, and he didn't know their names. Anyway, after eating, his body felt warm, as if something was being repaired. Without any surprises, it should be his broken ring. While wandering around, his gaze suddenly fell on a slightly different-looking building in the distance. The building was a 2-story wooden building, but what set it apart from the other ordinary buildings in the academy was that this building was surrounded by a 3-meter-high wall. A silver-white figure was crawling on the wall. It was a wolf, looking somewhat familiar. On the wall, Peishi's claws were scratching the wall, looking towards the other side of the wall. Behind the wall was a large courtyard paved with bluestones. In the courtyard, many young cubs who looked like they had just hatched a few days ago were playing. Two women in aprons stood in front of a 3-meter-high wooden barrel filled with milk, pouring milk into each bottle one by one. Around them were all kinds of monster cubs constantly whimpering, some with paws already climbing up their half-exposed legs. As soon as the milk bottle was filled and closed, it would immediately be taken by a monster cub. Peishi, she also wanted to drink milk, but those annoying bipeds limited her milk, saying she needed to eat meat to grow. Did they think she didn't know how to grow? Besides, how could meat be as delicious as milk? What are you doing? Suddenly, a round, chubby redhead leaned over. The sudden appearance of the large head startled her. Her small claws instinctively loosened, almost causing her to fall, but she quickly grabbed onto the wall again. After a few attempts, she finally stabilized herself and clung firmly to the wall. Looking at the big lizard in front of her, she wanted to get angry but couldn't bring herself to. Look at them drinking milk. Drinking milk? Sniff. She wrinkled her nose. Indeed, the smell of milk was strong in the air. Her gaze shifted to the courtyard below. Her red vertical pupils dilated rapidly. A huge barrel filled with milk stood there. No wonder this little wolf was clinging to the wall here. A bold idea suddenly came to her mind. She looked at the little wolf cub in front of her, grinned, showing her sharp teeth, and leaned closer to the cub. Hey, do you want to drink milk? Drink milk? Sweet and fragrant milk? Just a pause, and Peishi immediately nodded her furry little head. Quite a quick response. Moving closer again, she almost touched the cub's forehead, noticing a black diamond-shaped fluff between its eyebrows that gave it a mysterious look. It wasn't their last time in the arena, it seemed to have grown recently. She didn't dwell on this point. How about we cooperate? Cooperate? The voice was tender with a hint of childishness. Peishi tilted her head slightly, seeming to question how to cooperate. Looking at the cute little wolf cub in front of her. This guy seemed a bit silly. But that's good, it's easier to manipulate. It means working together to achieve the goal of drinking milk. When she heard about drinking milk, Peishi's silver-gray wolf eyes seemed to light up at that moment. The desire inside almost became tangible. Peishi wants to cooperate. Well, good. Since that's the case, let's discuss the specifics of our cooperation. The two little creatures clinging to the wall almost put their heads together. Do you see those two bipeds down there? The chubby lizard's paw, covered in red scales, pointed to the two bipeds who were busy. Peishi followed the lizard's gesture to the two bipeds. Yes, I see them. The paw then pointed to the clothesline in the courtyard, where several white little pants and big shirts were hanging on a rack over a meter high. Did you see the things on the rack? Yes, I saw them. Those are the clothes worn by the bipeds, much larger than what my bipeds wear at home. Glancing at the innocent little wolf cub, the contractor of this little wolf cub had some impression. It was the cheeky one who handed him the milk bottle yesterday. Recalling in his mind, yes, in some aspects, he was indeed quite poor, but at the same time, he was a rich lowly, giving milk with high magical power instead of regular milk. Generally, high magical power milk is produced by magical creature livestock. Such creatures are very rare. Well, now that you've seen it, jump in and pull down all the clothes on the rack, then run into the house and wander around for 5 minutes with them in your mouth. During these 5 minutes, I'll go get the milk, so we can both have some milk. Don't say I didn't take care of you. You just need to run into the house with the clothes in your mouth. I have a lot more to do. I have to be careful not to be discovered, get the milk, and deal with the little creatures in the yard crying for attention. See, am I not taking care of you? It seemed like that was the case. The big lizard had a lot to do, while he just needed to run into the house to drink milk. Yes, I'll do as you say. Sake looked at the little silver wolf in front of him, with a clear look in his eyes, grinned, showing his sharp teeth. Although this little silver wolf didn't seem very smart, he was quite cute. The more I look at it, the more satisfied I am. Let this little guy be the first friend of this lizard in the future. Alright, let's agree on that. Let's act now. Pixapai, you go in and grab the clothes first. Now. Of course, don't you trust me? No, I trust Sek very much. Then let's go, Pixapai, for 9i. With a determined gaze, Sek extended his own claw. Looking at the claw reaching out in front of her, Pixapai's wolf pupils narrowed, and the next second she decisively reached out her paw and placed it on the red clawback. For 9i. Go for it, Pixapai. Awo Pixapai, after howling, pushed off with her hind legs on the wall, climbed up with all 4 paws, and leaped down without any hesitation. The 3-meter-high wall was a piece of cake for her who was already 3 months old. Her paws landed steadily. Ha! How did you get in, little guy? Get out quickly, you've grown up. You can't come here anymore. Just as she landed after her mediocre wall jumping technique, she was discovered. Seeing the bipeds walking towards her, Pixapai remained calm. How could these mere bipeds catch her, a lower species? The woman reached out her hand in front of Pixapai, trying to grab the soft flesh on the back of her neck. Seeing the hand reaching out, Pixapai kicked with her small paw, passing directly under the woman's skirt. Ha! Catch her! Without her reminder, another woman had also come over. But they were just ordinary people hired by the academy, and Pixapai easily dodged the women's hands with a slight flash. The silver wolf cub headed straight for the clothesline, effortlessly avoiding the little cubs blocking her way. In contrast, the two women seemed clumsy and awkward. They wanted to catch this mischievous little monster that had slipped in, but they also had to be mindful of the little cubs running around the yard playing. These little cubs had only hatched a few days ago, and they might accidentally kick or step on something. Pixapai reached the clothesline, leaped lightly, and tore off several pieces of underwear and bras in her mouth, then ran straight to the wooden house. Ah, my clothes! Stop, don't run! Watching the two women chasing Pixapai into the wooden house, Sek, who was climbing on the wall, stretched his neck, looked towards the courtyard at the big wooden barrel, grinned, showing his big white teeth. Sek, oh, oh hee, it's time for this lizard to make an appearance. With a strong push of his hind legs on the wall, leaving 2 deep marks, he climbed up the wall, then leaped down. Landing steadily on all fours, he headed straight for the large wooden barrel in the middle of the courtyard, gently sweeping aside any little ones blocking his path with his tail. Compared to them, the two women seemed at a loss. They wanted to catch this mischievous little monster that had slipped in, but they also had to be mindful of the little cubs running around the yard playing. These little cubs had only hatched a few days ago, and they might accidentally kick or step on something. Pixapai reached the clothesline, leaped lightly, and tore off several pieces of underwear and bras in her mouth, then ran straight to the wooden house. Ah, my clothes! Stop, don't run! Watching the two women chasing Pixapai into the wooden house, Sek, who was climbing on the wall, stretched his neck, looked towards the courtyard at the big wooden barrel, grinned, showing his big white teeth. Sek, oh, oh hee, it's time for this lizard to make an appearance. With a strong push of his hind legs on the wall, leaving 2 deep marks, he climbed up the wall, then leaped down. Landing steadily on all fours, he headed straight for the large wooden barrel in the middle of the courtyard, gently sweeping aside any little ones blocking his path with his tail. Compared to them, the two women seemed at a loss. They wanted to catch this mischievous little monster that had slipped in, but they also had to be mindful of the little cubs running around the yard playing. These little cubs had only hatched a few days ago, and they might accidentally kick or step on something. Pixapai reached the clothesline, leaped lightly, and tore off several pieces of underwear and bras in her mouth, then ran straight to the wooden house. Ah, my clothes! Stop, don't run! Watching the two women chasing Pixapai into the wooden house, Sek, who was climbing on the wall, stretched his neck, looked towards the courtyard at the big wooden barrel, grinned, showing his big white teeth. Sek, oh, oh hee, it's time for this lizard to make an appearance. With a strong push of his hind legs on the wall, leaving 2 deep marks, he climbed up the wall, then leaped down. Landing steadily on all fours, he headed straight for the large wooden barrel in the middle of the courtyard, gently sweeping aside any little ones blocking his path with his tail. Compared to them, the two women seemed at a loss. They wanted to catch this mischievous little monster that had slipped in, but they also had to be mindful of the little cubs running around the yard playing. These little cubs had only hatched a few days ago, and they might accidentally kick or step on something. Pixapai reached the clothesline, leaped lightly, and tore off several pieces of underwear and bras in her mouth, then ran straight to the wooden house. Ah, my clothes! Stop, don't run! Watching the two women chasing Pixapai into the wooden house, Sek, who was climbing on the wall, stretched his neck, looked towards the courtyard at the big wooden barrel, grinned, showing his big white teeth. Sek, oh, oh hee, it's time for this lizard to make an appearance. With a strong push of his hind legs on the wall, leaving 2 deep marks, he climbed up the wall, then leaped down. Landing steadily on all fours, he headed straight for the large wooden barrel in the middle of the courtyard, gently sweeping aside any little ones blocking his path with his tail. Compared to them, the two women seemed at a loss. They wanted to catch this mischievous little monster that had slipped in, but they also had to be mindful of the little cubs running around the yard playing. These little cubs had only hatched a few days ago, and they might accidentally kick or step on something. Pixapai reached the clothesline, leaped lightly, and tore off several pieces of underwear and bras in her mouth, then ran straight to the wooden house. Ah, my clothes! Stop, don't run! Watching the two women chasing Pixapai into the wooden house, Sek, who was climbing on the wall, stretched his neck, looked towards the courtyard at the big wooden barrel, grinned, showing his big white teeth. Sek, oh, asterisk asterisk, oh hee hee hee, it's time for this lizard to make an appearance. With a strong push of his hind legs on the wall, leaving 2 deep marks, he climbed up the wall, then leaped down. Landing steadily on all fours, he headed straight for the large wooden barrel in the middle of the courtyard, gently sweeping aside any little ones blocking his path with his tail. Compared to them, the 2 women seemed at a loss. They wanted to catch this mischievous little monster that had slipped in, but they also had to be mindful of the little cubs running around the yard playing. These little cubs had only hatched a few days ago, and they might accidentally kick or step on something. Pixie reached the clothesline, leaped lightly, and tore off several pieces of underwear and bras in her mouth, then ran straight to the wooden house. Ah, my clothes! Stop, don't run! Watching the 2 women chasing Pixie into the wooden house, Sek, who was climbing on the wall, stretched his neck, looked towards the courtyard at the big wooden barrel, grinned, showing his big white teeth. Sek, oh, asterisk asterisk, oh hee hee hee, it's time for this lizard to make an appearance. With a strong push of his hind legs on the wall, leaving 2 deep marks, he climbed up the wall, then leaped down. Landing steadily on all fours, he headed straight for the large wooden barrel in the middle of the courtyard, gently sweeping aside any little ones blocking his path with his tail. Compared to them, the 2 women seemed at a loss. They wanted to catch this mischievous little monster that had slipped in, but they also had to be mindful of the little cubs running around the yard playing. These little cubs had only hatched a few days ago, and they might accidentally kick or step on something. Pixie reached the clothesline, leaped lightly, and tore off several pieces of underwear and bras in her mouth, then ran straight to the wooden house. Ah, my clothes! Stop, don't run! Watching the 2 women chasing Pixie into the wooden house, Sek, who was climbing on the wall, stretched his neck, looked towards the courtyard at the big wooden barrel, grinned, showing his big white teeth. Sek, oh, asterisk asterisk, oh hee hee hee, it's time for this lizard to make an appearance. With a strong push of his hind legs on the wall, leaving 2 deep marks, he climbed up the wall, then leaped down. Landing steadily on all fours, he headed straight for the large wooden barrel in the middle of the courtyard, gently sweeping aside any little ones blocking his path with his tail. Compared to them, the 2 women seemed at a loss. They wanted to catch this mischievous little monster that had slipped in, but they also had to be mindful of the little cubs running around the yard playing. These little cubs had only hatched a few days ago, and they might accidentally kick or step on something. Pixie reached the clothesline, leaped lightly, and tore off several pieces of underwear and bras in her mouth, then ran straight to the wooden house. Ah, my clothes! Stop, don't run! Watching the 2 women chasing Pixie into the wooden house, Sek, who was climbing on the wall, stretched his neck, looked towards the courtyard at the big wooden barrel, grinned, showing his big white teeth. Sek, oh, asterisk asterisk, oh hee hee hee, it's time for this lizard to make an appearance. With a strong push of his hind legs on the wall, leaving 2 deep marks, he climbed up the wall, then leaped down. Landing steadily on all fours, he headed straight for the large wooden barrel in the middle of the courtyard, gently sweeping aside any little ones blocking his path with his tail. Compared to them, the 2 women seemed at a loss. They wanted to catch this mischievous little monster that had slipped in, but they also had to be mindful of the little cubs running around the yard playing. These little cubs had only hatched a few days ago, and they might accidentally kick or step on something. Pixie reached the clothesline, leaped lightly, and tore off several pieces of underwear and bras in her mouth, then ran straight to the wooden house. Ah, my clothes! Stop, don't run! Watching the 2 women chasing Pixie into the wooden house, Sek, who was climbing on the wall, stretched his neck, looked towards the courtyard at the big wooden barrel, grinned, showing his big white teeth. Sek, oh, asterisk asterisk, oh hee hee hee, it's time for this lizard to make an appearance. With a strong push of his hind legs on the wall, leaving 2 deep marks, he climbed up the wall, then leaped down. Landing steadily on all fours, he headed straight for the large wooden barrel in the middle of the courtyard, gently sweeping aside any little ones blocking his path with his tail. Compared to them, the 2 women seemed at a loss. They wanted to catch this mischievous little monster that had slipped in, but they also had to be mindful of the little cubs running around the yard playing. These little cubs had only hatched a few days ago, and they might accidentally kick or step on something. Pixie reached the clothesline, leaped lightly, and tore off several pieces of underwear and bras in her mouth, then ran straight to the wooden house. Ah, my clothes! Stop, don't run! Watching the 2 women chasing Pixie into the wooden house, Sek, who was climbing on the wall, stretched his neck, looked towards the courtyard at the big wooden barrel, grinned, showing his big white teeth. Sek, oh, asterisk asterisk, oh hee hee hee, it's time for this lizard to make an appearance. With a strong push of his hind legs on the wall, leaving 2 deep marks, he climbed up the wall, then leaped down. Landing steadily on all fours, he headed straight for the large wooden barrel in the middle of the courtyard, gently sweeping aside any little ones blocking his path with his tail. Compared to them, the two women seemed at a loss. They wanted to catch this mischievous little monster that had slipped in, but they also had to be mindful of the little cubs running around the yard playing. These little cubs had only hatched a few days ago, and they might accidentally kick or step on something. Pixie reached the clothesline, leaped lightly, and tore off several pieces of underwear and bras in her mouth, then ran straight to the wooden house. "Ah, my clothes! Stop, don't run!" Watching the two women chasing Pixie into the wooden house, Sek, who was climbing on the wall, stretched his neck, looked towards the courtyard at the big wooden barrel, grinned, showing his big white teeth. Sek, oh, oh hee, it's time for this lizard to make an appearance. With a strong push of his hind legs on the wall, leaving 2 deep marks, he climbed up the wall, then leaped down. Landing steadily on all fours, he headed straight for the large wooden barrel in the middle of the courtyard, gently sweeping aside any little ones blocking his path with his tail. Compared to them, the two women seemed at a loss. They wanted to catch this mischievous little monster that had slipped in, but they also had to be mindful of the little cubs running around the yard playing. These little cubs had only hatched a few days ago, and they might accidentally kick or step on something. Pixie reached the clothesline, leaped lightly, and tore off several pieces of underwear and bras in her mouth, then ran straight to the wooden house. "Ah, my clothes! Stop, don't run!" Watching the two women chasing Pixie into the wooden house, Sek, who was climbing on the wall, stretched his neck, looked towards the courtyard at the big wooden barrel, grinned, showing his big white teeth. Sek, oh, oh hee, it's time for this lizard to make an appearance. With a strong push of his hind legs on the wall, leaving 2 deep marks, he climbed up the wall, then leaped down. Landing steadily on all fours, he headed straight for the large wooden barrel in the middle of the courtyard, gently sweeping aside any little ones blocking his path with his tail. Compared to them, the two women seemed at a loss. They wanted to catch this mischievous little monster that had slipped in, but they also had to be mindful of the little cubs running around the yard playing. These little cubs had only hatched a few days ago, and they might accidentally kick or step on something. Pixie reached the clothesline, leaped lightly, and tore off several pieces of underwear and bras in her mouth, then ran straight to the wooden house. "Ah, my clothes! Stop, don't run!" Watching the two women chasing Pixie into the wooden house, Sek, who was climbing on the wall, stretched his neck, looked towards the courtyard at the big wooden barrel, grinned, showing his big white teeth. Sek, oh, oh hee, it's time for this lizard to make an appearance. With a strong push of his hind legs on the wall, leaving 2 deep marks, he climbed up the wall, then leaped down. Landing steadily on all fours, he headed straight for the large wooden barrel in the middle of the courtyard, gently sweeping aside any little ones blocking his path with his tail. Compared to them, the two women seemed at a loss. They wanted to catch this mischievous little monster that had slipped in, but they also had to be mindful of the little cubs running around the yard playing. These little cubs had only hatched a few days ago, and they might accidentally kick or step on something. Pixie reached the clothesline, leaped lightly, and tore off several pieces of underwear and bras in her mouth, then ran straight to the wooden house. "Ah, my clothes! Stop, don't run!" Watching the two women chasing Pixie into the wooden house, Sek, who was climbing on the wall, stretched his neck, looked towards the courtyard at the big wooden barrel, grinned, showing his big white teeth. Sek, oh, oh hee, it's time for this lizard to make an appearance. With a strong push of his hind legs on the wall, leaving 2 deep marks, he climbed up the wall, then leaped down. Landing steadily on all fours, he headed straight for the large wooden barrel in the middle of the courtyard, gently sweeping aside any little ones blocking his path with his tail. Compared to them, the two women seemed at a loss. They wanted to catch this mischievous little monster that had slipped in, but they also had to be mindful of the little cubs running around the yard playing. These little cubs had only hatched a few days ago, and they might accidentally kick or step on something. Pixie reached the clothesline, leaped lightly, and tore off several pieces of underwear and bras in her mouth, then ran straight to the wooden house. "Ah, my clothes! Stop, don't run!" Watching the two women chasing Pixie into the wooden house, Sek, who was climbing on the wall, stretched his neck, looked towards the courtyard, the tail hooked around the little bear's waist and dragged it directly in front, rubbing the pacifier against the soft, furry fur of the little bear. "Ah, much cleaner now." Looking at the pacifier that was now free of drool, a satisfied look appeared in the crimson vertical pupils. The claws twisted open the pacifier and placed the bottle directly under the faucet. Turning on the switch, the thick milky white nai immediately flowed out from the faucet. Because it was a milk bottle for magical beasts, the capacity of the bottle was quite good, roughly equivalent to the largest single bottle of mineral water from Farmer's Bandit. Fragrant. Taking a sniff, the satisfied crimson vertical pupils dilated. The bottle of Nai was quickly filled, the faucet was turned off, the pacifier was covered, and it was directly taken into the mouth. The gaze followed to the next lucky. No, fortunate one. Click, the large iron gate opened, and a woman holding a small silver wolf by the nape of its neck walked out. Beside her was another woman. The woman squatted in front of the small silver wolf, her hands quickly rubbing its head. Little one, you better not be naughty next time, or we'll spank your bottom. Oh, alright, as long as you know you were wrong, you're a good kid. The woman stood up, reluctantly withdrew her hands. The fur of this little one was too soft, definitely top-notch among magical beast cubs. Okay, sister, let it go. The woman nodded and gently tossed it forward. Pixapai, now free, darted out. Watching the little one run off, the two women returned to the courtyard. A group of little cubs immediately surrounded them. Some climbed skirts, some called out. Their roles were clearly defined. Ha! Sister, I feel like the milk bottle is missing quite a bit. Forget your feelings, silly sister. The more mature sister walked to the faucet and picked up a gold coin placed on it. Realizing something, she immediately looked at the transparent scale on the wooden barrel. When she left, the scale was at 9, but now it was at 8. A gold coin could exchange for 2 scales of monster milk, so they had indeed made a profit. What's wrong, sister? Nothing, continue feeding, we've been delayed a bit, these little ones must be starving by now. Without explaining to her silly sister, the woman continued her busy work. Yes. Leaving the courtyard, Pixapai circled around the wall, but there was no sign of the big lizard. 2 circles, 3 circles. After completing the 3rd circle, the big lizard was truly gone. The silver wolf's head drooped, its pointed triangular ears followed suit. Nai was gone. Hey, a familiar voice came. By the path, under a small tree in the green belt, a winged red lizard leaned against the trunk, lying down with its 2 sturdy hind legs stacked, holding a milk bottle in its mouth. The big lizard. Pixapai's eyes lit up, and she immediately reached out her paw, shedding her previous desolate demeanor, her fluffy ears perking up again. Big lizard. Nai seeing the little wolf cub rushing over, Sake opened his mouth, activated his magic, and the spatial bag hanging on his neck glowed red. A bottle of white Nai appeared directly in his paw. Sake glanced at the eager little wolf cub in front of him and deliberately asked, holding the milk bottle in his paw. Want some? Nodding quickly. I'm Sake, what should you call me? Sake? No, you're missing 2 words at the end. Sake deliberately shook the milk bottle in his paw, and Pixapai's gaze followed the swaying bottle. Big brother Sake? The tone was uncertain. Hearing the title of Big Brother, Sake grinned satisfactorily. Not bad, although a bit silly, not too silly. Alright, remember to call me that from now on. Here you go. Nana in Pixapai's paw was thrown forward. Howl, before the milk bottle could touch the ground, it was intercepted by Pixapai's open mouth, capturing it in a wolfish kiss, and as she held the bottle, her silver wolf eyes squinted slightly, a white milk bubble quickly forming on her black little nose. Nana so tasty. Pixapai, is there anything fun to do in this academy? Fun? Pixapai pondered for a moment. Her 2-legged beasts at home had classes every day, and apart from the free time at noon when she would go to them for food, she spent most of her day wandering around the academy. Occasionally, she would find a lawn to nap on. Thinking about it, there didn't seem to be much fun after all. She swayed her wolf head from side to side. Nothing much. Sake felt a bit disappointed. He had hoped this little wolf cub could show him some entertainment. It seemed unlikely now. What do you usually do then? Find a patch of grass to sleep on, go to the arena to watch them fight. That's it? Yup, well, the days of these monster cubs do seem quite boring. Is there nothing else besides that? Sake, are you talking about classes? Classes? Sake became interested. Yes, classes, but that's for monsters over a year old to start. I'm only 3 months now. My 2-legged beasts say I'm still a baby and don't need classes yet. Oh, do you know where monsters like us go to school? I don't know. Pixapai shook her head. TSK, so clueless. Sake looked disdainfully at the creature in front of him. He leaned back against the tree trunk, closing his eyes. Go away, stop following me, we've terminated the contract. You useless bronze breed. The sudden roar made Sake open his eyes. Peering out from behind the tree trunk in the direction of the voice, not far from the shade of the tree, a young man kicked a blue-furred water fox away. The kicked water fox, whether not understanding or simply foolish, immediately picked up a red fruit that had fallen nearby and ran back to the young man. The water fox lifted its head, its bright blue eyes pitifully fixed on the young man. The young man's face, however, was full of anger. He had had enough. This useless monster was really annoying. Seeing no one around, the suppressed anger in his heart erupted in that moment. How many times do I have to say it? You useless creature, stop following me. After the roar, the young man kicked the water fox hard in the stomach, without any mercy. The water fox, about the size of a small dog, flew high like a rag doll and then fell back down. Throughout, the young man, with a gloomy expression, didn't look at it again. He turned and left directly. The fox, heavily falling to the ground, staggered a few times before struggling to stand up. But it was just a last-ditch effort. Its small trembling paws reluctantly returned to the ground, its eyes staring longingly at the retreating figure. After resting for a while, seeming to have recovered, the fox's paws supporting its body no longer trembled, and it staggered step by step to the fallen fruit on the ground, bowing its head to pick it up again. It was just a little upset. Once it calmed down, it wouldn't act like this. Hey! The sudden roar made the fox's small paws freeze, looking over to see a red monster lying in the shade nearby, its fiery vertical pupils seeming to flicker with endless flames, with a silver wolf resting beside it. Did she disturb their nap? Is that why he's angry? Thinking this, she immediately lay down on the ground. Although the movement made her stomach ache a bit, she didn't dare to get up. Seeing the fox's eager to please look, for some reason, Sake felt a sense of inexplicable annoyance in her heart. Come here! Whimper! Her body stiffened, but facing the majestic red vertical pupils of the beast, even though she was already 2 years old, she couldn't muster any resistance. Silently picking up the fruit, she stumbled on her hind legs step by step and lay down in front of the majestic beast. For some reason, looking at this guy, Sake felt a surge of unnamed flames rising in her heart. Without hesitation, she directly snatched the fruit from its mouth with her claws. Friend fee, consider this as the fee you owe my friend. The fox lying on the ground looked puzzled. What was this beast saying? What did friend fee mean, and could he give the fruit back to her? It was meant for him. Staring straight at the fruit, wanting to ask for it back, but the beast in front of her was too big, and its gaze was fierce. She couldn't beat him. The little fox shrank her neck. Crack! With a slight force from her jaw, the fruit in her mouth instantly splattered juice. Sake, well, not sweet at all, just an ordinary fruit, with a faint fragrance but definitely not sweet. Seeing the fruit chewed up, the fox, who had a glimmer of hope, was completely disheartened. The fruit was gone. She slowly lowered her head, her gaze dim. She had nothing left to give him. Would he still make a contract with her? No, she had to find another fruit. As long as she found the fruit, she would be a useful water fox. If she was useful, he would surely make a contract with her again. She lifted her head slightly. But now, the question was how to leave in front of this somewhat fierce beast. If she directly said she wanted to leave, would he hit her? After hesitating for a while, the fox gritted her teeth. Can I leave now? The soft, cautious voice sounded. Sake glanced at the fox looking at her eagerly. This was a water attribute fox beast, so its fur was all deep blue. Due to its low rank and small size, it was about the size of a house cat. Its fur looked fluffy and loose. Facing the fox's hopeful gaze, Sake lowered her head and leaned towards the fox. She was really a very small one, not even as big as his head. Seeing the big guy getting closer to her, the fox shrank her neck slightly. The big guy's breath was so hot, like roasting fire, and his gaze was hopeful towards her. What if he didn't make things difficult for her? After all, he had eaten her fruit. She slightly opened her mouth, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth. Of course. The deep blue beast's eyes slightly widened. Seeing the fox's joyful look, Sake's tone changed abruptly. No. Why? Although afraid, she gathered the courage to ask. Why did this big guy bully her? Why? Because you disturbed my nap, so from today, you are my friend. You must pay me a friend fee every day until you earn my forgiveness, otherwise. Two sharp claws came together and rubbed against each other, instantly splattering a metallic-like fiery red. The threatening gaze had said it all. The fox shuffled back, raised her head, and looked at the big guy in front of her eagerly. Then, can we not be friends? No. I decide that. No, I don't want to be friends. Turning around, the fox ran away directly. She didn't run fast, and her hind legs were slightly wobbly. Would she be able to escape by running? Watching the fleeing fox, Sake didn't rush to chase her. He lifted his tail and whipped the little wolf lying on the ground next to him with a bottle in its mouth. Smack! Who dares to hit me? Pepper, who jumped up, shook her head and looked around, only to see a large lizard in front of her. The fierceness in her eyes instantly turned into grievance. Why did Big Brother Sek hit me? Stop talking nonsense. If you want to drink Nana's words, go grab that guy for me. The red claws pointed to a small figure limping away about 7 or 8 meters. Nana! Upon hearing this, the silver wolf's eyes instantly cleared. Gazing at the running figure ahead, her body crouched down, entering hunting mode in an instant, and turned into a silver streak that darted out. In just a short moment of less than 2 or 3 seconds, Pepper caught up with the fox, lowered her head, and directly grabbed its neck from behind. Running back to the shade of the tree, Pepper opened her mouth and let go of the fox in her mouth. Instead of going for Nana immediately, she lowered her head and sneezed. "Achoo, big brother, why is this fox shedding so much fur?" Achoo. Ignoring Pepper sneezing violently beside him, Sek lowered his head, and his round head leaned towards the fox, staring intently. "If you run again, I will go beat up that human we just saw. I remember his face." "No, please, don't. You can't bully him. But you can't stop me because you can't beat me." Looking at the fox in front of him, Sek's crimson vertical pupils revealed naked contempt. It seemed like she was very weak. The fox lowered her head in disappointment. After a while, she seemed to have figured something out, raised her head, and looked at the big guy in front of her with pleading eyes. Then I'll do as you say." Sek grinned satisfactorily, making the fox shrink her neck again. "By the way, what's your name?" The fox slowly lowered her furry little head. He hadn't given her a name in the 2 years they had been together. "Helena, from today onwards, that's what you'll be called." As her head slowly lifted, "Helena, is this the name he gave her?" Gradually, there was a gleam in her originally dim azure pupils. The terrifying big lizard in front of her didn't seem so terrifying anymore. Sek's round red head leaned directly in front of her. "What, you don't like this name? Of course, it doesn't matter. From now on, you'll be called that. No objections allowed, or I'll go beat up that human." No longer looking at the little fox, Sek suddenly remembered something while looking at Pepper still sneezing beside him. Lolo grass. The area around the treehouse hasn't been planted with Lolo grass yet. Luckily, the college lawn has some, but Lolo grass also comes in different qualities, with higher quality Lolo grass having stronger effects. Just then, he thought of asking Pepper, the native of this college, where the best quality Lolo grass grows. "Pepper. What's up, big brother?" Achoo. While responding, Pepper shook her head. Although her symptoms had improved a lot, her nose was still a bit itchy. She swore never to grab a fox again. "Which area in the college has the highest quality Lolo grass?" "Lolo grass?" Upon hearing Big Brother's question, Pepper carefully considered. After recalling all the places in the college where Lolo grass was planted, she said, "I remember, Big Brother. The Lolo grass in the central square of the college is of the highest quality because that area is communal, and there are always many bipeds with hoes planting and taking care of things there. They not only plant but also take care of the plants, and the Lolo grass there is always well maintained, making it the highest quality in the college." "Good, take me there." Pepper didn't move but approached Sek, rubbing her head gently against his. He, Big Brother, you mentioned Nana just now. Why does this guy suddenly seem so clever?" And Sek wondered if it was an illusion, feeling like he saw flattery written all over this guy. "Here you go." Peaksipe leaped up and grabbed the bottle in his mouth. "Alright, lead the way." "Sure thing, Big Brother." Peaksipe extended his claws and walked ahead, his silver wolf eyes filled with contentment. "Nana, this is delicious." Sek followed suit, not forgetting about the little fox. His long and sinuous tail wrapped around the fox's body, lifting his red paw for a moment as the tail coiled, then lowering it to continue forward the next second. Following Peaksipe, who was carrying the bottle, they meandered for about 10 minutes until they reached a spacious square. In the center of the square was a large semicircle with a huge fountain, connecting 4 flat paths to form a cross. The 4 grassy areas divided by the paths were filled with various magical plants, and many students in academy uniforms with Ho badges on their chests were busy working. Even in the hot weather, their faces were always beaming with smiles. "Boss, we're here." Peaksipe stopped in front of the fountain in the square. Technically a large fountain, this place looked more like a swimming pool, a pool for magical creatures, with many of them frolicking inside. Letting go of the empty bottle in his mouth, Peaksipe held it with both paws and pushed it towards the boss. "Boss, I want to take a bath." With that, Peaksipe leaped straight into the fountain. Glancing at Peaksipe's figure already submerged in the water, the pool seemed quite clean, transparent to the bottom, with a blue magic array operating underground, seemingly a purification magic array. Magical creatures held quite a high status in this intelligent society. Sek put away the empty bottle and headed towards the plot on the right, where Lolo grass was planted. Approaching a clump of grass about half a meter tall, he extended his claws and flipped over the leaves. There's a triangular pattern. Sniff sniff, the scent is right, with a faint fragrance. Yes, this is indeed Lolo grass. Setting down the fox fur hanging from his tail, he pointed to a clump of Lolo grass. "Helena, dig up this clump of Lolo grass." Oh, Helena walked up to the taller Lolo grass, extended her small paws, and started digging it up on the spot. The soil was relatively loose, so it wasn't too difficult to dig up. After a few digs, Helena suddenly paused with her small paws. Wait, why am I doing this for him? Is he ordering me around? Glancing at the large lizard lying on the ground with its eyes closed. Maybe. Should I run away? But after a moment of hesitation, the thought was dismissed. Forget it, I probably can't escape, I'll just keep digging. Helena continued to dig up the soil with her small paws. I finally got rid of that smelly fox. It's not just about talent, it's shedding fur all the time, it's driving me crazy. That's really great news. How about we celebrate today by inviting someone and going to the Adventurers Inn? Sounds good. You should have gotten rid of that fox a long time ago. With your B-level magical talent, you're completely qualified to contract a golden breed. By the way, do you have any targets for new magical creatures? I do have a target in mind. Who is it? Who is it? Well, the three youths chatted as they walked forward. Hearing a familiar voice, the little fox in front of the Lolo grass paused, then quietly buried its head in the small hole it had dug up, its small paws continuing to dig up the soil. The movements were much smaller, as if trying to hide its presence. Ha, Deef, isn't that the fox you lost? It seems so, the fur, the bald tail, it really looks like your fox. And it's shedding fur. But what is she doing? And the monster next to her looks so cool, sharp claws, seems to be young. What kind of monster is this? Looks fierce. Wait, is she being bullied? Diff, aren't you going to do something? After all, you also made a contract with it. The teasing from his friends made the young man blush. What nonsense are you talking about? We are no longer involved. After roaring, the young man's malicious gaze fell directly on the fox outside, which had caused him to lose face in front of his friends again. Thinking about this, a surge of anger rose within him. He stepped onto the grass. Just as he was about to approach, the fire-red monster lying on the ground suddenly stirred. Its heavy eyelids covered with red scales opened, pink eyes opened, and the fiery red vertical pupils locked onto the young man who had stopped in his tracks. Sek propped up its body. The moment Diff was stared at, he froze in place. There was something wrong with the monster's gaze. His legs trembled uncontrollably. Under the gaze of this monster, he felt a primal fear. This was the primal fear of facing something that could easily take away his life. The red monster opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth. Roar! Growl! With a scream, the young man scrambled out. The two young men standing outside the lawn also dared not stay and ran out directly. The open mouth slowly closed. Alright, the annoying lizard's gone, time to continue sleeping. Lying back on the grass, it glanced at the fox with its butt sticking out beside it, and its eyelids closed again. Boss's head was being shaken, slowly waking Sek from his slumber. Opening his eyes, he saw that it was Peishi. Boss, you're finally awake, school's over now, I'm going to find my biped. School's over? Had he slept for so long? Glancing at the sun, it was indeed close to sunset. Alright, go ahead. See you tomorrow, boss. After soaking in the water for a while, she had figured it out. Having a boss wasn't a bad thing. The boss was stronger than her and would even take her to drink nectar, which was nice. Looking at Peishi sticking out a pink tongue in front of him. See you tomorrow. Waving a paw, goodbye, boss. Peishi left to find her biped. Taking his gaze off Peishi's back, he thought it was time to go to the grassland and wait for the little cat. Glancing at the grass beside him, two dug-up Lolo grasses lay quietly, their roots wrapped in mud forming a round shape, a perfect circle that didn't seem like something Helena's little paws could achieve. It must have been done by some biped. Beside the two Lolo grasses, a blue-furred fox with a slightly bald tail lay quietly, breathing evenly, its two small front paws still covered in mud. Surprisingly, it hadn't run away. He was a bit surprised, to be honest. Since it hadn't run, he decided to take it along, but of course, he would make sure this fellow continued to pay his friends fees in the future. Living creatures couldn't be kept in the spatial bag, nor could plants. Standing up straight, he picked up a Lolo grass with one paw, and with his tail, he casually hooked the bald fox on the ground. Alright, time to find the little cat, and then go home for a big meal. On the grass, a little girl stood alone, her face calm, completely ignoring the occasional scrutinizing glances around her. Her pitch-black eyes slightly gleamed, and her lips slowly curled up. Lord Sek. Seeing the little cat waving at her in front, Sek quickened his pace. The little cat was already wearing the school uniform, a white skirt and a white long-sleeved shirt. The uniform looked quite fitting. It seemed the little cat's enrollment went smoothly. His steps became lighter. Ha! What's that smell? Just as I approached the little cat, I caught a strange smell. I leaned in closer to the cat. Sniff, sniff. I wrinkled my nose in disgust. It turned out that their little cat had a sour smell, like a mix of sweat. "I'm sorry, Lord Seek, I sweated a lot during training today, so..." I raised my hand and silently smoothed my damp temple. It was normal to be looked down upon by the young master. "It's okay, just go take a bath when you get back." The foxtail hooked and the cat's tail swished into the cat's arms. Suddenly, there was a furry thing in the cat's arms. Angelia subconsciously reached out and silently held it, only to realize it was a sleeping blue fox and 2 sprigs of lolo grass. Leaning down, Seek looked at the cat in front of him. "Alright, come up, it's time to go home." "Can I?" The joy in her dark eyes was undisguised. She thought she would have to walk back by herself today. "What, you want to be disobedient after just 1 day of learning?" No, I don't. Angelia will always listen to Lord Seek." "Then hurry up and come up." "Yes, Lord Seek." Realizing this, Angelia smiled and crawled onto Lord Seek's back, her little legs pushing against the ground to climb onto his broad back. As always, Lord Seek's back was warm. In this sense of security, her eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Passing through the academy, out of the academy gates, and then to the city gates. Perhaps due to being diligent these past 2 days, they were quite familiar at the city gate, and the knight who checked them just glanced and let them pass. Exiting the gates of the holy city of Goya. "Angelia, hold on tight, we're about to take off." Normally, the cat would respond immediately, but this time there was no response. Sate, feeling somewhat puzzled, glanced back at the cat. On his back, the cat was lying on its side, holding the blue fox in its arms, sleeping soundly with even breaths. Well, the cat had been exercising all day, so it was indeed tired now. Sate looked ahead. A small path cleared from the grass led straight to the forest. It was a bit far. Oh well, it had been a while since they had walked much, so it could be considered as exercise. Back at the treehouse, the sky was filled with rosy clouds, the orange dusk, and the sun had already descended to the horizon. It was getting dark. Stepping into the large wooden house, the cat lowered its head, carrying the wolf skin to the fire and laying it on the ground. Spreading its right wing, leaning slightly to the right, the cat on its back slid down smoothly along the sleek right wing onto the wolf skin. Even though it slid down, the little one still held the fox in its arms and continued to sleep. After settling the cat, Seek raised his head and twitched his 2 large nostrils. Sniff, sniff. The scent of the big cat was faint. It seemed like it hadn't returned since leaving during the day. Who knows where it had wandered off to? Oh well, better fill the stomach first. Standing up, he walked into the smokehouse and selected today's food. Sniff, sniff, it smelled so good. Roasted meat, fragrant roasted meat wafting in the air. Subconsciously reaching out a small hand to grab a piece of the floating roasted meat. Just as the small hand was about to reach into the fire, a long tail slapped directly on the outstretched hand. Smack! Ouch, that hurts. The small figure sleeping on the wolfskin suddenly sat up, holding its sore hand in a pitiful manner. But this trick didn't work on Seek. Glancing at the sitting cat, Seek continued to look at the roasted meat. The outer layer of the roasted meat was already golden, and it was about time. His unfeeling iron claws directly cut off a piece from the roasted meat on the fire. The smoked meat, with a mix of fat and lean, the fat was translucent, the lean was purplish red, looked very appetizing. He threw the food in his paw into his mouth. It's indeed cooked. Since it's ready, let's start the meal, beginning with the kitten's portion. The claws grabbed a piece of roasted meat and tore off a chunk with both meat and bone, considering the kitten's training today, so doubled the portion. The torn roasted meat was placed directly on a large smooth green leaf in front of the kitten. On the side, Helena looked eagerly, wanting some. But she wasn't sure if this naughty lizard would bully her. Just then, the big claw once again tore off a piece of roasted meat and placed it in front of her. Helena looked eagerly at the roasted meat in front of her, her deep blue beast eyes filled with incredulity as she looked at the big lizard. For me? You don't have to eat it. Glancing at this silly fox, Seek picked up the remaining large piece of meat and started gnawing on it. Helena sneakily glanced at the lizard eating, made sure he wasn't looking at her anymore, then looked at the roasted meat in front of her. It smelled so good, and it looked delicious. Slowly, she opened her mouth. The roasted meat was well cooked, just a light bite could tear off a large piece of meat. So delicious. Starting with small bites, she soon devoured it hungrily. As she ate, a mist began to fill her deep blue beast eyes. Is this the taste of roasted meat? It's much tastier than wild fruits. After a satisfying dinner, the cat, the fox, and the lizard lay in front of the bonfire with their round bellies, motionless. After a while, Angelia sat up. Lord Seek, I want to take a bath. Hearing the kitten's words, Seek glanced at the fox lying belly up beside him. Oh, and remember to take this fox with you, she stinks too. Oh, Angelia will clean her up for you, Lord Seek. Angelia picked up the little fox and walked towards the stream, first placing the fox down, then began to remove her clothes until only her undergarments remained. Taking off her outer garments, Angelia carried the fox into the stream. She didn't understand why Lord Seek had brought back a little fox, nor did she intend to ask, because Angelia only needed to be an obedient kitten for Lord Seek. Under the moonlight, the half-beast girl held a fox and walked slowly into the depths of the stream until the water reached her thighs before stopping. She was very thin, her ribs clearly visible, but compared to before, she now had a bit of flesh on her body. Sitting in the stream with the fox in her arms, Angelia began to wash the fox she was holding. The fox cooperated well, and the washing went smoothly. "I don't know your name." Hearing the little girl who had been silent all along speak, Helena looked up at her. Under the moonlight, the half-beast girl's gaze was indifferent, completely different from the docile one she had shown in front of the big lizard just now. "But since you, like me, have received Lord Seek's favor, you must listen to Lord Seek in the future. Whatever Lord Seek says, goes, no disobedience allowed. Otherwise..." She didn't finish her sentence, but looking at the indifferent gaze of the other, Helena didn't want to continue staring at her and silently lowered her head. "Why are the creatures around the big lizard so fierce?" Angelia didn't say anything more either, silently washing the little fox. Under the shaggy fur of the fox was a body wrapped in bones, clearly unwanted like her. Since it was unwanted and picked up by Lord Seek, it should listen to Lord Seek just like her. After washing the fox, Angelia placed it on the shore and then returned to clean herself. This day had been spent in training, and she had sweated a lot. Seek, leaning against the bonfire, glanced at the fox that had been brought ashore. She looked a bit pitiful with her damp fur sticking to her body. "Come over and warm up by the fire." Helena silently walked over to the large lizard and lay down beside it, finding comfort in the steady warmth of the campfire as she nestled on the grass. Glancing at the fox lying next to her, Seek fell silent and continued to lie down. Once the kitten finished bathing, she could return to the treehouse to sleep. "Seek, I'm done washing." With damp hair and water droplets dripping from the tips, the kitten approached. She propped herself up on her paws and looked at the fox lying on the ground, almost dried out by the campfire. Turning her gaze towards the wooden house, without a word, Angelia understood Seek's intention. It was time to sleep. Approaching, she lay directly on Seek's warm back. Feeling the familiar weight, Seek took a few steps and climbed onto the treehouse platform, entering through the expanded door. As Angelia entered, she slipped down. With the fox off her tail, a burst of orange flame rose from the tip, dispersing the darkness inside the treehouse. Seek, with his tail raised, walked over to the bare fur and lay down. "Angelia, you can sleep in the round nest bed today." "Okay, Seek." Angelia headed to the simple wardrobe in the room, slightly crooked but dear to her as it was made by Seek. Opening the wardrobe, she took out a towel from the few clothes and began to dry her damp hair. Helena, watching from the ground, tilted her head slightly and then walked over to Angelia. "Meow, do you need help?" After a moment of wiping, Angelia looked down at the little fox in front of her and crouched down. Looking at the fox, she said, "Okay, thank you." "Meow?" Helena tilted her head slightly, feeling somewhat incredulous that the half-beast in front of her seemed to understand her, even though they hadn't established a magical connection. As she was lifted up by small hands, Helena decided not to dwell on it for now. Looking at the half-beast in front of her, she raised her head, and her blue eyes met the half-beast's. In the next moment, blue light dots converged in the air, falling into the kitten's short hair, turning the dampness into dryness. Holding the fox with one hand, Angelia touched her now completely dry hair with the other hand, a faint smile appearing on her face. "Thank you." Meow. She reached out to touch the fox's head. Now that her hair was dry, it was time to sleep and rest well, as Pearson had told her that there would be strict training again tomorrow after school. Seeing this scene, Seek, who was already lying on the bare fur, slowly closed his eyes. These two little ones should get along just fine. Rising and placing the little fox next to Seek, Angelia lay down herself, slowly snuggling up to Seek's warm scales. "Seek, good night." With a silent farewell, she closed her heavy eyelids. The raised tail swayed and the flame at the tip extinguished, plunging the treehouse back into darkness. In the pitch-black treehouse, only two sets of even breathing could be heard, but there was one pair of bright blue pupils that remained open. Yes, Helena found herself unable to sleep. Despite some environmental factors, this place was definitely better than the streets. The real reason she couldn't sleep was that she realized she didn't miss him as much anymore. Why? Every night before, she would think of him before falling asleep. Chirp chirp. Another day began with the annoying chirping of the lizards. Roar! A roaring sound with great penetrating power echoed in the nearby area, instantly silencing the chirping birds around. At the same time, the little fox that was lying on the bare skin jumped up in an instant. Helena, who was still groggy from sleep, had gone to bed a bit late last night, so she still felt a bit drowsy. Seek, who was not in a good mood initially, grinned mischievously upon seeing this scene. His heart instantly felt much more balanced. Why sleep when I'm already up? Ignoring the resentful gaze from the sleepy little fox, Seek walked straight to the door of the treehouse. He extended his claws forward and stretched. Completing his daily morning routine, Seek walked out of the treehouse and looked up. The sun was already hanging halfway in the sky. He walked to the edge of the treehouse platform, sat down upright, and swung his two sturdy hind legs back and forth under the platform. He raised his claw and reached for the storage bag hanging on his neck. A red glow flashed by, and a basketball-sized crimson crystal nucleus appeared in his claw, exuding a strong fire elemental aura. Wu holding the crystal nucleus, he took a bite directly. It felt like chewing on a whole lollipop, but it wasn't sweet. Instead, it had a spicy taste. Seek, chew, chew. His gaze shifted to the small bridge over the stream, where a bipedal female adventurer had noticed him foolishly waving her small hands. She looked clumsy. Without responding, Seek had almost finished chewing the crystal nucleus in his mouth. He swallowed it down his throat, along with all the remaining crystal nucleus fragments in his mouth. He opened his mouth and stuffed the remaining half of the crystal nucleus from his claw into his mouth. On the wooden bridge, the passing female adventurer looked disappointed and lowered her waving hand. Her companions beside her immediately chuckled in consolation. I told you, you're just giving it away for nothing. But he's really cute, with that round belly, chubby head, and those plump paws. The more she spoke, the more excited the female adventurer became, her mind already filled with thoughts of petting. But you can't just freeload. To build a good relationship with a magical creature like this, you have to offer something in return. Ha! How practical. Of course, if we didn't have a commission task, would you be willing to randomly venture into dungeons to hunt monsters? Definitely not. The female adventurer shook her head. Joking aside, she also had a family to support. Without commission tasks, just hunting monsters and collecting magic cores wouldn't cover her expenses. How could she afford to drink at the tavern or maintain her weapons without money? So, if you really want to build a good relationship with this magical creature, it's best to give something in return. Hey, Captain, what should I do? The mature female adventurer with a slightly older age smiled brightly, then took out a piece of fresh wild boar meat from her spatial bag and hung it on the wooden bridge. Just do this. Oh, can I pet it now? Fool, what are you thinking? It won't work with just 1 or 2 attempts. We need to be persistent, that way, we'll get a response someday. Oh, the female adventurer looked like she had learned something new. However, what she didn't notice was that the senior members who had joined the guild before her were watching the two of them ahead with suppressed smiles. Did their captain have no idea? It had been 2 years, a full 2 years, since their captain had been licking the Fire Lion Lord of this forest area. And what was the result? No matter what the captain offered, the Fire Lion Lord always accepted it, occasionally allowing a pat. But that was as far as it went. There had been no response, and so far, it seemed like the captain hadn't even established a magical connection with the Fire Lion Lord. Although the captain claimed to have established a connection with the Fire Lion Lord, they were skeptical about it. Just think about it. The captain really resembled the gullible fool who drunkenly shouted to pay for everyone at the tavern yesterday. As soon as Helena stepped out of the treehouse, she saw a tail curl around her waist and lift her up. With the little fox in tow, Seek plummeted straight towards the ground. A nagging feeling of forgetting something? This thought arose the moment they landed. Nevertheless, Seek still walked over to the 2 newly planted lilac grasses from yesterday and gently placed Helena, who was hooked on his tail, down. Water these 2 lilac grasses a bit. Oh, Helena subconsciously complied. Walking to the stream bank, gazing at her reflection in the water, she paused. Wait, something's not right. Why did she seem to have lost her resistance towards this mischievous lizard overnight? Why? Was it because of the barbecue last night? Watching the little fox manipulating magic to water the lilac grass from the stream, Seek withdrew his gaze and headed towards the wooden bridge. There was still a piece of wild boar meat hanging there. Since it was a freebie, he agreed with what the big cat said about not refusing freebies. Approaching the wild boar meat hanging on the edge of the wooden bridge, he picked it up with his claws and brought it close to his nose. Sniff sniff still quite fresh. Let's roast some fresh meat for lunch today. Lunch. Seek's crimson vertical pupils slightly widened as he turned back. The kitten was no longer in the treehouse. Sniff sniff, he raised his head to smell the air. The kitten's scent was heading away from the wooden bridge, which eased his mind a bit. The road to St. Geo City should be safe, as adventurers passed by every day. Without any surprises, the kitten must have gone to school. Moreover, the big cat was diligent, so normally monsters wouldn't have a chance to approach this place. Thinking about the big cat, He wondered where that guy had gone. It was already the second day, and he hadn't returned yet. Although he was somewhat reassured, he decided to go to the city later. But before that, he should fill his stomach. The female adventurer just now was quite generous, giving him a piece of wild boar rib meat, weighing over 30 pounds, just right for lunch. He took out some seasonings from his storage bag, rubbed them on the meat, then skewered it with a stick in front of the bonfire. Now, he just had to wait for it to cook. Watching the bonfire, his paw subconsciously touched the storage bag hanging on his neck, a red glow flashed, and a fist-sized fiery red crystal appeared in his paw. Opening his mouth towards the sky, he tossed the crystal, and it accurately fell into his wide-open mouth. Gulp! Because it went down so smoothly, the crystal got stuck in his throat. Seek's crimson vertical pupils widened. He got up from the ground and dashed straight into the stream. Splash diving into the stream, he gulped down several mouthfuls of water, and the stuck crystal slid down his throat in a flash. As the crystal went down, a warm flow erupted in his belly. The crimson scales slowly lit up, resembling burning iron pieces. Gurgle gurgle. In just a moment, the stream water began to boil and bubble. Looking at the boiling water, Seek thought for a moment and decided to abandon the idea of getting up. Well, let's just soak in it like this. There was no need to panic. In the instant the warm flow spread, he understood why. The snacks he had eaten these past few days were almost gone, and now the shattered third ring had begun to repair itself officially. The current situation was just a minor accompanying symptom. On the riverbank, Helena felt a bit anxious as bubbles suddenly rose from the spot where the big lizard had jumped into the stream. In her memory, this was a situation that only occurred when small magical creatures drowned. However, she was a little afraid to go into the water. She was too small, and the stream in front of her seemed too deep for her. She felt that if she went in, she might be washed away. So, a scene appeared on the bank. A little blue fox paced back and forth, its small paws reaching out to touch the water surface several times before retracting. She was a water attribute monster, able to control water, but she wasn't sure if she could rescue the big lizard before her magic ran out. On the water, bubbles continued to bubble up. It had been a while. The anxiety in her deep blue eyes grew stronger. Forget it, she had to save the big lizard. She couldn't wait any longer. If she waited a little longer, the big lizard might turn belly up. Just as Helena made up her mind, whoosh, a red figure rose directly from the stream. Sizzle, the bright red scales instantly dried up the water vapor on its body, white mist rising, red light flickering. The red light in the white mist gradually dimmed. Finally, the white mist also dissipated, revealing a round-headed, round-bellied lizard sitting upright in the stream. Sitting up, Seik carefully felt his body. The third ring had been completely restored. The third ring had changed from 2 to 3, but in terms of actual rank, he was currently only a first ring cub. However, the restoration of the third ring also gave him an additional talent. After carefully feeling the new talent, he became a little unsure. Probably a talent. Turning his head slightly, he looked at the little fox on the riverbank staring blankly at him, grinned, showing a mouthful of big white teeth. Mythical Beast Palu, activate. For some reason, seeing the big lizard show its teeth like that, Helena felt a bit uneasy, subconsciously shrinking her neck and moving her sitting butt back on the ground. Whoosh, standing up from the stream, Seik walked to the bank. This time, the restoration of the third ring gave him a very magical ability. In his consciousness, a large red tree grew, with lush branches and leaves, red leaves covering the entire canopy. However, there was only one fruit hanging on this large red tree, and it was a crystal clear green fruit that didn't match the color of the red tree at all. The function of the green fruit was simple. It could change a monster's magic power and provide a planting inheritance, allowing the monster to gain the abilities of inducing, changing, and maintaining magical plants. Isn't this the perfect activation of the mythical beast Palu? What is this? Growing a tree in his mind? It felt a bit strange. He glanced silently at the fruit hanging on the red tree. He had a feeling that this red tree would probably grow other fruits, but so far, he didn't know the conditions for this growth. Looking kindly at the little fox on the riverbank staring blankly, this time the little fox was really going to cost him to make friends. Don't move. 3 words successfully stopped Helena, who wanted to step back. A black shadow enveloped her, and a round head rolled directly in front of her. Lowering his head in front of the little fox, the red scales on his forehead gently touched the little fox's head. In an instant, a red light shone. A warm stream flowed into her body through her forehead. It's so warm. The trembling little body stopped, replaced by a look of enjoyment in her deep blue pupils. In this comfortable enjoyment, she slowly sank into it. In her consciousness, many familiar yet unfamiliar knowledge emerged. This inheritance lasted for about 10 minutes. After the inheritance ended, the red light on her forehead dissipated, and Seik raised his head. The little fox in front of him still squatted with her head raised, her eyes tightly closed. Sek knew why. He only poured it in, but the little fox was different. She had to accept and digest this inheritance, which was more challenging. Sniff sniff, the two large nostrils twitched slightly. What's that smell? It seems like something burnt. Wait, a burnt smell? Meat, my meat. Rushing to the fire, the lizard frantically took the roasted meat off. Luckily, only a small area was burnt. That small piece can be left for the little fox, no problem. Glancing silently at the fox still sitting in place, by now, the fox had opened its eyes, probably recovering. Cutting the meat. Ignoring the temperature, the lizard used its claws to directly grab the burnt piece and placed it on a large leaf. Good, the spoils are divided. Smelling the aroma of the roasted meat, unable to resist any longer, the lizard's claws held the rib up to its mouth. Opening its mouth, it bit off the meat and bone, chewing directly. When only the last rib bone was left, the lizard held it up to its face, opening its mouth. Crunch crunch crunch, the full and sharp teeth crushed the rib bone rapidly like a grinder. In the corner of its eye, the fox, who had been sitting still for a while, suddenly moved. She shook her head, and her dilated blue pupils gradually returned to clarity. Recovered. Helena looked at the large figure lying beside the fire with a complex gaze. Just now, a mysterious inheritance appeared in her mind, granting her the ability to alter the characteristics of magical plants, cultivate them, and grow magical plants. She didn't know why Sir Sek had this ability, but she knew that this inheritance gave her a chance to change. In the future, she could become a useful magical creature. Magical plants, whether intelligent species or magical creatures, are essential. Moreover, according to the inherited knowledge, she could even cultivate superior magical plants in the future. Superior magical plants are usually found only in underground palaces, often guarded by powerful monsters. Like intelligent species, monsters also know how to use magical plants to enhance themselves. Sir Sek, thank you. Sek chewed on the bone in his mouth, his gaze fixed on the fox lying in front of him. Sek, chew. It's nothing, we had a fair trade. Has the inheritance been fully accepted? Helena has accepted it all, Sir Sek. Helena, lying on the ground, raised her eyebrows slightly as she looked at Sir Sek in front of her. Upon closer inspection, she found that Sir Sek looked quite friendly when not baring his teeth. Oh, that's good. Let's settle the bill then, shall we? Bill? Her thoughts interrupted. Helena looked somewhat puzzled at Sir Sek in front of her. In the firelight, Sir Sek once again revealed his set of large white teeth. Seeing those teeth, Helena felt a sense of unease in her heart. She had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. Exactly, a bill. You don't think you can just take things for free, do you? No, Sir Sek, Helena does not. No? Good, then let's settle the bill. Seems like there's something stuck between my teeth. Tried to dislodge it with my tongue, but it didn't work. Oh well, let's use my claws. Inserting its claw into its mouth, the lizard picked out the stuck meat and flicked it into the fire. Its gaze continued to focus on the little fox in front of it. Alright, let's continue calculating this bill. First, let's estimate the value. This inheritance is unique, and it can change your worthless self, do you agree? Helena lightly agreed. Sir Sek was indeed right. Since you agree, there's nothing more to say. Unique, plus the ability to change your life. Considering the friendship you've shown to this lizard, I'll give you a discount. This inheritance is priced at 30 million gold coins. In the future, you can slowly cultivate magic plants. It should be possible to repay in about 1 or 200 years, which is not that difficult, actually. By the way, how long can you live? Sek asked sincerely. He was not sure how long a bronze fox could live, but magical beasts generally should have a concept of their own lifespan. Just like himself, he should currently have over 1,000 years of life left. When he just added a ring, this lifespan increased by another 1,000 years, now totaling 2,000 years. Well, by then, we can still be old friends. Sek's crimson vertical pupils widened with joy. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Sek looked at the fox in front of him, who had closed his eyes and remained silent for a while, with a suspicious gaze. This guy wouldn't be trying to cheat me, would he? He extended his claws and gently nudged the little fox with the back of his paw. No response. There was no sign of the fox opening its eyes. Hey, don't think you can cheat your way out by staying silent. If you don't repay me, I'll go find that human breeder and sell him to get my money back. The tried and true trick still got no response. Wait, could this guy be dead? No, this won't do. This is Paru, Sek's #1 worker. Who will work for Sek if she's gone? He lowered his head, pressed his ear against the fox, flattening the fluffy fur until it touched the flesh. There was still warmth, and the heartbeat continued. He raised his head and looked at Paro, lying on the ground. She seemed fine, she probably fainted from too much excitement. It seems being small in size isn't good, her heart isn't strong enough to handle even a bit of excitement. Oh well, let's wait for this guy to wake up. Sek sat back by the campfire, facing the stream with his back to the fire, and pulled out a crystal core from his claws, stuffing it directly into his mouth. His gaze wandered along the stream bank, eventually locking onto the spot in front of the treehouse by the stream. That's it. Sek, oh, munch, unlike him, a big lizard, the little cat is a little girl who will eventually grow up, so bathing outdoors like last night is fine for now, but it won't be suitable when the little cat grows a bit older. So, he plans to build an outdoor bath on the stream. His idea is simple. First, enclose a small circle with logs, then cover it with a small dome, leaving a small hole in the middle so the little cat can see the stars while bathing. Well, let's get started. He stood up from the ground, walked into the forest on two legs. Whoosh, a tree about 15 meters high fell down. The loud noise startled many small birds resting on the treetops around, making them fly away. Watching the fallen tree, Sek walked to the tree crown and directly cut off a whole section with his claws. There's no need to take these tree crowns back. As for firewood, there's a large pile left from the last time he built the big wooden house, more than enough, completely unnecessary. So, there's no need to take the tree crowns back. He cut off the tree crown, leaving intact logs, inserted his claws into the tree from the middle, effortlessly lifted it, and headed back towards the treehouse. Ing. Approaching the treehouse, a fierce yet soft cry sounded in his ears. It was Helena's voice. Ing. On a small tree about 5 to 6 meters high, a fluffy blue fur fox bared its teeth, but due to its small size, this action didn't make her appear particularly fierce. Under the small tree, a large black wild boar, looking like it weighed a few hundred pounds, with a wide body and sharp tusks hanging from its lower jaw, was aggressively nudging the small tree. Its fierce gaze was fixed on the small figure hugging the tree trunk tightly, filled with a strong desire to eat. Watching the large wild boar continuously nudging the small tree below, Helena focused her mind, forcing herself to regain some rationality from her fear. Sha. The small tree trembled suddenly. It was the giant wild boar below that changed its way of attacking, from arching to ramming. Its sharp fangs struck the small tree trunk, tearing off a large piece of bark in one go. No, she couldn't continue like this. If the wild boar kept ramming the tree like this, it would soon fall. She had to fight back. With a focused gaze, she manipulated the surrounding water elements, gathering blue light spots to form droplets that quickly condensed into a water arrow. Bang! The wild boar fiercely rammed the tree trunk once again. Debris scattered, leaving another large chunk missing from the trunk. One more hit, and the tree would surely give in. The water arrow was ready, aimed at the wild boar below. Ing! Accompanied by a soft roar. The water arrow shot out, hitting the wild boar accurately on the forehead. Plop, like raindrops falling, the arrow dispersed upon impact on the wild boar's forehead. There was minimal actual damage, but it only fueled the wild boar's ferocity. Digging its front hooves into the ground, the wild boar charged once more towards the tree. Watching the wild boar charge again, Helena felt powerless. You're just useless, no strength, and such poor elemental control. Don't follow me, go away. Eat it all. How about we make a new contract, release the old one, and establish a symbiotic agreement? Yes, she had seen the disdain hidden in his eyes before, but she still believed in him. But he was right after all, she. Slowly closing her eyes with blue fuzzy eyelids. Bang! A dull sound rang out, different from the ramming noise, more like the sound of flesh and bones bursting. The small tree remained still. Slowly, she opened her eyes. Below the small tree, Sek flicked the head of the wild boar that had been decapitated with a hint of disdain, shaking his right paw. As he shook his paw, red liquid splattered. Damn it, he should have been gentler. If he could do it again, he wouldn't use so much force. The headless body of the wild boar on the ground had completely stopped moving, with only its limbs twitching slightly, and a trickle of red liquid flowing from its neck. A strong smell of blood filled the air. Sek looked at the headless wild boar on the ground. This guy must have come from somewhere else to have come here voluntarily. Well, it wasn't a local pig. A local one wouldn't dare come here. Any wild beast in the vicinity knew to stay far away from him and the big cat. Oh well, why think so much? It's just a piece of meat delivered to the door. Raising his head, he looked at the blue figure perched on the tree trunk. Hey, how long are you going to stay up in the tree? Helena obediently climbed down from the tree, walked up to Sek, drooping her head, looking lost. Just then, a warm touch descended on her head. Raising her head, a large open red paw landed on her head. The sharp claws gleamed, but the paw felt warm. Not scary. In her line of sight, Master Sek once again revealed his big white teeth. Tonight, we'll have pork hot pot. But for now, you have work to do. Your friend Faye hasn't paid me yet. Go, improve those 2 Lolo grasses. I want to see a new variety in 3 days. Or else. SEK withdrew his paw, which had been rubbing her head, and leaned down close to his number 1 worker, Paru. Or else, I won't feed you. Though not a capitalist, he knew the principle of rewarding hard work. Only then would his number 1 worker, Paru, obediently work. A faint layer of transparency appeared in his bright blue eyes. Unlike him, Master SEK didn't blame himself. Lord Seek, Ing. Helena will definitely grow magical plants that satisfy you. Good, go ahead. Is this what being praised feels like? With a slight swish of his pinecone-like tail and a gentle nudge against his red paw, Helena turned and ran towards the 2 Lolo grasses planted just below the treehouse. Watching her energetic figure running towards the Lolo grasses, satisfaction gleamed in Seek's eyes. Good, energy restored, and the number 1 worker Paru will surely be more proactive. Retracting his gaze, he turned to the headless giant wild boar on the ground. Now, it's time to deal with this wild boar. His claws pierced directly into the boar's body, then he walked towards the stream. The heavy boar's body left a red drag mark on the ground. After a few minutes, the boar's body was efficiently dealt with. Seek glanced at Paru, number 1 under the treehouse. At that moment, Paru was kneeling in front of a Lolo grass, a blue magical thread connecting her to the plant. Confirming Paru's diligent work, Seek spread his wings. Alright, time to check if the kitten has entered the academy properly. Exhales, his heavy wings, covered in red scales, shimmered in the bright sunlight. With a powerful flap of his wings, his forepaws left the ground and ascended directly into the air. Hovering above the treehouse, he glanced at the treehouse below and then at the nearby small city of Gioia. After a moment of thought, Seek decided to change course and flew into the forest. Although the encounter with the giant boar was likely an accident, it wouldn't hurt to patrol the area. It would only take a few minutes. This should have been the big cat's task. However, the scent of big cats in the forest had been faint these days, and it was unclear where they had wandered off to. After a few minutes of swift circling above the forest, there were no special discoveries, no magical presence, and no dangerous beasts approaching the treehouse location. Okay, into the city, into the city. Changing direction in the air, he flapped his wings, doubling his speed as he headed towards the city of Gioia. Exhales. On the snowy, windswept peaks, a large lion with fur as fiery as fire calmly made his way through the snowstorm. The snow was heavy, but every snowflake that landed on him instantly melted, the water droplets not wetting his fur but turning into white vapor and disappearing into the air. Rustle! His furry paw pads sank into the thick snow, making swift progress. Standing before the basin, he halted his steps. Here it was, the snow demon's territory. It was a circular basin with an open space in the center, covered in thick snow. In the middle of the basin lay a humanoid creature over 10 meters in size, resembling a small giant, lying on its side with eyes closed, snoring loudly. The creature's skin was rough and pale, resembling thick white rock slabs, with a snow-white horn growing from the center of its forehead. Beneath it lay numerous white bones, some still bearing shreds of flesh. These bones belonged to both beasts and intelligent humanoid creatures. The snow demon, a creature from the abyss, favored living in cold regions. An adult snow demon ranked at the 4th circle. Judging by this one's size, it was clearly an adult. The crimson beast's pupils slightly narrowed, and Zell crouched down, gathering his elemental power. Snowflakes fell on his red fur again, but this time they didn't melt. He nudged his paw forward. Russell, sliding down the thick snow on a slight slope, his gaze remained vigilant towards the massive white figure with its back turned towards him. If the other showed any signs of awakening, he would have to unleash his full power to gain the upper hand. After landing in the basin, the creature cautiously placed its forepaws on the snowy ground and slowly inched towards the snow demon. It needed to minimize its movement sound as much as possible. In a direct confrontation, the odds were even between this snow demon and the creature, but with a successful sneak attack, the odds could shift in its favor. The snow demon was 4, and it was 6. In the basin, a cat-like figure stealthily moved forward, with snowflakes quickly turning its red fur into white. After covering just a few hundred meters, it had spent half an hour moving, becoming completely covered in snow, resembling a white ball. But it was all worth it. As it gazed at the snow demon right in front of it, Zay slowly opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs unique to fierce beasts. The snow demon, lying on its side, seemed unaware of the danger as it slept deeply. It was the perfect moment. A flash of ferocity gleamed in the crimson beast's eyes. With a powerful push from its hind legs, now covered in snow, it swiftly lunged towards the snow demon's neck. Its gaping maw closed in on the snow demon's neck, tearing off a large chunk of flesh, while its sharp claws dug deep into the snow demon's skin. Suppressed elements erupted in an instant, flames swirling around. The second bite targeted the snow demon's neck once more. The sudden pain jolted the snow demon awake. Its heavy eyelids opened to reveal blood-red demon eyes, with a vertical eye between them, featuring a pure white pupil. Roar! The snow demon, sitting up, instinctively reached to grab the creature on its neck, attempting to throw it off. However, no matter how hard it tried, the creature on its back remained unmoved, viciously tearing at its neck. Failing to dislodge it after several attempts, the snow demon changed its strategy. Rising to its feet, it slammed its massive body forcefully onto the ground. The solid impact only fueled the ferocity in the crimson beast's eyes. Opening its bloodied jaws, it bit down once more, tearing off another large piece of flesh. Roar! Roaring in anger, the snow demon repeatedly rose and violently slammed its back onto the ground. The roars in the basin continued, starting strong and gradually weakening until they faded away completely. With half of its neck flesh torn off, the snow demon lost all ability to move, collapsing among a pile of bones. Releasing its grip, the creature crawled out from the snow demon's back. Extending its claws, it turned the snow demon's head towards it. With only a few pieces of flesh left on its neck, the snow demon's head dangled like a meat string. The creature's claws, sticky with blood, delicately sliced through the vertical eye on the snow demon's neck. Breaking through the surrounding flesh, it extracted a white spherical object. The sphere was translucent white and solid, about the size of a marble, resting quietly in the bloodied claws. A cool sensation flowed into its body through the claws, easing its dazed consciousness. Gazing at the sphere, the bloodied jaws widened, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth in a mix of dark red and crimson hues. This was it. On the academy's path, a round-headed lizard stood upright, walking with a cute demeanor that caught the attention of many students in academy uniforms. Occasionally, CK would pause to sniff the air, following a scent that led it to a spacious muddy field. On the school grounds, young boys and girls were dressed in white tight-fitting clothes and shorts that seemed convenient for movement, each engaging in their own exercises. Stopping at the edge of the school grounds, Seik swayed his head from side to side, his gaze quickly scanning the crowd until he found the small figure he was looking for. The kitten was wearing the same white tight-fitting clothes and white shorts, with a rope tied around the waist, dragging a small wooden block at the end of the rope. Beside her stood a muscular man also dressed in white training attire. Watching the diligent little figure, Pearson unconsciously nodded approvingly. Over the past few days, he had come to understand. This little one was working hard to become stronger, and as a mentor, he appreciated such students energetic and determined. Alright, the little one had also noticed him. The tension he was holding on to was released. Looking up at the sun in the sky, shining brightly, it was only noon. There was still some time before the kitten finished school. Should he go play with Pexper, that silly wolf? Oh, right, he should go buy some magic plant seeds for one to work on Paru's cultivation. He could also buy some daily necessities for the kitten. Without further ado, he turned and headed straight for the school gate. Seik spent the afternoon wandering around the commercial street of the holy city of Goya. During this time, he purchased various daily necessities and the magic plant seeds needed for one to work on Paru. He chose the summer donghua seed. A bronze magic plant. When consumed, it increases elemental affinity for an hour. It was a common basic magic plant, suitable for one to start with. Glancing up at the sky, the sun was approaching dusk. It was about time for the kitten to finish school. With that in mind, he quickened his pace. Back at the academy, students had started to come out of the main gate in small groups, heading home. This magical beast cub is so cute. I want to pet it. Should we go talk to her? Ignoring the ill-intentioned bipeds, he wrinkled his big nostrils. The kitten's scent was still in the academy. She hadn't left yet. Confirming this, he walked straight into the academy gate. As for the bipeds who wanted to chat, he ignored them. He was here to pick up the kitten. He didn't have time for them today. Next time, they could meet at the academy's grass field. Walking into the academy, after about 2 minutes, a familiar small figure appeared in his line of sight on the road ahead. It was the kitten. Seik stopped in his tracks. His little kitten seemed a bit lonely, with no one around her, contrasting sharply with the other students in groups of 3 or 5. Holding the training clothes she had changed out of today in her pocket, Angelia silently moved forward with her head down. Suddenly, her lowered gaze caught sight of a familiar round white belly, covered with long white thick scales that seemed as hard as steel. Surprise flashed in her eyes. She raised her head. Lord Seik, a brilliant smile bloomed on her previously calm face in an instant. I'm here to pick you up from school. Is the kitten happy? She nodded vigorously. Looking at the kitten smiling in front of him, Seik grinned, showing his big teeth, and turned his back to her. Come on up. Soon, the familiar weight was on his back, and a pair of small hands wrapped around his neck. Her little cheek rubbed against Seik's smooth and warm scales, and a familiar sense of security welled up in her heart. With this sense of security, she slowly closed her eyes once again, walking out of the city gate. Glancing back, as expected, the kitten had fallen asleep again. Oh well, he thought, let's exercise today. Moving forward with purpose. The orange sunset spilled over the red giant lizard, and a peaceful sleeping figure on its back revealed a smile on its small face. Back in the treehouse, the little fox was still lying in front of the lolo grass. Ignoring the fox, Seik placed the kitten on the wolf skin and started cooking. He took off the large iron pot rack left by Mrs. Lizzie last time from the big treehouse, filled it with water, added ingredients and seasonings purchased at the store today, and took out 5 pieces of smoked meat from the smokehouse to clean in the stream. In the midst of busyness, half an hour quickly passed. Gurgle, the red soup in the pot had completely boiled, so he added the meat. The rolling soup stirred the meat slices, and in no time, the meat looked cooked. Sniff, the kitten beside him twitched its nose and slowly sat up. Seek smirked slightly at this scene. He knew the kitten didn't need to be called to eat, which was quite like him. Seek, are we having hot pot tonight? Yes, we are having hot pot tonight. But you have to help me and Helena with the meat later. He was a paw, and Helena was a paw too, so only the kitten, the only one who could use chopsticks, could help with fishing out the meat. He didn't mind reaching into the pot directly. After all, he wasn't afraid of getting burned, but since it was hot pot, using his paw was somewhat unhygienic. Alright, Angelia can feed Seek. Can we eat now? Can we eat now, Seek? The kitten's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Seek nodded gently. The meat has been in for a while, you can try it. Okay. Angelia picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat, and put it in her mouth. Delicious, hot. Seeing this comical scene, Seek grinned broadly, showing his big teeth. With this kitten's company, everything around him seemed to have become much more interesting. Having a satisfying dinner and drinks followed the same routine as the night before. After lying down for half an hour to digest, they all went into the stream for a bath. However, today it was Seek who went into the stream with the kitten. As a fox, Helena, being a furry animal, naturally hated bathing. In the stream, Seek immediately submerged himself and blew bubbles until a body pressed against his back. Then he raised his head from the water. In the moonlit stream, the kitten stood beside him wrapped in a towel. Seek, let me brush your scales for you. Angelia raised the brush in her hand as a gesture. Brush scales? Well, that could work. Seek's eyes lit up as he looked at the towel in the kitten's hand. But he couldn't use that. He reached into the storage bag hanging around his neck, and with a flash of red light, a large brush appeared in his paw. He handed the brush to the kitten. Use this, it's better. Taking the large brush handed over by Seek, Angelia hesitated as she looked at it. The red scales were smooth as jade, emitting a faint glow in the moonlight. Looking at Seek's beautiful scales, she hesitated even more. Did she really have to use this brush to brush Seek's scales? Wasn't this brush too rough and might damage Seek's scales? Seek, do I really have to use this? Yes, hurry up, I'm waiting. Seek's words left her no choice, so she tentatively brushed the scales on Seek's back and pushed upward. Shoo, the brushed scales still looked smooth and unblemished. She breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling more at ease, she continued brushing with the brush in her hand. After brushing his back, front paws, tail, inside and out, she was almost done. Voila! Sitting up from the stream, the claw reached out and took the brush from the kitten in front. Alright, I'll take it from here. Oh, and this is for you. The paw reached into the storage bag hanging on the chest, a red light flashed, and a 20-centimeter wooden bottle appeared in the paw. This is the shampoo of this world, bought casually while shopping during the day. Despite its small size, this thing is precious, costing 10 silver coins. He felt a pang when paying for it. SEK, what is this? Angelia curiously looked at the wooden bottle, showcasing her talent for asking when she didn't understand. Although she didn't know what it was, she still reached out and took the bottle into her arms. It's for washing hair, go ahead and try it. Hearing that it was for washing hair, Angelia knew what was in her arms, shampoo. She had seen the slave owner use it before, but the one the slave owner used didn't look as good as the one she was holding now. She lowered her head to look at the shampoo in her arms. This should be expensive. I have to become stronger and earn a lot of money to give to SEK in the future. Alright, stop standing there, go try it. Yes, SEK. A smile spread across her little face as the kitten holding the bottle walked to the side to prepare to wash her shoulder-length hair. Sending the kitten away, he held the brush in his right paw, rinsed it in the water, and pressed it against his chest. Angelia had already helped him brush most of his scales all over his body, now only the thick white scales on his belly were left. Brush left, brush right, I love bathing, scales are so good. Hearing SEK singing next to him, Angelia paused, a slight smile on her lips. She tilted the wooden bottle in her hand, and soon a milky white liquid with a faint floral scent flowed out. La la la, I'm a bathing expert. SEK, oh, asterisk caret caret asterisk. He sang a little song and brushed the thick scales on his belly back and forth. Feeling satisfied, he stopped the wooden brush in his paw. Looking down, the scales that had been brushed once were noticeably smoother. Not bad, it looks like I'll have to brush more in the future. Alright, the bath is done, now it's time to sleep. He looked towards the riverbank and stepped forward. On the riverbank, the kitten was already waiting, holding a small wooden bottle in her arms, and the little fox Helena was squatting on her shoulder, using magic to remove the moisture from her hair. Hua la la, he raised his paw and walked ashore, stopping in front of the kitten. Looking at SEK in front of her, the kitten tilted her face up, revealing a somewhat awkward smile. After a period of supplementary feeding, with daily large meat meals, the kitten's body had become plumper. His gaze lingered on the kitten's pitch-black shoulder-length hair. Should he mention it or not, although that shampoo was a bit expensive, its effect was indeed good. The kitten's originally straw-like dry hair now looked much smoother after using it. If she could keep it up, the kitten's hair would definitely look beautiful. He extended a large paw towards the kitten, spreading it out in front of her. A semicircular red scale lay quietly in the palm of his paw, which he had just pulled out. It was quite painful. But even so, SEK felt it was worth it. There was his magic on the scale, so if anything happened to the kitten, the fire element on this scale would erupt to form a flame shield to protect her. Perhaps because he was a supreme being, even if this scale was separated from him, it still retained magic, and he could still control it. This was like having a protective alarm and locator. In other words, he no longer had to get up early every day to send the kitten to school. He could continue to sleep until he woke up naturally every day. Is this for me? Yes, my scale, it will protect you in the future. Thank you. A smile appeared on her face as the kitten reached out and took the scale. Seeing the kitten take the scale, SEK gently rubbed its head with a raised paw. Let's go, time for bed. Angelia listens to SEK. With her current daily exercise routine, all Angelia wanted to do after school was to lay her head on the pillow and sleep. Returning to the treehouse with the cat and the fox, she lay down in front of the bare skin, the kitten following suit beside her. Lying on her side in front of SEK, their round heads facing each other, Angelia's lips curled slightly. Good night, SEK. Good night. Glancing at Helena already lying down beside them, SEK's tail flicked slightly, extinguishing the flames on its tip, plunging the entire treehouse into darkness. The next morning, as expected, Angelia woke up to the annoying cries of a group of lizards. Pushing herself up from the bare skin, she looked around. The kitten was nowhere to be seen, nor was the fox. Stepping forward, she walked to the door. With a paw forward, she completed her daily check-in, stepping from the tree door onto the platform outside the treehouse. Looking down from the platform, she saw the fox irrigating 2 lolo grass plants with water from the stream. Unlike regular lolo grass, these 2 had some light blue patterns on them, emitting water elemental waves. It seemed that Paro, the first worker, had already modified these 2 lolo grass plants. The effects remained to be seen. Currently, the modified lolo grass was still in the cultivation stage, requiring some time to grow and undergo real changes. Plop! A small pouch landed directly on the blue fox's head. Startled, Helena broke her water control, causing the clear water flowing from the stream to collapse instantly. Looking at the pouch on the ground, Helena turned to SEK. You're awake, SEK. Yes, this pouch contains xiaodong melon seeds. Plant them, or you won't get food. Watching the stern SEK, although she knew he meant no harm, Helena instinctively shrank her neck. Intentionally getting closer to the fox, SEK bared his teeth. If you can't grow them, I'll pluck the fur from your tail. Unlike with the kitten, he always felt a strange emotion when facing the fox, generally leading to annoyance. Especially seeing the fox cower like that made him even angrier. Hearing this, Helena instinctively hugged her fluffy tail. She hadn't been shedding much these days. She didn't want to be a bald fox, it would be too ugly. Shaking her head from side to side and quickly nodding, her bright blue eyes looked eagerly at SEK. SEK, I will definitely grow the xiaodong melon, so please don't pluck my fur. Seeing the fox's expression, SEK felt annoyed. Humph, we'll see if your xiaodong melon can satisfy me. If not, I'll pluck your fur, turning you into a bald fox. Under this intimidation and threat, the fox trembled in fear. I will try my best. Effort alone is not enough. Reaching for the pouch hanging around his neck, a red glow flashed, revealing a rhombus-shaped earth-yellow crystal in his paw. This was a magical item that, when infused with a small amount of magic, could control a small area of soil. It was a small magical tool used for planting flowers, perfect for the fox. Despite having paws, her small claws were too slow and inefficient at digging. As an excellent capital lizard, he had a duty to improve the work efficiency of this first worker, Paru. So yesterday, I happened to buy this magic little gadget at a small roadside stall. It wasn't expensive, just cost me a silver coin. Here, with this, you can inject magic into it and control a small piece of land. I need you to plant this batch of xiaodong melons today. Seeing the claw handed to her with a yellow crystal lying quietly on it, Helena raised her claw and felt a warm sensation flowing in her chest. It was a feeling she had never experienced before. She directly stuffed the crystal tool from the claw into the little fox's arms. Don't get too touched too soon, I just want you to work well. You still owe me 30 million, remember? If you don't pay it off, don't even think about leaving. You can only stay by my side for the rest of your life, got it? To intimidate the guy, Sake got close to the little fox, showing his sharp teeth menacingly. Each sharp and full tooth looked terrifying. But for some reason, this time there was no familiar sense of fear spreading in her heart. Instead, there was a strange feeling blossoming within. Why is this Sake guy kind of cute? Looking at Sake up close, her body leaned forward, her little paws supporting her, and her pink nose gently touching his round head. The bright red vertical pupils instantly focused. Rustle, after retreating a dozen steps, Sake finally stopped, looking at the little fox in front of him with a wary and puzzled gaze. What's wrong with this guy? Is he scared silly by me? Why did he come so close? Helena didn't know why she did this. But as she looked at Sake, who was looking at her with a cautious and slightly frightened look, some strange thoughts uncontrollably emerged in her mind. This Sake guy is kind of cute, I want to continue. Lowering her head, she opened her mouth and picked up the yellow crystal. Sake, I will definitely grow the best xiaodong melons for you. Their eyes met for a few seconds. This time the little fox's gaze showed no avoidance, but met his gaze directly. Oh no, this fox is really up to no good. But that's okay, it's much better than the timid and cowardly look he had just now. Humph, you better. Leaving these words behind, without looking back, he walked straight into the forest to continue the unfinished work of building the bathhouse from yesterday. Walking upright in the forest, his eyes scanning left and right, searching for suitable targets to cut down while his paw reached for the storage bag. A red glow appeared, and a tennis ball-sized crystal appeared in his paw. After eating 5 crystals in a row, as he was about to reach out his paw, a tree that looked suitable suddenly appeared in front of him. About 16 meters high, with a slender trunk, not too thick, suitable for construction. He raised his paw and then put it down in front of the tree. Stopping in front of the tree, he aimed his sharp claws at the trunk and swiped, causing a large piece of bark with wood chips to fall off. Rustle, the tree swayed as if about to fall. One more swipe and it would come down. Without any hesitation, he swiped again, and so he was busy until noon. With his paws on his hips, sparks flew as his sharp claws rubbed against the scales. None of this caught Sake's attention. Looking at the pile of high wood in front of him, a look of satisfaction appeared in his crimson vertical pupils. Humph, indeed, he was capable as the Lizard King. He had collected enough wood in just one morning. Next, he rubbed his belly with his big paw. Well, he thought, it's better to fill his stomach first, after all, being full gives him the energy to work. He raised his head and looked upstream along the stream. In a spot slightly higher up from the treehouse, a blue-furred little fox was planting seeds in a newly cleared area of about 100 square meters. The black soil looked fresh, divided into neat rows. Every time the little fox planted a purple seed, she would use her small paws to gather the black soil on both sides and cover it. This planting method inevitably got her paws dirty, so they were already stained black by the soil. Even the soft fur on her chest couldn't avoid it. Sake's gaze lingered on the swaying pine blue tail. It seemed like this fellow was quite happy. Retracting his gaze. Oh well, let's cook first, I'm starving. Although he had been snacking on various tidbits all morning, none of them were filling. It felt like he hadn't eaten at all. Rubbing his growling stomach with his big paw, he walked towards the smokehouse, took out 40 pounds of smoked meat, and went to the stream to wash it. Making a fire, brushing the seasoning, skewering the meat, and starting to roast. Busy for about half an hour. Sizzle, the fat dripped down from the already golden brown smoked meat. It should be about done. He picked up a skewer and opened his mouth. Ah! Just as he was about to put it in his mouth, he paused and looked towards the small figure still planting in the ground not far away. Hey, come eat. Upon hearing the voice, Helena, who was planting, paused for a moment, then continued to push and bury the soil with her paws. After finishing all this, she turned to look down below the treehouse. In front of the bonfire, Lord Sek sat, waving at her. Got it, Lord Sek. Lowering her head, she picked up the small bag of seeds from the ground and ran towards Sek. She had already planted a third of the cleared land, but most of the seeds had been used up, and she felt she should be able to finish planting today. Lord Sek. Watching Helena run up to him, Sek's vertical pupils slightly narrowed. How did this fellow get so dirty? Except for the tail, head, and back, the rest of her body was almost unrecognizable, all covered in dirty soil. Oh well, let's eat first. Well, let's eat first. Nodding lightly, he picked up a leaf and placed it in front of Helena. He pulled out a piece of sizzling oily smoked meat and cut off a large piece directly onto the leaf in front of Helena. Just as he was about to retract his paw, glancing at the now dirty little fox, he paused the retraction of his paw, then pinched the cooked smoked meat, directly crushing the intact piece into irregular chunks. Without explaining his actions, retracting his paw, eat up. Instructing, he fed the smoked meat in his paw directly into her mouth. The crystal clear blue eyes sparkled as they watched Lord Sek, who had already started eating. Indeed, Lord Sek had always been taking care of her. Lowering her head, she directly bit into a chunk of meat, the aroma of fat and meat spreading at the corners of her mouth. Today's grilled meat seemed to be even more delicious than yesterday and the day before. Satisfied and full, Sek lay on the grass, his big belly facing the sky. Feeling a bit sleepy, glancing at the little fox napping beside him. Oh well, this lizard will take a short nap. After all, work should be balanced with rest. Turning over and lying down, his hind legs stretched out, his front paws resting under his head. Without resisting the drowsiness, his heavy eyelids slowly closed, his breathing becoming calm and steady. Russell, Helena, who was lying next to him, slowly raised her little head, looking at Sek, who had already closed his eyes. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Until about 5 or 6 minutes had passed, Helena gently opened her mouth. Lord Sek, are you asleep? Lord Sek, are you asleep? She called several times in a row, but received no response. This made her completely relieved. With her dirty little paws supporting her body, she moved as lightly as possible step by step towards Lord Sek. The deep blue pupils slightly contracted, carefully discerning a heavier breath from the little fox at this moment. She lowered her head, gently pressing her nose against a red scale. A warm sensation transmitted from the tip of her nose. In this moment, it felt like something was being filled up in her heart, yet something else was being pushed out. This was the warmth she desired. Crimson threads intertwined with dark red lines. One familiar, one filled with malice. Like a pale giant trapped beast. Heavy eyelids lifted, revealing a pair of crimson vertical pupils. Russell, the bushes in front trembled slightly, and the next moment, a massive creature emerged from within. Recognizing the figure that emerged, Sek's eyes lit up. Zell, big brother. It's me, little Sek. Zell emerged from the bushes, a strong scent of blood clinging to him, despite most of the blood being wiped off during their journey through the snowy mountains. However, it was blood soaked into his fur, only the surface blood was wiped off. His claws supported his body, but Sek stopped halfway, his claws frozen. There was a strong scent of blood emanating from the big cat, and most of his fur had turned dark red, seemingly tainted by blood. Could the big cat be injured? Zell, are you hurt? Let's go to the church. In this world, the church provided free treatment to magical beasts without contracts. Watching Sek, with a worried expression in his crimson vertical pupils, Zell's heart warmed. Well, it wasn't in vain to care for this little guy. It's nothing, this blood actually belongs to a monster. I'm not injured. Oh, here, take this. Zell lowered his lion head, opened his mouth, and spat something out. Sek looked at the object that fell to the ground. It was a pearl, a pure white pearl about the size of a marble. What is this? You'll know when you pick it up. Glancing at the big cat in front of him, Sek reached out his paw and picked up the pure white pearl from the ground. The touch was a bit cold. Suddenly, a cool sensation spread throughout his body from the pearl. Under the influence of this cool sensation, his thoughts became clearer. Feel it? Yes, it's refreshing. Sek looked up at the big cat in front of him, already vaguely guessing what the big cat had been up to these past few days. He also understood why the big cat gave him this pearl. This is a snow demon's eyeball. It will help you keep your sanity clear, so you won't lose control easily in the future. Take good care of it. Okay, thank you, Zell. Looking at the big cat in front of him, Sek grinned, showing his white teeth. His dark red furry paw gently patted the round head. Without saying anything more, Zell retracted his paw and walked towards the stream. He needed to take a bath, wash off the mixed magical creature scent from his body, as this scent had attracted some creatures along the way. He even skipped hunting directly. Now, he just wanted to take a bath, then have a good night's sleep to replenish the energy lost over the past few days. Watching the big cat walk into the stream. What are you having for dinner tonight, Zell? Not eating. I'll take a bath and have a good sleep. With a response, Zell continued towards the deeper part of the stream. Originally just a shallow stream, he had dug a hole in the middle to have enough depth for a good bath. Oh, the big cat didn't seem hungry. Retracting his gaze from the big cat's back, Seik suddenly noticed the orange on the ground. He looked up at the sky. The orange clouds had covered the sky, and the sun was setting. The crimson vertical pupils quickly concentrated. I knocked. How did it get to this time already? Oh right, I have to go pick up the kitten from school. Just as I took a few steps, Seik stopped again. On the wooden bridge, Angelia, who had already returned, raised her palm and waved at Seik, who was looking in her direction. It seems like there's no need to pick her up. Oh well, I'll just cook instead. Waving a paw towards the kitten on the wooden bridge, then turning directly towards the smokehouse. The big cat went straight to sleep in the big wooden house after taking a bath. During dinner, the little fox was introduced to the big cat. After eating and drinking their fill, lounging for half an hour, it was time to bathe. Today, it was Helena who was not very willing to bathe with the kitten. Jokingly, it was her who was the dirtiest today. Without a bath, she wouldn't be allowed into his treehouse. After the kitten and the little fox finished bathing, it was time to sleep. Back in the treehouse, the bearskin lay down. The kitten in front of him moved her little mouth slightly. Good night, Seik. Good night. Saying their good nights, Seik extinguished the flame on his tail. Perhaps due to oversleeping during the day, he wasn't feeling very tired now. On the other hand, the kitten and the little fox, one exercised all day, the other worked hard all day, both fell asleep quickly. In less than 2 minutes, their breathing became steady. Oh right, the golden thread. This lizard can strengthen with golden thread and fall asleep directly. It seems like it's been a while since I checked. I wonder how much golden thread has accumulated. It should be quite a lot, after all, he has been quite happy recently. With a thought, the dark treehouse gradually condensed into golden dots, and strands of golden threads quickly formed in the air. The space in the treehouse quickly turned into a golden glow under the radiance of the golden threads. Oh, the crimson vertical pupils slightly dilated. Watching the dense golden threads in the room, Seik silently counted. 1, 2, 3. 129. Quite a lot. It's only been a while, and it has increased so much, it seems like he'll have to find more joyful things to do every day in the future. This way, the golden threads will increase rapidly, and this lizard can become stronger quickly. What should be strengthened this time? Watching the golden threads in the air, Seik fell into thought. Currently, his attacking methods seem to be mostly with his front paws, although sometimes he can use his mouth, but the taste of monsters is really bad. The taste of goblins, at first, was a bit fragrant and even sweet, but later on, it was all just a foul smell, like a fruit that looks good on the outside but is rotten inside. Shaking his head to clear the memories of the goblin's taste from his mind. Oh well, I shouldn't think about it. Thinking about it will make me nauseous. Front paws are necessary. The teeth in his mouth are sufficient for now. Scales can be strengthened a bit more. No matter how many layers of defense are stacked, they are useful. Half strengthened scales, half strengthened front paws. The floating golden threads in the air moved in an instant, and most of the golden light entered from various positions on his body scales. The familiar warm feeling flowed from every corner of his body. He silently closed his eyes to enjoy it. Drowsiness gradually crept up. However, there was a situation when strengthening his front paws. Each front paw stopped after only 5 golden threads entered. This forced Seik to open his eyes again. There were still more than 50 golden threads floating in front of the treehouse, and the house was still glowing with gold. Why did this situation occur? His talent had given feedback. The limit of his front paws had been strengthened. To continue strengthening, he would have to strengthen his body. Only a stronger body could increase the limit of front paw strengthening. This is a pentagonal development. He looked up at the golden threads in the air. Evenly strengthened the body. The swimming golden threads moved again. All the golden threads entered along the body, hind legs, tail, head, and wings. Basking in the warmth brought by the golden threads, the round head plopped back onto the ground. It felt as if a warm liquid was flowing inside the body, spreading through every corner, caressing all organs with its warmth. Eyelids grew heavier. The heavy lids slowly closed, and soon he drifted into slumber. Chirp chirp with the wild alarm clock ringing, Seik slowly opened his eyes. He propped himself up with his claws, walked to the door of the treehouse, and stopped. He stretched his claws forward and yawned. Completing his daily routine, his mind also powered up. Glancing around the treehouse, neither the kitten nor the little fox was there. His gaze shifted outside the treehouse, where the dawn was orange. Judging by the sky, it was still morning, with a hint of mist in the air. The kitten probably hadn't gone to the academy this early. A faint fragrance wafted up from below. Sniffing, it was the smell of grilled meat. Seik's front paws moved as he walked out of the treehouse door and stood on the platform, looking down. In front of the bonfire, the kitten, now in the academy uniform, sat quietly roasting a smoked fish. The furry triangular ears on top of its head twitched occasionally, revealing the owner's excitement. The kitten was making breakfast. Ha! Breakfast! Seik's crimson vertical pupils slightly narrowed. Suddenly, he remembered something: pocket money. He had forgotten to give the kitten pocket money. No wonder it was making breakfast at home. No wonder the kitten was isolated at the academy. Most students bought breakfast directly, while the kitten made it at home, missing out on opportunities to socialize with peers. Sometimes, students would go out in groups after school to buy things they liked. Without money, the kitten naturally couldn't participate, gradually becoming isolated. This was indeed Seik's negligence. No, it's not good for a child to be so isolated. Hopefully, it's not too late now. It's already the kitten's third day at school, so starting today, Seik would make sure to give the kitten pocket money and hopefully things would improve. Yes, let's go down and talk to the kitten. Today, he would go to the Sacred Academy with the kitten because Cecilia had asked him to water the flowers she was taking care of. With a slight push of his hind legs, crack. Seik, Sigma, eh? Along with a cracking sound, the platform built with wood at the door of the treehouse instantly shattered. With no support under his feet, his body lost balance instantly. Frantically spreading his wings, he flapped twice, but to no avail, and his unbalanced body crashed onto the tree roots. His round body descended smoothly. The sudden noise made Helena, who was watering the field, stop controlling the water flow. The kitten sitting by the bonfire also turned around. Bang bang bang! As a pile of scattered wood rolled down to the tree, Seik ended up on all fours on the ground. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Wait, it doesn't hurt at all. Just as he propped himself up with his claws, he saw a large and a small figure already crouching in front of him. Seik, are you okay? I'm fine, this height is nothing to me. Rising to his feet, Seik turned to look at the scattered wood behind him. Odd, he didn't use much force, just as usual, so how did the platform? His thoughts halted. Oh, right, last night he seemed to have reinforced it with gold. Sensing the changes in his body, his strength had increased by at least 3 times. As for his appearance, it wasn't visible yet, but judging by the reactions of the 2 small beings in front of him, the change seemed minimal. Facing the concerned gazes of the 2 small beings, he waved his claw. I'm really fine. Cheep cheep. After confirming that the large lizard in front of her was fine, Helena cheeped twice and then turned to continue tending to the farmland. She wanted to be a little fox that would be helpful to the big lizard. The little fox's chirping didn't convey any meaning, just simple cheeps. It was a strange cheeping. Taking her gaze away from the little fox's back, Seik looked at the little cat still eagerly staring at him. If you keep staring at me, your fish will burn, you know. With clear black eyes slightly widened, the next moment, the little cat burst into swift motion, running to the bonfire on its short legs and quickly pulling out the stick stuck in front of the fire. Hot hot hot. Watching the little cat bustling around, Seik grinned. Such an adorable little cat. After flipping the fish a few times, the cat placed it on a large leaf, then picked up the grilled fish and offered it directly to Seik. Master Seik, have some fish. Glancing at the little cat's paw holding the leaf, the skin looked slightly red but not burnt. It made sense. With the little cat's high affinity to fire elements, ordinary flames couldn't burn her. Shaking his head, Seik raised his paw to touch the storage bag on his chest. A red glow flashed, and a basketball-sized crimson crystal appeared in his paws. Holding the crystal and looking at the little cat's face, Seik locked eyes with her clear big eyes. I'll eat this. You have the grilled fish. Okay, not feeling rejected, Angelia understood that the crystal Seik held was much better than her grilled fish. Nodding her head, she picked up a piece of grilled fish and started eating. The little cat ate quickly. Seik, holding the crystal, also began nibbling on it. As the little cat finished the last piece of grilled fish, Seik had only a small piece of crystal left in his paw. Looking at the little cat in front of him, he had planned to go to school with her, but now it seemed impossible. The platform at the treehouse entrance had collapsed, and he needed to spend some time repairing it. Unlike the bathhouse, this couldn't be delayed. Without the platform, it would be inconvenient for the little cat and the little fox to enter and exit the treehouse. So, this was a task that had to be completed today. Master Seik, I'm done eating. Angelia wiped the fish oil from the corner of her mouth. Are you going to school now? Yes, Master Seik, don't worry, Angelia can go to the academy by herself. She shook the crimson scale in her hand. And with the scale you gave me, I'll be fine. For her, the scale was not just for protection, it also provided her with psychological comfort, the warmth of the scale making her feel as if Seik was always by her side. Alright, from now on, you can go to school on your own. Okay, Angelia has no problem. Master Seek. Watching the lively little cat in front of him, Seek reached into his storage bag. With a red glow, a shiny silver coin appeared in his paw. He held out the paw with the coin to Angelia. Master Seek, Angelia doesn't need money, she doesn't need it. Are you not going to listen to me? Seek gazed quietly at the little cat in front of him. No, Master Seek. Angelia frantically waved her little hands. She would always listen to Master Seek's words. She was not a disobedient little cat. Then take it, use it to buy something you need when you have time. Seeing the crimson vertical pupils already forming in front of Seek, Angelia silently took the silver coin. She really didn't need money. Except for breakfast, at noon, she would go to the academy cafeteria with Professor Pearson. That didn't require money either, as lunch was provided by the academy. As for buying things, she had traveled to many cities with her slave master and had long known the attitude of the human race towards half-beasts like her. Most humans were unwilling to sell things to these anomalies, even if they had money. So, she had no use for this silver coin. A familiar warmth came from above. She lightly touched the little cat's head with the back of her claw. Looking at the little cat in front of her, who was looking up at her, Seik grinned. She gave the little cat some pocket money, hoping it would help improve her solitary nature and make friends at the academy. She retracted her claw. Alright, go to school now. I'll come to pick you up in the afternoon. Okay. A genuine smile appeared on the gradually round face. She was looking forward to the end of the school day, even though it had just begun. Off you go. Alright, then, Lord Seik, I'm off. Seik nodded gently, watching the little cat's back until it disappeared over the wooden bridge before turning her gaze away. She walked to the entrance of the large wooden house, stretched her neck to peek inside. The big cat inside the treehouse was lying on the ground, breathing evenly and steadily. With the big cat confirmed to be fine, Seik turned and walked towards the scattered wood at the entrance of the treehouse. The wood had fallen apart due to the splitting of the bound wood strips on top. Only 2 were actually damaged, the rest could be reused. Let's get to work. The morning passed like this. Standing in front of the newly built wooden platform, the upright lizard crossed her arms with pride in her eyes as she looked at her masterpiece. The new wooden platform was completed, this time without ropes but using mortise and tenon joints, making it not only aesthetically pleasing but also much more sturdy. Even if she accidentally exerted force, it wouldn't collapse completely. Moreover, a small wooden ladder was connected to the new platform, sloping down to the ground for the little cat and fox to use. Job done. She glanced at the sky. The sun was already nearing midday. First, lunch, then watering the flowers at the academy, and stocking up on nectar since it had all been consumed. She entered the smokehouse, took out 8 pieces of smoked meat, cleaned them, and started grilling. Once cooked, she called the diligent fox to have lunch together. After eating to her heart's content, Seik, with her already round belly, stood up and looked towards the direction of the wooden bridge. It was time to go. Her crimson vertical pupils narrowed. Without any hesitation, she turned and headed straight for the bushes behind the treehouse, dug a hole with her claws, and squatted down. Groan! Why was it so blocked today? The crimson vertical pupils quickly concentrated and began to exert force. After struggling for 2 minutes, a comfortable feeling of relief came. The concentrated crimson vertical pupils slowly dissipated. Finally, she managed to pull it out. She closed her thick scales. Turning around to look into the hole, Seik was dumbfounded. Among a pile of dark objects, a curved arc emerged, emitting a reddish hue. The object seemed quite large, but because it was covered, its full appearance couldn't be discerned at the moment. Did this lizard lay an egg? That couldn't be right. She was a male lizard, and males don't lay eggs. No, she had to take a look. She extended her claw, broke off a nearby bush branch, and poked at the pile of things emitting a faint heat. Poke, poke, poke. After a few attempts, she finally poked out a basketball-sized object from the hole. As she saw the full appearance of the object, Seik breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't an egg, just as she thought. A male lizard like her wouldn't lay eggs. The object was a crystal, similar in color to the diamond-shaped crystal from before, but this time with a slight change in shape. And this object was constantly emitting high temperatures. It seems a bit different from the last crystal. The previous one didn't emit high temperatures. Looks like another trip to the appraisal shop from last time is in order. With a swipe of the claw, the just dug soil next to it was directly filled back into the pit, tearing off 2 large leaves to wrap around the red crystal ball before picking it up with a claw. But the claw was too sharp, and it shattered with just a light grip. Inevitably, there was contact with the crystal ball. The crimson vertical pupils quickly condensed. Seik, suppressing the urge to throw it away, he stepped forward with his claw. Just as he emerged from the bushes, he encountered a little fox. Lord Seik, are you okay? In the future, use you, not Lord, I don't like it. Lightly tapping the little fox's head with his tail, he made its furry little head nod slightly. Satisfied, he grinned and walked towards the stream. He entered the middle of the stream and tossed the crimson sphere. The falling crimson sphere splashed water and sank directly without moving. Watching the crystal ball sink motionless to the bottom of the water, Sake squatted down and surrounded it with pebbles. This was a double insurance. Although the crystal ball was a bit worn out, it successfully reignited his perpetual motion machine plan. The fire element on this crystal ball was completely different from the calm diamond-shaped crystal last time. It was surging, emitting heat continuously. Lying in the middle of the stream, letting the water flow over his body. Lying underwater with closed eyes. Splash, sitting up, he looked at the crimson crystal in the water with a hint of confusion. Forget it, let this thing be washed in the stream for a few days. No more dwelling on this issue. Phew! Spreading a pair of thick wings, the trickling water slid down the scales of the wings, shimmering even more under the sunlight. Sake lowered his head. He looked at his reflection in the water. Round head, round body, big belly, wings lengthened, single wing approaching 3 meters, and the tail seemed to have lengthened a bit too. Overall, the external enhancement this time didn't change much, but his strength had increased significantly. Phew, flapping the spread thick wings vigorously, he left the stream and flew into the sky. There were no random events triggered along the way, and in just over 10 minutes, Sake arrived at the academy. He headed straight for the academy's back garden. However, halfway there, he encountered a familiar figure. "Boss, I missed you so much." A somewhat handsome little wolf pounced on him, rubbing his neck with his furry head. Honestly, Sake was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Pixapai to miss him so much. He thought that if he didn't come to the academy for a day, this guy would have forgotten about him. Well, those 3 bottles of Nana weren't given in vain. Licking the boss's neck with his tongue, Pixapai couldn't wait to look at the boss in front of him. "Boss, let's go get Nana." Sake. Alright, he had overthought it. This silly wolf was still thinking about Nana. "Come with me to a place first." "But boss, if you don't want to come, forget it." Without further hesitation, Pixapai, Sake continued to walk towards the academy's back garden. Watching the boss who had already walked out, Pixapai hesitated for a moment but decided to follow. Yesterday, she also went to get Nana, using the same method, but the cooperating Earth Bear was too clumsy. Before they could even start, they were discovered and thrown out of the yard by the bipedal creature, leading to her being caught by 2 bipedal creatures soon after. So, if she wanted to drink Nana, it had to be the boss. "Wait for me, meow, boss." Walking all the way to the back garden of the mountain, the place was still filled with the fragrance of flowers, and the flowers were blooming brightly. However, no matter how beautiful the scenery was, it was just like this after seeing it many times, and she wasn't there. Ignoring Pixapai, who was looking around, Sei walked directly to the back of the garden and stopped in front of a flower bed with only soil. The soil in the flower bed still looked bare, showing no signs of sprouting. Looking at the bare flower bed in front of her, Cecilia wouldn't. No, Cecilia wouldn't deceive herself. There must be seeds in there, just not ready to sprout yet. She reached into the pouch hanging on her chest. A red light flashed, and a half-meter wide small wooden bucket appeared out of thin air and landed on her open paw. Effortlessly, she placed the half-meter high small wooden bucket on the ground. The bucket was filled with water and had a small funnel inside. "Boss, are you going to water this?" "But there are no flowers here." She retracted her paw and looked at the curious Peishi beside her. "Peishi, you water it." "Ha?" Her crimson vertical pupils slightly narrowed. "Don't you want to drink Nai?" At the mention of Nai, Peishi, who had been shrinking her neck, paused. Crystal clear saliva flowed from the corner of her mouth. Yes, she definitely wanted to drink Nai. Her annoying bipedal beast at home only gave her 1 bottle of Nai a day, which was not enough to drink. What's more, Nai was only given to her after she finished eating meat. So, as long as there was Nai to drink, she was willing to listen to the boss. With a wolfish grin, she bit a long wooden spoon and poured a spoonful of water directly into the empty flower bed. She didn't know why the boss was watering this empty space, so she tried to water every area as much as possible. Watching Peishi's skillful movements, Isaic grinned with satisfaction. Yes, she would leave the watering job to this guy in the future. "Peishi, am I your boss?" Yes, Peishi responded and continued watering. "Okay, then shouldn't you help the boss with tasks?" Peishi hesitated for a moment, but thinking about the Nai the boss gave her, she nodded again. Yes, looking at the little number 1 in front of her, Saic became even more satisfied. Although a bit slow, he was obedient. "Yes, very good, I have high hopes for you. So, Peishi, come here to water every other day from now on." Peishi instinctively felt that something was off. "Boss, we'll go get Nine later. That pitiful instinct was instantly forgotten. Okay, boss, Peishi promises to take care of this flower bed until beautiful flowers bloom. Swinging her silver wolf tail from side to side, her silky silver fur made her look agile and elegant. Alright, I'll leave it to you from now on. Don't disappoint me. I won't. Perhaps motivated by Nine, Peishi sped up, and in less than a minute, the entire flower bed was watered by her. Splash! The long wooden spoon, released from her hand, fell into the wooden bucket, splashing a bit of water. Peishi looked directly at her boss. Boss, I'm done watering. Good, let's go get Nine. A wool without retrieving the bucket, she left directly. 5 minutes later, a sneaky large lizard climbed up the wall, followed quickly by a pair of wolf paws and then a furry wolf head peeking out to look down at the courtyard. Boss, what's the plan this time? The usual, you go in to attract attention, and I'll go get Nine. Okay, should we go now? Facing Peishi, this guy's gaze was clear, with a hint of innocence. Her crimson vertical pupils narrowed slightly, and Saic nodded gently. Let's go, Peishi, it's decided, it's you. In an instant, she felt a sense of purpose, pushed off with her hind legs, and leaped over the wall. The two sisters who were feeding the courtyard full of monster cubs saw the figure leaping over the wall. Unlike her younger sister, the older sister caught a glimpse of a fleeting red shadow retracting on the wall. It was there. She reached out and grabbed her sister who was about to catch the little wolf cub. Sister? Her sister looked at her in confusion, only to see the older sister shake her head gently. Rushing into the yard, Persephone easily picked up a small piece of clothing from the hanger and then dashed into the house. The two sisters, belatedly, followed to catch up with Persephone. On the wall, CK poked out his little head. Something felt off to him. The two-legged creature with long hair seemed to have spotted him. But if it did, why did it still follow him inside? Was he overthinking it? Just then, a gentle breeze brushed past him, carrying a faint scent of nectar in his direction. The joy spread in his crimson vertical pupils. Forget it, stop thinking, get the nectar first. Chapter 2500, Rounded Off. Leaping down from the wall, his tail lightly flicked away a group of cubs trying to surround him, and he stopped in front of a large barrel, standing upright. His paw reached into the storage bag, and a bottle for nectar appeared in a flash. Unscrewing the cap, he placed it under the tap and turned on the water. Gushing sound, inside the house, the two sisters were chasing the mischievous wolf around. However, only the younger sister was fervently chasing after it. Sensing the magical fluctuations in the courtyard, the older sister paused, inadvertently giving Persephone a chance to escape from her grasp and slip through her skirt. What are you daydreaming about, sister? We were about to catch this little troublemaker. The younger sister blushed a bit because the wolf had taken all her clothes and undergarments today, which were made of thin and somewhat transparent fabric. This set of clothes was her most embarrassing yet most comfortable to wear. Sorry, Fanny, I just remembered something all of a sudden. Oh, come on, we need to catch this troublemaker quickly, not daydream, my dear sister Fiona. Fanny puffed up her cheeks in annoyance, which was uncharacteristic of her age, but on her small round face, it looked cute rather than out of place. Sorry, Fiona apologized sincerely with her hands clasped together, knowing it was her fault. From now on, sister, no more daydreaming. Leaving these words behind, Fanny continued to chase after the mischievous wolf that had already run upstairs. Watching her sister's back as she ran upstairs, Fiona didn't hurry to follow but walked to the window and pulled back a corner of the curtain. In the courtyard, a red magical creature stood upright, holding a bottle. The creature had a round head, a big belly, a pair of wings on its back, and its smooth crimson scales shimmered in the sunlight, while the thick white scales on its belly looked very sturdy. This magical creature cub. Fiona's lips curled slightly upwards. Quite cute indeed. Lowering the lifted curtain, Fiona leisurely walked upstairs. Creak, the large iron gate opened. Persephone, who had been spanked by a young woman and thrown a couple of meters away by the nape of her neck, adjusted herself in midair and landed steadily on all fours. After landing, she didn't pause but continued forward with steady steps. Although she had been spanked, it didn't hurt. This two-legged creature, like her family's two-legged creatures, couldn't bear to use force against wolves. Persephone advanced along the path at the entrance of the yard, where a tall tree stood. It was where she and the leader had napped last time. The leader's scent lingered there. Seeing the little wolf cub leave, Fanny closed the iron gate and retreated into the yard. Her sister was already busy feeding the little ones. How could her sister not be angry at all? Thinking back to her sister's frequent daydreaming while trying to catch the little wolf cub made her even more annoyed. Big sister, aren't you angry? Fiona glanced at her silly little sister in front of her, staring at her with big round clear eyes. A faint smile tugged at the corner of her lips, revealing a somewhat helpless expression. Angry? What was there to be angry about? Selling Nana at a high price was a win for both of them. It was just a bit regretful that despite her constant vigilance, she still couldn't catch the person leaving behind the gold coins. When she and her sister caught the little wolf cub coming out, a shiny gold coin was already placed on the barrel tap. Alright, isn't it just a mischievous little wolf cub? It's normal for young beasts to be a bit mischievous. We need to be tolerant of her. Fanny pursed her lips. Last time when that little wolf cub bit into your cushion, you weren't like this. Of course, she couldn't say that out loud, or she would get scolded. Hurry up and help me feed these little ones. Later, we'll go to the opera house. I heard there's a performance by a handsome elf today. Upon hearing this, Fanny's eyes lit up. A handsome elf. Under the shade of the trees, Sake leaned against the tree trunk, his right hind paw resting on his left paw, tail hanging vertically to the ground, occasionally taking a bite of Nana in his mouth. Ah, even for immortals, this was a happy day. Boss Sake glanced at Pixapai who had pounced beside him. His silver wolf eyes eagerly looked at the white Nana, almost spelling out the word one in his eyes. His paw reached into the spatial bag, a flash of red light, and a bottle of Nana appeared in his red paw. He handed the Nana directly to Pixapai. Faced with the offered Nana, Pixapai's silver wolf eyes visibly brightened. Thank you, boss. After thanking him, she opened her mouth and took a bite of Nana, then lay down next to the boss, exposing her silver furry belly to the sky, holding Nana with her front paws and nibbling on it. Having given the Nana, Sake ignored this fellow. Yesterday's enhancement not only made his strength stronger but also multiplied his perception. When he just took the Nana, he caught sight of the long-haired woman standing behind the curtain looking at him more than once. At that time, he was puzzled as to why she didn't come out to stop him if she had noticed him. This puzzle was answered when he left. Just as he climbed the wall, a shiny gold coin smoothly landed on the tap from above. He didn't see who threw the coin from that angle, because the coin fell from above. So, who was footing the bill for him? The Contract Master Guild? Not very likely. That old lady played with magic. Then, a tall figure with silver hair tied in a high ponytail appeared in his mind. The last time at the Contract Master Guild, the other party had declared loyalty to him and then disappeared. He thought the other party was just saying it. Now it seemed not. The other party was just hiding in the shadows. The 7th Ring Sword King was already considered a top force in this world. Thinking about it, he felt a bit excited. He grinned, showing his big white teeth covered in white Nana. With the 7th Ring Sword King as a bodyguard, could this lizard be a bit more arrogant in the future? At this moment, something suddenly leaned against his body. He looked down. It was Pixapai. This fellow fell asleep after drinking the Nana, with white milk bubbles occasionally coming out of her nose, making the lizard want to poke her. But he resisted the urge because he hated being disturbed while sleeping. He put away the 2 empty milk bottles. The shade of the trees was sparse, and the golden sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves. It was still early. It seemed like he could take a little nap. He yawned widely, rested his head against the tree trunk, closed his pink eyelids, and his eyelids covered with thick scales slowly closed as well. The training ground of the Warrior Academy was quiet and spacious. It was lunchtime. Surrounding the training ground were wooden sheds connected to form individual compartments. These compartments served as storage for blunt training weapons and as resting places for the students of the Warrior Academy during lunch breaks.